Think squirrels are harmless, cute little creatures? Don't be silly. In this world, a 1-meter tall red-eyed squirrel can hoist a gazelle with a single paw, and you, little crocodile, are nothing more than an appetizer in its eyes. You're hiding in the grass, not daring to breathe. That squirrel stands upright on its hind legs, taller than a teenager, its furry paws dangling limply while the other pierces the neck of a full-grown antelope, dragging it along like a dead dog. Blood drips down its fur. A pair of bloodshot eyes sweep the surroundings. Finally, it picks up your brother's eggshell, swallows it whole with a crunch, and lets out a satisfied, wolf-like growl that makes your eardrums ache. Chapter 1: Reborn as a Crocodile. Headache, overcast skies, rain. No, it's not just rain. Who am I? Where am I? I am Goo. Didn't I die? Why am I still conscious? I can't see a thing, can't move a muscle. It's like being pinned down by a ghost. Still, it feels rather comfortable, as if I were naked in a greenhouse, surrounded by endless warmth. But I can't do anything. My ears feel as if they've atrophied, filled with loneliness. This state lasted a long time. Though the environment was comfortable, Goo just wanted to break free. From the depths of his body and mind, a voice surged, a voice that absolutely had to break free from these bonds. Break free, struggle. Snap. A crisp sound rang out, like music from the heavens. His hearing returned. Snap, snap. The rapid succession of cracking sounds merged into a single, continuous sound. Amid the darkness, a flood of light appeared. Opening his eyes, he could see a bright glow in the distance. So Goo moved. The moment he stood up, he fell flat on his face. Ouch! Where is my hand? Legs, why do I have 2 extra legs? Goo was completely bewildered. In the dim, slightly damp cave, a clump of weeds was mixed with mud, foul-smelling black mud to which 5 white eggshells, each the size of a goose egg, were stuck. One of them was already shattered, as if struck by something heavy. The egg liquid inside had long since drained away. 4 intact eggshells remained, their smooth, gleaming white surfaces visible against the mud. And Goo was one of those 4. He was born, or rather, he had hatched. What the hell? Time travel? Rebirth? From viviparous to oviparous? Goo's eyes widened, his body still sprawled face down on the ground. He remained motionless for several minutes before gradually mustering the courage to crawl up an inch toward a small puddle nearby. First, his pointed head emerged, its newly hatched, delicate scales appearing thin and exceptionally fragile. Standing on the ground, he had 4 short little legs, a slender body, and a long, slender tail extending from behind his rear end. Goo's mouth dropped open in astonishment, his jaws parted wide enough to take up a third of his body. It was actually a crocodile. In the reflection, a 10-centimeter-long baby crocodile stared blankly at the water's surface. Thank goodness, at least it wasn't a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered at the abattoir, nor was it some nameless insect with 0 fighting ability and no chance of survival. And certainly not some cheap experimental breed bred in a veterinary clinic, destined to die young. At the very least, it was a crocodile, a high-end predator at the top of the food chain. Come to think of it, how long does a crocodile actually live? 50 years? 60? Either way, it's a total win. Trading the remaining, countdown-style lifespan of my old self for a new life, it seems like a fair deal. Why do I say that? Goo, 23 years old, had just graduated from a top-tier university in China. He came from an ordinary background, had an ordinary family, and was an ordinary person, a young man with aspirations, shaped by the exam-oriented education system, as common as they come. For 20 years, he worked diligently, finally managing to complete his 4-year college career step by step. Unfortunately, along with his diploma came a critical condition notice. Terminal cancer, lung cancer. It felt like life was playing a cruel joke on him. Refusing to accept his fate, Goo clutched the critical condition notice and visited hospital after hospital. After the initial frenzy came a long, agonizing wait. So, in the final stage of his life, Goo slung his backpack over his shoulder, packed his bags, and set off on a journey unlike any he had ever experienced. Relying on his CET 6 certification and decent spoken English skills, he traveled the world alone. He visited the most dangerous snow-capped mountains and witnessed the world's largest natural lakes, serene waters, and birds unafraid of humans. The most beautiful sunrises and grasslands. It was a brief journey of the soul. Accompanying him along the way was an ever-increasing need for painkillers. And in the final moments of his life, he couldn't pass up the chance to visit the world's largest tropical rainforest, the Amazon. Coming alone and leaving quietly, perhaps that was the best choice. But it seemed there was an unexpected twist along the way. Crack! From the dark cavern behind him, a distinct sound snapped Gu back to reality. Another crocodile egg had successfully hatched. A tiny, palm-sized creature, still wet, wriggled its way out of the shell. Is this my little brother? Gu lowered his head, lost in thought. This clutch of crocodile eggs was clearly laid by a single crocodile, but where were their parents? Didn't the books say that during the hatching period, to protect the newborns from danger, a female crocodile would stay close to the nesting site at all times, ensuring the hatchling's safety? Where's the wait? No, where's the croc? Hey! My own little brother's been born. Where are those thick, golden thighs I was expecting? As one of the top amphibious predators, my protectors, my beloved croc dad and croc mom, where are they? Come on out, mom and dad. It's dark and scary in here. Gu couldn't help but want to shout, and in fact, that's exactly what he did. But when he opened his slender mouth, all that came out of his throat was a high-pitched, infantile hiss, a sound that echoed urgently through the darkness. But to no avail. There was not a single response from the darkness. Hiss. The abrupt sound, however, caught the attention of another baby crocodile. The newly hatched little creature crawled curiously toward Gu, rearing up on all four limbs to observe its older brother. It tried several times to get closer and show affection, but Gu swatted it away with a claw each time. He had no time right now to play with a newborn baby crocodile. Not even if they were from the same litter. As if a free spirit could never be bound by a mere blood tie or a physical form. The immediate priority was to quickly familiarize himself with his surroundings and make sense of the changes happening to him. Filled with questions, Gu crawled out of the darkness toward a distant source of light. Behind him, his so-called younger brother tilted his head, staring blankly at his older brother's back for a moment before quickly following suit. The ground beneath them gradually dried out, and as they neared the cave entrance, the muddy terrain finally gave way to a loose, sandy slope. Gu, using his four short legs, climbed the slope with determination. In an instant, the light grew bright. 2 or 3 meters ahead was an irregular opening, about the size of an ordinary wash basin. The entrance was blocked by tangled branches and shattered stones, and traces of water erosion were clearly visible. Mottled sunlight streamed into the cave, allowing Gu to see his surroundings clearly. How could this possibly be a crocodile's lair? Are there really caves this small? The surroundings here were clearly contradictory. If this wasn't a crocodile's lair, then where had they come from? At this thought, Gu's heart sank instantly. I hope it isn't the worst case scenario. Fortunately, the entrance wasn't completely blocked. To find out more, he'd have to go out and investigate himself. Gu crawled forward gently, 1 step, 2 steps. As he drew closer, he could already smell the scent of fresh grass from outside. The warm sunlight, reflecting off his skin, felt cozy and kept urging him forward. Gu lifted his paw and then set it back down. Just a step away from the entrance, a distance of about 10 centimeters, as if by some unseen force, driven by an instinctive caution in this unfamiliar environment, he paused for a moment. It was this brief delay that allowed another small crocodile behind him to crawl past. Upon catching the scent of freedom outside, it excitedly dashed forward. Though dashed might be an exaggeration, it wasn't exactly fast. It paddled its limbs and wriggled out of the underground opening. Gu watched the scene in silence. SSSS. Suddenly out in the open, the little crocodile was clearly thrilled, letting out a joyful sound and even rolling onto its back on the ground. Whoosh! Blood bloomed, spattering like red roses in full bloom. In an instant, the little crocodile's plump body went limp. It was like a water-filled balloon, crushed flat by gravity. Its pair of crocodile eyes, subjected to violent compression, bulged outward abruptly. The white scara nearly fell out of its sockets. The slender little crocodile mouth opened, yet not a sound escaped it. Only blood dripped from the corners of its gaping jaws. The little crocodile was dead. Through the hole, just a wall away, a claw the size of a child's palm was savagely stomping on the little crocodile's back. The thick claw had 5 fingers, slightly curved like an eagle's talons, looking sturdy and powerful. Right before Gu's eyes, with just a light stomp, the little crocodile, which had been lively and energetic moments ago, collapsed directly into a pool of blood. Chapter 2: Deadly Crisis. What on earth is that? Gu's scalp prickled instantly. He was certain his gaze had never left the cave entrance. He'd even been fixated on the baby crocodile emerging from the hole, so when had the monster with those sharp claws managed to get so close? Through the low opening, he couldn't make out the full figure. All he could see was a dark silhouette standing near the entrance. Widening his eyes, he could vaguely make out that the creature stood on its hind legs, its forelimbs dangling limply, its sharp claws stained with blood. As a gentle breeze blew, its gray-black fur rippled, nearly obscuring the entire cave entrance. Gu bent his limbs slightly and crouched low, not daring to make a single sound. Because he was so close to the opening, the heavy stench of blood overwhelmed his senses and stirred his already anxious and restless mind. The young crocodile's tragic end was unfolding right before his eyes, and even at this moment, a faint sense of relief lingered in his heart. Thankfully, he had arrived a moment too late otherwise. Snap! A sharp crack. The sound couldn't have come from Gu. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air from above. His skin prickled as if pierced by needles. Before he could even react, his constantly tense limbs snapped back, propelling him backward. Leaping away like a spring-loaded frog, Gu couldn't believe he'd managed such a difficult maneuver. After all, he was still just a fragile, newly hatched creature. A sense of mortal danger, combined with his quick reflexes, allowed him to retreat half a body length at the critical moment. Just a few centimeters away, the massive claw spread wide. As the curved claw extended, it grew another inch or so. It was only at this point that Gu realized this claw was completely different from the sharp claws of ordinary animals. It lacked that stiffness. Though it looked like an iron hook, it could bend and stretch at will, curving like a hook, extending like a spring, as agile as a human finger. The sharp claw pierced the opening, extending as far forward as possible. The longest segment in the middle extended directly toward Gu's eye as it hooked forward. He could even see a double image. Gu's tail curled upward, his head tucked down until it was nearly pressed against the ground. His body twisted into an extreme contortion as he frantically retreated as far back into the cave as possible. Too close, far too close. Just a hair's breadth away. If the claw had extended a few more centimeters, or if Gu hadn't reacted in time, there would be no doubt that the sharp claw would have pierced right through his head. His heart pounded like a drum, yet his pair of icy vertical pupils revealed a cold, indifferent gaze. A life or death crisis. As a crocodile, this was the first time Gu had experienced such a sensation. It was thrilling, and strangely fascinating. After evading the attack, he crouched low and retreated rapidly, putting a safe distance between himself and the threat. In that moment, his primal instincts kicked in. He watched the cave entrance as he retreated at full speed, subconsciously striving to distance himself from the source of danger. His gaze fixed on the cave entrance, he faded bit by bit into the darkness. His cold vertical pupils widened, and Gu's jaws opened and closed silently. Though his body was frail, he inexplicably exuded a sense of ruggedness. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set and the sky had grown dim. An hour had passed, yet the muddy cave seemed even darker. The faint sound of scraping against the ground came from time to time as a frail, young crocodile moved gently through the depths of the cave. Gu hated this gloomy environment, but compared to the safety of his life, it was entirely bearable. For now, the cave seemed safe. Although he had exposed himself, the size of the entrance limited access, and it appeared the creatures outside couldn't get in. During this time, Gu had even crept to the entrance a few times to observe, and indeed, there was no movement. But he still didn't dare to go out. No one knew what the situation outside was like. His life was on the line. He'd only just been reborn. If he met the same fate as his so-called little brother, suffering a tragic accident the moment he stepped outside, that would be truly tragic. How pitiful. He, a mighty top-tier amphibious predator, had actually been targeted by some unknown creature and nearly ended up as its meal. Now he was trapped in this underground cave, unable even to step outside. Survival of the fittest, that's nature's law. Back when I was in school, studying the relationship between nature and the environment, I fully accepted those concepts about the animal kingdom, ecological elimination, the weak becoming prey. But now, screw those so-called laws of nature. If you've got the guts, wait until I grow up and come challenge me one-on-one. Don't underestimate a young crocodile if you're brave enough. Let us make a 3-year bet. But all this is just wishful thinking. The bloody reality unfolding beyond the cave's entrance, along with the deadly crisis he'd just survived in broad daylight, constantly reminded Gu that he was no longer a college student living in a harmonious society. He had just been born, less than 24 hours old. He was merely the weakest of the weak, a delicate little crocodile, barely 10 centimeters long, whose teeth hadn't even fully developed yet. In this form, he wasn't even as big as a small lizard. If he fell into the sights of a predator out there, he'd be the most delicious protein, sweet, tender, and soft, the kind that crunches satisfyingly when bitten. Newborns like him are the absolute favorite of all carnivores. Not only do they taste great, but they're completely defenseless. Thinking about it that way, it seems like danger lurks everywhere outside. Looking down the food chain, has he become the very bottom? No way, how could that be? He still plans to live to a ripe old age and challenge the world's longest living crocodile. Croc Dad, Croc Mom, come save your baby. In the darkness, Gu blinked his delicate little eyes, as black as pearls and still moist from birth, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. SSSSSS. But the sound was too infantile. Not only was it devoid of any sense of tragedy, it actually sounded a bit cute. As the night deepened, dark clouds gathered over the Amazon rainforest, hanging like an inverted funnel. The clouds grew ever darker, until finally a bolt of lightning struck, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. But this rain was strange. It was unlike ordinary rain. In the Amazon rainforest, under the cover of night, as the downpour swept through the ground, the dense grass, and the riverbanks, beasts roared and screeched. From the distant depths of the jungle, a giant bird spread its wings, soaring skyward undaunted by the thunder and lightning. Wherever it passed, all beasts bowed in submission as a massive shadow swept across the ground. We're done for. This rain has to stop. We can't hold out much longer. Deep within the cave, Gu watched the rising water level and prayed incessantly. It wasn't that Gu was afraid of water. Even though they were underground, the rain was far from filling the cave, and besides, this didn't look like a dead-end cave. With the torrential rain pouring down outside, this had actually become a good place to shelter from the wind and rain. But it also brought trouble. Seeking safety and avoiding danger is the instinct of all living creatures. Deep within the dark cavern, as the rain fell, several shifty-looking mice scurried out of the ground along the cave walls. Instantly, Gu went on high alert, the scales on his body bristling layer by layer. The mice that had entered the cave were startled upon seeing Gu's appearance. They backed away continuously. Cowardly as a mouse is exactly how they are described. These mice that had strayed into the cave resembled field mice, a small rodent species that normally subsisted on insects, grass roots, and tree bark, possessing no fighting ability whatsoever. Yet Gu continued to stare intently into the depths of the cave, showing not the slightest sign of relaxation. A sudden gust of wind cut through the air like a sharp sword, and a slender shadow appeared abruptly from behind. The plump field mouse finally sensed the danger and let out a squeak, but the sound was cut short as it was bitten on the hind leg and thrown to the ground. The grayish-brown shadow, without looking back, lunged toward the other field mice. It bit 3 in quick succession, nearly wiping them all out. Then it coiled its body, raised its flat head, and lifted its cold-blooded, vertical eyes, clearly fixing them on Gu, who stood not far away. A snake. A venomous snake. One of the jungle's top predators, a rattlesnake. Chapter 3, Testing the Darkness. What kind of shitty luck is this? Gu felt like crying. The little snake in front of him was only about 10 centimeters long. Because of its slender body, it looked as if it wasn't even as big as he was. But this was a rattlesnake, one of the world's most notorious and deadly super venomous snakes. a creature reputed to be capable of easily knocking out lions and tigers with its venom. If a grown man were bitten by a rattlesnake and didn't have the blood flushed out and anti-venom administered in time, he would be dead within half an hour. Damn it, how did I end up running into such a jinxed creature? Goo felt incredibly unlucky. He glanced at the ground, where a row of rats lay quietly in a line, now nothing but cold corpses, and his heart sank even further. If it had been a non-venomous species like a garden snake or a small green snake, he wouldn't have been so terrified. But this was a rattlesnake. Even though it looked very young and probably wasn't very old, its fangs were already fully developed. They were both juveniles. Why was there such a huge difference? It felt like he was approaching this all wrong. A crocodile, he was a crocodile, the top predator of the Amazon. Goo kept pumping himself up in his mind. Hiss. Its flat head rose high, and its forked tongue flickered from side to side, clear signs that the snake was preparing to strike. Goo opened his own gaping maw wide, letting out what he thought was his most intimidating growl. He even planted all 4 feet firmly on the ground, like a beast ready to pounce, radiating both menace and fighting spirit. Intimidated by Goo, the rattlesnake tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, but still, drooling, gradually crept closer. In an instant, Goo let out a furious roar, whipped his head around without a second thought, and bolted. You little thing, you actually didn't scare me. I'm not playing with you anymore. So what if you've got venomous fangs? Big deal. Goo retreated while cursing under his breath. His earlier posturing had, of course, been nothing but a show. Was he really supposed to go head to head with a rattlesnake that had already developed venomous fangs? What a joke. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, what did he have to fight with? With his frail, newborn body, he'd probably just be walking into a trap. Let us get out of here, let us get out of here. This thing was definitely not someone he could mess with right now. Fortunately, perhaps Goo's posturing had served some small purpose. Or maybe it was simply that 3 plump field mice were already lying before it, waiting to be devoured. The rattlesnake arched its neck and hissed once, declaring its victory, then lowered its head to enjoy its meal, showing no intention of pursuing Goo. With a rattlesnake lurking menacingly behind and predators with sharp claws lurking in the shadows outside, this was truly a nightmare start. Of course, before leaving the depths of the cave, Goo hadn't forgotten that there were still 2 crocodile eggs left to deal with. While the rattlesnake was feeding, Goo pushed one of the eggs, inch by inch, up the gentle slope. After 2 trips back and forth, having succeeded, he crouched near the cave entrance and finally collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Squinting, he raised a tiny paw to stroke the 2 smooth crocodile eggs before him. Apart from his already deceased second brother, these must be his 3rd brother and 4th brother now. As he thought this, Goo carried the 2 eggs and cautiously approached the cave entrance. The scent of fresh grass and freedom in the night air outside was so alluring. The vast world held endless possibilities. Go on, little brothers, Goo said, picking one of the eggs at random and giving it a firm push out the entrance. 3rd brother, 4th brother, you can't blame your big brother for this. After all, we're all motherless children. Muttering this to himself, Goo acted decisively, then tilted his head and stared intently at the world beyond the cave entrance. The crocodile egg rolled straight out of the cave, gliding down the gentle slope for over 10 meters before coming to a stop in front of a clump of earth. Goo was very pleased with his judgment of the distance, for just a dozen meters further on lay a grassy slope covered in lush vegetation. The grassy slope was nearly 30 meters from the cave entrance, but the stretch in between was completely bare, offering a clear line of sight. For Goo, with his small frame, covering that short 30-meter distance at full speed would likely take about 2 minutes. So caution was still the best course of action after all. The lesson from the past was right before his eyes. And he certainly dared not stay in this underground cave any longer. Who knew if, one day while resting, he might get bitten by a rattlesnake inside and die mysteriously in his sleep? Goo kept his head down, hiding beneath the leaves on one side of the cave entrance, his eyes fixed on the crocodile egg in the distance. The round, smooth eggshell lay motionless directly ahead, revealing a hint of color that stood out against the darkness. It was very dark, and the tiny eggshell wasn't easy to spot. This was just a test. Goo was patient until the situation became clear. He couldn't afford to act rashly and had to be extremely cautious. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, the crocodile egg had vanished. Gone. The crocodile egg was gone. Damn it! Gu could swear he'd been staring at it the whole time, his focus razor sharp, his very life depended on it, and he dared not let his guard down for a single moment. Yet right before his eyes, the crocodile egg he'd just tossed out to scout the path vanished right in front of him. As for the culprit, Gu hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. This was simply too bizarre. At the same time, a chill crept into his heart. Danger, there was still deadly danger outside the cave. He had to be extra cautious, he couldn't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. This was the middle of nowhere, wild beasts could appear at any moment, and any single encounter could cost him his life. The cave was so spacious, perhaps staying here wouldn't be such a bad idea. But Gu immediately dismissed that thought. The cave was barren and devoid of food. Living among venomous snakes would keep him on constant edge, and the only outcome would be a slow death. Therefore, only by getting out as soon as possible would he have a glimmer of hope. With that thought, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Gu immediately forced himself to calm down. Beasts may be patient hunters, but as prey, the only way to cling to a sliver of hope was to be even more patient. The night was as black as ink. For a moment, the area around the small cave fell completely silent, broken only by the occasional chirp of a cricket or insect, sounds that, against the backdrop of the tense atmosphere, only served to heighten his unease. Throughout this time, Gu remained motionless, hidden beneath the leaves, maintaining a state of alertness in the silence. A pair of pupils scanned back and forth in the darkness. Every half hour or so, he would close his eyes to rest for a moment. This allowed him to conserve his energy, keeping his small frame in as healthy a condition as possible. After several such cycles, it was already well into the late night. Finally, Gu slowly rose to his feet. Too bad. After scanning the area from the shadows for so long, my eyes are sore, and I still haven't found a thing. But there was little to regret. Facing the impenetrable darkness, he shifted his tail and pushed his last crocodile egg toward him. Go, my little brother. From roughly the same spot, Gu tossed out his final chip. With such a long interval, surely not all the hunters are out to get this little crocodile hatchling. Waiting this long was Gu's deliberate strategy. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and the crocodile egg remained perfectly still. His eyes lit up instantly. This was his chance. Chapter 4, Red-Eyed Squirrel. For tiny paws pushed against the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, it burrowed out of the underground den and crawled out of its birthplace. For the first time, its gaze fell upon the world beyond its birth. This still seemed to be the Amazon. Its paws moved nimbly over leaves and branches, landing on the soil without making a sound. The more critical the moment, the less room there was for panic. Its tiny body, covered in a layer of delicate scales, smoothly navigated the obstacles and finally emerged fully into the outside world. There was no turning back now. Fixing its gaze on the grassy slope 30 meters away, it didn't hesitate. It sprang into action, sprinting with all its might. It had waited all night. The opportunity had arrived. If not now, then when? 2 minutes. Gu needed just 2 minutes and it went all out. Though with his tiny arms and legs, no matter how hard he paddled, he looked only a fraction faster than a turtle. 1 minute passed. Moving in a straight line, he soon passed the spot where he had first pushed his way out of the eggshell. As he ran past, he glanced over distractedly and instantly felt a chill run through his body. He finally understood why the first crocodile egg had mysteriously vanished right before his eyes. On the ground, a fist-sized hole led straight into the earth. It was pitch black inside, with no end in sight. The hole was large enough to swallow a crocodile egg whole. The culprit came from underground. Gu made this judgment instantly, but a new question immediately arose. A fist-sized creature that burrows, is carnivorous, and lives underground. What on earth was this creature? No matter how hard he searched his knowledge, he couldn't find any wild creature that matched this description. The doubt was fleeting. The most important thing now was to find a safe place. Survival came first. After moving a few more meters forward, Gu hesitated as he looked at the last remaining crocodile egg at his feet. Should he take this egg with him? It wouldn't take much time anyway. Snap! the sound of a twig snapping under his foot. Gu's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the grassy thicket across from him. There was still some distance to cover, and time was of the essence. Recalling the deadly claws that had reached into the cave earlier, he wished he had an extra pair of legs. In the darkness ahead, a vague silhouette of a bipedal figure began to take shape. Wider at the top than at the bottom, with horns protruding from its head. Most striking were a pair of blood-red eyes in the dim light. They resembled those of a soul-devouring specter. Gu's heart leapt into his throat. The footsteps behind him felt like a death warrant. He scrambled and crawled all the way, then, upon reaching the grassy patch, threw himself into it and vanished in an instant. With a thud, carried by momentum, he even struck a rock hidden within the grass. His mouth stung fiercely, but he had no time to tend to the pain. Gu spun around quickly and pressed himself against the thicket. He shouldn't have been spotted just now. Hidden beneath the foliage, he was temporarily out of danger. Now he would see what kind of creature was lurking outside the cave. A pair of small eyes peered through the gaps between the leaves. Under the faintly hazy night sky, a thin mist had risen, casting everything in a grayish gloom. Rustle! The sound of footsteps crunching through fallen leaves grew clearer. An upright figure walked straight past from the distance, finally cutting through the mist. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Gu's mouth dropped open instinctively, utterly stunned. Standing upright on two legs, with gray fur, short ears, a cleft lip, beady eyes, and a tuft of white hair on its forehead, it was actually a squirrel. The hunter outside the burrow that he feared from start to finish turned out to be a gray squirrel. On Earth, it's ranked alongside little white mice and cute bunnies as one of the best cute pets for children around the world. Except this gray squirrel right in front of him was a bit large, and not just a little bit. It was nothing like the palm-sized cute pets kept as pets at home. In the darkness, this gray squirrel stood upright on its sturdy legs, over a meter tall, hopping along as it walked. It was as tall as a preteen that was way too tall. I recall that adult gray squirrels are usually no more than 20 or 30 centimeters long, and if you exclude their fluffy tails, their actual body size is even smaller. Besides, this posture of walking upright on just its hind legs is simply too bizarre. Gu felt not a shred of embarrassment at being startled by this earthly playmate. As the giant gray squirrel approached, its furry body turned sideways, one paw dangling casually, while the other was hooked upward over its shoulder. The sharp joints of its claws had pierced the flesh, gripping a dead gazelle firmly. The claws had sunk into the gazelle's neck, killing it with a single strike. This was a mature male antelope, its antlers in full bloom, clearly in the prime of its life. This was why, in the heat of his escape, due to a visual illusion, Gu had mistakenly thought he'd stumbled upon some horned, bipedal monster. It turned out to be a combination of two creatures. In his moment of extreme fright, Gu hadn't taken the time to examine it closely. The giant gray squirrel before him carried the 100-pound male antelope with a single paw, dragging it through the jungle. Blood dripped continuously down the antelope's neck, caking its gray fur and leaving a trail of fresh, metallic scent in its wake. Further in the distance, olive green eyes flashed intermittently through the dense foliage, but they were merely peering out for the moment. No creature emerged. The massive gray squirrel before him exuded a deadly aura of danger, the scent of an apex predator. Finally, the figure came to a halt about 10 meters from Gu. Experiencing it firsthand at such close range, Gu felt his legs go weak. He lay flat in the grass, not daring to make a sound. Are you kidding me? This is no cute little baby, it's more like a ferocious beast. Even a tigress might wouldn't be any greater than this. It was already outrageous enough that the gray squirrel hunted and devoured baby crocodiles, but now even a fully grown antelope weighing over 100 kilograms had fallen victim to its claws. A gray squirrel hunting a male antelope? This joke didn't seem funny at all. Watching the scene before him, the red-eyed squirrel dragging a full-grown antelope with one arm as it strolled by with ease, Gu pressed his small frame flat against the ground, wishing he could bury himself right there. Gulp! The gray squirrel bent down slightly, its stubby claws picking up a round crocodile egg from the ground. A slit opened in its furry face, and with a wide gape, it swallowed the crocodile egg whole. Wet egg yolk trickled down the corners of its mouth. The gray squirrel's eyes gleamed as it smacked its lips repeatedly, carefully licking the essence from its paws with its tongue clearly relishing every bit, wasting not a single drop. Then, growl, growl. A strange sound emanated from its chest like a wolf or a tiger, yet with a completely different tone piercing the eardrums within a radius of over 10 meters. After finishing the little snack on the ground, it stood up, dragged its prey, leaped in a new direction, and turned to leave, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 5, Bullfrog. What kind of world is this, anyway? Is this really the Amazon I'd been longing for? Surely it isn't some fantastical realm overrun by monsters? Goose suddenly began to deeply doubt his original assessment. After all, if reincarnation through body swapping had already happened, it wouldn't be strange at all to find himself in a completely different world. Even the gray squirrel, that cute little pet at the very bottom of the food chain, practically a sewer dweller, could turn its life around and rise from the ashes. How pitiful that he, a top predator of the mighty Crocodile clan, had ended up in such a miserable state. Not only was he born without parental protection, but of the 5 sacred offspring of the Crocodile clan, 1 was shattered, 1 died young, and 2 were sent to their deaths. In the blink of an eye, he was the sole survivor. Gu's tiny mind was in turmoil. A flood of thoughts rushed through his head. Add to that the bizarre experiences he endured since birth, the scares, the escapes after all that turmoil. His fragile newborn body, now that it had finally stabilized, instantly collapsed. Exhaustion and weariness washed over him like a tidal wave. Gu gently lowered his head, resting his soft chin on the damp grass, and fell into a deep sleep. In the depths of his slumber, having truly overexerted himself, he lost all sense of time. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen high in the sky, the morning dew had evaporated, and the roars of beasts deep in the rainforest echoed in Gu's ears. But he was still asleep, immersed in a beautiful morning dream. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting rays into the grass. A tiny figure clad in black scales lay low beneath the blades of grass, silent and still. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that he opened his eyes again. It was already noon. Holy shit, this really is the Amazon. A series of startled cries rang out from the low grass, but to the outside world, the sound was indistinguishable from that of any ordinary wild animal cub. It was full of innocence, just like a newborn kitten or puppy. But the point wasn't the sound. Having gone through a series of upheavals, Gu had long since steeled himself mentally and accepted his new identity. Besides, being reborn as a crocodile to live another life after nearly dying of cancer wasn't such a bad deal. The key is that this really is the Amazon rainforest, that super tropical rainforest on Earth in my past life, known as the lungs of the Earth. Gu's eyes widened with surprise. He looked down to see a corner of a small aluminum can peeking out from the damp, fluffy ground after the rain. He recognized it at a glance. Lifting his little paw, he dug along the surface and easily pried it free from the ground. White base, red body, a festive ring of color turning it over revealed an already opened pull tab. Coca-Cola, the 4 bold characters were clearly visible. It was actually a can of Happy Fat Guy water. This stuff was known to everyone, and Gu knew it all too well. When he was first diagnosed with cancer, he still followed the doctor's orders and watched his diet. But in the later stages, after he had a major epiphany and started giving up, Gu's favorite thing was to take a painkiller, open a can of happy water, and chug it straight down, savoring the brief thrill on his taste buds. So, this is still the same Amazon where I met my end. And this land is still that familiar, deeply comforting, watery blue planet. And I am still the apex predator at the top of the food chain, the dominant force of the ecosystem, the amphibious ruler, the black caiman. Even though I'm still just a hatchling, at least I have something to look forward to. As for my identity, judging by my jet black back scales and physical features since birth, Gu currently lives in the Amazon rainforest and river systems as one of the 10 most ferocious crocodilian rulers on Earth, the black caiman. The black caiman belongs to the caiman family but is a distinct variant within it. Unlike the small to medium-sized caimans, which typically measure only 1.8 to 2 meters in length, the black caiman reaches a length of around 4 meters upon maturity, making it the undisputed ruler of the caiman species. It is also jokingly referred to as the king of caimans. After all, in the natural world, a beast's size grants it a massive advantage. Coupled with its tougher scales, stronger bite force, and aggressive nature, the black caiman is truly a deserving dominant species. After getting a handle on the basics, Gu finally had a clearer picture in his mind. But, damn it, what the hell is that ridiculously huge, fanged red-eyed squirrel? What kind of hormones does it take to grow that big? What caused it? A mutation? Evolution? Or some other bizarre reason? Speaking of which, Gu couldn't help but curse inwardly. After all, they had a grudge. His two biological younger brothers had died before they were even born. The debt was already settled. Although he bore some responsibility for it, would he have been driven to this point without the gray squirrel as threat? He wasn't some cold-hearted, ruthless alligator who would harm his own blood brothers. It was all the other's fault. And to think it actually wanted to eat him. Gu gritted his teeth and made a mental note to settle that score. Since he was here, he'd make the best of it. For now, he was still too weak and had to act with extreme caution. As the last surviving member of his cave, he absolutely couldn't follow in his brother's footsteps. Gu began exploring silently along the grassy path, preparing to chart a route through the surrounding area. With his intelligence and caution, as long as he survives the early stages, he'll only grow stronger. For now, as long as he is careful, and even more careful, it shouldn't be that hard. But before leaving, Gu carefully reburied the red soda can exactly as he found it. This was his first landing spot in the Amazon rainforest, and it served as his temporary home. He'd treat this object as a marker or perhaps a witness. He began to explore cautiously along the grassy path ahead, gradually moving away from his birthplace. Whoa, holy crap! He had just ventured 2 or 3 meters beyond the boundaries of his kin territory. As he parted the grass blocking his view and took a step forward, a massive force struck him in the abdomen. He didn't even have time to react. The force struck him just below his tail. He barely managed to curse inwardly when his limbs were already off the ground. His tail snapped upward past 180 degrees, his buttocks pointing skyward and his head down. His body twisted as he was flipped through the air, landing with a thud on the ground. Fortunately, the ground was flat, free of hard rocks, thorns, or sharp objects. Although he landed flat on his back, aside from the initial pain of the impact, the whole ordeal was more frightening than painful. After landing, Gu rolled like a crocodile and scrambled to his feet, his eyes glaring angrily at the source of the attack. The culprit behind the attack was a plump, robust tropical bullfrog, about the size of an adult palm. Its bulging frog eyes glared out, and it kept gulping air through its flat mouth. With a smooth, round belly, the bullfrog looked like a round ball with a long head. Facing Gu, it kept letting out threatening croaks. Did it really think of him as a natural enemy? What a humiliation! Recalling his own pitiful state just moments ago, when he'd been knocked to the ground, Gu was even more speechless. To be taken down by a bullfrog the kind served as an appetizer in hot pot. Didn't that mean even an ordinary bullfrog was stronger than him? Granted, there was the element of a sudden ambush. Gu glanced down at his feet. A half-decayed maple leaf lay on the ground, covering a shallow little pit beneath it. No need to guess this was the bullfrog's lair. Once covered, it looked deceptively harmless from above. No wonder Gu had been caught off guard in the abdomen. But a tiny bullfrog had actually managed to knock him over. Gu still couldn't accept it. He couldn't shift his mindset instantly. He was, after all, a top student at a prestigious university. Yet, after being reborn, he possessed the strength of nothing more than an ant. If he didn't even have the strength of a bullfrog, what else could he be but an ant? I'll remember this, Gu thought, trying to compare himself, but as he looked at the bullfrog's pair of strong, meaty thighs. Damn it! I just haven't eaten enough bullfrog hot pot. Chapter 6, Foraging. Stop yelling. Frog brother, the road is wide open, let us go our separate ways. Gu watched speechlessly as the bullfrog put on airs, and couldn't help but extend his own little paw, waving it in a human-like gesture. We're all total noobs at fighting, so let us not dawdle here. If we make a noise and attract a predator, none of us will end up well. Unfortunately, communication between animals isn't like that between humans, and it's even harder when crossing species. Gu and the bullfrog stared at each other, and in that moment, a thought struck him. He even began to wonder if there might be some form of communication in nature that humans had yet to discover. For example, through scent, calls, or other senses, some special, unknown means of conveying information. But as it turned out, he was completely overthinking it. Beasts are beasts, they're simply not on the same intellectual level as humans. Gu spent a long time gesturing wildly at the bullfrog in front of him, but it was like talking to a wall, utterly useless. After Gu's persistent posturing, the bullfrog finally realized that the creature in front of it posed no threat. With a loud ribbit, it turned away, no longer paying Gu any mind, and hopped off into the distance. After this setback, he had to keep exploring. It wasn't that Gu was particularly curious. He knew full well that, given his current condition, running around would put him at great risk. But he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. To survive in the wild, aside from avoiding unexpected dangers, there was another crucial requirement: water and food. Water was manageable. Sipping dew or even gritting his teeth to suck the sap from grass leaves could serve as a temporary fix. But what about food? He certainly couldn't just eat grass. Crocodiles were carnivores. Growth required large amounts of protein. If he couldn't find a quick way to secure a steady food supply and fill his belly, how long could his frail body hold out? Therefore, exploring the surroundings and securing a food source was a matter of urgency. Gu took determined steps forward. When problems arose, he had to find a way to solve them. After all, this was his first time as a crocodile. All his habits, common sense, and adaptation to the world needed to be readjusted. Fortunately, he had one advantage: at least his memory and intelligence hadn't degenerated to the level of a beast. Gu moved silently, maneuvering his body through the grass without making a sound. Given his current situation, he couldn't be too careful. In contrast to Gu, the massive bullfrog hopping right in front of him moved with reckless abandon, looking utterly clueless. But this worked out perfectly. Gu maintained a relatively safe distance, quietly trailing behind. To put it bluntly, he was following it not with any sinister intent to ambush or anything of the sort. It wasn't worth the trouble, but why not make use of a ready-made pathfinder? Gu secretly followed the bullfrog, gradually expanding his search area along the way. Staring up at the bullfrog's muscular legs, he had no choice but to pick up the pace. There was no helping it, the thing really did jump fast. With Gu's 4 stubby little legs, he gradually had to exert all his strength just to keep up. Not to mention, compared to Gu's cautious, winding path as he carefully navigated around obstacles, the bullfrog's straight line, headlong charge was far simpler and less tiring. Across the meadow, wherever the bullfrog passed, grass blades flew, startling countless tiny flying insects nearby. A fleshy tongue shot out, synchronized with the frog's leaping, snatching and enveloping the tiny flying insects from the air before they vanished into its belly in an instant. The insects were small and varied: flies, mosquitoes, and all sorts of tiny creatures. The bullfrog turned none of them away, its tongue flicking out in rapid succession, rarely missing its mark. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3 or 5 with each opening and closing of its mouth, a steady stream of food flows into its belly. So this is how bullfrogs hunt. It suddenly dawned on me that the bullfrog's seemingly rough and reckless way of moving through the landscape is, in fact, a simple hunting tactic. Compared to silently searching for insects and expending energy, this direct method of driving them forward, letting the food come to it, seems far more ingenious. Perhaps this is precisely the survival instinct that has been etched into the bullfrog's blood and passed down over hundreds or even thousands of years. It was Gu's first time witnessing such a primitive feeding method. With technology on Earth having advanced to its current stage, many field biologists have long used various methods to decipher and document the habits and survival skills of all kinds of wild creatures. Thanks to advanced technology, we can even simulate the evolutionary trajectories of species from tens of thousands of years ago or even earlier, from periods when humans hadn't yet existed. But from Gu's perspective, through the eyes of a human, or a baby crocodile, to observe and contemplate this, it is a truly wondrous experience. Then a strange emotion crept in. Is this envy? No way, it's just a tiny bullfrog. So what if it can hunt effortlessly, fill its belly, and even have food delivered right to its doorstep while on the move. What's so special about that? Gu was utterly exhausted from the journey. Since hatching yesterday, he hadn't had a single drop of fat or protein in his belly. Watching the bullfrog ahead of him eat so effortlessly, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was a black caiman, the king of caimans. Compared to his own prestige, that tiny bullfrog was just a dumb frog with dumb luck. As a creature at the bottom of the food chain, that was all it was good for. Gu adjusted his mindset and continued on, laboriously skirting around a yellowed, withered leaf lying ahead. A single withered leaf was nothing, of course, but if he stepped on it, even the slightest movement would produce a noticeable crunch. Gu remained true to his usual cautious, survivalist style. A mere little bullfrog could never disturb his inner peace. With this thought, Gu's mind immediately found balance. He even went so far as to actively ignore the cheerful croaks the bullfrog kept emitting as it fed. And so Gu plodded on, trailing behind for the time being, the bullfrog eating bugs, Gu eating dirt. Until, as they moved forward, the bullfrog suddenly stopped in its tracks, and Gu halted right behind it, looking puzzled. Staring straight ahead, Gu watched as the bullfrog pulled a plump, snow-white worm exuding a deadly allure from the grass roots beneath its feet. Then Gu's eyes turned green. The fat white worm, as thick as a finger, was so plump it seemed to ooze oil. Full of protein and constantly wriggling, it instantly stirred Gu's appetite. His already empty stomach immediately began to growl uncontrollably. Having gone without food for so long, it was a real feat that Gu had managed to hold out this long. His belly was as flat as a crocodile's, his skin practically touching his spine from hunger, a state he'd only managed to endure through sheer willpower. Now that his hunger had been ignited, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the plump, white worm in his line of sight. His mouth was practically watering. Then, the tempting white worm was snatched right out of the air by that despicable bullfrog, which opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. No! My protein! In a fit of rage, Gu nearly lost control and was about to charge forward. He knew the bullfrog in front of him inside and out. Even if he couldn't defeat it, it posed little threat to him. It's no exaggeration to say Gu wanted to snatch the food right out of the frog's mouth. Hunger is the cruelest punishment in the world and the most primal instinctive desire, not just for humans, but for beasts and animals alike. Not to mention, Gu had received no sustenance since birth and was already ravenous. The bullfrog ahead looked utterly satisfied after swallowing the large white worm. Its bulging green eyes narrowed slightly, and its mouth twitched for a long moment before it finally swallowed it whole. It seemed this was a rare delicacy even for it. This scene further stirred Gu's nerves. His originally calm state nearly erupted into chaos, and it took quite a bit of self-reassurance to calm him down. A tiny bullfrog, at the bottom of the food chain, how could it? Burp! The frog's slightly bulging belly swelled round, and a sound interrupted Gu's train of thought. It's damn well stuffed its burping. Gu was completely baffled, his head buzzing. This was truly a toad burping a bolt from the blue. For a moment, Gu thought he was hearing things. It was like the difference between dying of thirst and drowning in water. How could the contrast be so stark? Calm down, stay composed. Little bullfrog. Burp! The burping grew louder, filled with delight. The bullfrog even did something almost human. It rubbed its swollen belly. You really deserve to die. Gu stood motionless, but beneath him, a tuft of tender green shoots had just begun to sprout. Unconsciously, his claws tightened around it, leaving a distinct scratch before snapping it in two. Chapter 7: The Great Serpent. Gu was truly on the verge of breaking down. It was hard to imagine that one day, he would feel an emotion called envy toward a tiny bullfrog. Staring at the bullfrog in the distance, his feelings were incredibly complex. Unfortunately, even though he understood the bullfrog's perfect hunting technique, he simply couldn't imitate it. He wanted to learn, but he just couldn't. Though he could make some noise, he lacked that all-powerful flick of the tongue. His thoughts vanished in an instant. Suddenly, his crocodile eyes widened, a faint tingling spreading through him as his pupils contracted sharply, as if facing a formidable enemy, just like yesterday at the cave entrance when he first encountered the terrifying red-eyed squirrel. Danger! Mortal danger! Directly ahead, the bullfrog, sated and languid, was enjoying a brief moment of leisure. Facing Gu's direction, it was completely oblivious to what was happening directly behind it, where the grass was gradually parting, as if two piles of grass were being pushed aside. With a more brutal, feral manner of movement, relying solely on its weight, it plowed its way forward, effortlessly carving out a path. A snake, a colossal snake. Its emerald green scales were as tender and fresh as grass blades. This was meant to be its natural camouflage, a means of evading predators. But it was completely useless now, for it was simply too massive. Its body was a full 3 fingers wide. Its head was slightly raised, and a crimson tongue flickered from its mouth. If viewed from above, the grass where the giant snake passed would show a long, flattened trail. Its massive body was at least 2.5 meters long. This creature was practically in the same league as a python. How could it be this big? It shouldn't be this big. A snake over 2.5 meters might not be a big deal in the wild, but it depends on the species. For some naturally massive pythons, this length would still be considered juvenile. But the emerald green giant snake before him absolutely shouldn't have been able to grow this large. If we're talking about knowledge, Gu actually recognized it. He even had quite a bit of experience with it. This creature is non-venomous and naturally tiny. Like a bullfrog, it can only survive on insects and the young of mice, extremely small creatures. Also at the very bottom of the food chain, in rural villages, it's the childhood pet of many mischievous kids, the garden snake, the shame of the snake world. In nature, the less capable a creature is, the more likely it is to evolve one or more survival strategies to stay alive. The weaker it is, the more true this is. The flower snake before him, with its skin the same color as the grass leaves, serves exactly that purpose. Gu was absolutely certain he wasn't mistaken. He was exceptionally sure of this, likely because back in the day, he had been one of those rather mischievous country kids himself. The giant flower snake slithered through the grass as if it were a warm bed, covering a long distance with just a slight movement. Finally, the clueless bullfrog sensed something was wrong. It leaped up from its spot, but as soon as it flipped over, it was met by a gaping, bloodthirsty maw. Before it could utter a final scream, it was swallowed whole, head and all. Gulp! Gu swallowed hard. It was brutal. A bullfrog, originally just as big as himself, had been devoured in an instant. What did this mean? Gu immediately ducked his head, completely hiding in the grass, practically ready to tuck his tail between his legs and run for his life. In an instant, he made the most advantageous decision: escape was impossible. With his short little legs, even if he ran for his life, he'd be no different from a snail in front of this flower snake. He couldn't move. Any movement meant certain death. Gu felt a twinge of relief that the bullfrog had gone ahead to scout the path, serving as a sacrificial lamb. In that moment, much of the grudge he held against the giant white worm melted away. After all, it was already dead, and it had at least died with a full belly. And so, Gu remained motionless, tucking his tail between his legs and keeping a low profile, hiding behind the low grass blades in the distance. Apart from letting his mind wander, there was nothing he could do. This sense of powerlessness, feeling as insignificant as an ant, was the second time he experienced it since being diagnosed with cancer. Helplessness, insignificance, living from one day to the next, the fragility of life was laid bare at that moment. His heart was pounding, tension, worry, yet it was thrilling. It's not that there's no fear, but there's certainly not much of it. Putting myself in someone else's shoes, in the same situation, it's hard to imagine that the first emotion to surface would be anything other than fear. Yet, under this deadly pressure, what I feel is more of a heart-pounding thrill. My mind is even clearer. It's not exactly joy, but neither is it the despondency that comes from blaming fate when facing adversity. This is Gu, the body's most instinctive reaction in this very moment. He examined himself. Perhaps after his serious illness and period of complete inactivity, he had gained a deeper understanding of life. Gu controlled his nostrils, breathing softly, facing an inescapable danger. His body was as still as a stone. A faint scent of wild grasses from the rainforest drifted onto his forehead. Perhaps he was always a man destined to die. Fear and dread had long been exhausted in the daily countdown before he had given up on life. And after he had given up, during his journey of emptying his mind, he no longer dwelled on such base, useless things. I am still alive, and I still have thoughts, that is enough. Before he knew it, the surroundings had been quiet for quite some time. Gu quietly lifted his head. On the grass before him, only a faint indentation remained. The massive green tree python had vanished. It had likely returned the way it came. Although the patch of grass ahead bordered his own territory, it was clearly much more lush, and overall, the grass was a good deal taller than what Gu had passed along the way. Beasts generally have a strong sense of territory and even fixed hunting grounds. The lush grass ahead clearly better suited the giant snake's size, and there would be more food there. As for why it had suddenly wandered into this small clearing, Gu suspected the bullfrog was to blame. Its brazen hunting style had drawn the snake's attention. One could only say that every bite and every sip is predestined to die in the natural world. Acting brazenly when one is weak is bound to invite disaster. This realization only strengthened his resolve to adopt a cautious and circumspect approach from now on. He had no choice but to be careful. After all, he had been born less than 2 days ago, and at the moment, no one could match him. In any case, he couldn't venture any further into the lush grass to the north. It was clearly the territory of the vegetable snake, and Gu had no desire to court death. This path is blocked, best to make a quick exit. Gu turned, deftly shifting his body to face a new direction, and continued his exploration. The Sodakan territory lay to the west, also overgrown with grass. The patch of grass he'd chosen was indeed quite large, but once he realized this was the Amazon, Gu instantly understood. Taking the same cautious steps, he kept heading west as the terrain gradually sloped downward. His view was obstructed, but as he crawled, he could sense that he was traversing a long, gentle slope. After descending the slope, the environment changed. The ground was damp, and he could see pools of stagnant water. The water was quite clear, with decaying leaves scattered everywhere, stuck to the moist earth. Rustle, rustle. Leaves and grass roots shifted from time to time, as if something were lurking beneath. With a gust of wind, rustle, rustle. The movement grew more intense, as if countless tiny creatures were greeting one another. Crunch, crunch. This was the sound of leaves and roots being nibbled, coming in rapid succession. To Gu's ears, it sounded like a small fireworks display. Chapter 8, A Rough Map. To the north, the grasslands are lush and teeming with life, but they are home to a ridiculously large green tree snake. To the west lies a patch of damp, waterlogged ground, also hidden beneath the grass, yet the environment beneath is entirely different. Traces of many unknown tiny creatures have been discovered there. With his Sodakan territory as the center, connecting all 4 directions, the southern location had long been known, a barren stretch leading to the underground cave where he was born. This simple map gradually took shape in his mind. Now only one direction remained. He moved along the eastern edge, following the grassland straight ahead. The environment here was much like his own habitat. The soil was soft and pliable, neither dry nor wet. Walking all the way to the end, Gu saw sand covering the ground. A long river channel, separated by the sandy ground, lay before Gu. In the sunlight, the water's surface was calm. The water was clear yet slightly murky, unlike an ordinary rural pond. This sensation was a visual effect caused by the river's great depth. Come to think of it, how could the Amazon's waterways possibly be compared to ordinary rural ponds? The river, 6 or 7 meters wide, stretched out in all directions, its length lost to the horizon. All he could see was the deep river surface, steady and calm, occasionally rippling as strings of bubbles rose from below. But Gu's gaze was mostly fixed on another spot. Across the sandbar, diagonally opposite the shore, near the edge of the grassy bank, lay a low-lying patch of sand. Connected to the river, this depression spanned 7 or 8 meters across and extended more than a meter inland. The sand had long since been eroded and discolored by the river's currents. It was in this narrow, irregularly shaped spot. As the river water receded, it left behind a display of stranded fish. Lying on the ground, they gaped stupidly, gasping for air. Having just left their familiar river, these fish were wriggling about on the shore, their gleaming white bellies constantly rolling all the protein Gu desperately needed. The stranded fish were all quite large. Even the smallest measured 8 or 9 centimeters, nearly matching Gu's own size. The largest one, by Gu's estimate, weighed 3 or 4 jin, and was more than 3 times Gu's length. The size of the largest was unimaginable, but even the smallest one would be enough for Gu to feast on. The tender flesh of the fresh fish kept tempting Gu by the riverbank. He simply couldn't tear his eyes away. He was hungry, so incredibly hungry. Starving as he was, he felt dizzy just walking. The dehydrated fish on the shore were within easy reach. If only he could get just one. Just as Gu was about to surface, before he could even move, he immediately retreated back into the water. Gliding on outstretched wings, with a sharp beak and white eyebrows, its long talons slicing through the air, a male eagle dove down. After that, snake eagles, vultures, several species appeared in an instant. These large carnivorous birds were all extremely aggressive creatures. With just a single glance, Gu turned and fled without hesitation. I'll take a moment to note the surroundings here. To the west of the Kan territory lies a deep, wide river. On the sandy banks across from it, there are fresh fish that seem within easy reach. But they also pose a deadly danger. Given Gu's current capabilities, the danger level is at its highest. Touching them would almost certainly mean certain death. If he were to be lured by the fish on the surface and leave the grass that obscured his view, even if Gu risked his life, it was highly doubtful he'd ever reach the fresh fish. More likely, he'd be spotted halfway there by sharp-eyed vultures and bald eagles, becoming a change of pace for these large birds that had grown tired of fish. Dehydrated fish, unable to struggle, are nothing more than easy prey for the predators circling overhead. Although Gu is slightly different, once exposed, it fares no better than a fish waiting to die on the shore. They're all pathetic fighters. One more or one less makes no difference. The only difference is that some species are inherently weak, destined to remain at the bottom of the food chain from the very beginning. Then there are those that haven't yet reached maturity and can't yet leverage their species' natural advantages. Gu undoubtedly falls into the second category, and in the most frustrating of circumstances. As one of the rainforest's apex predators, he was born an orphan, destined to be slaughtered just like bullfrogs and dead fish. The eastern riverbank is too dangerous to provoke. He can't even predict where the danger might come from. The barren sandy ground offered no room for maneuver. Any mishap could lead to mortal danger. Just the thought of the countless eagles circling overhead was enough to dampen any enthusiasm, so that option was immediately discarded. As the final piece of the puzzle fell into place, Gu finally gained a basic understanding of his surroundings. First, he ruled out any terrain lacking grass, foliage, or cover, anything that put him at a disadvantage. Consequently, the south, the direction of the cave where he was born, was immediately ruled out. Besides, a giant red-eyed squirrel, so terrifying it defied scientific explanation, roamed there. As for the north, the grasslands were tall and lush, but a ridiculously massive garden snake had taken up residence there, treating that patch of grassland as its personal domain. Just like the red-eyed squirrel, Gu couldn't fathom why a small grass snake, which in the countryside would grow to no more than 30 or 50 centimeters, could reach a length of 2.5 meters. The north was equally off limits. Even with the utmost caution, survival would be difficult. Not only would he have to remain on high alert at all times, a single slip-up would be virtually fatal, but considering his current urgent need for survival, it was out of the question. There was nothing left to hesitate about. Heading west along the gentle slope, the terrain gradually descended. The air was humid, and a thin film of moisture clung to the blades of grass. As he made his way, Gu took advantage of his surroundings to replenish his water supply nearby. But water alone wasn't enough. He was so hungry his eyes were practically glowing green. After scouting for so long without any food, even if he forced himself to stay rational, his body was on the verge of collapse. If he kept waiting like this, Gu might not be killed by other beasts, but he would certainly become the first crocodile in the world to starve himself to death. Food. I need food right now. Gu walked straight into the damp grassland and quickly parted a patch of rotting leaves. On the exposed ground, a dark beetle was startled by the sudden disturbance. The beetle, about the size of a palm, split in two along its back. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. Gu's raised claw swiped at the air, and the food that had been within reach flew away. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. He refused to believe he could be this unlucky. In such a vast, lush meadow, surely there must be anything to satisfy a young crocodile like him. Food. I need food. Gu moved swiftly, parting the weeds in 3 more spots, only to find them empty. His hopes were dashed. He had come up empty-handed. Until, once again, he dug through the mud and instantly his eyes lit up. An insect, pale white, plump, and fat, a huge white worm. Gua's tiny claws pulled it straight out of the damp ground, along with a clump of rotten grass roots. This massive white worm was even bigger and fatter than the one Gu had found earlier, the bullfrog. This was top-notch protein in the wild. Anyone who has watched survival shows knows that for a starving person out in the wilderness, a worm like this is a rare tonic. Gu opened his jaws wide, not caring about the dirt, and instantly snatched the large white worm from the ground, popping it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he began to swallow. As for the taste, once he overcame the psychological barrier, it was surprisingly good. He squinted his eyes, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Chapter 9: Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. It had been nearly 2 days since he was born, and for the first time, something other than water had entered his stomach. Just one large white worm seemed to have instantly boosted his strength. Gu knew this was because he had been starving for so long that his body had grown weak. Now that he had replenished his energy, his physical strength would naturally begin to recover. After struggling for so long, seeing that he had finally made a catch, he was determined to keep going. If he used this large white worm as a standard, finding 2 or 3 more would be enough. He had to make the most of his time. With the experience of one successful catch under his belt, Gu's anxious mood calmed considerably. After careful observation, he suddenly made a discovery. He moved his limbs and quickly arrived at a spot. It was the same damp mud, with withered weeds pressing down on dark, blackened leaves. This kind of environment was practically a bug's paradise. Most importantly, as Gu approached, there was a faint tremor beneath the rotting leaves, a sign of movement from below. He found it. Gu's eyes lit up. He stepped closer, extended his claws, and in an instant, tore away the protective layer of branches and leaves. Holy shit! The moment he peeled it back, his hand trembled. Exposed on the ground was a pitch-black scorpion. Its hard exoskeleton and a pair of compound eyes on its head were fixed intently on Gu's face. The scorpion wasn't large, only about the length of a human pinky finger, and it raised a pair of short, feeble pincers. Once exposed, it shifted its weight forward, poised to strike. A tiny scorpion, and it dares to challenge a crocodile. Though his words were dismissive, Gu's body told a different story. The moment he sensed danger, his muscles tensed, and he began retreating immediately. Then, right before his eyes, a slender shadow lunged toward his forehead. With no way to dodge, he had no choice but to instinctively raise his claw to block the attack. Between two evils, choose the lesser one. Clearly, his head was far more important than a single claw. A sensation like a needle prick surged through him, accompanied by localized pain that instantly traveled from his claw to his brain. He'd been stung after all. That was Gu's first reaction. The scorpion's pair of short pincers looked intimidating, but as long as he was on guard, they weren't a major problem. The real danger lay in the stinger at the end of its tail, highly raised, curved like a hook, and always ready to strike. That was the scorpion's most lethal weapon. Unfortunately, even though Gu knew this, he still failed to dodge it. The scorpion's tail lashed out too quickly, completely outpacing Gu's instinctive reaction. At such close range, if the scorpion intended to attack, it was nearly impossible to defend against. The scorpion held all the power. Faced with the scorpion's stinger, Gu's immature scales were as flimsy as paper, offering no protection whatsoever. They were simply too weak. His newly born, undeveloped scales likely served no purpose other than aesthetic. After his tiny claws, which had tried to block the attack, were struck, it felt like being stung by a bee, but far more painful. This was the conclusion Gu reached through personal experience. After being injured, Gu ignored the scorpion, which was still standing there defiantly, and backed away. Then he turned and walked off, intending to temporarily leave this territory. He followed a familiar path straight back. Beneath the thick grass, a small, 10-centimeter-long crocodile with black scales crawled slowly, limping along, looking utterly bedraggled. A small lump had already formed on its recently injured right front claw, so tiny that, hidden among the scales, it was barely noticeable unless examined closely. The main issue was that, after the initial pain subsided, the claw gradually lost its strength. That was why it looked as if it were limping on one leg, moving so strangely. This wasn't Gu's greatest concern. Walking posture and outward grace were trivial matters. The key point, if he remembered correctly, was that most scorpions were venomous. Not long after leaving the damp grassland, the numbness in his right front claw began to spread throughout his body. His mind instantly grew hazy, as if he were drunk, and he experienced a momentary daze. "It's starting," Gu thought, his heart sinking. He paused for a moment, carefully monitoring the changes in his body. The scorpion's venom didn't seem as potent as he feared. Perhaps, as a crocodile, he possessed some natural resistance to venom. Of course, if it had been a rattlesnake, that level of venom, he would have given up immediately. Fortunately, Gu had reacted quickly after the sting and retreated immediately, just to be safe. Otherwise, even if he forced himself to fight through it on his own, given how weak he looked right now, there was no telling if the scorpion might catch up from behind and deliver a few more stings that would be a real joke. Gu had no desire to test whether repeated stings from a scorpion could actually take down a young crocodile. Curling up into a ball and hiding under some nearby foliage, his body began to return to normal after a few minutes as the negative effects of the scorpion venom gradually faded. Once he weathered the most intense wave of toxicity, it was no longer a problem. Gu tried moving his injured claw a few times. Aside from a small patch of redness and swelling, it had already returned to normal function. Ignoring his slightly awkward gait, this was the best possible outcome. The remaining minor issues would likely clear up after a good night's rest. Unfortunately, his hunger remained unresolved. A single large white worm was simply not enough to replenish his energy. His empty stomach reminded him that he needed to eat again. But Gu had no intention of returning to the grasslands to the west. Although food was plentiful there, the insects weren't all made of clay. The damp, decaying environment attracts insects, but it's also a favorite haunt of poisonous scorpions, centipedes, and the like. After wandering around for a while, Gu realized he was still in the center. This small territory within the soda can seem the safest. Not only was the ground soft, an environment Gu preferred, but aside from the bullfrog, there were no signs of other large creatures about. Although he suspected food wouldn't be easy to find, the bullfrog had, right before his eyes, discovered that giant white worm, an excellent source of nutrition. Maybe he should just retreat to his own little patch of territory and lie low while he grew stronger. With that thought, Gu made up his mind instantly. After a long while of restlessness, the light of day had begun to turn slightly yellowish. Judging by the sky, he estimated it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Passing by a clump of low grass, a strong wind blew overhead, flattening the blades and briefly revealing a patch of sky. Amidst the tender green shoots, Gu tilted his head back and suddenly froze in place. A dusky sunset hung on the horizon, radiating the afterglow of the setting sun. Beyond the warm, yellow light illuminating the world, a cool, crisp glow rose like ripples, refracting an eerie moonlight. The sun and moon appeared together, creating a bizarre scene. What is going on? Gu stared in utter bewilderment. At this hour, there were still at least 1 or 2 hours before sunset. Even if a once-in-a-century phenomenon, the sun and moon appearing together, were to occur, it shouldn't be this early. Moreover, the distinct changes visible to the naked eye on the horizon clearly did not match any astronomical phenomena previously documented by experts and professors. The sun, like fire, stood to the left in its proper place, its radiance vast and boundless. The moon, like water, stood to the right, facing east from the west, its clear glow shimmering. Water and fire hung side by side in the high heavens. Not only were they at the same altitude, but even the moon's light began to rival the sun's, not yielding an inch. Gu was completely dumbfounded. Even without a background in astronomy, he possessed basic common sense. And, since when could the moon rival the sun's brilliance in broad daylight? He had learned in elementary school that Earth is part of the solar system, where the 8 planets all orbit the sun, the core that radiates all energy. The moon, however, merely orbits Earth by nature, it can only be considered a satellite. Day belongs to the sun, night to the moon, but the crisp moonlight in the sky shone just as brightly, as luminous as daylight, and filled with a bewitching, soft glow. It seemed to be gaining the upper hand, giving off a sense of eagerness to steal the spotlight. Hey! That's not how you steal the spotlight, moon. You're out too early, trying to usurp the throne. Hey! No matter how much Gu grumbled inwardly, the unusual changes in the sky were clearly no ordinary astronomical phenomenon. Chapter 10: The Light of the Crimson Pole. The sun and moon sharing the same sky, standing in opposition, an astronomical spectacle unprecedented in history, far beyond what a mere once-in-a-thousand-years event could explain. The two celestial bodies, symmetrical and echoing one another, held a strange yet harmonious balance. The sensation was like a taiji diagram divided by yin and yang, truly a picture of beauty. Gu found himself uttering this exclamation for no apparent reason. As the scene shifted rapidly, this sensation grew even more intense. The crisp moonlight grew increasingly prominent, eventually claiming half the sky. Half belonged to the sun, half to the moon. Once perfect balance was achieved, the constellations shifted slightly as the sun and moon shone in unison. Their radiant glow and clear radiance overlapped, neither yielding to the other, causing the light overhead to begin rotating. One moment the sun shone universally, the next, the moon's light was vast and boundless. Like flickering neon, only the two colors of yin and yang shifted rapidly. Then, the sunlight and moonlight vanished simultaneously. In the zone where they had blended, a streak of color emerged, piercing through the clouds, breaking through space, and instantly filling the entire field of vision. The rainbow light expanded from a point to a plane, illuminating the world the moment it appeared. Streams of crimson light pierced through the thick clouds, shooting out in all directions. As the sun and moon shared the sky and their radiance merged, crimson light shone upon the blue star. What did this crimson light represent? Gu grew increasingly perplexed. If this wasn't a dream, how had the world changed? Suddenly, he found himself unable to make sense of it. From his rebirth, to the unscientific phenomena he'd encountered since birth, and the colossal transformation in the sky before him, everything was shrouded in mystery. A sudden, urgent desire to explore surged within him. What, exactly, lay behind the unscientific? In the vast Amazon rainforest on Blue Star, vast swaths were also bathed in the crimson light. The light filtered through the dense jungle, across the grasslands, over the lakes, and down the mountainsides, scattering to every corner. Similarly, near the small territory of the Yelakan, several streaks of shimmering crimson light could be seen with the naked eye. The landing points were very close to Gu's location. Maybe I should go take a look. Gu sprang into action immediately. This unknown change had thoroughly piqued his curiosity, and it also directly affected his current predicament. Any major shift in the environment could trigger a reshuffling of the food chain. Given Gu's current dire circumstances, turning a blind eye would be the absolute stupidest move. He halted his return and, following the direction the crimson light had faded in his memory, chose a random spot to track it down. At the same moment, as the crimson light fell, the Amazon's tranquil atmosphere was instantly shattered. Roars, screeches, and the cries of hawks and falcons like oil on a raging fire caused the rainforest to boil over. Near and far, the roars of beasts, accompanied by tremendous commotion, echoed in Gu's ears, making his heart race with urgency. Gu kept his head down, his body pressed close to the ground, as he sped through the thick grass. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding settled over him. Danger, extreme danger. Gu had grown familiar with this feeling. It was his body's instinctive warning that a top-tier predator was nearby. But it seemed this presence wasn't targeting him. Gu stopped in his tracks. Not far away, a howl grew louder with each passing moment. That direction. Gu turned around. Directly west of the Yelakan territory, the damp, shadowy place where he'd just been driven back by the scorpion, a powerful, elderly wolf suddenly charged toward him. With powerful limbs, it had sprinted for miles, its crimson tongue still dripping with drool. And its target was actually grass. He hadn't seen it. The wild wolf that had charged all the way here was hunting grass. The grass on the western meadow wasn't very tall. As the adult wolf trampled the turf, half its body remained exposed. The ravenous wolf, drooling, bit down on a weed and yanked it out by the roots, munching away heartily. Its face was smeared with sticky grass juice, leaving Gu completely speechless. Squirrels eating meat, wolves eating grass. Nature really is becoming more and more mysterious. So Gu observed closely. There must be a deeper secret behind the wolf's instinct that defied convention. He soon made a discovery: crimson light glided down from the distant horizon, briefly skimming low as it neared the ground. Along its fleeting path, wherever it passed, a faint glow refracted, touching the swaying grasses. At every spot where the faint light lingered, the grass blades moved without a breeze, seeming to come alive. But they soon became the wolf's prey, torn up by the roots. Light chaser. Watching the charging wolf, a word suddenly sprang to Gu's mind. Following the crimson light, the old wolf paused each time at a mysterious spot where the faint light was pouring down. Just then, another streak of crimson light streaked across the sky nearby. The light-chasing old wolf bared a mouthful of fangs and lowered its head, devouring its prey with even greater relish. Gu stared intently at the scene and instantly realized that the root cause of all this was undoubtedly the crimson light. He continued to follow the crimson light's trail, heading toward its landing point. As he reached the familiar grassy edge, he soon stopped. Before him lay a pasture growing increasingly lush, a place he had already visited once. Before he knew it, he had arrived once again at the spot where the bullfrog had met its end. In the distance, a flower snake over 2.5 meters long lay coiled, occupying a bare patch of ground about half a meter in diameter. Its head was raised, standing motionless in the air. Bathed in the crimson light, its scales shimmered, giving it an almost sacred appearance. As it basked in the crimson light, its pale green scales glowed with even greater radiance. Accompanied by a hissing sound, its long forked tongue flickered in and out, as if it had consumed a powerful tonic, exuding an air of formidable intimidation. This was the secret of the crimson light. Gu's mind raced with associations. Many of the doubts that had been plaguing him were instantly resolved. The massive cabbage flower snake, the mutated gray squirrel. If that were the case, then this wouldn't be the only strange place bathed in the crimson light. Gu decisively turned back, no longer concerned with the cabbage flower snake before him. He wanted to verify whether his hypothesis was correct. He only needed to go to one more place to find out. Before leaving, he heard the familiar howl of wolves once more. From the sound, it was clear that the wild wolves in the distance were chasing the crimson light, their target being the lush grassland right behind him. In fact, it was the half-meter wide patch of crimson light within the grassland, the very spot occupied by the flower snake. This was not something Gu could concern himself with, nor was it something he could possibly interfere with at this moment. After returning to the Sodakan territory, he continued southward. Located between the grasslands and the underground caves, there was another barren patch of ground some 30 meters away. 1, 2, 3 rising with equal effort, thick legs, short arms, and sharp claws. 3 gray-furred squirrels with strange, otherworldly builds appeared. All 3 gray squirrels were plump and robust, clearly well fed. As Gu approached, he caught sight of 3 rotund behinds lined up side by side on the ground, jostling against one another under the limited glow of the crimson light. These creatures actually formed a whole litter. Could they all be the offspring of the red-eyed squirrel that had been carrying an antelope on its shoulders that night? The reason for this guess was simple: Gu based his judgment on their size. On the flat ground, bathed in crimson light, 3 good-natured squirrels were happily rolling around. Their size far exceeded that of their peers. Even the smallest one stood over 50 centimeters tall when upright, and the largest exceeded 80 centimeters. Yet they still fell far short of the figure from that night, the one who had dragged a gazelle with one hand, blood staining the corners of its mouth. Never mind that most formidable red-eyed squirrel, even these 3 fluffy little creatures right in front of him were far beyond Gu's ability to handle. Just looking at those bare, cold steel glinting claws, they could no longer be compared to the cute little pets of common imagination. But it was now beyond doubt that the crimson light held a great secret. Visibly, as they bathed in the crimson light, the smallest of the gray squirrels with a snap had a section of bone at the tip of its claw fall off. Absorbing the radiant crimson light, a sharper claw tip gradually grew in its place. At the same time, the fur of the 3 gray squirrels, whether it was an illusion or not, seemed to Gu to be even more lustrous than it had appeared just moments ago. Chapter 11: Hunger. Gu watched from the sidelines with intense longing. Good stuff, treasures. These shards of crimson light scattered on the ground were undoubtedly something extraordinary. Bathing in the crimson light seemed to promote transformation in living creatures, perhaps even evolution. It's not just about growth, every living creature has its limits. Just as mice are naturally afraid of cats, even the strongest mouse in a colony stands no chance against a wildcat. Ultimately, it comes down to the mouse's inherent lack of strength that's constrained by both its abilities and its size. But what if it were exposed to the crimson light, underwent a transformation, and began to evolve? What if it broke through its species' limitations, grew to the size of a dog, gained immense strength, yet retained a mouse's agility, its ability to dig tunnels, and even its capacity to burrow underground? Would the mouse still fear cats? Following this logic, what about other species? The vast ocean of bizarre creatures on Blue Star. If that were the case, a violent surge of emotion welled up in Gu's mind. He dared not think any further. Pushing aside the turmoil in his heart for the moment, there was one thing he was absolutely certain of: crimson light held immense potential. This potential held a fatal allure for any living creature. Promoting growth, making individuals stronger, even breaking through limits and undergoing a second growth spurt. These benefits held an even greater allure for simple-minded beasts obsessed with individual growth. Too bad they all have owners. For now, Gu could only hide in the grass and catch a glimpse from afar. Just as he was sighing, a clear bird call rang out from the sky. A sudden gale arose, and a white-headed eagle with a wingspan exceeding 1.2 meters swept low over Gu's head. Its wings cut through the air. It was clearly heading straight for the crimson light. The eagle let out a long, piercing cry, its screech sweeping up a gale as it charged toward the spot illuminated by the crimson light. On the ground, the three gray squirrel brothers leaped to their feet at once, raising their sharp claws in a defiant display toward the sky. Gu's eyes widened. Facing the combined might of the three brothers, the bald eagle showed no sign of fear, seemingly determined to claim the sacred ground below where the crimson light shone. Just as they were about to clash, a loud rumbling sound. A massive roar echoed from the distant woods. The sound was deep and eerie, as if mimicking the cries of other animals, yet constrained by its limitations. The imitation was awkward and disjointed. Only long, strange syllables could be heard. The moment the strange roar sounded, the diving bald eagle showed a distinct change. Its outstretched talons gradually retracted, and its wings flapped, skimming the ground as it took flight once more. Just as it was about to take off, a quick-witted gray squirrel on the ground leaped up and launched a fierce attack, giving the eagle a hard swat on the rear. A shrill eagle cry accompanied the sound of feathers falling as the bird's rear was plucked. On the ground, the gray squirrel screamed and shouted, raising its paws in defiance. The mysterious bald eagle circled angrily overhead several times until another sound rang out from the distant rainforest, and it finally spread its wings and flew away, unwilling to give up. Damn, it's actually a protective parent. Gu stared at it for a moment longer. That alluring crimson light. He glanced at the trio of gray squirrels, their spirits soaring after repelling the intruder, then turned and walked away without a second thought. The fierce battle he anticipated never materialized. Not a drop of blood was spilled between the two sides, completely dashing any unrealistic hopes Gu might have harbored. Damn red-eyed squirrel. It's one thing for him to feast on eggs and meat himself, but to have his three idiotic sons monopolize such a massive opportunity as well. The opportunity he referred to was, of course, the crimson light. After roughly calculating the crimson light's extraordinary properties, it instantly became the treasure he desired most. Although it seemed there were multiple crimson lights, they had all already been claimed by special creatures. Thinking of the difficulty of competing for them and the fact that even if he obtained one, it would inevitably attract the greedy eyes of others, Gu instantly lost all motivation. A treasure trove lay right before him, yet he could not possess it. Through careful observation, Gu discovered a total of 5 crimson lights in the vicinity, one near the rapeseed snake in the northern meadow, another claimed by the 3 gray squirrel brothers behind him, and yet another in the rainforest a short distance away. Based on their locations and the strange sounds emanating from them, it wasn't too hard to guess. As for the remaining 2, one near and one far, both situated on the eastern edge of the territory, Gu held no hope for them either. He trudged on, parting a corner of the grass before him. Beyond a stretch of yellow sand, a dreamlike crimson light lay scattered right in the center of the river, refracting patches of radiance. This was the one closest to Gu. Further ahead, across the riverbank, stood a dead, towering tree. On its bare, towering trunk, a dark, shapeless bird's nest had been constructed from twigs and mud. The nest appeared unusually large, nestled precisely within a small beam of crimson light. Gu let out a soft sigh. Though he had long accepted the inevitable, facing such a daunting situation still left him feeling gloomy. This side seemed fairly peaceful, but time to get out of here. The sun and moon shared the sky, crimson light shone down, terrifying gray squirrels, mutated culver snakes, grass-eating light-chasing wolves. Gu rubbed the soda can he had buried with his own hands, muttering, "Damn it, the Amazon is haunted." Gurgle. A dull rumbling sounded from his stomach, one after another. Fighting off his hunger, Gu gritted his teeth, bent down, and took a bite of grass, forcing the sap and leaves down his throat. The moment it hit his throat, gah! Damn, that's disgusting. It was so fishy and foul, worse than a mix of spiced stinky tofu and rotten eggs, all fermented with a can of herring. The worst part was that it didn't even fill him up. After all that trouble, it had done nothing but make him feel sick and leave him even weaker. Come to think of it, without fats or proteins, it was pure fantasy to think a crocodile could survive on grass alone. As for that old Lightseeker wolf, how had he managed it? After briefly pondering the difference between them, perhaps it was simply a matter of wanting to improve too much. For now, I'll push all these oddities to the back of my mind. No matter what, hunger is my number one problem right now. Night fell, and an eerie moon hung low in the sky. In the darkness, a pair of eyes glowed faintly, wandering through the inconspicuous grass, over and over again. As time passed, Gu's eyes began to glow green. Until the sun and moon completed their cycle, and the sky gradually brightened. Holy shit, my protein! Gu let out a heart-wrenching cry. After staying up all night, just as he finally spotted a big white worm, it was snatched away by a bullfrog that suddenly appeared from the side. The bullfrog that appeared was agile, its plump body leaped 3 feet high. With a loud croak, it wrapped its tongue around the big white worm and swallowed it whole. Gu's heart was bleeding. He had spotted it first, yet the frog, relying on its ability to leap higher and farther, had overtaken him. It was simply too much for a crocodile to bear. All that time, an entire night, and he only managed to find 4 large white worms. 2 of them were pitifully small, while the other 2 had been snatched away by the bullfrog hiding in the grass, in the manner he just witnessed, with no regard for his feelings. After a night's labor, he only managed to eat 2 tiny worms. Factoring in his energy expenditure, he actually felt even hungrier. Gu had anticipated that this spot might not be as resource-rich as others, but he never imagined it would be this barren. It was pitiful not a single drop of extra sustenance could be squeezed out. After a night of frantic activity, he was dizzy and disoriented, exhausted and starving, and his spirit had taken a severe blow. He couldn't take it anymore. Gu silently returned to the soda can territory, parted some grass, and crawled inside. He soon closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 12, Determination. In the afternoon, Gu was awakened once again by hunger. Stumbling dazedly, he set off once more on his quest for food. He refused to believe that a top-tier Amazonian assassin like himself couldn't possibly be defeated by a single bite of food. Gu silently encouraged himself, mustering his strength, and continued to pace back and forth near his territory, over and over again. His eyes betrayed his reluctance, filled with a desperate longing for food. His 4 delicate hooves crawled cautiously through the wilderness, growing heavier with each step. The determination in his heart gradually wore thin with time. The effort he put in was completely out of proportion to the results. This time was even more pitiful. After half a day, he found only a tiny worm, skinny and scrawny, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. This dire situation was even more difficult for a newborn baby alligator. Starving, he glared with his green eyes. His belly was so empty it seemed to glow. As it made its way through the grass toward the edge of the clearing, Gu suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its mind cleared instantly. It had unwittingly wandered into the territory of the flower-patterned snake. Having already experienced the terror of that snake firsthand, it felt a jolt of fear run through its body. Somehow, it had ended up here. Gu turned decisively on his heel. Even though the grassland before him looked lush and vibrant, he had no desire to approach it. After all, he knew the difference between food and a death sentence. He continued on his foraging path. Today was the 3rd day. Hunger, coupled with the constant mental strain of being in the wild, was truly an insurmountable ordeal. As time passed, Gu's heart grew heavier in the face of reality. Surviving in the wild didn't seem to be that simple. It appeared that even with his adult perspective and experience, he was helpless in this situation. This was different from what Gu had imagined. What should have been a promising reincarnation storyline seemed to be a dead end. In illustrated novels, the protagonists endure hardships, search for a glimmer of hope, and eventually turn misfortune into fortune. Enduring hardships for simple words that gloss over the reality. But this could really grind a person, a crocodile, to death. Transformed from human to beast, fatherless and motherless, frail and at the bottom of the food chain, surrounded by powerful enemies, with no food to sustain him, he found himself alone and stranded in the desolate Amazon rainforest. This was Gu's predicament. Only someone with his thick skin could still find humor in the midst of suffering and occasionally crack a joke. For any ordinary person in this remote, isolated place, their mental state would have collapsed long ago. There's always a way out, there's always a way out. Gu kept repeating to himself. Then his body slammed heavily to the ground. Once again, in a struggle for food, he'd been knocked over by a bullfrog, his mouth filled with mud. Gu really couldn't take it anymore. They pushed him too far. Bullfrog legs, grilled scorpions, old snake soup. Gu gritted his teeth, instantly reciting the delicacies of his past life countless times, cursing every one of these evil neighbors who had bullied him until he finally felt somewhat relieved. After a brief regroup, he left the area immediately. At the same time, he came to a definitive conclusion: his territory was indeed barren as hell and couldn't sustain any living creature. The only exception was that dumb bullfrog. But they had so many hunting methods. While the big white worms were everything to him, to them, they were probably just an extra little dessert. After all, they could mainly rely on flying insects like mosquitoes, ants, and flies that lived among the grass leaves for sustenance. Gu couldn't do it. Before he grew up, he had absolutely no good means of survival. This isn't a matter of will. The species itself has inherent limitations. The harsh reality is laid bare before him, and as a newborn crocodile, his fate is sealed by his very nature. Weak, nothing but weak, and lacking any other effective survival skills. Squeak, squeak. The sound of teeth grinding against grass roots. As dusk falls, Gu fought back the nausea and ate some tender root shoots. The dreamlike crimson light arrived as expected. Gu could only watch helplessly. At this time every day, terrifying roars would echo through the Amazon rainforest, accompanied by fierce battles that made the ground tremble faintly, a truly spine-chilling sight. But none of this concerned Gu. It was beyond his reach. Having fully assessed the current situation, he thought, staying put might not be an option. Perhaps I have no choice but to take a risk. Hey! I am, after all, the Amazon's top assassin, the mighty Black Caiman, king of the caimans. Gu curled the corners of his mouth upward. Though he knew the environment was harsh, he still managed to amuse himself, maintaining a positive mindset at all times. Gu curled up, summoning immense willpower to overcome his empty stomach as he began conserving his energy. He understood all too well that until he could replenish his energy with food, remaining completely still was the best way to minimize physical exertion. The Amazon under the cover of night was extremely dangerous. Beasts, venomous creatures, packs of wolves, shadowy figures lurked in the darkness, and pairs of eyes, some red, some green, cold and cruel, flashed by in an instant. Gu had a dream. Once again, he saw that boy who had been quiet and reserved since childhood. 9 years of hard study, burning the midnight oil. Though not particularly gifted, he firmly believed that diligence could make up for a lack of talent. Right up until the eve of the college entrance exams, he was still working through past math exam papers day after day. Then, with a heavy heart, he stepped into the exam hall, where his fate would be decided in 2 days. Under the envious gazes of those around him, he was admitted to a top-tier university, where he remained diligent. Credits, the library, choosing an advisor and a research topic. He took it all in stride. It wasn't until graduation was near that his advisor, slightly balding and usually cold-faced, patted him on the shoulder at the very last moment and said, "Gu, you're a good kid. Once you get your diploma, don't rush to find a job. I have a senior colleague I'd like to introduce you to. They say he was a big shot in the industry, even an executive at a major corporation. He was on the verge of making a name for himself, but then, what came instead was a critical condition notice from the hospital: stage 4 lung cancer. Lung cancer. Just thinking about it sent a piercing pang through his heart, a pain so intense it felt like his chest was splitting open. Gu's eyes snapped open, but his body was ice cold. The pain, it was unbearable. This wasn't a dream. He reached out a trembling hand to clasp his abdomen. It felt as if needles were piercing his body. The pain came in waves. It felt as if a dull knife were slowly tearing through his stomach, the agony searing to the very marrow. God, you really deserve to die. This sensation was all too familiar to him. It was far from his first time experiencing it. The only difference was that he had no painkillers now, so the intense agony hit him even harder. His body convulsed, his jaws chattering and making a whistling sound. But Gu stubbornly lifted his head. He truly refused to accept his fate. He opened his mouth and gulped down a huge mouthful of air. The misty, cool air flooded his stomach, instantly setting his heart and lungs ablaze with a searing heat. In an instant, his throat went parched, stomach acid surged upward, and he coughed violently, spitting a glob of fresh blood from his delicate crocodile mouth. There was no mistake, it was lung cancer. It had followed him here after all. Gu's body went limp as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Cancer is the chief of all diseases. Any illness bearing the word cancer is a colossal problem. Even with today's advanced technology, cancer remains a global challenge, and cancer patients are a pitiful group of people who have been dealt a cruel blow by fate, suffering immense torment not only physically but also mentally. And when it comes to late-stage lung cancer, there is simply no cure. At dawn, as the first faint light appeared on the horizon, there was movement in the grass. Gu trembled, enduring yet another wave of excruciating pain, swallowing the salty, fresh blood in his mouth before leaving his safe haven. Amid the dew-covered blades of grass, Gu walked with a shuddering gait. The slightest movement set off the pain receptors in his body. But he pressed on regardless. And he finally realized that, after all, he was not the chosen one. But Gu raised his head. I'm hungry now, and no one can stop me from eating. He headed west, walking resolutely onward. Chapter 13: The Yellow-Shelled Scorpion. Today was the 4th day since his birth. He was roughly 0.01 years old. And just as before, today, he absolutely had to eat his fill, Gu stubbornly believed. That was his plan, and that's exactly what he did. He walked down the gentle slope, entered the damp western territory, and exhaled slowly. He no longer had the patience for further testing. Time waits for no one. Gu felt a mix of emotions. He had to make a decision while his body was still under his control. Perhaps it would be a thankless task, but today, Crocodile Lord is going to eat his fill. Lifting the first patch of grass, a cunning beetle flew out. Lifting the next, a green, unidentifiable insect was exposed before him. He swallowed it whole. After swallowing, his body felt warm and toasty. Finally, after a series of harrowing experiences, his stomach and intestines felt a little more lively. The taste was exquisite as well. Onward. Gu moved his limbs, tearing open one makeshift nest after another, finally eating his first proper meal since birth. He devoured everything in big bites, whether big bugs or small ones, white, green, or blue. Gu turned nothing down, eating with pure delight. Eating had become an obsession for him, and following some sudden misfortunes, this obsession had only deepened. At this moment, he cast aside all reservations. He had only one thought: no matter how difficult his situation might become later, right now, he just wanted to eat his fill. Gu lowered his head, disturbing the local ecosystem. As he moved, the surrounding grass and leaves rustled, startling many hidden insects. He savored the food to the fullest. He was truly starving. Once again, he lifted a withered, yellow leaf. A rust-colored exoskeleton, menacingly large pincers, and a high-arched tail tip. A massive scorpion, nearly 7 centimeters long, suddenly appeared. Its enormous mandibles snapped open, revealing sharp, serrated teeth on either side of its mouth. This was far larger than the venomous scorpion Gu had encountered the first time. Compared to his own size, it was only 3 or 4 centimeters smaller. Has this thing been on steroids too? He barely had time to mutter the thought to himself before a whipping shadow streaked past. A numbing sensation shot through his body, and he knew he'd been stung again. After striking its target, the earth-colored giant scorpion raised its pincers and left its nest, actively approaching Gu. It had taken him for a prey that had walked right into its trap. Gu's eyes widened as he slowly backed away. A scorpion hunting a crocodile, this didn't seem like a joke. The scorpion in front of him looked even more terrifying. Gu didn't believe it was venomless, especially since the pain was already spreading from the wound much faster than last time, and the venom was hitting him with far greater intensity. With the scorpion right behind him, Gu cautiously tried to create some distance. His tense body suddenly hit the ground. He rolled along the damp earth. After standing up, he paid no mind to the mud caked all over him, his gaze fixed firmly on the spot behind him. Amidst the mud-stained, rotting grass roots behind him, a yellow-shelled scorpion of nearly the same size was swaying its agile tail directly at Gu. A faint sting on his buttocks, he knew he hadn't managed to dodge it. "I really have stirred up a hornet's nest," he muttered to himself, cursing his bad luck. One in front, one behind, the two massive yellow-shelled scorpions closed in, gradually squeezing Gu's space for survival. Struck twice in quick succession, the combined venom took effect even more swiftly. Gu could already feel one side of his body going numb. In a moment, he would likely lose all ability to move. The advance of these two venomous beasts was now imminent. Their olive-green compound eyes greedily fixed on Gu's delicate form, and the situation was dire. Gu took a slow breath, lowered his head, then raised it again. Rubbing his two front paws together, he lifted them to calmly wipe the black mud from his face. Though surrounded, his movements were neither hurried nor sluggish. Once his cheeks regained their luster, revealing clean skin, glossy yet fragile scales, and the shallow, uneven ridges of his ribs and the pair of icy eyes atop his head. As cold as ice, yet a surge of madness was welling up from the depths. "I said I'm going to fill my belly today, and no one can stop me." With a furious roar, Gu sprang into action, his limbs moving swiftly as pent-up frustration transformed into the momentum of a charge. Stretching his limbs to the limit, he launched a sudden assault, charging straight at the yellow-shelled scorpion before him. The whip's shadow cut through the air like the wind, but Gu, glaring with his crocodile-like eyes, didn't even try to dodge. Knowing it was futile, he saw no point in wasting energy. He raised a claw and offered it right up. As the stinging sensation hit, he snapped his claw downward, gripping the scorpion's tail and yanking it, causing the yellow-shelled scorpion to veer off course. Gu was fully focused, waiting for just this moment. He quickly closed the distance, opened his jaws wide, and bit down on the scorpion's side, near its head. His jaws clamped shut, and once he bit down, he wouldn't let go. The crocodile's entire offensive arsenal lay in that massive, fanged mouth, and it was Gu's only current strength. As the jaws clamped down with force, a grinding sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from within. A tremendous struggle came from inside his mouth. The exoskeleton was too hard, causing his jaws to ache. The harder it fought, the more Gu refused to let go. He was just a tiny baby crocodile, his teeth not yet fully developed. Having bitten down on the yellow-shelled scorpion in front of him, Gu took off running. A moment's delay, and the venomous scorpion behind him was almost upon him. Clutching his prey in his jaws, he charged headlong, his mouth clicking and clacking. Because he had to focus on the creature in his mouth, Gu wasn't running very fast. He wasn't fast, but the scorpion was even slower. It was all a matter of comparison. Soon, the pursuer behind him was left in the dust. Struggling under his heavy body, he successfully returned to his territory. Upon seeing the soda can half buried in the ground, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the scorpion venom took effect, compounded by his cancer. The sensation was excruciating. Every part of his body ached. Gu endured the pain and opened his mouth. A large, earth-colored scorpion, nearly 7 centimeters long, fell to the ground. The yellow-shelled scorpion's head was dented in one spot, its body gnawed on the way, completely lifeless. Beneath the shattered hard shell lay nutrient-rich flesh. The abdomen, joints, and thick, powerful pincers. Once the shell was crushed, they were filled with fresh protein. He devoured the entire scorpion, swallowing even the shell whole. Finally, I'm full. Gu, completely satisfied, collapsed heavily onto the ground. Just a few steps away was the den he had painstakingly built to hide his presence. A single roll would bring him close. There was no need for that now. Gu lay sprawled on the ground as the accumulated scorpion venom took full effect. Compounded by the cancer, he felt as if a ball of fire were burning inside him. His stomach twisted, and his internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain. His tail curled up, twitching spasmodically. His body was on the verge of collapse. He was actually entering the final countdown of his life again. It had only been 4 days. He'd just caught a glimpse of freedom, and this sickening feeling was like a plaster of dog shit. Having scraped by through 2 lifetimes, what was the point of being reborn? At least he reacted quickly just now and devoured that giant scorpion. Otherwise, he would lost out big time. At the end of his life, Gu looked back on his existence and realized there was nothing to hold on to, just a life of mediocrity and conformity, with few memorable or meaningful moments. So this is what it means to be an ordinary person. Then he thought of the crimson light, the red-eyed squirrel, the mutated caecilius, the mysterious Amazon, and all those wondrous things. A fierce sense of reluctance welled up within him once more. So, a mere 4 days, the brief life of a crocodile had been so thrilling and heart-stirring. Alas, it was all about to end. Crack! A flash of lightning shattered the darkness. In the blink of an eye, torrential rain poured down. Chapter 14, The Golden Rain. From the Amazon to the Himalayas, spanning Asia and Europe, traversing South America and Africa, from the Arctic Circle to the Antarctic Circle, a global downpour suddenly descended. Wherever the rain fell, it washed away all filth and silenced the world's clamor. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. In the haze, a single strange raindrop touched Gu's exposed scales and instantly merged with his flesh. It was as if the desert had received a timely rain, or withered trees had found spring anew. In his fading eyes, Gu saw a sky filled with golden light, paving a grand path leading him to the other shore. His voice murmured faintly, as a crocodile nears death, "Is this the sight of the way home?" A raindrop the size of a soybean struck the brow bone like a thread. Its cool touch seeped into his mind, bringing a tinge of chill. His body shuddered instantly. He instinctively lifted his head and opened his eyes, only to witness a golden downpour engulfing the world. Everything was golden as far as the eye could see. Only this single color remained, as if the world had been coated in a layer of gold. And it's actually that flashy gold? Gu watched the sudden change in the sky, rubbing his dazed eyes with his little paws, a strange thought popping into his mind. If this is real gold, wouldn't we all strike it rich? Ha! When did my body regain sensation? Gu tried lifting his little paw to reach out and touch the golden rain falling from the sky. The raindrops melted upon contact, vanishing the moment they touched his paw. Then, right before his eyes, his tiny paw slowly grew a little larger. It seemed the change wasn't limited to just his paw, it was happening all over. Gu's entire body was growing. Damn, it actually works like this. Gu went wild instantly, swatting aside the pesky weeds around him. Mine. Mine. It's all mine. The rain was strange. It vanished the moment it touched any living creature, blade of grass, or solid object on the ground. Gu reacted quickly, stripping away all the surrounding foliage to clear a patch of open ground, allowing him to occupy more space. He then stretched his body to the fullest, tilting his head back and opening his massive jaws wide to catch more of the strange rain. Drops of golden liquid seeped into his body, bringing a surge of coolness. The refreshing sensation coursed through the crocodile's body, washing away all fatigue. Instantly, Gu regained full control of his body. He knew this was a sign that the scorpion venom was being suppressed and dissipating. Not only that, but even the excruciating pain of the cancer subsided significantly. Could this be something even more powerful than the crimson light? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Swallow, swallow, swallow some more. He made swallowing motions with his mouth, though Gu didn't need to go to such lengths. The moment the golden raindrops fell, they were swiftly absorbed by his body, broken down, and transformed into a vast amount of nutrients. Accompanied by this strange substance, the flow was endless. Gu began to swell from 10 centimeters to 15 to 20. His body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. He opened his mouth and greedily absorbed the golden rain, taking in every drop that came his way. This miraculous transformation lasted 10 minutes, accompanied by lightning that split the sky. The lightning faded, the thunder ceased, and the rain stopped. Gu tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, staring with his crocodile-like eyes for several minutes. Only after confirming that nothing more would follow did he reluctantly stand up, taking a gentle step forward before nearly stumbling. It wasn't exhaustion. Quite the opposite: power. Overwhelming power. Amid the emerald grass, bathed in the golden rain, a young crocodile with thick, powerful limbs, black scales covering its body, and a slender tail that swayed as it moved revealed its ferocious nature. It measured a full 40 centimeters. A sudden downpour had brought unknown changes to the world, but more importantly, the crocodile lord is alive, not only alive, but strong and robust. A disaster turned into a blessing. A dark tunnel gave way to light. After walking through the gates of death, he never expected to return. Although he could still feel a dull ache in his body when moving vigorously due to the cancer, his condition had improved tremendously. It was as if he had returned to 6 months ago, when the symptoms first appeared. Even though the cancer hadn't been completely eradicated, he had already come out ahead. Having experienced such good fortune, it was only fitting to celebrate. The thought crossed his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, Gu headed straight for the west. The damp, fragrant meadow once again welcomed Gu's footsteps. This time, he was brimming with confidence, driven by an unshakable belief in victory. He walked directly to the muddied bank of the waterhole. Half green, half yellow decaying leaves lay buried in the ground, and nearby were traces left not long ago when he had fled. Wow, you really look down on old Croc, don't you? You didn't even bother to move your nest. He roughly swept aside the leaves, and a yellow-shelled scorpion nearly 10 centimeters long, oblivious to its own danger, appeared before his eyes. Clearly, the golden rain had benefited more than just Gu. But you've only grown 3 centimeters, and you still dare to be so cocky. The last shred of caution in Gu's eyes vanished instantly. Looking down on the yellow-shelled scorpion, it raised its massive pincers high, waving them back and forth in front of him. The curved hook at the tip of its tail, dripping with venom, seemed intent on repeating its heroic feat of poisoning the crocodile. Gu raised a claw. With a squelch, the scorpion's body burst apart, its fluids splattering the ground. Half of its head was crushed into the mud beneath Gu's foot. A single stomp crushed the scorpion's head, an instant kill. Things aren't what they used to be, buddy. Low-tier prey should return to its proper place in the food chain. It actually thought it was that underdeveloped baby crocodile. Gu gently rubbed his crocodile paw. With the same amount of growth, he had grown 30 centimeters, 10 times the scorpion's size. One strike, one kill. All the silent frustrations he endured here earlier were instantly avenged, and Gu felt a sense of relief. He'd just been a bit too heavy-handed. He still hadn't gotten used to controlling his strength. What a waste! The scorpion's front legs were the chewiest part, but he crushed them along with the head in a single stomp, wasting more than half of it. Gu picked through the yellow-shelled scorpion's remains, rinsing them off in a nearby puddle, then lowered his head to swallow them whole. Like candy beans, he crushed them in his mouth and swallowed them down. Then he looked up, his eyes gleaming. The surrounding area, teeming with scorpion nests, was about to face Gu's retaliatory feast. Yellow-shelled scorpions, black-skinned scorpions, short-tailed scorpions. One with each claw. He even spotted a massive specimen nearly 15 centimeters long, but it still met its end in the crocodile's jaws. The scorpion meat was fresh, fragrant, crisp, and sweet, and Gu savored a unique feast of whole scorpions. By the end, Gu had turned this scorpion nest completely upside down. Fully satisfied, Gu let out a contented belch, narrowed her eyes, and surveyed her spoils with great satisfaction. She then unilaterally declared that this damp scorpion territory would be incorporated into her own territory, under her rule. After all, I am, a mighty Amazon. Never mind, I won't say it. Sometimes Gu even wondered if he was a jinx since his luck had just turned. He'd better not get too cocky. Just then, the familiar howl of a wolf reached his ears again. Ugh, this old wolf sure showed up early. It's not even time to graze yet. As blades of grass rustled in the distance, he decisively turned and left the territory he had just declared his own. Keep a low profile, play it safe. His potential was limitless. There was still a chance, still time. There would be plenty of days to deal with this later. Chapter 15, Growth Rate. As dusk fell and the bright moon rose, the sun and moon shared the sky, converging at the center to cast a dreamlike crimson light. The strange light fell upon the grasslands nearby, instantly claiming the area. To the west, an old wolf began its journey once more, chasing the light and grazing. To the north, a giant rapeseed flower snake flickered its tongue, lazily basking in the crimson light. From the barren ground directly to the south, the faint sounds of the three gray squirrel brothers squabbling and asserting their territory could be heard. Caught between them, hidden within the low grass, Gu slowly lowered himself to the ground, taking quite some time to conceal his suddenly swollen body. His belly pressed lightly against the ground, his limbs braced, and his tail coiled seemingly dormant, yet ready to react instantly should any unexpected danger arise. Deep in the wilderness, constant vigilance is the first rule of survival. Keeping his senses sharp, he detected every slightest movement around his territory. He could even distinguish between the movements of bullfrogs and insects based on the intensity and distance of the sounds. As time passed, he gradually began to adapt to his crocodile's body, and his instincts as a predator naturally grew stronger. After listening intently for a while, he detected no signs of large predators, aside from the faint sounds of surface activity. It made sense at this hour, any powerful creatures were likely focused on the crimson light. This barren, resource-poor patch of weeds was likely of little interest to anyone, save for the occasional passing bullfrog. With that, Gu relaxed slightly, reflecting on the series of events that had unfolded today. It still felt like a dream. First, his illness flared up. The cancer he carried in his previous life had, to his surprise, carried over after his rebirth, a truly outrageous turn of events. Then came the attack by the venomous scorpion, followed by a desperate, all-out fight in a fit of rage. The combined effects of the scorpion venom and the terrifying cancer were ravaging his newly born, fragile crocodile body. At the critical moment, a golden downpour fell from the sky. And Gu, who had been a newborn crocodile hatchling just a few days old and a mere 10 centimeters long, grew to 40 centimeters in the blink of an eye. This bizarre transformation completely overturned the worldview he had held steadfastly for over 20 years. Fortunately, he was still on his native soil, but the world had already changed. As for what changes had occurred and what consequences they might bring, he had no idea. Nor did he have the power to stop them. Since he was here, he had to make the best of it. Only by adapting to his environment, growing as quickly as possible, and becoming stronger and more robust would he be qualified to uncover the many secrets hidden within this post-cataclysmic world. Reflecting on his own situation, if a 10-centimeter long specimen was considered a baby crocodile, then at 40 centimeters, surely he deserved a new name. What was the scientific term for a fully developed crocodile? Juvenile stage. And what came before that? He recalled a biology class in high school when the teacher had explained it to the entire class. A night without dreams. This was the first time Gu had slept so soundly since his rebirth. A full stomach makes for such a sweet sleep. Gu stretched his body with renewed energy. His relatively massive frame shifted slightly, instantly startling a swarm of flying insects hiding beneath the grass. A rumbling sound. His stomach was already growling first thing in the morning. "Seems like I'm digesting a bit too fast," Gu said, patting his belly. But it didn't matter. He slept well last night, so he reward himself with a feast of scorpions. Gu turned and headed towards scorpion territory due west. By now, the old wolf was long gone. As the saying goes, the old wolf rules at dusk, but by day, it's Gu's domain. He set off, striding purposefully toward his destination with an air of dominance. After a bit of a commotion, with dirt flying everywhere, Gu turned every scorpion nest he found upside down. Same technique, same spot. This time he could guarantee with his life that he wiped out the entire colony of yellow-shelled scorpions, young and old, male and female, every last one of them. He crushed the scorpions mercilessly, leaving no survivors where his claws passed. Not a blade of grass remained. Who did these venomous creatures think they were, daring to provoke him? With his belly full, he gulped down half a small puddle of water in one go and returned to his territory, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Then, around noon, he was hungry again. Unexpectedly, his hunger drove him to enter the scorpion territory once more. By the afternoon, he was hungry again. Since it was close to Crimson Light's usual time, and worried about running into that stubborn old wolf, Gu forced himself to wait 2 hours. By the time night fell and the surroundings grew quiet, his stomach was growling with hunger. With no other choice, Gu risked it in the darkness and sneaked back into scorpion territory once more to grab a late-night snack. After returning, he roughly calculated his daily food intake and was taken aback. Given his current build, he needed nearly 8 large scorpions each over 10 centimeters long to feel full after a single meal. If they were smaller, he'd need even more. The larger the scorpion, the higher the nutritional content of its meat. On top of that, he ate 3 meals a day. All told, that came to 24 scorpions, and all of them had to be supersized, over 10 centimeters long. What was he, a scorpion killer? What was even funnier was that he was a cold-blooded animal. How could he possibly have 3 meals a day? Like snakes, as fellow cold-blooded creatures, they have enormous appetites. One full meal can keep them sated for half a month. An adult crocodile, after eating its fill, can sustain itself for a whole month. Even though he had just outgrown his juvenile stage and was in the midst of growth, he didn't need to calculate by the month or even by the week. At the very least, one full meal should easily last him a day or two. So this definitely wasn't normal. What makes me different from ordinary crocodiles? Gu pondered silently. He had been exposed to the golden rain, though that was a one-time occurrence, and there was the crimson light he coveted, but he was still only in the observation phase. So what else did he have? Gu hadn't figured it out yet. Then, the next morning, as he walked along the road, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This is crazy. Could it be? His appetite was excellent today. He devoured 3 huge meals of scorpions, the kind that leave you stuffed to the brim. Nothing happened during the day. Everything was as usual. He still envied his evil neighbors, enjoying their day with the crimson light. Then the next day, as usual. Holy shit, it's thick and long, Gu exclaimed as soon as dawn broke. Don't get the wrong idea, he was, of course, describing his own tail. There was Gu, lying perfectly straight on the ground. His front claws were pressed against a soda can for scale, his body upright and tail fully extended. When stretched out, the tip of his tail left a scratch on the floor. On the same floor, there was another deep mark one Gu had left just 2 days earlier using the same method, under the pretense of recording his growth. But now, with only 2 days between them, the 2 scratches, one before and one after, already showed a noticeable difference. Uncertain, he measured again, and the result was the same. The mark measured today was a bit longer than the last one, not by much, only about 2 centimeters. Yet this was directly reflected in his actual body size, with precise data to back it up. And how long had it taken to grow just 2 centimeters? On average, that's 1 centimeter a day. Gu was instantly thrilled. What an incredible growth rate! A single day's growth might seem insignificant, but when viewed over time, 100 days equals 1 meter, and a year equals 3.6 meters. Keep in mind that a healthy caiman typically reaches only about 1.8 to 2 meters in length as an adult. However, the black caiman, to which Gu belongs, is a distinct species. As adults, they grow much larger, typically reaching 4 meters in length. Once fully grown, they become the undisputed rulers of the Amazon. But here's the catch: a black caiman has a lifespan of about 80 years, and scientific records indicate a growth rate of 12.5%. This means a newborn black caiman hatchling must undergo a 10-year developmental period from the moment it hatches before reaching adulthood. Yet at Gu's current growth rate, it would only take 1 year and 1 month. Chapter 16: The Bluefish by the River. Cancer, terminal illness, sickness. Gu's expression shifted back and forth. Some things are actually good. Scientific records state that a black caiman must undergo a 10-year growth cycle to become the terrifying Amazonian ruler of the rainforest. Compared to humans with similar lifespans, that isn't too long. But the thought of spending a full decade in the terrifying Amazon rainforest, the largest animal kingdom on Earth, where all manner of beasts roam freely with absolutely no guarantees, was enough to send a chill down his spine. In just a few short days, he'd already gotten a taste of it. If it were 10 years, he'd probably go mad. But now, for reasons unknown, his original illness after undergoing a series of changes seemed to have become his greatest asset for survival here. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are two sides of the same coin. When things hit rock bottom, they begin to turn around. Being sick isn't all bad, after all. Take a typical black caiman, for example. After 10 years of growth, it reaches a length of 4 meters and a weight of 800 kilograms, followed by a long peak period of adulthood until it naturally ages. If we were to break down the 10-year growth process in detail, starting from the moment a hatchling breaks free from its shell measuring just 10 centimeters and possessing absolutely no ability to survive in the wild, the weakest of the weak, commonly known as a baby alligator, Gu has just gone through this stage, and it was simply wonderful. Normally, young caimans begin to thrive under the protection of an adult female. During this time, they face 3 to 5 encounters with threats like hawks, falcons, or even pythons, but as long as they don't court disaster by straying from the female's sight, they can generally survive these encounters unscathed. Later, fueled by a plentiful supply of meat, they begin to grow, entering the juvenile stage. Equivalent to a human infant reaching 3 years of age, a juvenile black caiman typically grows to about half a meter in length. At this point, they have acquired some basic hunting skills, but they remain vulnerable to threats from many creatures in the wild and on land. While they're no longer completely defenseless, the risks are still abundant. During this process, the black caiman gradually grows from half a meter to 1.5 meters. This stage is comparable to a child reaching the age of 10 and is known as the growth phase. After the growth phase, they enter the final and longest stage of development, the adult phase, which is marked by the most significant changes. Upon entering adulthood, the black caiman's length will gradually increase from 1.5 meters to around 4 meters, but it is only after reaching 4 meters that it is considered to have truly entered adulthood in the literal sense. Once the black caiman reaches adulthood, its terrifying size immediately establishes it as the apex predator of the Amazon rainforest. These 3 stages progress in a clear, incremental manner, and one can easily distinguish them simply by their size. So, he was currently in the juvenile stage. Gu quickly assessed the situation. He had finally escaped the ranks of the weaklings, and his limit was within reach. He was on the verge of entering the next stage. With his growth rate now 10 times faster, he was brimming with confidence. Compared to when he first emerged from the underground cave, he'd been on a roll lately. And when good things happen, one naturally has to celebrate. Time for a scorpion feast. When hungry, there was protein-rich scorpion meat. When thirsty, cool, pure morning dew, and occasionally, he'd even find a few large white worms with an excellent texture. Life was exceptionally fulfilling. Another 5 days passed, and with such an abundant food supply, Gu underwent noticeable changes. Several more tracks had appeared near the soda can, extending outward. With a slender body and gleaming scales, Gu had grown to 47 centimeters. None of the abundant food had gone to waste. It had all been converted into fuel for his growth. By noon on the 6th day, the weather was fair and sunny, with not a cloud in the sky. Under the glaring sunlight, everything seemed to be basking in a lazy haze. Gu opened his eyes wide, positioned at the eastern edge of his territory, gazing toward the riverbank. A faint film covered his icy vertical pupils, filtering the glaring light. He was hidden at the edge of the grass, motionless, having remained in that position for some time. He certainly hadn't come here just to bask in the sun out of boredom. His target was the river channel in front of the sandy beach, more precisely, the depression where the sand met the riverbank diagonally across. Suddenly, on the previously calm, wide river surface, a whirlpool surged up from the riverbed, churning the entire surface and creating waves out of nowhere. The surging river water crashed against both banks like a rising tide. Instantly, sand and stones were swept away. After crashing against the banks, the water churned out countless ripples that lingered for a long time, while the murky spray scattered in the wind. But there was an exception. At that low-lying shallow sandbar diagonally across from the riverbank, a massive volume of water slanted upward, spreading several meters. After the tide receded, row upon row of fresh, lively bluefish were left stranded. Their gleaming white bellies, dehydrated and thrashing in panic, were pure, leaping protein wild greenfish straight from nature, rich in nutrients. Gu was hiding in the nearest patch of grass, his purpose self-evident. It wasn't that he'd grown tired of scorpions and wanted a change of pace. There were deeper considerations at play. For 7 days, 7 full days, Gu shuttled back and forth between his habitat and the scorpion territory. 3 meals a day, without fail, each one consisting of large scorpions. The scorpion territory wasn't too large, and he had already scoured most of it. Given his style of operation, the areas he passed through were naturally left in shambles, but the result was a gradually quieting, damp meadow. For a time, even the rustling of grass blades grew noticeably quieter. This was not a good sign, especially for Gu, who was in desperate need of nutrients. How could he manage without sufficient food? Even if he could stop, he wouldn't want to. He was still waiting to reclaim the glory of the Black Cayman. Given his temperament, the scorpion territory was actually the best place for him, safe and risk-free. But his rational mind reminded him that finding a new source of food was the most important thing right now. Otherwise, once he had completely stripped the scorpion territory bare, losing that steady supply of nutrients and food, he'd truly be in deep trouble. Especially given his current, absurdly rapid hunger. If he skipped a single meal, his stomach would go on strike. This is a very dangerous situation. Don't think that skipping a meal or two is no big deal. Remember what someone once said, a starving beast in the wild is the most dangerous to provoke, because it represents savage ferocity, but it's often just a last-ditch effort from a cornered animal. A well-fed, energetic beast, on the other hand, has more patience and endurance. Once sated, it can unleash its full potential. The latter is far more troublesome than the former, and in the event of an unexpected crisis, it is the latter that is far more likely to survive. If caution is the first principle of survival in the wild, then being able to consistently fill one's stomach is the most basic prerequisite for establishing a foothold in the wilderness. Combining this with the complex situation he had scouted out around him, this riverside hollow immediately came to mind. A week ago, Gu would never have dared to entertain such a thought, but now, he could certainly consider getting a piece of the action. He would use this opportunity to let Scorpion Domain rest for a few days and fully recover its strength. Gu looked at the fresh greenfish on the shore, and his throat involuntarily twitched a few times. Chapter 17, Feeding and Packing. A school of fresh greenfish lay on the bank, thrashing in vain. A vast supply of food lay right before Gu's eyes, within easy reach. With a daily delivery of food right to his doorstep and the advantage of its location, this riverside hollow was a prime resource haven. Yet Gu remained rooted to the spot, crouched behind the grass, not moving an inch. How long had he lived here? It made no sense. He should have been the first to discover this treasure trove. A steady food supply was the most prized thing for all beasts in the wilderness. And indeed, as the river receded, Gu waited only a moment before the first visitor arrived. Hey, an old acquaintance. A white-headed eagle with broad wings, a tuft of striking white feathers on its crown, and piercing eyes spread its wings and descended directly. Then, lowering its head, it selected a fresh bluefish and began to eat. After a few days apart, the feathers on this bald eagle's wings looked even fuller. After picking out a few bluegills with its beak and swallowing them, it dove down, skimming low over the river's surface. It was only then that Gu realized the massive nest in the tree on the opposite bank, the one he spotted earlier, was actually home to a bald eagle. Wow, it wasn't he satisfied with claiming one crimson light, it wanted to take over a second one too. Thinking back to the near fight that had almost happened earlier, Gu was at a loss for words. Then he thought of the red-eyed squirrel, his number one enemy. None of them were any good. After the bald eagle flew away, the riverbank immediately became bustling. Vultures, hawks, and a species of clumsy-looking, featherless birds landed and began scrambling to gobble up the bluefish on the ground. They had been there all along, but before the bald eagle began feeding, they dared only to circle in the sky. Now, they had no reservations. What a stupid bird, Gu muttered, staring at one of the clumsy featherless birds. The featherless bird had legs as thin as straw and a sharp, slender beak like a woodpecker's. It kept its head down, pecking here and there. It was picky about what it ate, taking only a small bite from each live fish. Soon, a large number of bluefish had met their end under its long, pointed beak. This clumsy bird seemed to find joy in this, and the food it wasted far outweighed what it actually ate. Wasting food is simply shameful. Gu watched, seething with anger. Seeing such a vast amount of food being squandered, he almost couldn't resist charging right in to teach them a lesson. Given Gua's current size of 47 centimeter long crocodile, these hawks and falcons on the shore certainly weren't ones to back down. But Gu kept his eyes on the birds as they feasted on the bluefish on the shore, choosing not to reveal himself just yet. As it turned out, he was right. Just 2 minutes later, a figure darted onto the sand-gray fur, standing upright, with a fluffy, long tail trailing behind. It was actually an old acquaintance, the foolish son of that red-eyed squirrel. Judging by his size, this must be number 3. Gu surreptitiously sized up the sudden intruder. The gray squirrel, standing nearly half a meter tall, leaped onto the sand. From dozens of meters away, it let out its characteristic growl, raised its paws, and charged straight toward the riverbank hollow. As it drew near, with a few leaps and the help of its stubby claws, it sent the startled birds scattering. Feathers littered the riverbank. After fending off several waves of reluctant birds, the gray squirrel smugly feasted on the bluefish all by itself. Still so domineering, claiming such a large stretch of the riverbank all to itself. Just like the 3 brothers who, after taking over Crimson Light, always liked to let out calls, announcing their sovereignty far and wide. Could it be that before its evolution, it was too weak, and now that it's suddenly turned the tables, it's picked up some of the quirks of powerful beasts? Gu couldn't help but grumble to himself. The gray squirrel ate very little, but it moved slowly, leisurely licking its paws and taking tiny bites, as if on purpose, a sight that made Gu seethe with frustration. It took over 10 minutes of dawdling to finish a single, not very large bluefish. More and more birds gathered overhead, but all were too intimidated by the gray squirrel's dominance to land. Finally, having finished its meal, the gray squirrel cradled a large bluefish in its paws. It looked up at the once ferocious large birds, now appearing both eager and helpless, and departed with satisfaction. Damn! This feels like a petty person getting their way. Gu was speechless once again. With no threat from the ground, a flock of birds swiftly swooped in. Gu waited a moment longer, minimizing any potential surprises around him, then pushed aside the dense grass in front of him and sprinted straight toward the shore. He couldn't wait any longer. Even this brief delay meant more and more birds were flocking in, drawn by the scent of fish. Watching the grass carp vanish so quickly made Gu's heart bleed. Mine. All mine. After hiding for so long, Gu finally made his grand entrance, striding forward with ruthless determination, charging headlong into the depression. Once within the riverbank's reach, his eyes locked on a clear target as he charged straight for the largest blue carp. Snatching food from the jaws of danger, an adult vulture, having just landed, was startled by Gu's sudden approach. With a snap of his jaws, Gu swallowed the massive blue carp weighing nearly 2 pounds whole. Lurking all this time in the middle of the day was all for this moment. The freshly killed wild blue carp had tender, slippery flesh with a faint fishy scent and a fresh, succulent texture. Gu fell in love with it after just one bite. Compared to the slightly tough scorpion shell, this was a whole different experience. Although Gu waited until the very end to make his move and didn't get to eat the freshest bluefish from the first wave, by the time he finally struck, most of the fish had already dehydrated or been torn to pieces by hawks and falcons. Still, Gu ate with great satisfaction. With his jaws snapping open and shut, his throat contracting rapidly to swallow one bluefish after another, he couldn't care less about his manners, unlike the one who came before him. From start to finish, he stuck to his usual style, targeting only the largest fish near the shore. In the already cramped shallow waters near the shore, Gu darted left and right, instantly sending the flock of birds into a frenzy. Lured by the food, they were unwilling to leave, and in their panic, feathers scattered all over the ground. Finally, an adult black-eyed kestrel launched an attack on Gu below. Its sharp wings flapped, its hook-like, hard, curved beak gleaming as it swooped low, heading straight for Gu. Unlike eagles, a kestrel's curved beak is its most lethal weapon. Facing the vicious wind overhead, Gu merely shifted slightly, adjusted his posture, and met the attack head-on with his hard, rapidly developing back. The hooked beak struck the black scales with a vicious peck. The friction left a long gash across his flat back. The force was considerable, but it ultimately failed to pierce the armor. For most creatures, a single peck from a fully grown falcon would pierce deep into the flesh on the first strike, followed by subsequent tugging that would rip open their abdomen. Unfortunately for the falcon, it had encountered Gu, a black caiman nearing the end of its growth phase. Gu raised its head, then charged without hesitation toward a large bluefish in front of it, claiming the falcon's target. Having driven off the adult falcon, Gu knew full well that this was the most aggressive competitor among them. The rest posed no threat. So Gu was in high spirits, picking and choosing the best cuts until its belly was round and full. Finally, it opened its massive jaws wide, using them as a container, and carried off several more of the finest-looking bluefish, returning home with a bountiful haul. After several rounds of turmoil, the bluefish left in the depression were devoured in a frenzy, leaving only a few scraps of leftovers. Seeing Gua's shameless behavior, the adult falcon let out a meaningless low cry after landing. It sparked another round of fighting. Chapter 18, Sorting. After eating and regurgitating, several bluefish still coated in Gua's saliva were spat back onto the ground. Upon returning to his territory, he used tender green grass to line a spot on the ground where he placed the packaged bluefish. He smeared them with a light juice squeezed from the grass to mask the fishy odor. They wouldn't last long anyway. Stored temporarily, they would soon become nutrients for Gua's growth. It lay down contentedly, lying in wait within its small territory. Soon, very soon. In just a few days, I'll enter my growth phase. After a day or two, a young crocodile appeared right on schedule by the riverbank. It immediately became the #1 enemy of the many hawks, falcons, and vultures that relied on the bluefish along the shore for survival. It was even more detestable than other domineering creatures. While it, too, liked to monopolize its food, its appetite far exceeded that of the bald eagle and the occasional gray squirrel. What was even worse was that after finishing its meal, it actually took leftovers home. In just 2 short days, this black-armored, hard-shelled, fur-limbed reptile had become the most glaring presence in the eyes of the large flock of birds along the riverbank, with their hatred for it at an all-time high. Damn it, spare the fish! On the sun-drenched sandy ground to the east of the territory, the river had receded only recently. After the river's overlord, the bald eagle, finished feeding, he had intended to wait a little longer. But 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of the #2, the gray squirrel. Time waits for no one, and Gu could no longer sit still. Lately, due to his sudden rise to prominence, he'd been clashing frequently with the surrounding birds. The result was inevitable. Even the most stubborn birds met their demise. Gua's scaly armor was built to crush defiance. Under his piercing gaze, his targets were clear, and countless birds had fallen victim to his ruthless food stealing. You stupid birds, can't you all get out of the way when Crocodile Lord shows up? Deciding to act early, Gu sprinted decisively toward the riverbank. It's time for #3 to take over. The riverbank overlord, #2, and #3. These were, of course, Gua's own nicknames, a ranking he devised based on the order in which they fed along the riverbank. In a sense, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. After all, unlike humans, wild beasts don't have such complicated rules and regulations. The order in which they feed actually symbolizes individual ability and the balance of power. Thus, based on the feeding hierarchy along the riverbank, this somewhat crude classification of ability emerged. The river's overlord gets the first bite, the second in command picks the plumpest fish, and Gu, currently holding the 3rd spot, cleans up the remaining dead fish in a massive sweep. As for the remaining birds, hawks and falcons, they're all classified as second-rate, forced to scavenge the scraps Gu leaves behind, existing at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Whether they get to taste any fish depends entirely on the extent to which the top 3 exploit them. Now that the second in command, the gray squirrel, is absent, Gu isn't about to sit idly by. The birds in the sky have also learned their lesson. They know the newly emerged Gu is just as untouchable, so they can only take advantage of the brief handover gap to frantically snatch a bite of fish meat. Get lost. You've had your fill of the fishy smell. This place is now under Black Cayman's control. Gu opened his massive jaws, his throat puffing out hot air like a bellows, emitting a chilling sound. His hard scales began to take on a menacing appearance. After charging to the shore, he rammed left and right, instantly scattering feathers everywhere. The panicked flock of birds had no choice but to reluctantly take to the air. Gathering the largest bluefish one by one before him, Gu began to feast with relish. Now he understood why some powerful beasts always liked to dominate their territories. It wasn't just about superficial intimidation, but more importantly, a stable and simple source of food. This was the very foundation of survival for many powerful beasts. Now Gu had begun to appreciate the benefits of this approach. Compared to hunting and foraging aimlessly like a headless fly, this method was far more comfortable and significantly reduced the risks. This was the way of life befitting a high-level predator. Compared to just a short while ago, Gu nearly had tears in his eyes. After all, a week ago, his life had been truly miserable. Grow up quickly, reach maturity sooner. His potential hadn't been fully realized yet. Faced with the brutal reality of the wilderness, the only thing he could rely on was his own body growing stronger as quickly as possible. Today is the final day. I'm already 49 centimeters long. I'm about to enter the next stage, leaving behind my tender juvenile phase and entering the growth phase. Gu's heart raced with excitement. The growth phase was essentially a state of semi-adulthood. Once it began, he would undergo a long transformation, and his physical abilities would improve dramatically in every aspect. Eat more, grow up fast. Thinking of his bright future, his appetite grew even stronger. After all, the food he swallowed would soon be transformed into nutrients for growth. The more he ate, the better. Gu completely transformed into a glutton, eating until his belly was round and distended, his stomach stretched several times its normal size like a balloon, before he finally stopped. Then, with practiced efficiency, he began to pack up. Under the disdainful stares of the birds circling overhead, he turned into a greedy scavenger, picking up one bluefish after another. Until his mouth was completely stuffed, his massive crocodile jaws stretched wide, serving solely as a storage vessel. Any bluefish on the riverbank larger than the palm of his hand was greedily shoved into his mouth. There were still some small, miscellaneous fish left over that simply wouldn't fit. It was a bit of a shame, but oh well. I'll just be charitable. Croc Lord is full now, so the rest is yours. Gu rubbed his swollen belly, walking with a wobbly gait, his mouth stuffed with plump bluefish. He raised his head and let out a muffled, trembling sound. On a nearby branch, two vultures glared with ravenous eyes, their pupils bloodshot. Their bony claws moved restlessly along the branch. "What's the matter, you two dumb birds? Still not convinced? Want me to let you scratch Uncle Croc's itch with your claws first?" Gu looked up to meet their gaze. The pair of vultures could only shake their feathers and let out shrill screams. Faced with Gu's threat, they flapped their wings for a long time but ultimately dared not land. Covered in hard scales, as long as his defenses weren't breached, he truly was the bane of birds of prey. "That's right, behave yourselves and know your place." Gu swished his tail casually. Cracking down on the troublemakers among the birds every day made it easier for him to hunt in the short term. As for later, even now it's a stretch. Given his growth rate and natural abilities, they'll be on completely different levels in the future. It's only because Crocodile Lord hasn't fully grown yet. Otherwise, how could a few stupid birds dare to mess with the big boss? This is your moment to shine. Having intimidated the area for a week, Gu was satisfied. He patted his behind and prepared to head back the way he came. Just as he turned around, a sharp claw had already closed in, brushing past his face. The claw had 5 fingers, much like human knuckles, with thick bone spurs protruding from the flesh at the tips. They glinted coldly, silently, as they lunged toward Gu's forehead. In an instant, his heart raced. The gray squirrel had not failed to show up after all. Its 3-lobed lips quivered, framed by long whiskers at the corners of its mouth, and its alert eyes betrayed the ruthlessness of a sneak attack about to succeed. The fleshy, sharp claws lunged straight for his forehead, a move meant to be fatal. In the heat of the moment, Gu could barely react. His overfed body managed only a half turn as the howling gale whipped past his head. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. In less than a second, Gu's thoughts raced. Damn it, I've got no choice but to take this head on. There was simply no room to retreat. The sudden attack was too treacherous. But Gu was certainly not the type to sit idly by and wait for death. With a mouth stuffed full of food, he thrust his crocodile-like jaws forward, kneading the howling wind above him. Instantly, a mouthful of fishy stench spewed out. Before the claws could strike Gu's body, they first struck the scattered flying fish. A large bluefish, weighing nearly a pound, was sliced horizontally the moment it touched the claws, split clean in two. As the fish's belly split open, the claw tip met slight resistance but still struck the corner of the crocodile's mouth without mercy. Chapter 19, Encounter. A sharp screech of friction, scales shattering after withstanding the gray squirrel's blow, Goo quickly pulled back. Only then did a searing pain surge from the spot where he'd been struck. On his once smooth skin, several deep gashes ran from the tip of the upper jaw backward, blood flowing freely. The crocodile skin that had begun to form at the corner of his mouth was torn open by the sharp claws, flesh turned inside out, and bone was exposed through the ragged wound. He took a shallow breath. The air around his nose and mouth was thick with a wet, salty scent. I was far too careless. Not only had the enemy sneaked up on his face without a sound, but more importantly, he had misjudged the gray squirrel's strength. Goo stared intently with his cold, vertical pupils, carefully observing the gray figure standing upright before him, about half a meter tall. This was Old 3. Aside from the terrifying red-eyed squirrel, which he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of, the ones most frequently seen were its descendants, the 3 gray squirrel brothers. The nickname Number 3 was simply because it was the smallest of the 3. Yet its combat prowess was clearly off the charts. The gray squirrel before him, Number 3, missed its strike. When the expected scene of brain matter splattering didn't materialize, it stamped its foot in frustration, seeming somewhat annoyed. It shoved its bloodied paw into its 3-lipped mouth, licking the taste of blood. Its sly eyes fixed on Goo, sizing him up. The atmosphere grew tense. Goo crouched low, silently lowering his center of gravity as he considered his next move. The gray figure let out a shriek and suddenly leaped forward, clearly not ready to give up. Looking for death, Goo's crocodile-like jaws snapped open, blood still dripping from the upper lip, as its massive mouth launched a ferocious attack. The fanged maw was his most intimidating weapon. Compared to the slender gray squirrel, when fully opened, the ferocious jaws could cover more than a third of the squirrel's entire body. A single bite from him meant certain death. Goo's eyes widened. As they closed in on each other, his furiously gaping jaws snapped shut, tearing forward. Teeth clashed with a dull thud, but it missed. His desperate bite had failed. A distinct sensation, no need for his eyes to confirm it, and then, out of the corner of his eye, a gray shadow flashed. To the right, at his side. Goo barely had time to flick his slender tail before a searing, tearing sensation shot through the exposed flesh on his right side. Bright red blood dripped onto the sandy ground, quickly absorbed, leaving only dark red stains. This was the first time since Goo's rebirth that he had engaged in such a brutal, face-to-face battle. It hadn't come too soon, but he never expected his first opponent to be a gray squirrel. A black caiman on the verge of maturity facing off against a gray squirrel in a life-or-death struggle. It sounded like a joke. But, this is trouble. Goo swallowed hard. He'd admitted that a bipedal gray squirrel might be formidable, but he hadn't expected it to be this fierce. Even with his scales providing protection, a single claw had managed to pierce through them. Its 2 upright hind legs propelled it upward, its movements agile, swift, and covering great distances. Facing Goo's massive jaws closing in for a direct attack, it not only dodged with remarkable agility but also counterattacked swiftly, and crucially, Goo couldn't evade it. He couldn't keep up, his scales couldn't withstand the blows, and his attacks kept missing. This was ridiculous. Goo's mind raced, but the gray squirrel wouldn't give him a moment to catch his breath. Its body shot forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Still cautious, Goo met the attack head-on, fighting back against the sharp claws. 1 strike, 2 strikes. After several exchanges, the upper crocodile's flanks and back were instantly covered with 5 or 6 wounds. Meanwhile, Goo hadn't landed a single blow. All his prepared attacks had missed their mark. Throughout the fight, the gray squirrel's agile form moved with ease, making Goo's attacks seem all the more clumsy by comparison. A wildcat toying with a snake. The phrase popped into his mind for no apparent reason, and it felt strikingly similar to his current predicament. It was a game of cat and mouse, not a real fight. It was obvious that his all-out attacks posed no threat whatsoever to the agile gray squirrel before him. In contrast, he had nowhere to hide. This mutated gray squirrel was undoubtedly a formidable foe that he could not defeat at this stage. Losing isn't scary, but it's unacceptable because the cost is one he simply cannot afford. This is a true battle in the wild. The victor will claim everything the loser possesses, including the opponent's flesh and blood. Just 2 minutes had passed, and several new wounds had already appeared on his body. Finally, Gu, panting heavily, lowered his body and crawled to the ground. Facing the gray squirrel's renewed attack, his eyes remained open yet showed not a hint of reaction. It looked as if he had given up resistance. The swiftly moving gray squirrel paused in surprise for a moment, but quickly dismissed it, continuing to lunge forward as its thick, sharp claws slashed viciously downward. Only when the claws were inches from his skin did Gu rise abruptly, his gaze unwavering. He waited until the gray squirrel was completely close, then met it head-on with his gaping alligator jaws. It looked as though the gray squirrel had walked right into the trap. Up close, one could see the panic welling up in its eyes. The crocodile's jaws snapped shut decisively, only to miss their mark once again. On the front of his back, the claws struck, leaving a fresh gash. But Gu smiled. The gray squirrel, retreating in the distance, stared back at him in astonishment, filled with hesitation. There was no disappointment at the empty bite, for the mutated gray squirrel was, at this stage, already beyond his current capabilities, and besides, his objective had already been achieved. On his back, the latest claw mark, having just appeared, left only a faint trace of blood after the scales shattered. Though the armor was still breached, the wound was suddenly much shallower compared to the previous heavy blows. It felt more than 10 times lighter in an instant. He could withstand dozens more attacks of this magnitude. Gu's strategy, responding to all movement with stillness, actively avoiding combat, contracting his space, and focusing on defensive counterattacks, had proven to be effective. Given this, he swiftly adjusted his approach. No matter how the gray squirrel taunted or screamed, as long as it didn't come right up to Gu's face, he remained motionless, treating it all as nonsense. But the moment the gray squirrel lost patience and dared to close in, he would be met with a thunderous strike Gu had been brewing right where he stood. The gray squirrel's disadvantage of having short arms became apparent at this moment. He could only land effective attacks at close range, but as long as Gu steadied himself and avoided the brunt of the attack, refusing to engage on his own weak ground. By cutting off the gray squirrel's agile follow-up attacks after it exhausted its first move, Gu focused on defense and counterattacks. He hunkered down, remaining motionless, adjusting his posture to wait for the gray squirrel to advance. After a missed strike, when the gray squirrel used its speed to launch a hasty second claw strike, Gu steadied himself and blocked it with the hardest scales on his back. It turns out that drawing the opponent into one's own rhythm is the correct way for beasts to fight. Gu's eyes gradually began to shine. Several more minutes passed, marked by a prolonged standoff and fierce combat. Amidst the simple back and forth, waves of lethal intent surged. The gray squirrel was agile, while Gu was clumsy, but he had the advantage of having found a counter tactic and possessing great endurance. As time went on, even the slightest injury would worsen. But this required patience and persistence. As long as Gu's stamina held out, he could theoretically keep this up for quite some time. Meanwhile, the gray squirrel had to maintain its superior speed at all times. Because if it made even a single mistake, Gu's massive, fang jaws were no joke. Finally, after another clash that left a jagged wound on its opponent, the gray squirrel reluctantly halted its advance. It let out a furious growl at Gu, then turned and walked away. Gone. It gave up. Only after the upright figure had completely disappeared did Gu come to its senses. Its tense body relaxed slightly. Then its throat quivered as a surge of air built up in its chest, demanding release. Roar! The roar unique to the Black Caiman was successfully unleashed. The battle had been brutal. Gu was covered in wounds and bleeding from head to toe, yet as it roared, it looked every bit the victorious general. Chapter 20, Reflection. Roaring at the retreating gray squirrel, Gu felt a sense of catharsis, venting his pent-up emotions to his heart's content. It was not only the relief of having survived the encounter with the mutated gray squirrel, but also the gloom that had accumulated in his heart since his rebirth in the Amazon. All of it, accompanied by this brutal battle, gradually dissipated and found relief amidst his roar. But no sooner had Gu's roar died down than two high-pitched, eerie notes sounded in succession from the direction the gray squirrel had fled. The voice was clearly not that of the third brother who had just left. A chill ran down Gu's spine as he recalled the gray squirrel family's peculiar tendency to protect their own. Ignoring the pain in his body, he turned and ran. The smallest one had nearly died right there if all three brothers were to gather. The scene was too terrifying to even imagine. He pushed aside the grass and darted straight into it, not stopping for a moment until he returned to his own tin can territory, where he finally felt at ease. It was only then that he had the chance to inspect his own wounds. From head to toe, there were over 20 wounds of varying sizes, with his armor breached almost everywhere. Given his gruesome appearance, if he were in human society, he would certainly be hailed as a true hero. Aside from a dozen or so minor injuries, the most severe were the 5 or 6 wounds sustained at the start of the battle, before he had a chance to get his bearings. 3 of them were particularly severe, exposing bone, one on his upper jaw where he'd been ambushed, one on his left flank, and another on his hindquarters near the tailbone. At that moment, these gaping wounds were still oozing blood. Gu lay sprawled across his territory, shifting restlessly, with no real solution in sight. Perhaps other beasts, such as wolves or tigers, could silently lick their wounds, using the bacterial colonies on their tongues to accelerate blood clotting. But Gu was a black caiman, he simply couldn't do that. For now, staying completely still to prevent increased blood flow was the best solution he could think of. Actually, there was no need to envy them, every creature had its own strengths. Without the black caiman's scales, he wouldn't have been able to hold his ground against the mutated gray squirrel like this. There are always trade-offs. One's innate abilities are predetermined. All he could do was grow as much as possible before risks and unexpected dangers struck. Besides, the black caiman was no weak species. After tending to his physical injuries, Gu reflected on the perilous struggle he'd just endured. If his scales were just one tier tougher, or if his speed were just a bit faster enough to keep up with the gray squirrel's reactions, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. The mutated gray squirrel was incredibly strong, so strong it defied science and common sense. He had already paid a heavy price for this realization. Perhaps it wasn't just the gray squirrel. Similar mutated beasts likely possessed off-the-charts combat prowess. He thought of his neighbor, the chawa snake, and the mysterious white-headed eagle that often lingered by the river. These were likely mutated creatures as well. Reflecting on what they had in common. Crimson light. Gu's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Crimson light, just what was so magical about it? He realized that every extraordinary occurrence might be directly linked to the crimson light. Where the sun and moon meet in the sky, their fusion scatters a mystical light across the world. This crimson light has always been what Gu longed for, but it wasn't possible just yet. Thinking of the several formidable foes lurking near the crimson light, he could only quietly bury that desire deep within his heart. One must take things one step at a time, just as one must eat one bite at a time. Returning to reality, aside from the 3 most severe wounds, the rest were gradually beginning to scab over. A dark red layer had formed on the surface of the wounds, the blood had clotted, and most areas had stopped bleeding. Such a rate of recovery was truly befitting a top-tier rainforest apex predator. Not only was he resilient, but his wound healing was also exceptional. Gu suddenly discovered another major strength within himself. Moreover, today's skirmish where he was beaten one-sidedly and left looking a sorry sight wasn't in vain. Gu had gained a great deal from it as well. First and foremost, he had learned the rhythm of a beast's combat. It might sound hard to grasp, but reflecting on the battle that took place earlier that day, had he not faced the lethal threat of the mutated gray squirrel, he would never have reflected on it. He likely wouldn't have even considered this level of strategy at all, as it stemmed from a different perspective. In his ingrained understanding, a lion hunting a deer always relied on sheer physical superiority to overwhelm its prey. For creatures at the top of the food chain, hunting other animals was, more often than not, a simple and brutal affair. But he had never considered how to handle a situation where he faced a creature of similar size, or one that, in certain aspects, possessed even better physical capabilities than his own. The battle with the mutated gray squirrel served as a harsh wake-up call. Although he had been reborn as a crocodile and had fully accepted this reality deep down, his years of ingrained perspectives and fixed ways of thinking hadn't yet been completely overhauled. Despite his efforts to adapt, his mind was still largely filled with the simplistic notions from TV shows like Animal World. But now things were different. Beasts are living beings, and every living creature is an independent, complex individual. He had been thinking too simplistically, but fortunately, today's battle came at just the right time. A blessing in disguise. After paying a heavy price, he fully grasped this truth. During the fight, the shifting rhythm of this battle between beasts held profound significance for Gu. He was naturally quick-witted, and as he navigated the transition between offense and defense in the face of crisis, he instantly realized what set him apart from ordinary beasts. His exceptional foresight and intellect were both advantages and limitations. He had always thought and calculated from a human perspective, neglecting the beast's innate combat abilities. This combat instinct was a mandatory lesson that nearly every maturing beast had to learn throughout its life. But now he understood. It was the perfect moment to shatter his preconceived notions, and from this day forward, he would address his shortcomings. One could say that, having been baptized by today's battle, he was finally a true beast. A super beast, no less, one with an exceptionally sharp mind and a rapid growth rate, Black Cayman. In the darkness, Gu lay flat on the ground, waiting silently for his wounds to heal. By midnight, the pain had subsided significantly, and as long as his movements were gentle, they wouldn't tear open the clotted wounds. He stood up decisively, a pair of bright alligator eyes peeking out from the grass. The moonlight tonight was bright, its glow cascading over the tender greenery, making the entire meadow look as if it were broad daylight. There was no need to wait any longer. Feeling his stomach, now completely empty, and the flesh and blood writhing in his esophagus, he knew he urgently needed to replenish his nutrients. He should have successfully entered the growth phase today, but during the battle with the gray squirrel, the green fish in his mouth had been hastily spat out onto the ground. By the time the fight ended, the vultures and falcons who had been watching with eager eyes had already taken advantage of the standoff to steal the spoils. He hadn't packed up today, so he was lacking some of the nutrients needed for physical development. But it wasn't a big deal. Today turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did I have a fight with Gray family as third son, but I also adapted to the rhythm of a beast's battle. I even have plenty of ideas for the path ahead. How delightful. Plus, I did lose quite a bit of blood, so I need to replenish myself. Dear Scorpion, here I come. Chapter 21, Growth Phase. As the saying goes, even a mosquito is meat. Besides, a palm-sized venomous scorpion is just the right size for Gu right now. It's been a few days since I last visited. It should have recovered quite a bit by now. With that thought, Gu entered the damp area. Parting a pile of decaying leaves, his eyes lit up instantly. Hidden in a crevice beneath the ground, a large yellow-shelled scorpion was raising its massive pincers, taunting him without a care for its own safety. I love that kind of reckless defiance, Gu thought, lowering his head and opening his mouth wide to swallow the scorpion whole, alive, and kicking. The vigorous scorpion tried to struggle, its drooping stinger lashing out to strike Gu's mouth, but it didn't even leave a white mark. As the crocodile's jaws snapped open and shut with a series of pops, the scorpion head and tail included disappeared entirely into his stomach. The texture was still delightfully chewy. Beneath the crisp exoskeleton lay a rich source of protein, with a flavor so exquisite that Gu had actually missed it after going a few days without it. He never imagined this creature could taste so blissful. With the perfect balance of soft and firm textures, it was exactly to his liking, ranking among the top of all the insects he'd ever eaten. Even if someone offered him a large bluefish from the eastern riverbank, he wouldn't agree, unless it was fresh out of the water and still gasping for breath. One large yellow-shelled scorpion went down his throat, instantly kicking off Gu's feast. And so, the damp scorpion-infested area witnessed a long-awaited spectacle once more. Dirt flew, nests were uprooted and destroyed, and crocodiles crushed scorpions. After devouring more than a dozen large scorpions, Gu belched contentedly and finally fell silent. He was full. The rich nutrients in his stomach rapidly transformed, eagerly merging with his digestive system before spreading throughout his body and limbs. 49 centimeters inch by inch, he finally began to grow. Suddenly, Gu felt very sleepy. Drowsy, he returned to his lair, lay down on the ground, and fell into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Under the quiet night sky, in the Amazon rainforest, the inexplicable roars of wild beasts echoed from time to time, shaking the heavens and earth. The clear moonlight pierced through the dense green grass, illuminating a black, scaly figure hidden beneath. In the stillness, as time passed, the black scales glowed faintly in the moonlight. The irregular scales, arranged in a staggered yet orderly pattern, gradually took on a deeper, richer hue. The boundary between 49 centimeters and 50 centimeters was more than just a simple 1 centimeter difference. 50 marked a watershed, a number representing half a hundred. In fact, people preferred to call it half a meter rather than simply 50 centimeters. For the black caiman, this measurement signifies a successful transition from its childlike juvenile stage into the growth phase. The removal of the word juvenile represents a transformation that Gu must experience firsthand. Change does not happen overnight. This process of growth under the moonlight continues until the sky brightened. Half a meter. Half a meter. The moment he opened his eyes, Gu rushed over to the soda can. He measured himself against the markings on the ground again and again. He had indeed grown. Feeling a faint surge of strength within him, he was full of energy and excited to run a lap around his habitat. After waking up, the wounds on his body had mostly healed. Having successfully entered the growth phase, he was now out of the baby croc category and was finally no longer a sprout. In the entire crocodile world, he could now be considered a big brother, signaling that he had taken a small step up the food chain in the wild. Though it was just a small step, he was definitely no longer a sewer dweller. Although, in terms of time, it had only been a little over 10 days since he hatched. But with his current build and sleek, jet black scales, he dared to beat his chest and declare, "I'm a meat eater too." What a wonderful day! His physical growth had reached a new level. After a moment of joy, it was back to business as usual. Life must go on. Sucking on the dewdrops condensed on the grass blades, the cool, smooth water molecules moistened his mouth. In the wild, the easiest problem to solve was staying hydrated. Not to mention the puddles found everywhere. Even the morning dewdrops left behind by the mist were a great way to replenish fluids. Of course, this trick only works for smaller creatures. After quickly replenishing his fluids, the damp morning mist condensed on his skin. The coolness cleared Gu's mind, and as the morning mist dissipated, he became fully awake. As usual, he lay still in the grass, listening for any disturbances from the outside world, but detected nothing out of the ordinary. Then he headed straight south. Before it was time to eat, he needed to gather some intelligence. It concerned the family of mutated gray squirrels. Ever since his birth, he had been under constant threat and had always tried his best to avoid them. He had never imagined he would set foot in the southern part of their territory. To be honest, on the day he hatched, the sight of that largest red-eyed squirrel had become almost a nightmare for him. Witnessing his kin die horribly right before his eyes, and the premature demise of the remaining 2 alligator eggs, those were decisions he'd been forced to make just to save his own skin. Gu had never forgotten that debt. A large part of that disastrous start could be attributed to that red-eyed squirrel. Given the disparity in their abilities, Gu had never intended to provoke the other side, yet here he was, unable to escape their grasp. He hadn't even faced the most formidable red-eyed squirrel yet, but it turned out the creature had 3 equally mutated offspring. And his very first battle as a rookie had been against the 3rd son of the Gray family. He'd come within a hair's breadth of losing. It seems this family is indeed a calamity I cannot avoid. Gu sighed to himself. This was also a lesson. From now on, he must never underestimate any mutated creature. Mutation represented the unknown, the extraordinary, and the unpredictable. These creatures were entirely different from their unmutated counterparts. Although he had now made an enemy of the 3rd son of the Gray family, Gu had no intention of giving up on that depression on the eastern riverbank, where plump fish were constantly spawning. His current ability to maintain super rapid growth entering the growth phase in just a few days depended entirely on a plentiful food supply. Moreover, as his body grew day by day, his appetite would increase accordingly, making this stable food source the more precious. Gu could not possibly abandon such a treasure trove, which meant he would inevitably encounter the mutated gray squirrel that frequently appeared by the riverbank to gather fish. This is a problem that has been laid bare for all to see. He has already witnessed the mutant gray squirrel's prowess and does not believe that, having just grown by a centimeter and only recently entered his growth phase, he can take it down outright. In combat, the mutant gray squirrel is more than several times faster than him. Just thinking about its agile leaping ability gives him a headache. Besides, he hasn't forgotten that this is merely the 3rd of the Gray family. Mutant gray squirrels didn't fight alone, they operated as a clan. In their southern territory, the three brothers ruled the roost together, standing united in both victory and defeat. Gu's mood grew heavy. Surely not. After losing a single battle yesterday, could he really bring out his two older brothers? As for their old father, that most ferocious red-eyed squirrel, Gu didn't even give it a second thought. All he could say was, he wasn't worthy. With these doubts weighing on his mind, Gu made his way to the edge of the southern grasslands and began to observe silently. If he didn't have a clear understanding of the situation, he wouldn't dare go to the riverbank to stock up. Otherwise, with all three brothers gathered, he wouldn't have a place to run. Chapter 22: The Three Brothers of the Grey Clan. Considering the threat to himself, Gu instantly felt that the title of riverbank ruler was still up for debate. Because in terms of actual threat, the one that posed the greatest danger to him was, without a doubt, the mutated gray squirrel. Although he had never faced off against the bald eagle, given its wide field of vision from soaring high in the sky, coupled with the bald eagle's sharp eyesight renowned for its accuracy over long distances. Even without a direct encounter, he suspected the bald eagle had likely detected his presence long ago. In fact, despite being separated by the river and perched in a nest hundreds of meters high, it was possible that every move Gu made on the shore was clearly visible to the eagle's eyes. Yet, after several days, the bald eagle showed no intention of attacking him. This behavior aligns with the habits of large birds of prey. Fierce birds of prey generally rely on their vision to hunt and kill creatures smaller than themselves for food. In addition to their sharp beaks and talons, they employ another hunting method. Many large birds of prey prefer to firmly lock onto their prey with their talons, then, once secured, use their wings to soar directly into the sky. They ascend hundreds of meters in a single burst, then effortlessly release their grip. No creature can withstand the impact of a free fall from 100 meters up. The sky is their domain, and this is a foolproof trump card when dealing with prey that cannot be easily subdued with just a sharp beak and claws. But the prerequisite for all this is the ability to lift the prey off the ground and carry it high into the air. It was possible that Gu, now barely half a meter in size, had already crossed this critical threshold. Following this line of reasoning, it was indeed the mutated gray squirrel which frequently roamed the area that remained his greatest enemy. Moreover, given the mutated gray squirrel's speed, if Gu were to be overwhelmed and surrounded, he would have absolutely no chance of escape. He quietly parted the grass in front of him and moved aside the obstructions. The moment a gap opened, a thick, pungent scent of blood hit him. Gu's gaze was instantly drawn to the scene before him. Directly ahead, some 20 meters away, a small fawn with soft fur lay motionless in a pool of blood. The first buds of antlers on its head had just begun to sprout. With a black nose and yellow face, its hazy doe eyes were open but lifeless, and its body twitched as it clung to life. On the side of the fawn's body, a violent tear ran through its abdomen, exposing its internal organs. Directly in front of Gu, two mutant gray squirrels, one large, one small, stood before the fallen fawn. The larger gray squirrel stood nearly 90 centimeters tall, its thick, stubby arms radiating power. Blood stained the corners of its mouth as it casually swiped a paw, tearing a chunk of flesh, skin and all from the whimpering fawn. It then opened its three-lipped mouth, its sharp, large incisors chewing ceaselessly. The scene of eating venison and drinking deer blood was rather bizarre. Gu was actually a bit envious that it could hunt a fawn, but then he recalled that night when the towering red-eyed squirrel had dragged a full-grown antelope with just one hand, and suddenly, it didn't seem strange at all. It seemed these mutant gray squirrels had completely transformed their way of life and grown accustomed to eating meat. Moreover, they gradually developed their own hunting techniques. Watching the massive gray squirrel before him devour its meal, Gu realized the most brutal part was that it hadn't killed its dying prey immediately. The agonized cries of the dying fawn only served to highlight the squirrel's savagery. Judging by its massive size, Gu concluded this must be the eldest of the three brothers. It had grown considerably in size since they'd last seen it. As for the other one nearby, a smaller gray squirrel, about the same length as Gu, looking on pitifully as its older brother devoured the meat, it was none other than the third brother of the Gray family, with whom they'd become acquainted through a scuffle. Only half the size of its older brother, it stood behind him, its eyes fixed longingly on the fawn as it reached out a paw. The result? With a sharp slap, it was knocked to the ground by its older brother. After scrambling back up, it dared not utter a word of protest. The three brothers were usually inseparable, but where was the second of the Gray family? Goo scanned the area and quickly spotted a furtive figure perched on a distant treetop. Standing 70 centimeters tall, the second son of the Gray family used his powerful claws to climb smoothly up to a branch 7 or 8 meters high, moving with utmost caution and without a sound. His target was a bird's nest perched on a split branch directly overhead. The dark, shapeless nest was about 20 centimeters in diameter, and it was impossible to tell what kind of bird it belonged to. The gray squirrel crept silently closer, then suddenly pounced. First, it spread its claws wide and darted forward, intending to block the opening of the nest. This practiced movement clearly marked it as a repeat offender. From the way it covered the nest and the quiet that followed, Goo sensed that no birds were living inside. Yet the second of the Gray family up in the tree let out a distinctly pleased chirp. It seemed there was another prize to be had. Sure enough, as the eldest gray squirrel on the ground called out in response, the younger one quickly pulled a clutch of bird eggs from the nest. Goo even got the feeling that this was exactly what the squirrel had been after all along. Watching the younger gray squirrel climb down from the tree and trot along, clutching the eggs tightly as if unwilling to let go, it looked every bit the triumphant hunter. For some reason, this suddenly reminded Goo of a burly old man he'd encountered when he was very young, living in the countryside, after climbing over the wall of a widow's house in the middle of the night. He could actually sense a hint of lechery in its movements. Stealing eggs again. Dormant memories suddenly flooded his mind, and Goo gritted his teeth. Like father, like son, why couldn't they learn something decent? Holding a clutch of bird eggs, the three brothers reunited, and soon Goo witnessed another amusing scene. The three dim-witted brothers gathered in a circle and embarked on a peculiar egg-sharing adventure. The second gray brother reluctantly pulled one smooth egg from his embrace, turning the entire nest upside down until he had collected a total of 9 eggs. Each of the three brothers got a share, 4 were given to the eldest gray brother, he kept 3 for himself, and finally, he picked up the remaining 2 underdeveloped eggs and handed them to the youngest gray brother. The egg-sharing ceremony, based on the brothers' relative strength, was far from over. In the distance, the gray squirrel patriarch kept urging them on with his strange, hoarse cries. Goo clearly saw the youngest gray brother get shoved, then, clutching the last 2 bird eggs, reluctantly head toward the distant rainforest. Halfway there, staring at the 2 leftover bird eggs in his hands, he took advantage of no one noticing and, without hesitation, shoved the slightly larger one directly into his mouth and secretly swallowed it. Only the sickly-looking, smallest one remained. It probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the patriarch's teeth. As he entered the rainforest, a furious outburst soon followed. Moments later, the third son of the Gray family scrambled out, rolling and crawling. By this time, its 2 nominal older brothers were already feasting on the delicious venison. The eldest was enjoying the juiciest cuts, while the second, rewarded for stealing the eggs, had grabbed a deer leg and was gnawing on it. Only the youngest gray squirrel, its mouth watering, lingered behind its 2 brothers, occasionally picking up a bone discarded on the ground, popping it into its mouth, and crunching away to get a taste. Seeing this, Goo's anxious heart instantly calmed down. No wonder, after crouching by the river for so long, only one gray squirrel would go to the east to pick up fish. Chapter 23, Eating Fresh Fish. With fresh blood-soaked venison and other land-based meat to supplement their diet, it was no wonder they left the greenfish by the river untouched. He never imagined that the resource-rich area he treasured so dearly was merely a last resort feeding spot chosen by these 3 brothers after they exhausted their other options. Not only did he shake his head, but after observing for a while, Goo instantly understood the reason behind it. Still, this was for the best. The more they disliked the fishy smell and the more particular their tastes, the more advantageous it was for Goo. He didn't possess the ability to roam the territory and hunt fresh blood meat prey. If he were to give up on the river carp, he couldn't think of any other good way to break the deadlock. Ultimately, it came down to his own lack of growth after all, it had been too short a time. And were these 3 brothers really so arrogant solely because of their own abilities? Wasn't it because of the vicious, unseen patriarch looming over them? With the terrifying red-eyed squirrel in the picture, this entire area is tacitly considered their territory. Otherwise, why would the bald eagle back down so readily, and why wouldn't the old wolves grazing to the west ever set foot here? It's good to have a powerful patron, Gu couldn't help but sigh. He could only blame his own parents, those who had never shown their faces and had been so careless as to fail to watch over his crocodile eggs. Poor him, the king of the black caimans, the mighty ruler of the rainforest, reduced to this wretched state. Ah! He has brought up his own sorrows again. Still, restoring the glory of the black caimans, if he could establish a great legacy in the crocodile realm amidst these dire circumstances, wouldn't that be all the more rewarding? At this thought, Gu instantly perked up, his fighting spirit soaring. Glancing at the sky, he realized he was about to miss the restocking time, so he quickly turned and hurried toward the eastern riverbank. The still river's surface rippled with layers of ripples. Dust and vegetation from both banks swept into the water, and amidst the undulating surface, a school of foraging bluefish suddenly appeared. As the ripples began, they overlapped and grew larger. Amid the eerie commotion, more fish surfaced, panicking on the water's surface and thrashing about like headless flies. Until the water churned and swelled, ebbing and flowing, a group of gleaming silver crucian carp lay in the shallows, gaping stupidly as they gasped for air. Nature truly is unfathomable. The white-headed eagle from its distant nest arrived as expected, casually selecting plump fish from the shore. Soon sated, it flapped its wings and flew away. In the natural world, might makes right, the right to claim what remains falls to the latecomers to divide. The grass rustled. The bald eagle had barely left the ground when Gu emerged from the underbrush. At this stage, he naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to claim the territory that had just opened up in the depression. He strode boldly onto the sandy ground, only to run head-on into an opponent with the same objective. Gazing at the third son of the Gray family, who was gnawing on a deer bone right before him, Gu's eyes widened, his demeanor showing not a hint of intimidation. No one could do anything about the white-headed eagle, but today, Gu was determined to change the feeding order in the depression. Naturally, he preferred to eat the fresh fish that had just been caught. Now that he had the ability, he was certainly going to get his share. The taste of live fish was far more satisfying than waiting cautiously until the very end to fill his belly with dead fish. So this second-place spot became Gu's goal. And the only obstacle, naturally, was the somewhat domineering third of the Gray family standing right in front of him. At that moment, staring at the gray squirrel with a face full of rage, Gu kept moving, swiftly heading toward the riverbank without a hint of hesitation. The gray squirrel, too, dropped the saliva-stained bone and leaped forward. As they neared the depression, the two drew closer. Gu could clearly see every detail of the gray squirrel's furry face. A pair of large white teeth bared beneath its filthy three-lipped mouth. He paid no heed to the shrill, close-range screeching. All that greeted the gray squirrel were Gu's cold, vertical pupils and a gaping maw that revealed sharp fangs with every opening and closing. Then, having successfully reached the depression, the two figures, one tall, one short, crossed paths. On the receding floodplain, divided into north and south, a squirrel and a crocodile each claimed half the territory. As a result, the birds in the sky had no choice but to circle overhead. In their simple minds, the two most despicable creatures, package guy and territory maniac, had actually joined forces. Gu was puzzled too. Was this really the same third son of the Gray family, the one who used to dawdle around, constantly showing off his territory, and was so self-centered? But eating was the most important thing. He lowered his head and took a hearty bite. Shush! Soft, tender, and smooth fresh fish really is the best. Eat, and eat some more. A meal of fresh green fish filled Gu with a sense of pure happiness. If only he could move his territory right to the riverbank and eat fresh fish all the time. Of course, that was just a pipe dream. After filling his belly, Gu didn't forget to put his thrifty, hard-working nature to use time to pack up. But after his own rampage, he only cleared half the territory, which wasn't enough to satisfy him. So he decisively set his sights on the opposite side, the third son of the Gray family's territory. He pushed outward, expanding his takeout territory. Gray family's third, you're all skinny arms and legs, nowhere near as well built as your two older brothers. Giving you all this food would be a waste, you can't handle it. I'll take care of it myself. Gu even gave himself a little pep talk to justify his decision to upset the balance. One by one, he collected the greenfish, piling them up for the time being. He took as many as he could, picking only the fattest and biggest ones. Soon, he had claimed 7 or 8/10 of the area, leaving only a tiny corner for the mutated gray squirrel beside him, a truly heartless gesture. Not only was he challenging your status as the second in command by the river, but he was also openly snatching your food right in front of you. Gu acted with complete confidence this was a blatant scheme, and among beasts, there is no such thing as principles. You eat only as much as your strength allows. Faced with Gu's constant encroachment, the third of the gray squirrel family continued to leisurely pick fish bones from his mouth, though his gaze drifted, never leaving Gu. But this gaze was completely ignored. Gu kept his head down, focused on packing up his food. He seemed oblivious to the warning in the gray squirrel's eyes. He packed the food with relish, then turned around, sticking his rear end out, leaving only Gu's long tail for the third of the gray family to see. The moment Gu turned, the mutated gray squirrel behind him perked up instantly and sprang into action. Setting aside the half-eaten bluefish in his mouth, a flash of cunning crossed his eyes. Silently, a pair of short claws crept out toward Gu's back. The moment Gu's gaze wavered, the gray squirrel could no longer contain itself. Seizing the perfect opportunity as Gu turned away, it pounced. With its back to the threat, Gu was still dragging the bluefish, completely off guard, as the sharp claws closed in on its body. The air froze. Roar! Suddenly, with a crocodile-like swish of its tail as if its back had eyes, Gu leapt into the air. His body spun 180 degrees, his sharp fangs bared. This wasn't about cleaning up the bluefish. He'd clearly been waiting for this moment all along. You narrow-eyed, bushy-browed bastard. This old croc has had it in for you for ages. Today, I'll test your mettle once and for all. The crocodile's jaws snapped shut, reloading its weapon, and slammed into the figure before him. His sneak attack exposed, the gray squirrel flew into a rage and charged forward, shrieking. Short claws against a massive maw with a crack, the two figures passed each other in a flash. Too bad, I missed again, Gu shook his head. Controlling his jaws to snap shut rapidly, his teeth clattered loudly, only he knew just how much force he'd exerted. Though his first strike missed, Gu wasn't discouraged. After quickly repositioning himself, he roared, "Come again!" Chapter 24, Picking a Fight. With Gu's deliberate provocation and the gray squirrel's sneak attack from behind, this battle had become inevitable. The gray squirrel's shrill screech stood in stark contrast to Gu's deep, rumbling crocodile growl. The steady, powerful crocodile head clashed with the agile, slippery, and highly agile gray figure. The fierce battle lasted at least 10 minutes, finally ending with both of them gasping for breath. Throughout the fight, Gu still hadn't managed to inflict any significant damage on his opponent. On the contrary, his own body was covered in claw marks. Facing the gray squirrel's furious gaze, Gu glared right back. He couldn't back down in terms of presence. After a brief standoff, the gray squirrel reluctantly retreated. It's settled, he thought. Although he hadn't even touched a single hair on the other's body and looked rather pitiful himself, it felt as though he had one. Gu inspected his wounds and seemed in good spirits. After this fight, my spot in the second feeding group by the river is now firmly secured. And I can keep taking home leftovers. Gu acted decisively, shooing away the birds circling overhead. He'd been anticipating this move all along. Before the fight broke out, Gu had already gathered and piled up the bluefish he'd selected. Once the conflict began, he stayed close to his food, never straying too far from his spot. Part of his mind remained focused on the dinner he planned to pack up, even in the heat of battle. After all, fighting is just a means to an end. Eating is the true essence. He lowered his head and stuffed one bluefish after another into his mouth until he simply couldn't fit anymore. Only then did Gu the Good Samaritan kindly leave a few scraps for the vultures above him who'd been eyeing the feast for ages before swishing his tail and turning to leave. Returning with a full load, Gu's belly was always round and bloated like a balloon after every meal. With his massive crocodile jaws wide open, he waddled along, the corners of his mouth turned upward, his head held high, looking as if he'd take on the world. But there was nothing to be done about it. As the revered ruler of the Amazon rainforest, this was simply how he behaved after a hearty meal. His nostrils pointed skyward, and his head had to stay high because if he lowered it, the food would fall out. Upon returning to his terrace, he took out the packed food and was finally able to close his numb jaws. Row upon row of bluefish lay neatly arranged before him, and Gu skillfully counted them one by one. Eat one meal, pack two daily, fun never stops. This was the kind of work he loved most. If only there weren't all that fighting and bickering all day long, and everyone could just get along harmoniously, basking in the sun without a care. Unfortunately, that was pure fantasy unless he switched to a vegetarian diet. But he didn't have the courage of Old Wolf, the light seeker. Eating and packing, he handled it all in one fluid motion. In a corner of the clearing, facing the burly Gu, Gray Family S3 was pushed to the edge. Watching Gu Yuan's nimble figure, he looked listless, nearly losing his second spot in the feeding order, and even his appetite had vanished. He even ignored Gu's several blatant, deliberate provocations. This was unbearable. Gu had neatly stacked the pile of greenfish he planned to pack up later. He extended one of his crocodile claws and, under the bewildered gaze of the gray squirrel, flipped him off. His eyes were brimming with mockery. "You're no good either, third of the Gray Family. I'll smash your skull." The gray squirrel leaped high into the air and charged straight at Gu. It turned out that this universal form of provocation wasn't just applicable in human society, it worked just as well in the animal kingdom, where words were unnecessary. The primitive, straightforward gesture, combined with Gu's provoking stance. There was no need to know if the opponent understood. Just looking at the gray squirrel's eyes, which were practically spitting fire as it charged, said it all. After missing with a bite, its sharp claws landed on Gu's back, successfully leaving a scratch. But Gu wasn't the least bit intimidated. Since entering his growth phase, this shallow scratch was barely enough to scratch the surface. Just like yesterday, his body was covered in wounds that looked gruesome but had barely reached the point of bleeding. After waking up, no. It wouldn't take long, he'd probably be fully healed after resting for a few hours back home. And this was only because Gu had initiated the attack and altered his rhythm. If Gu had employed his most effective defensive counterattack, he doubted the gray squirrel would even be able to breach his armor. Put some effort into it. Didn't you just eat? Gu shot the gray squirrel a disdainful, contemptuous glance. Having successfully drawn his aggro once more, the provoked gray squirrel let out a shriek and charged forward, scratching wildly at him. Throughout the fray, Gu naturally fought back, his crocodile-like jaws barely closing once. But the gray squirrel was simply too agile. After multiple attempts, he ended up with nothing but a mouthful of air, yet he remained undeterred. It wasn't that Gu was a masochist who enjoyed being beaten one-sidedly. Winning was certainly best, and losing was within his tolerance, but the main reason was that this opponent was simply perfect for him. Slightly stronger than himself, yet lacking in offensive power, it couldn't inflict much damage on him. Not only that, but through each encounter, he could gain free experience from beast battles. You might make a small profit, but I never lose. Whenever the pace threatened to slow down, Gu seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of taunts and provocations at the gray squirrel, practically rubbing his face in it. Though the two couldn't communicate verbally, under Gu's masterful, wildly imaginative maneuvers, the gray squirrel, unaccustomed to such humiliation, looked like it was about to explode with rage. I've discovered several more effective ways to provoke the gray squirrel. I'll have to jot them all down later. Gu calmly refined his combat skills, addressing his weaknesses, and chuckled to himself. Who would have thought that the insults, taunts, and provocative behavior I picked up online in my past life once tweaked would actually come in handy here? Chapter 25, Beating the Gray Squirrel to a Pulp. A dozen minutes later, Gu was panting heavily. Fighting beasts is no child's play. Such a prolonged, high-intensity battle is incredibly physically draining. Among most beasts, due to individual differences, battles usually end with a single decisive strike. They rarely escalate to such a fever pitch. Even when facing a formidable, evenly matched opponent, they usually stop short of a decisive blow, parting ways amicably. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gu, an ambitious, idealistic crocodile with lofty aspirations. He knew full well how crucial mastering combat skills was for his survival in the wild. To avoid shedding blood in the future, he had to work hard now. Come on, that's all you've got? It's like a tickle to this old croc. Goo panted heavily, using his roar to further rattle his opponent's nerves. Compared to the momentum he had at the start of the fight, he could now clearly feel his movements slowing down as he shifted his stance. Every action was a beat behind the others, a sign of severe physical exhaustion. Dozens of rapid exchanges had forced him to constantly watch his step and shift his position. Compared to the gray squirrel's upright form, his body was naturally at a disadvantage during these quick transitions. The fact that he managed to keep up with the pace of the fight and hold on this long was solely due to his black caiman's superior physique and endurance. Now, seeing that landing a bite on the gray squirrel was hopeless, he simply closed his mouth. It would save him some energy. Turning once more, he moved his slightly aching limbs toward the figure that had suddenly changed direction and appeared behind him. Goo's expression was focused as he swiftly adjusted his fighting stance. Come on, keep going. He now felt he was on the verge of mastering this fast-paced style of combat. However, in response to Goo's provocation, the gray squirrel stood rooted to the spot, not moving at all. What's going on? Goo wondered. Had his taunts not been enough? So he resorted to his old trick, raising one crocodile claw from his chest with a sneer. He curled the other claws slightly, leaving only the middle one pointing upward, and gave a provocative flick toward the gray squirrel in front of him, a posture that practically begged for a fight. Receiving the signal and feeling insulted once again, the furry gray squirrel's chest heaved violently as its anger mounted. Provoked to the absolute limit by Goo, and then... ugh! It threw up. Covering its mouth, the gray squirrel lowered its head slightly, its three-lobed lips parted, emitting continuous retching sounds. Goo looked at him strangely. Come on, it was just a fight. I was the one getting scratched the whole time. I didn't even touch a single hair on him. How could he have thrown up? Spit it out, are you faking it? The gray squirrel in front of him heaved, his chest heaving as he retched. A sticky liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth, and one could still make out chunks of fish that had only recently been swallowed and hadn't fully digested yet. He really had thrown up. He'd been completely dominated the whole time. He never expected such a stroke of luck. Goo's back molars clenched, and he almost laughed out loud. To an outsider, it looked like the jaws of a crocodile snapping open, revealing a row of hidden, menacing fangs, a rather unsettling sight. But the sheer satisfaction of seeing his old rival make such a fool of himself was indescribable. It was a feeling best kept to himself. Hey! Are you done throwing up yet? Once you're done, we can keep fighting. Goo, adopting a spectator's mindset, suddenly called out from the sidelines, implying, wake up, you dumb squirrel, this life or death battle isn't over yet. Facing Goo's provocation, the gray squirrel lifted its head. Its fierce gaze held cunning, bewilderment, resignation, and deep within its eyes, a faint trace of fear. From start to finish, facing this loathsome, scaly monster before him, the gray squirrel had unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks with the sharp claws that had never failed him since he first developed them. He nearly scratched sparks from the monster's scales, yet it had all been in vain. The scaly monster grew more and more excited the more he fought it, while he himself had been beaten to the point of vomiting. The gray squirrel covered its sticky mouth, ignoring Goo's shrill growls, and simply turned to leave. Hey, you're backing down already? From now on, I'm the one by the river, the number 2 in charge of food distribution. Whether it could understand or not, Goo unleashed a barrage of trash roars at the gray squirrel with his distinctive cry. Ha! It really had been beaten into submission. Watching the gray squirrel leave quietly, still showing no reaction, Goo understood. Oh well, today's battle had been thrilling enough. Although he had better stamina, he was nearly at his limit too. Besides, the gray squirrel was covered in sticky vomit all over its chest, the corners of its mouth, and the paws it had rubbed against things, and Goo had no interest in enduring the nausea of making contact with it. However, watching the gray squirrel's retreating figure, its furry behind wiggling, its fur damp with sweat, he realized, so the gray squirrel really did throw up from exhaustion. During intense physical activity, excessive exertion can indeed cause physical discomfort and lead to dry heaving. It was just like the physical fitness tests back in his college days. Almost every year during the annual fitness assessments, the sports field would be littered with students who, due to a lack of exercise, would collapse on the sidelines and vomit from exhaustion. But this usually only happened to students who were physically weak, those who spent all their time in the dorms doing nothing or playing video games all night. The same symptoms. Could it be that this third son of the Gray family was also someone who lacked exercise? If not, could it really be that he was driven to this by my trash talk from my past life and my wildly imaginative taunts? At this thought, Gu suddenly froze. As the saying goes, anger is harmful to the body when rage rises to the liver. It's known in traditional Chinese medicine as liver qi stagnation. Meanwhile, excessive physical exertion stimulates adrenaline, which can easily lead to kidney exhaustion. Such a combination of liver stagnation and kidney exhaustion creates an imbalance in the body, which can trigger vomiting. Now that I think about it, it's not impossible. Under the disdainful stares of the flock of birds behind him, Gu picked up his packed belongings and quietly returned to his roost. After the battle he just fought, Gu had gained a clear understanding of his own condition. To have made such significant progress so early in the growth phase was good news. These obvious physical changes and enhancements were plain to see, and besides, the growth phase wasn't just a single stage, it was a continuous process of development. Though he was still half a meter long, having just entered the growth phase of the black caiman, he was only at the very beginning of that phase. After all, the range of changes during the growth phase spanned from half a meter to 1.5 meters. This is a continuous, gradual process, a stage of growth where one transitions from being a juvenile alligator, gradually maturing, strengthening every aspect of the body, and acquiring combat capabilities and hunting skills. The current half-meter mark is merely the beginning. Subsequent changes will become even more pronounced. Moreover, there were some oversights in today's battle. Throwing oneself into a fierce, exhilarating fight is certainly thrilling and greatly aids in quickly adapting to physical combat. The efficient mode of gaining experience and proficiency is indeed excellent. That wretched gray squirrel was tormented by me until it vomited, but this is the wild, a place where anything can happen. Here, there are no rules, no order, only the raw, unadulterated laws of survival. There is a limit to human endurance. Never pursue a desperate foe. The same principle applies to Gu, serving as a constant reminder. Tormenting the gray squirrel was satisfying, but upon reflection, such prolonged, all-out combat would inevitably drain his stamina without him even realizing it. If he could have finished the gray squirrel off immediately, he certainly wouldn't have hesitated. But mere momentary torment and the desire to win were simply not worth the cost. It was an impulsive act. The consequences would only put himself at risk. Fortunately, he was fairly familiar with his surroundings, but he must not let a brief moment of growth lead to carelessness. Gu kept reminding himself of this. It seems I'll have to be more cautious from now on. At worst, the third son of the Gray family will just have to vomit a little less. Chapter 26, A Second Bloom. The next day arrived, and the sun shone brilliantly. The bright light dispelled the clouds that had hung overhead for the past 2 days. The air was fresh, the sky vast, and the atmosphere brimmed with freedom. Everything seemed so enchanting. Gu gazed up at the sky. In his warm gaze, that great sun always evoked a sense of uncertainty. The pattern that had held true for thousands of years since the dawn of recorded history had suddenly been broken. Every time he looked up at the sky, the eerie image of that twilight hour when the sun and moon shared the same sky would surface in his mind. That incomparable shock had been waking him from his sleep in recent days. I'd been reborn as a crocodile. Why am I still overthinking things? Everything should just take its natural course. Gu sighed, his body darting swiftly through the grass. The thick blades of grass swayed. Viewed from above, a streamlined figure sprinted through the landscape. Occasionally, as he passed through sparse patches of grass, a glimpse of black scales would flash briefly in the sunlight. The weather was fine today. Even the bluefish exposed by the receding tide along the shore seemed more numerous. Gu stood to the side, waiting until the white-headed eagle had flown away before decisively stepping in. Strength had to be earned through one's own efforts, and now that he had it, he could rightfully claim this spot. The creatures that frequented the riverbanks had all come to realize that this short-limbed, hard-shelled creature was not to be messed with. Basically, as soon as they spotted Gu, they would tactfully make way for him. After all, he was now the second brother of the riverbank. After filling his belly, he neatly stacked his catch, then turned leisurely and walked over to the gray family's third son. He just made it vomit yesterday. Goo had only told it to rein itself in a bit, not that the battle was over. Such a great source of experience, it would be a waste not to make use of it. As Goo drew closer, he saw the gray squirrel's fluffy, round head, its eyes innocent, gesturing with both paws. First, it pointed at the vast territory Goo had domineeringly claimed, then at the tiny patch of space left for itself. Its eyes flickered, seeming to say, "You've already taken up so much space, what more do you want?" "Hey! Trying that trick on me? Trying that on the kind-hearted crocodile lord?" Goo stopped in his tracks, extended a forelimb, and, using the mud-coated claw, dug up a small speck of grayish-white from the ground. Suppressing his nausea, he used the mud as a barrier between his claw and the object, avoiding direct contact. In this low-lying area, thanks to the constant stench of fish, there was no shortage of birds or the organic matter that nourished the soil, bird droppings. The lump Goo scooped up from the ground through the mud was large and fresh, clearly the work of some large bird with a hearty appetite. It was a mottled mix of gray and white, still giving off a wisp of warm steam. Then, lifting this large lump of gray-white matter, Goo flashed a toothy grin at the puzzled third gray, revealing a row of sharp fangs. "Humph! Trying to be cute?" With a flick of his claws and fingers, it arced in a perfect parabola, landing precisely on the gray squirrel's fluffy forehead. That precise. That direct. The entire depression was only about 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Goo took the initiative to approach, closing the distance to less than 2 meters from the gray squirrel, which was trying to play cute to avoid a fight. Although crocodile claws certainly aren't as nimble as human fingers. But at such close range, if she missed again, Goo might as well go find a block of tofu to smash her head against. Considering how he made the gray squirrel vomit yesterday, and to prevent it from seeing him back down, Goo went straight for the kill without a word. He wasn't sure if such a brutal move without the trash roar as a setup would be enough to draw its aggro. After striking, Goo felt a bit anxious. A huge lump of grayish-white goo suddenly smashed into his forehead. The gray squirrel instantly froze, a half-eaten fishtail still clenched in its mouth, standing there dumbfounded. This unexpected surprise from above seemed to have knocked it out cold. Until that big lump of sticky substance began to flow down his forehead. "Ah!" A shrill, piercing scream, as loud as a bolt of lightning out of the blue, startled even Goo. "Is this really necessary? It's just a few choice words in your face, a fight that wears you out until you puke, and smearing a big glob of bird droppings all over your face. Is that really such a big deal? Although, maybe, possibly, likely the methods weren't exactly honorable, but it's not like his father had just died, is it?" Goo couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence, because the gray squirrel in front of him had lowered its head, its eyes gradually reddening as it glared at Goo with murderous intent. That gaze was exactly the same as one directed at a father's murderer. Leaping forward at close range, it closed the distance in 2 bounds, its sharp claws whistling through the air as they rained down furiously on Goo's body. 9 white bone claws, frenzied triple strike, gray squirrel's death palms. Infinite claws of the sun 9. This gray squirrel seemed to have gone mad. The sudden, explosive rhythm of its attacks sent a chill down Goo's spine. The sheer ferocity of its momentum made it seem as though it wanted to tear him to pieces right then and there. But it was all for naught. The barrage of attacks met with Goo's solid, natural scales. Feeling the force transmitted through his body, Goo quickly put his mind at ease. While withstanding the gray squirrel's attacks, he was able to multitask, even contemplating how to minimize the number of hits he took amidst such a relentless barrage. Even if he couldn't dodge, could he shift his body to choose where he was struck? This was clearly a profound challenge. He loved to think things through. Once he posed a question, he had to test its feasibility. Before long, Goo was fully immersed in the experience of battling the gray squirrel, until his opponent clawed viciously at his back and pulled far away. It had just begun, and he was really getting into it. Why had it stopped? It hadn't even been 5 minutes. Not even half as long as yesterday. Goo grumbled silently, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Then he saw the still angry gray squirrel, its head covered in bird droppings, trembling as it clutched its mouth. It had been beaten into vomiting again. Watching the murky liquid pour out of its mouth, Goo wore a peculiar expression. He really hadn't expended much energy today. Keeping yesterday's warning in mind, he originally planned to keep fighting for another 3 or 5 minutes, just enough to call it a day. He hadn't intended to keep tormenting the gray squirrel out of some twisted sense of fun. When the other guy charged at him, he just went on a frenzied, haphazard rampage. He thought the gray squirrel was holding back, but it turned out to be nothing more than a rage-fueled, overexerted burst of energy. It could only last 5 minutes before he was completely exhausted. All one could say was that Goo's taunting tactics and skill at drawing aggro were absolutely top-notch. It had completely unhinged the gray squirrel, who had never experienced the harmonious society before. Want to practice some more? Goo hesitated for a moment, then, unwilling to give up, stepped forward to challenge him again. The result was a squeak. Goo suspected he'd just heard a mouse squeal. All he saw was the third of the gray family, his fur standing on end as he retreated rapidly, then running away with bird droppings on his head, vomiting as he went, speeding off into the distance, fleeing this place as fast as he could. Seems I went a bit too hard today, maybe I'll be a little gentler tomorrow. Goo reflected on the experience, then leisurely slung the packed bluefish over his shoulder and returned to his territory. The sun was shining brightly today. After eating his fill, he prepared to go back for a nap. Chapter 27, Growth. Living in the Amazon rainforest, the world's largest virgin jungle, a so-called paradise of beasts renowned for its rich biodiversity. There are tens of thousands of known species organisms observed and documented by humans. Spanning several neighboring countries, it provides 1/5 of the Earth's oxygen supply. Within its endless, dense jungle, there may still be many unknown species yet to be discovered by humans. Given the current state of technological advancement, if there is any region on Earth that humanity has yet to conquer, the Amazon rainforest is undoubtedly the prime candidate. This is a paradise for beasts, but also a graveyard for them. In this realm, being able to rely on one's own efforts to secure a stable food supply without having to toil daily to forage is a cause for immense gratitude. Goo cherished these hard-won moments of peace and stability deeply. Every day, the same routine, back and forth between his den and the riverbank. Eating fish, packing up, getting into fights, then sending off the weak-legged third son of the Gray family, returning home with a body covered in battle scars. During this time, with an ample food supply, his body maintained an exceptionally rapid growth rate, continuing to expand at a rate of 1 centimeter per day. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Today, Goo, the noble-blooded black caiman, officially surpassed 60 centimeters. Shall we head to scorpion territory tonight for a late-night feast to celebrate? Goo gazed at his increasingly robust body, his heart brimming with joy. The third of the Gray family, the crocodile lord, is back. On the sandy ground bordering the river to the east, Goo stood clad in jet-black scales, his limbs steady and powerful, visibly bulkier than he had been just a short while ago. He now strode boldly into the riverside hollow, unapologetically taking over the territory vacated by the white-headed eagle. Upon arrival, he immediately asserted his dominance, claiming nearly 90% of the hollow's area. In a corner, a half-meter-tall gray squirrel stood on its hind legs, its eyes filled with resignation. Fortunately, it didn't require as much food, so after glaring at Goo for a moment, it simply ignored him. Just as it had eaten until it was 80% full, it heard the black armored monster across from it emit a defiant sound. It was issuing another challenge. As the creature across from him raised its head, it adopted a haughty expression despite its diminutive stature. With a practiced flick of a claw before the motion was even complete, the gray squirrel tossed aside the half-eaten greenfish and charged forward, eyes ablaze. Oh, my, they're getting more and more petty, Goo sighed, standing firmly in place as he waited for his opponent to close in. Soon, clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out in rapid succession. Facing the barrage of attacks, Goo remained utterly still. Only occasionally did he shift his head to dodge the truly lethal blows, or move his tail slowly, effortlessly parrying the gray squirrel's assaults. Throughout the entire struggle, he remained largely on the defensive. Interlaced with probing moves, Goo launched several attacks filled with foresight, startling the gray squirrel so much that its fur stood on end, forcing it to break its rhythm several times. Still a bit too slow. Gu sighed inwardly. He'd stick to playing defense for now, focusing on honing his evasion skills. He didn't want to scare the gray squirrel too much. Just 5 minutes later, the third of the gray family, fighting back a wave of nausea, began to retreat. Watching his opponent pull back, quiet and still, its three-lobed lips pressed tightly together, Gu instantly understood, it's time. The battle unfolded in the same way, yet this time he hadn't even expended half his energy. Meanwhile, the gray squirrel was giving it everything it had. Facing Gu in his current state, it would likely be unable to even breach his armor without a desperate burst of power. Even so, aside from a few deep scratches on his scales, not a single drop of blood could be seen. Clearly, this was the best the gray squirrel could manage, even at full strength. Despite giving it everything it had, it was merely tickling him. After the entire battle, Gu remained unflustered, his breathing steady and deep. But as for his old rival, if he pressed the attack any further at this point, the third son of the gray family would simply turn tail and run. Given the opponent's absurd leaping ability, if it set its mind on escape, Gu would be left in the dust. So Gu picked up the plump fish from the ground and took the initiative to make his exit. The third of the gray family, who had been about to retreat, saw this scene, the hard-shelled monster across from him actually running away for the first time. Instantly, his spirit stirred, as if he hadn't just been the one getting the rough end of the deal. Perhaps it was because it had been constantly humiliated and suppressed by Gu for so long now that it seemed to have gained a slight advantage, even if it was just a delusion, and its simple mind it instantly bristled with pride. Standing by the riverbank, it let out a series of shrill screams. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought it was the one controlling 90% of the territory. Fine, you win. You're the boss, and I'm the coward who couldn't beat you. Gu quietly walked away from the riverbank, but inside, he had a different thought. My speed still isn't quite there yet. Day after day, time gradually passed, and Gu maintained his high spirits and fighting spirit at all times. Every day after a hearty meal, the post-dinner battle with the third son of the gray family had become a regular fixture. Aside from that, his favorite pastime was measuring the changes in his body against the soda cans scattered across his territory. Watching himself grow stronger and bigger, bit by bit. Waking up each morning to see these small improvements, he didn't find this somewhat monotonous life tedious at all. Everything was on track, and the future looked bright. Come on, let us keep going. Facing the third of the gray family, he no longer needed any extra moves. After half a month of trash roar bombardment, now the moment it heard Gu's cry, it would charge forward with a frenzied look on its face. But as for the result, the steady clanging of metal, the intimate contact between the furry creature and the black-shelled monster, it always left the birds flying overhead looking on with puzzled expressions. By now, Gu had grown to 65 centimeters, its body covered in dense scales, showing gradual signs of secondary development. The junction where the thick scales on its back met its sharp claws had changed once again. Compared to a few days ago, the gray squirrel could only barely tear open a tiny slit in the scales when Gu stood completely still. The gap is as fine as a strand of hair. Unless you look closely, you wouldn't notice it at all. And 2 days ago, ever since Gu couldn't resist launching a preemptive strike nearly knocking the gray squirrel over, he hasn't made a move since. Too much is as bad as too little. One must act with strategy and remain low-key right now. It's just a process of adapting to combat experience. Time flows like water. Another 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was clear and cloudless that day, as blue as a wash, with a steady northwest wind ruffling the rippling river surface. A crocodile king, measuring a full 70 centimeters in length, walked across the sand, its tail swaying as it left a trail of shallow claw marks. Its rugged appearance was already taking shape, a long snout, vertical pupils, and thick, powerful limbs, typical features of a black caiman. Gu's agile movements as it moved swiftly, along with the moist membrane still clinging to its eyes, indicated that this black caiman was well developed and possessed a healthy, robust physique. It claimed a spot in the riverbank hollow, devoured its meal, and successfully gathered food. Then it turned and gazed quietly at the gray squirrel in front of it. For some reason, the atmosphere today felt particularly different. Gu remained silent until the third of the gray family had finished its slow meal. After leaving a pile of fish bones on the ground, the gray squirrel in front of it still seemed a bit unsettled. Its eyes fixed warily on Goo, it suddenly leaped aside an action that seemed downright provoking and approached the pile of bluefish Goo had heaped together. It swiped at the pile with its claws, deliberately causing a mess, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Then it looked smugly at its opponent. Usually, when it did this, it would hear Goo roaring, his voice thunderous with fury. But today, there was no reaction. Goo quietly watched the gray squirrel in front of him, a faint smile curving his lips. In the sunlight, his snow-white teeth glinted dazzlingly. Chapter 28, The Mutant Giant Earthworm. The gray squirrel tilted its head, its eyes filled with confusion. Why was it different this time? Staring at the hard-shelled monster before it, they'd been fighting every day lately, and both had grown accustomed to it. Because they frequently encountered each other by the river, it had a clearer sense of the changes in this detestable opponent. Not only did its size change daily, but its scaly shell was also growing harder and harder. Its aura also seemed to be growing increasingly dangerous. The duration of their battles had actively shortened from 5 minutes to 3. The gray squirrel realized that this natural rival was becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate. Even though it still wasn't a match for him. After all, from start to finish, it was always him who took the initiative to chase and scratch at the other, and he was the one who always came out on top. In the eyes of a beast, whoever holds the upper hand in a fight is the boss. But today felt different. His opponent had grown quiet and composed, causing the gray squirrel to hesitate briefly before closing in. But in the end, its hatred for Goo prevailed. Its hind legs sprang, sending it soaring high into the air as it charged toward its opponent. The wind whistled as its claws slammed down hard onto the pitch-black scales. The hard texture reminded the gray squirrel of the rocks high up in the mountains. The scraping is over. Goo had remained motionless throughout, but as the attack landed, it shifted its body slightly, limbs tensing a subtle shift before mobilizing its full strength. The calm gave way to a ferocious burst, like thunder from a clear sky. A massive maw opened silently, appearing before the gray squirrel in an instant. The scorching breath from its throat made the gray squirrel's fur bristle. It was too fast. Normally, after landing a strike, the gray squirrel would decisively pull back, but today, it was too fast. Crack! The massive jaws snapped shut, channeling all the power gathered throughout its body into a single set of steel-hard teeth. A series of bone-crunching sounds rang out from Goo's mouth. The black caiman's bite force ranks among the strongest in the entire crocodilian world. Goo's face was fierce as sweet-smelling liquid splashed from the corners of its mouth, coating its own body. Then came a shriek, a pitiful cry that cut off abruptly the moment it began. The gray figure had been caught in the bite, killed in a single strike. After more than 20 days of struggle, today would decide the winner. Goo shook his head. With the movement, drops of blood fell to the ground, and the gray squirrel's corpse was spat out onto the ground like a rag. A row of massive bite marks stretched from the gray squirrel's shoulder all the way to its lower back. Even its thick fur couldn't hide the massive, gaping wound below. The bones exposed within had long since been crushed into pieces by the powerful bite. The limp, lifeless body made the gray squirrel's gruesome death all too clear. The third of the gray family had met his end today. Standing before the corpse, Goo's gaze was unfathomable. Just because certain things weren't spoken of didn't mean they were forgotten. The terror he had felt as a newborn, and the sight of his young sibling dying a gruesome death in his place. It was a helpless scene. Though Goo didn't acknowledge the connection, the little alligator was dead after all, killed right before his eyes, as insignificant as an ant. In the end, he was the sole survivor of a clutch of alligator eggs. That was an undeniable fact. Let us just consider this a down payment for now, Goo muttered to himself. Besides, this gray squirrel deserved to die. They'd been fighting over food by the riverbank, and every day, Goo had been the one taking the hits. If it weren't for his quick recovery, his scales would likely be scratched all over by now. Even today, Goo glanced at the scratched spot on his body, a faint white mark that was gradually fading with time. He could take the blows passively, even endure being scratched for over 20 days, yet all he needed was a single strike. In terms of growth rate, Goo held an overwhelming advantage, a feat even a mutated beast couldn't match. Goo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. His now dead opponent, of course, was no longer worth mentioning. Just as he was lost in thought for a moment, crimson blood seeped into the ground. Behind Gu, a long, straight trail stretched out across the earth. It crept silently closer, then suddenly burst out of the ground. A long, slender object shot straight toward the back of Gu's head. The crocodile's tail, hanging low to the ground, suddenly snapped upward toward the sky. Gu spun decisively. A fleshy, tube-like creature, headless and brainless, loomed before him. Its front end was a gaping black hole. As it wriggled, layers of wrinkled flesh were exposed, encircled by a ring of fine, spiked teeth. With that bizarre mouth leading the way, a repulsive liquid flew past the corner of his eye. What on earth was this thing? The creature before him had emerged from the ground and, momentarily unable to adjust to the sunlight, writhed restlessly on the sandy ground. But the fresh blood on the ground, especially the blood that had undergone the crimson light mutation, tempted it, causing a viscous liquid to seep from the sharp beak splitting open at the top of its head. Looking at the hole that had appeared in the ground, Gu suddenly recalled, for some reason, the crocodile egg that had mysteriously vanished on the night he fled the underground cavern. The hole that had appeared in the ground back then was identical to the one now behind him. You don't really think your ambush is flawless, do you? Before Gu could speak, another wave of foul stench nearly made his eyes water shut. It stinks, it really stinks. It was that acrid, fermented odor of rotting matter, incredibly pungent. Although Gu was tempted to praise the creature's skill at burrowing and ambushing, the fact that the stench had already filled the air before it even made an appearance made the idea of it trying to ambush him like a human with a club seem a bit far-fetched. Given his cautious nature, he had been on high alert the moment the smell hit. He quietly took 2 steps back, moving away from the source of the stench. Gu had been silently observing for quite some time, and it seemed he had indeed figured out a bit about the creature's origins. The creature before him had no head, no legs, no ears, and no eyes. Its bare skin was pale with a reddish tinge, coated in a layer of decaying soil. But aside from the writhing, grotesque mouth at the very top, everywhere else, considering its overpowering stench and its penchant for devouring decaying creatures, this was a burrowing dragon, also known as a giant earthworm. After reaching this conclusion, Gu was stunned. But the more he looked, the more it resembled one. Although the creature before him looked like a piece of sausage, as thick as a child's arm, and coiled up to a length of at least half a meter, he was 100% certain that this was a giant earthworm that had grown a monstrous mouth. That's right, the kind fishermen use. But unlike ordinary earthworms, anyone with rural experience would recognize this giant earthworm. In the countryside, in garbage pits where trash is piled up, the filthier the better. You can dig up these giant earthworms anytime you turn over the soil. The elderly in the countryside call them stinky earthworms. They're several times larger than ordinary red earthworms, thick and long, and their bodies are usually pale white with a faint reddish tint. They earned their name because they emit a foul stench when dug up. The name stinky earthworm perfectly matched the scene before him. Gu felt that might even be an understatement. All the signs matched perfectly, and Gu suddenly fell silent. The creature that had ambushed him was, to his horror, a giant earthworm that had burrowed up from the ground over half a meter long, with a mouth like a monsteress, and as thick as a child's wrist. Chapter 29, The Stench. Its sausage-like body writhed like a snake, and the dense ring of spiked teeth on its head looked as if a circle of steel needles had been embedded into its flesh. Is this a mutated beast too? Even the herbivorous gray squirrels have gone berserk, and now the giant earthworms underground are running amok? Supported by its ring of spines, the creature rose slightly, facing directly toward Gu. Its mouth opened wide, resembling a blooming daisy. Disgusting slime kept oozing out from within and dripping down. Stop releasing that poison, it's suffocating the crocodiles. The stench permeated everything. Even with Gu holding his breath, it was enough to make him want to turn tail and run. The mutated earthworm observed Gu for a moment, then suddenly changed direction, charging toward the gray corpse lying between them. You've got some nerve. Do you really think this crocodile lord is a vegetarian? Gu roared in fury. With the rightful owner right in front of it, the creature actually dared to try to snatch food from the crocodile's jaws. Realizing the giant earthworm's intent, Gu lunged forward. This was his prize. After all these days of hard work, he finally managed to hunt down this prey on his own, a chance to change things up a bit. Gu wasn't about to give it up easily. But just as he closed in, a wave of revulsion washed over him, and he couldn't bring himself to open his jaws. The thing reeked to high heaven, feeding on all manner of rotting corpses. What if it was poisonous? Besides, having grown to this size, who knew how many bacteria it carried? Better safe than sorry. Setting aside his fangs, Gu charged forward ferociously. He spread his right forepaw, a fully developed claw, and stomped down with all his might. Its smooth outer skin, caked with decaying soil, felt soft yet surprisingly resilient. Under Gu's hooves, it held firm for a moment before finally giving way, and wet liquid splashed onto the hooves as they came down. With a single blow, the mutated giant earthworm was nearly severed in two. Gu had chosen a particularly precise spot to strike. He had landed directly on the middle section of its body, and within the area covered by his claw, the meat sausage had completely shriveled up. This damage, by visual estimation, accounted for 1/10 of its body length. The flesh and blood inside had been squeezed out by Gu's single swipe, leaving only a thin layer of skin holding it together. The heavy blow had also stirred the mutant earthworm's ferocity. The writhing, monstrous mouth on its head lifted, and its soft, boneless body lunged forward to bite at Gu's exposed jaw. Gu instantly withdrew his claws, temporarily creating some distance. That single swipe had already inflicted severe damage on the creature. He was confident that 2 more strikes would be enough to finish it off. Gu was brimming with confidence, but as he raised his head, he was suddenly taken aback. Before him, the meaty sausage body, which had been nearly split in two by the heavy blow, now had its front and rear sections of fleshy, soft tissue undulating up and down like rippling ocean waves. A miraculous scene unfolded. The shriveled, hollow outer skin began to bulge, fill out, and slowly expand, as the flesh and blood inside reconnected. In the blink of an eye, the meat sausage, which had been so severely damaged it was nearly severed, had actually healed. Its plump, soft body moved without a trace of abnormality. After recovering, it burrowed deep into the sand, leaving a long trail on the surface as the soil turned over, revealing a clear path of its movement. It actually got away. I never expected it could recover completely after such a severe blow. Witnessing this, Gu finally understood why this creature was called an earthworm. Following the exposed trail on the surface, he soon discovered an entrance leading deep underground. At the end of the path, the mutated giant earthworm had vanished without a trace. There was truly nothing he could do at this point, but he certainly made a mental note of it. It was ironic that after living here for so long, he'd always been convinced there was another mastermind behind the mysterious disappearance of the crocodile eggs that night, and now, that veil of mystery had finally been lifted. The worst part about any situation is having no leads. Now that everything has come to light, once it's exposed, there's a way to deal with it. We're all in this together, and we'll cross paths again in the future. We'll see about that. For now, however, there was an exceptionally urgent matter that required his immediate attention. Even though the source of the stench was far away, the odor lingering in his nostrils persisted relentlessly, like a maggot gnawing at his bones. Gu sniffed the air, shifted his gaze downward, and quickly zeroed in on his right front paw. Just moments ago, he'd been in full command, nearly splitting his opponent in two with a single swipe. Now, as he lifted it gently, a viscous, foul-smelling liquid clung slickly to the pad of his paw. He took a quick sniff. Ugh! Instantly, Gu felt like he'd been had. This was worse than stepping in dog shit on the street. The foul-smelling liquid clung to his smooth, scaly skin like glue. If he wasn't careful, it would start to harden on his paw. His scalp prickled, and he couldn't sit still for a moment longer. He dropped everything, pressed his paw into the rough sandy ground, and began scrubbing it vigorously. If he didn't get rid of this terrifying bioweapon quickly, he'd be in big trouble. After all, he certainly didn't want to become a smelly crocodile. Even as he lowered his head to bite into the corpse of the third son of the Gray family and made his way back to camp, Gu couldn't stop thinking about the liquid on his claws, filled with anxiety. Just in case there were any traces left, he picked a blue wildflower near his den. When squeezed, this wildflower emitted a faint, fresh fragrance, and it came in handy right then. Gu crushed the flower, squeezing out droplets of clear nectar, and carefully smeared it over his claws. You can only call him a genius for coming up with such a solution. Gu's obsession with cleanliness took over, and he scrubbed his paws frantically several times, leaving no corner untouched. Only when the scent of the wildflowers was all that remained on his paws did he finally stop. He let out a light sigh of relief. Standing amidst a pile of shattered petals, he finally felt purified. With the stench problem solved, Gu turned his attention to his spoils. The furry corpse lay on the ground, blood still oozing out in trickles, gradually cooling as life left it. Staring at the furry carcass before him, his thoughts raced. This was a mutated gray squirrel that had been exposed to the crimson light. In truth, he still couldn't figure out whether the mutation was caused by the crimson light, or if the mutation was what gave the creature the ability to absorb the crimson light. Thinking of the mutated giant earthworm, could there be crimson light underground as well? Judging by the earthworm's craving for the gray squirrel's flesh when it emerged from the ground just now, might there be some significance to this mutated corpse? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Gu shook his head. What difference did it make? He'd find out by simply trying it. Opening his alligator-like jaws, he bit down on the blood-soaked carcass, tearing into it along with the fur. He was, after all, a beast that fed on raw flesh and blood. He didn't stand on ceremony. He had already eaten by the river earlier, so he wasn't particularly hungry now. He simply swallowed the hind legs of two gray squirrels and paused for the moment. As the fresh flesh and blood entered Gua's stomach, his body grew warm. Soon, under the black caiman's powerful digestive system, the food began to break down and transform into energy for his own growth. This process of transformation, decomposition, and absorption was continuous. By the afternoon, once his stomach was completely empty, Gu swallowed the entire remaining carcass whole. During the process, he didn't sense any unusual changes. Perhaps it was just that he felt less hungry, or that digestion took a bit longer? In any case, after eating it, he didn't feel any difference from the greenfish he usually ate. Chapter 30, Striking Again. The next day, Gu began measuring his body length out of habit. 71 centimeters. Ha! Something seemed a little different. After a careful comparison, he had grown a bit faster. It was such a subtle change that, without the marks he carved into the ground as a reference, he wouldn't have noticed it just by feel. Because the change was so imperceptible under ideal conditions with ample nutrients, Gu could maintain a steady growth rate of 1 centimeter per day. But today's growth exceeded 1 centimeter. It was about 1.2 centimeters. After repeatedly comparing his measurements, he finally reached this conclusion. He would need to continue observing to confirm the details. Afterward, Gu went into hiding for a while. It wasn't until more than 10 days later that he was completely certain the flesh of the mutated gray squirrel did indeed promote physical growth. Moreover, after consuming the mutated gray squirrel, this sustained effect lasted until today, when it finally wore off. For a full 10 days, it had given Gu an additional 2 centimeters of rapid growth. Gu's height successfully reached 82 centimeters, bringing him ever closer to a 1-meter body length. Who would have thought that consuming the flesh of a mutated beast would have such an effect? An extra 2 centimeters in 10 days may seem insignificant, but that's because Gu's growth rate is 10 times faster than normal. For him, it's only 1/5 of his usual efficiency, but for an ordinary creature, that would mean double the growth, a full doubling of size. It must be noted that ordinary creatures and beasts do not possess Gu's extraordinary abilities. Even now, he cannot fully explain the special abilities that suddenly emerged due to his cancer mutation. In any case, it was a blessing in disguise. This ability is also his greatest asset for survival in the wild. Moreover, the special boost gained from devouring the mutated beast can be stacked on top of his existing abilities, providing him with significant assistance. Growing faster and reaching maturity sooner is naturally a good thing. No wonder it provoked an uprising among the giant earthworms underground, causing them to come out and compete with him. The double growth rate provided by consuming mutated flesh is clearly far more attractive to ordinary creatures. He always felt there was something he hadn't discovered yet. Day after day, Gu lay silently in the grass, thriving on the abundance of food. On this particular day, Gu crept quietly toward the territory of the gray squirrel family on the southern edge of his domain. The third gray had been missing for so long, even the slowest among them must have noticed something was wrong by now, right? After the youngest gray squirrel met with misfortune, how would the remaining mutated gray squirrels react? Goo, filled with doubt and a hint of worry, prepared to adjust his future strategy based on the situation. But the moment he emerged from the grass, he saw the eldest gray beating up the second gray. The two brothers, each clutching a blood-stained rabbit in their mouths, were walking toward him from a distance, jostling and arguing all the way. After quite a while, the second-born reluctantly pulled several bird eggs from his tightly clutched chest. Which bird's nest had been raided this time? Goo immediately saw the reason for the two gray squirrels' quarrel. After shoving each other for a while, the two brothers finally reached an agreement. They split the last few bird eggs evenly. Then, each happily clutching their share of eggs along with the freshly caught wild rabbits, they began to feast right there on the spot. They didn't even give a thought to the share for the third son, who had been missing for ages. And what about the old father, who loved eating animal eggs the most? Wasn't he getting any offerings either? Goo watched in utter speechlessness. Wow, what a family, truly loving parents and children, and brothers in perfect harmony. After watching for a while, Goo decisively walked away. What a waste of time worrying about this. He'd actually been a bit concerned after killing the Gray family's third son, planning to lay low for a while. At worst, he'd just hide out in the scorpion territory and scrape by for a few days. After all, there's always something to be had if you squeeze hard enough. Now he could forget about keeping a low profile. He realized he'd completely overthought it. As it turned out, the gray squirrel's sacrifice hadn't caught the attention of his two brothers at all. In fact, with one less burden to deal with, they didn't even have to share a single portion of the looted bird eggs. TSK. Number 3, you really are a total loser. Halfway there, Goo suddenly let out a sigh and twitched the corner of his mouth. Without the Gray family's number 3 around these past few days, it felt like he'd lost a kindred spirit who appreciated his trash roar, and the daily post-meal brawl, his regular routine, was gone. He actually felt a bit lonely. But the third brother he'd been thinking about had long since been completely broken down and digested by him, reduced to a pile of Goo's excrement, left permanently in the grass to serve as fertilizer. Living in the wild, deep within human territory, was bound to be lonely. He'd been prepared for that. Now, it was mostly just a few wistful thoughts arising from the loss of a source of amusement. Maintaining his optimal growth rhythm, life went on as usual. With the third son of the Gray family who had frequently harassed him out of the way, life returned to its quiet routine. Goo certainly wouldn't go looking for trouble or cause any trouble himself. Time was on his side. As long as he didn't take risks, there would be no danger once he had fully grown. He continued to eat fish, pack his meals, and drink his fill of dew. The only difference was that one day, when Goo went to feed in that low-lying area by the riverbank, the bald eagle on the ground hadn't flown away yet. When it saw Goo step into the hollow, it merely glanced at him, preening its feathers without a care. For a wild beast or a fierce bird of prey, this seemed somewhat unbelievable. A powerful beast absolutely does not tolerate the presence of other creatures by its side while feeding. How could one tolerate another snoring right beside one's bed, unless one truly couldn't overpower them? Goo didn't know how the bald eagle made this judgment, but in any case, they had never once clashed. Perhaps it also had something to do with Goo's body, which grew larger day by day. Thus, one could often see this wondrous pairing, a crocodile and a hawk, coexisting peacefully by the riverbank, feeding and growing side by side. At this point, according to his own ranking of the food chain, Goo's feeding priority in this riverside depression had risen another notch. He had successfully moved up from third place at the start to second, and now stood as a co-ruler of the riverside domain. Meanwhile, Goo's body length had quietly reached 90 centimeters. 2 days later, for the first time, Goo stepped out of the grass on his own initiative, not just to feed. He crossed the scorpion territory and headed straight toward the southwest, once again approaching the territory of the mutant gray squirrel family. He had been keeping a close eye on the gray squirrel's movements all this time, and today he sensed an opportunity. Early in the morning, he saw the leader of the gray squirrel family howling as he entered the depths of the rainforest, gradually fading into the distance. The leader had gone into the rainforest to hunt. Goo had quietly deduced this pattern. Every 10 days or so, the gray squirrel leader would venture deep into the rainforest, often disappearing for 2 or 3 days at a time. This was his chance. Goo quickly emerged from the grass and ran forward, stopping just a few meters from the rainforest. From this vantage point, the dense rainforest lay close by, ancient trees soaring skyward with tangled roots. Their thick branches spread out, forming a lush sea of trees. Perhaps hidden within lay another, entirely different paradise for beasts. Standing at the edge of this sea of trees, the majestic ancient forest made Goo keenly aware of his own insignificance. A speck in the vast ocean, that was all he was. After this moment of reflection, he did not forget the purpose of his daring journey here. At the edge of the forest sea visible before him, a few saplings were scattered here and there, growing outward. Though called saplings, this was only relative to the ancient trees within the forest, which often stood tens or even hundreds of meters tall. In reality, each of these saplings was over 20 meters high, with trunks so straight they could be called timber anywhere. This was a fairly common shrub in the Amazon, with palm-sized, curved leaves growing on its drooping branches. It was currently the season of changing weather, and many of the leaves had already begun to wither. Goo walked straight toward a large tree. It was an ordinary tree, indistinguishable from those around it. He crept quietly to the base of the tree, directly in front of the roots. Goo stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, stifled his breath, and was soon completely concealed by the layer of debris. Once hidden, he waited patiently. Chapter 31, Outwitting the Second Son of the Gray Family. He crouched low. The thick, fluffy layer of fallen leaves on the ground served as his natural camouflage. If there was anything unusual about the tree he had chosen, it was the bird's nest hidden high up in the branches before him. The nest was built deep within the foliage, completely concealed by the dense branches and leaves. Had it not been for the seasonal change and last night's strong wind, Goo would never have discovered it. And so, today's plan was born. It could be said that Goo's true motive lay elsewhere. While his stated goal was to guard the nest and catch squirrels, today he intended to employ a tactic of baiting the trap. As for whether the second Gray would take the bait, Goo wasn't the least bit worried, for he had absolute confidence in him. If you were to ask who, in all of the Amazon aside from the gray squirrels themselves, knows the mutant gray squirrel family best, Goo would dare to claim second place. No one else could claim first. As for this nest of troublesome neighbors that had settled near his own dwelling and with whom he had a deep-seated grudge, Goo loved to secretly observe them whenever he wasn't sleeping or eating. Living right under his nose and having spied on them for so long, there were times he even knew exactly how many times a day they went to the bathroom. The eldest Gray often went out hunting. The third Gray was a doormat, but Goo had already sent him off to be reincarnated. As for the second Gray, he was particularly fond of devouring bird eggs. Not a single nest in the vicinity had escaped his attention. Hiding in his spot, it hadn't even been an hour when Goo heard the rhythmic sound of footsteps. He recognized it immediately, the sound of a gray squirrel's legs springing as it hopped. The second of the Gray family had walked right into the trap. No sooner had he made that judgment than a gray figure darted into view, leaping straight over the side of his hiding spot. That impatient demeanor clearly indicated it had already spotted the exposed bird's nest in the tree. He'd heard of cuckoos taking over magpies' nests, but he'd never seen a mutated gray squirrel so eager to raid nests and steal eggs. It reminded him of the treacherous red-eyed squirrel that had once lurked at the entrance to his birth den. It seemed this criminal history carried a genetic component. As Goo thought this, his gaze grew icy. The other party had made a grave mistake in provoking Goo, a creature who held grudges. Don't underestimate a crocodile just because it's poor. No 3-year pact is needed. A gentleman's revenge is never delayed until the next day. Today, the little thief stole eggs, but Goo was thinking of stealing the thief. And he wasn't going to hold back anymore. As a crocodile who cherished the past, he intended to personally avenge his brothers and sisters who had made the tragic sacrifice, to settle the score and comfort their spirits in heaven. Of course. Directly south of his lair, this vast expanse of crimson light territory was occupied by a nest of foolish gray squirrels. It was simply a waste. With his food supply temporarily secured, Goo finally stopped hiding his curiosity about crimson light. He was different now than he had been a month ago. He had already developed some combat capability. At 90 centimeters long, he would never again be mistaken for an ordinary lizard. The days of being bullied by bullfrogs and scorpions were long gone. The hard scales on his back gave him a glimmer of courage to take the initiative. He had swallowed the second-born of the gray family with the body of the third-born, and now, with the body of the eldest, he was going to take on the second-born. He really was a genius. While he was thinking, the second-born of the gray family in front of him had already begun climbing upward along the tree roots. A pair of mutated, sharp claws transformed him into a master climber, swiftly approaching the bird's nest some 20 meters above. The nest was hidden, built on slender branches. Given the mutated gray squirrel's weight, it should have been difficult to get close. But as a repeat offender, the second of the gray family still had a plan. He grabbed a forked branch with both claws and swung back and forth like a monkey. As its form swayed, it quickly closed in on its target. A bird with white feathers and a flat beak, resembling a pigeon, flew up warily from the nest. After leaping from the nest, the bird let out a startled coo, but the gray squirrel easily swatted it away. As it plummeted downward, clutching a curved branch with one hand, the gray squirrel swung its body, snatching the entire bird's nest in one swift motion. Hearing the delighted chirps from above, Goo knew that the second-born of the gray family had succeeded in his mission. Holding the nest in one hand, the gray squirrel nimbly made its way down, ready to return to the ground to enjoy its feast. Shaking its fluffy head, its eyes brimming with joy, the mere thought of sweet bird eggs and glistening egg yolk caused drool to uncontrollably spill from its three-lipped mouth. When it was still 4 or 5 meters from the ground, it leaped straight down. It didn't feel the ground beneath it. The gray squirrel's eyes went wide. How were the leaves on the ground flying through the air? As the fallen leaves scattered, a bloodthirsty moth suddenly materialized mid-air. The gray squirrel's fur bristled instantly, its face contorted with terror. Die! Goo had been lying in wait for so long, biding his time for just this moment. Having successfully stolen the eggs, the gray squirrel's mind had been clouded by euphoria. Caught mid-air, it was ambushed by Goo, whose crocodile-like jaws struck with precision. With sharp fangs and a razor-sharp jaw, it bit down viciously on the gray squirrel's throat. Crunch! The jaws snapped shut, and Goo severed the exposed windpipe on the spot. The action was clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Compared to when it dealt with the third of the gray family, Goo's combat experience had improved even further. Faced with an opportunity delivered right to its doorstep, it didn't waste a moment. A single strike to the throat, the fractured cervical vertebrae were undoubtedly a fatal wound. Goo, still clamping down on the gray family's second son, landed back on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a tremendous force surged from his mouth, nearly tearing the corners of his lips apart. It wasn't dead yet. That's fucking impossible. Goo clamped his jaws shut, tightening his grip on the prey and refusing to let go. The immense bite force tightened around the throat, nearly tearing the gray squirrel's head off. Finally, the struggling force quickly faded, and it became a corpse. Goo still clamped down tightly, only letting out a sigh of relief after the warmth in his mouth had completely vanished and cooled. He almost made the same mistake again among the mutated gray squirrels. As their size increased, their strength actually grew exponentially. Judging by the strength of the gray squirrel's last-ditch counterattack, it was far more powerful than the similarly deceased number 3. Even now, with Goo's 90-centimeter frame, had he not caught it off guard, he would have doubted whether he could have defeated it in a fair, head-on battle. It was a question mark. Mutated beasts defy logic to begin with, making it even harder to gauge their true strength. Goo was at a loss for words. Did he really need to grow to a meter or even 1.1 meters just to take down number 2 of the gray family, who was only 70 centimeters tall? If that were the case, wouldn't he have to grow to over 1.5 meters to be sure of defeating number 1 of the gray family, who was already 90 centimeters tall? How much further could this geometric growth go? It seemed he would have to rethink his strategy when dealing with the mutated beasts near his territory. It turned out that the special case of mutated beasts breaking through their species' limitations and undergoing mutation was an evolutionary model completely detached from the natural course of development and growth. It was a path of growth that shattered the body's limits, growing larger, becoming stronger, filled with unknowns, and entirely different from Goo's normal developmental trajectory. The Goo had only just entered its growth phase. Its body was far from reaching its limits, and it still had a considerable distance to go before hitting that threshold. But now, after hunting 2 mutated gray squirrels, he seemed to have glimpsed a unique path of beast evolution. Are there other paths to growth besides natural development? This question had long lingered in Gu's mind, especially as his range expanded and he began encountering more and more mutated beasts. He didn't believe this was an isolated case. Just in this vast area alone, how many mutated beasts had already emerged? If his guess were true, the impact and consequences. Gu tilted his head back, a grin splitting his lips, bloodstained fur still clinging to his fangs. The wondrous Amazon seems to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 32, The Frenzied Red-Eyed Squirrel. Whether it's mutation or evolution, once a creature reaches its natural growth limit, there may still be another way to grow stronger. Moreover, this method of growing stronger is shrouded in mystery, completely different from the natural laws governing individual life in the wild. This was the unexpected bonus Gu had gained after taking the initiative to strike during this adventure. Gu rummaged through the corpse of Gray family's second son, dragging it out from the tangled fallen leaves. This was another fine specimen. Your third son managed to help me grow an extra 2 centimeters. I hope you'll do better next time. Gu shook his head, sighing inwardly, as he joyfully accepted his meal. Mutated flesh and blood clearly provided higher quality nutrients than ordinary food. The value of this flesh and blood was already immeasurable simply because it could double the growth rate of ordinary creatures. Just as he thought this, a foul stench suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Gu's expression changed drastically. He immediately bit into his prize and took 2 steps back. Looking down, he saw a bowl-sized hole had torn open the soil right where the mutated gray squirrel's corpse had lain. From the pitch-black opening, the ringed, spiked maw of a mutated giant earthworm flashed briefly before diving rapidly downward and vanishing. Having missed its strike, it had simply burrowed away. Damn filthy thing. I didn't even have time to deal with you, yet you dared to provoke old Croc. Just you wait. Gu stared at the hole in the ground, feeling a sudden wave of bad luck wash over him. The mutated giant earthworm clearly lacked the ability to drag large chunks of food underground. But as long as the corpse came into contact with it, there was no doubt that its monstrous jaws could tear off a large chunk of flesh. The most critical issue was whether Gu could still bring himself to eat the prey if this foul-smelling creature managed to take a bite out of it. After all, the thing was far too filthy and disgusting. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The moment he caught the stench, he immediately clamped his jaws around the prey, securing it in advance. Now this 70-centimeter-long, mutated gray squirrel belonged to him. Swallowing its fresh flesh would be enough to keep Gu from feeling hungry for the entire day. A white, flat-billed bird flitted back and forth above his head, fussing incessantly. It was still worried about its nest. Gu picked up the abandoned bird's nest lying on the ground. The gray squirrel had flung it away in panic when it was ambushed. The nest, which had landed upside down, was turned over, spilling broken egg whites all over the ground. Most of the eggs were shattered, but upon looking down, he actually managed to find one intact egg among the debris. Want this? Gu glanced up at the birds flying overhead. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pristine white eggshell whole. Sorry, but this is still mine. After a brief delay, it was already getting late. Just as Gu was about to return to camp, a dazzling crimson light from the heavens fell like a meteor, its dreamlike hues exuding a unique, ethereal beauty. Lifting his head slightly, he saw the sun and moon sharing the sky as dusk approached. Their mingling radiance gave birth to a strange celestial phenomenon. As a streak of crimson light, like a shooting star, skimmed past Gu's head and plummeted straight behind him, his body tensed in an instant. He turned around, following the point where the crimson light had fallen, pushing through scattered shrubs, and looked ahead. Gu froze in place. A bizarre red-eyed monster lay fast asleep in the southwest corner of the rainforest's edge. Thick vines grew all around it, crushed beneath its weight, forming a vast, net-like bed. At a single glance, Gu grew tense. Long legs and arms beneath the gray fur lay lines brimming with explosive power. Was this the red-eyed squirrel that hadn't been seen in ages? The patriarch of the mutated gray squirrel family? The reason for Gu's hesitation was that the creature had changed so drastically. Lying on its back, its silhouette was clearly visible. Compared to a month ago, deep red skin was now visible beneath its sparse fur, with bulging muscles radiating explosive power. This red-eyed squirrel had shed its fur and had become even more terrifying. At a glance, its body length was a staggering 1.6 meters, already reaching the height of a normal adult human. Clearly, when he first encountered it over a month ago, a fleeting glimpse as it hid in the grass, he had been deeply impressed by this formidable foe. His memory was crystal clear. At that time, the red-eyed squirrel had been no more than 1.2 meters long. Now, it had swelled to several times its original size, its exaggerated physique and the fur strewn all over the ground. For a moment, Gu almost didn't recognize the very culprit responsible for all this. Suddenly, in the clearing, the red-eyed squirrel's eyelids rolled back, and its blood-red pupils twitched, startling Gu. He immediately ducked his head, pressing his body flat against the cool ground beside the bushes. With all four limbs pressed to the ground, he swallowed quietly, not daring to move a muscle. They were far too close, a mere few dozen meters apart. If this red-eyed monster were to stand up, it would easily spot Gu's figure hidden by the bushes. The thought that he had just taken out Gray family's second son right under this monstrous nose sent a chill down Gu's spine. Fortunately, he'd been cautious enough to land a single bite to the throat, preventing the gray squirrel from making a sound. Otherwise, the consequences. Gu crouched low, holding his breath. The massive red-eyed squirrel in front of him opened its eyes, rolled over gently, then pulled a half-gnawed animal thigh from beneath itself, stuffed it into its mouth, chewed it casually a few times, and went back to sleeping soundly. He cast one last glance. On the vine-covered ground at the edge of the rainforest, bathed in crimson light, a bloodthirsty red-eyed squirrel lay surrounded by a scattering of animal bones of all sizes and varieties. The ground was littered with carcasses and severed limbs, resembling a graveyard of beasts, while the master of the realm slept soundly and alone in the center. This scene was etched firmly into Gu's mind. It was time to retreat. While the monster before him was still fast asleep, he had to hurry away from this dangerous place. Gu bit into the corpse of Gray family's second son and silently backed away, moving away from the rainforest. Passing through the damp scorpion territory, he walked straight through without taking a shortcut. Instead, he took a detour, passing through the territory of the three gray squirrel brothers to the south, before returning to his own lair. Due to the appearance of the crimson light, the persistent old wolf in the scorpion territory to the west was chasing the light, once again heading toward the Keyflower snake's territory. Some mutated beasts, stirred by the appearance of the crimson light, began to grow restless. Meanwhile, Gu silently dragged his prey, successfully entering his den, where he finally settled down. He felt a sense of unease. The second of the gray squirrels had died so suddenly that he hadn't even had time to clean up the blood at the scene. After catching a close-up glimpse of the terrifying red-eyed squirrel, Gu had simply slipped away. He wondered if the monsters in the rainforest would go berserk once they awoke. With these thoughts in mind, he waited until the crimson light faded and darkness fell. A massive roar echoed from the southwest. The sound exploded, reverberating across the rainforest's edge and the surrounding grasslands. The furious roar silenced even the insects and ants in the vicinity. In the distant grass, a mutated giant snake twisted its body uneasily. The howls of wolves, which often echoed toward the moon at night in the west, had also vanished. The bald eagles circling in the sky flew past the riverside. In the southwest corner, at the scene of the incident, dried bloodstains still marred the ground. Parting the fallen leaves revealed a pitch-black hole in the earth. Around the bowl-sized black hole, a ring of blood-stained gray fur was scattered, with droplets of blood dripping directly into the hole. This was, of course, Gu's handiwork. He hadn't had time to cover up the scene, but he managed to leave a disgusting message for his opponent before departing. Grabbing the blood-stained fur from the ground, red-eyed squirrel who had just emerged from the rainforest let out a deafening roar. He raised a sharp claw and plunged it into the ground, forcefully jamming it into the hole. Digging with both arms, he quickly excavated a large pit over 2 meters deep. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the pit lay another black hole. Chapter 33, The Disappearance. I wonder if what I did earlier worked. Gu ran a hand through the soft fur of the second son of the Gray family before him, thinking silently. The continuous roaring lasted until the wee hours of the night, disturbing the peace of the entire surrounding territory. Such a quick reaction. Could it be that the second son of the Gray family was actually on a mission to steal eggs after all? Gu's mind raced with a dark thought, if only he knew that his other foolish son had also met his end at his own hands. Suddenly, a deafening crash rang out, like a tree snapping, accompanied by the ground trembling. Gu instinctively ducked his head. This monster was truly ferocious. Its boundless energy was terrifying. Even after all this commotion, it could still make such a huge racket. The incessant roaring wore Gu down. After a while, unable to sleep, he actually felt more alert. A pair of crocodile eyes opened wide in the dead of night, full of vitality. Upon waking, he immediately felt a hollow emptiness in his stomach. The meal had been nearly digested. So he decisively lowered his head and swallowed the remaining second son of the Grey family whole. Only this could soothe the damage to his soul, which he felt as he listened to the howling all around him. After a while, drowsy, Gu counted the stars in the sky. His vision gradually blurred, and he lost consciousness, until the light of day broke. Gu rose with the morning light, made his way through the grass, and approached the southwestern corner of the territory. Hiding his body in the grass, he peered out. The scene was a mess. The burrows where the mutated earthworms had once crawled had vanished, replaced by a deep, gaping pit. Directly opposite the pit, a shrub had been snapped clean off at the roots. Its straight trunk lay on the ground from a distance. The broken cross-section still bore numerous claw marks. A thick tree trunk, snapped clean off by a single pair of claws. Gu fell silent. It was one thing that his 3 foolish sons were each more ferocious than the last, but this father, he was a monster. Unfathomable and unbeatable. Gu immediately labeled it as a force not to be provoked. He stared at the broken cross-section of the shrub for a long while. Compared to the sturdy shrub, he suddenly felt that the layer of black scales covering his body seemed flimsy. The idea of avenging his little brothers and sisters would have to wait. This matter required careful, long-term planning. After all, nothing was worth risking his own life for. That said, taking things one step at a time, gradually crippling the red-eyed squirrel and eliminating its offspring was also a sound strategy for revenge. He had originally believed that, given his current circumstances, he had more than enough to establish a foothold here. But the mutated beast's overwhelming power had dealt him a crushing blow. Gu suddenly realized his strength was still clearly insufficient, and if it wasn't enough, then he'd just have to eat more. For the next step, he set a small goal: reach a body length of 1.5 meters, with the Grey clan leader as his target. With his goal set, Gu held his breath and immediately threw himself into a frenzied feeding spree, making daily trips back and forth to the riverbank, coming empty-handed and leaving with a full load of fish. His figure moved swiftly, and he persisted like this for nearly 2 months. Throughout this time, he worked diligently and kept a low profile, constantly using the image of the mutated gray squirrel to spur himself on. Enduring loneliness and solitude on his own, he finally reached a body length of 1.5 meters one early morning. On this day, he successfully reached the limit of his growth phase. Just one more step, and he would enter the final growth stage, the countdown to adulthood as defined by science. In just a few months, Gu had progressed from a juvenile caiman, consecutively passing through the 2 most dangerous stages, the juvenile phase and the growth phase. With a growth rate 10 times that of a typical caiman, he had rapidly caught up to a size that would normally take ordinary juveniles several years to reach. In the eyes of the general public, there is no precise scientific basis for measuring a caiman. People almost always judge them by their size. In the eyes of the general public, any crocodile reaching a length of 2 meters is typically classified as an adult. It's important to note that a normal caiman, once fully grown, typically measures between 1.8 and 2 meters in length, with females being even smaller, reaching maturity at just 1.5 meters. Gu suddenly realized that, based on this comparison, the mutated Grey family boss must already possess combat prowess approaching that of a fully grown caiman. And what about the even more terrifying red-eyed gray squirrel? Could it easily overpower an adult caiman? He never imagined that one day, the caiman, a top-tier creature on Earth, sitting at the top of the food chain, would be reduced to a mere benchmark for measuring combat prowess. Fortunately, despite his turbulent journey, he possessed extraordinary innate bloodlines. If he were just an ordinary caiman, wouldn't he have lost any chance of standing up to the red-eyed squirrel? As the entanglement between them deepened, he had long since regarded the other as his arch-rival. Sharing this territory, a day of confrontation was inevitable. Because of their feud, this terrifying red-eyed squirrel gradually became the driving force behind Gu's relentless growth. Fortunately, although he belongs to the caiman species, in a sense, throughout the long course of evolutionary history, he is considered a unique mutation. He is the black caiman, the king of caimans. A dominant species that can reach 1.5 meters in length during its growth phase, and upon reaching adulthood, can grow to a peak length of 4 meters and weigh up to 800 kilograms. Gu's potential is immense. He still has a great deal of untapped potential. For now, there is no need to take excessive risks. Steady development is all that is required. Gu straightened his body, his powerful frame moving through the grass, his heart filled with hope for the future. "I'm coming for you, head of the Grey clan." Gu crouched in the grass on the southern side, waiting silently. 1 day, 2 days, a week. 7 or 8 days passed. Aside from eating and sleeping, Gu spent all his free time on the lookout, but the Grey clan leader had vanished. For several days in a row, there was no sign of him. This shouldn't be happening. This mutated gray squirrel had never been gone for this long while out hunting. Could it be that he encountered an accident while hunting in the rainforest? Come to think of it, it had indeed been a while since he heard any sound from the gray squirrel. Recently, due to his physical development and the fact that he was about to enter the growth phase, Gu had focused all his attention on his own growth, gradually letting his guard down regarding surveillance of the southern territory. Could it be such a coincidence that just as he crossed into the growth phase, the Grey family boss vanished? Gu refused to believe it, so he silently lay in wait for another week, but still found nothing. The Grey clan leader had truly gone missing. Number 2 and Number 3 had long since become his evolutionary sustenance. Without the 3 mutant gray squirrel brothers, the southern territory instantly felt empty. More crucially, the crimson light present in this territory had now become ownerless. Instantly, Gu's eyes blazed with intensity. He hadn't paid it much mind before, but as dusk approached and the hazy hues settled, it exuded a deadly allure. With the threat of the gray squirrels gone, a few clueless birds gradually began to descend upon the strange crimson light. If ordinary birds could claim the crimson light, he could certainly dominate it as well, especially since his current abilities were in no way inferior to those of the mutated gray squirrels back then. Even if the 3 gray brothers joined forces, with his current physique having surpassed the growth phase, he felt confident he could hold his own. The crimson light, which he had coveted for so long, was right before him, within easy reach. Chaotic thoughts surged through his mind, tugging at his nerves one by one. Caution, restraint while others are greedy, I remain vigilant. Among the 36 stratagems, survival is the highest virtue. In the end, Gu remained true to his principles, not stepping a single foot out of the grass. After a week of lying in wait, he returned to his territory quietly. He did indeed covet the crimson light and was eager to unravel the mysteries it held, but now was definitely not the time. This seemingly unclaimed territory was not something to be claimed lightly. The details were far from simple. With the descendants of the red-eyed squirrel disappearing one after another, who knew if it might suddenly go berserk? Moreover, this location was too close to the edge of the rainforest. As long as the red-eyed squirrel inside ventured out even slightly, it could spot what was happening over here. The risks involved were simply too great. Crimson light wasn't something that could be secured and forgotten in an instant. It required a stable, sustained environment. At the same time, Gu thought of another issue, the very reason he left without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 34, Ambush by the River. If this place were truly as peaceful as it appeared, with not a shred of risk, then where was that old wolf nearby, the one chasing after crimson light? When it came to obsession with the crimson light, no one in this region could claim second place to that old wolf. Compared to its heroic feat of chewing on grass all the way in pursuit of the crimson light, Gu fell far short. Now that the 3 gray brothers had vanished, the crimson light territory to the south had suddenly been vacated. With the threat of the mutated beasts no longer lurking there, where was that passionate light chaser of a wolf? With such an obvious change, Gu couldn't believe he was the only one to notice it. But what about the old wolf? At least 10 days had passed, and he hadn't even made a move to get close, let alone take over the territory outright. This alone was enough to instantly extinguish the faint glimmer of desire that had just begun to stir within Gu. The Grey Clan's leader had vanished under mysterious circumstances, most likely met with an accident. Gu's goal had barely been set before it was cut short. It was his own fault. Why would a perfectly good gray squirrel go and imitate powerful beasts by venturing deep into the rainforest to hunt? Arrogance, utter arrogance. At the same time, this incident made Gu even more wary of the rainforest depths. It was just a shame about all that mutated flesh. Gu curled the corners of his mouth. The flesh of the second of the Grey family he devoured not long ago had given him another significant boost. That's why, as soon as he passed the growth stage, he already set his sights on the eldest of the Grey family. That such an accident occurred was unexpected, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. At least the 3 Grey Squirrel brothers had all been eliminated, and his primary enemy, the red-eyed squirrel, had lost his right-hand man. Through Gu's clever maneuvering, he successfully cut off the opponent's lineage, turning him into a true lonely old man. Why does it sound like I'm some kind of villain? Gu silently cleared his mind, a habit of his he always preferred to plan before acting. Regardless, the detested Grey Squirrel trio had finally vanished completely. With one less source of instability to the south of his territory, and no longer having to hear the trio's daily shouts, Gu could finally sleep more soundly at night. But it wasn't over yet. As for the grudge from that night's egg-stealing hunt, after taking revenge on each of their underlings one by one, it was only natural to turn his attention to the real culprit. He should revisit his target, and that would naturally be. I'd better put that on hold for now. Recalling the towering shrub that had been uprooted by the red-eyed squirrel in a fit of rage, Gu unconsciously swallowed hard. This wasn't cowardice. How could the great king of the Black Caimans ever be a coward? It was prudence, sheer wisdom. After a moment's pause, Gu set off toward his feeding spot by the river, striding with a confident, wind-swept gait and an air of authority. Having grown and lurked in silence for so long, Gu was growing increasingly fond of wandering eastward whenever he had the chance. He had no choice after all, the other directions were all occupied by troublesome neighbors he couldn't afford to provoke. His original plan, declared when he buried a soda can in his den and vowed to expand his territory, was still far from being realized. Apart from his tiny den, only this stretch of sandy land to the east could be considered part of his territory. As for the scorpion territory, it was only half his, since he had to avoid a certain stubborn old wolf. Therefore, after eliminating Grey family's third son and successfully taking his place, Gu had long regarded this eastern area where food could be found as his private domain. Gu timed his arrival perfectly, appearing near his private territory. What's this? A raid? In the depression where the tide had just receded, vast numbers of bluefish lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. The area was littered with shed scales, and the exposed intestines and entrails filled the air with the stench of blood. The depression was littered with extensive signs of destruction. The dead fish strewn across the ground clearly hadn't died of natural dehydration. Just then, the white-headed eagle in the sky arrived as expected. After landing and glancing at Gu's once again rapidly swelling form, it flew straight to the other side, keeping a clear distance. Gu had no time to pay attention to the bird. The white-headed eagle's feeding habits were the same as always, successfully clearing it of any suspicion. Could there be another creature that had set its sights on this place? But the number of bluefish on the shore was the same as usual. There was basically no sign of loss. Was there a creature that destroyed but didn't eat? Gu looked at the damaged bluefish scattered across the ground, his heart aching. His favorite fresh fish meat he'd been just a few steps too late. Now the texture had deteriorated, and who knows, perhaps some of the nutrients had been lost as well. He had to find the culprit responsible for this chaos. Gu turned over the dead and even severed pieces of blue carp carcasses, inspecting each one. He soon made a discovery. It was actually a damn earthworm. A heart-wrenching cry of horror rose from Gu's heart. Before him lay a large bluefish weighing nearly 3 pounds, its belly torn open. On the ground beneath it, a familiar hole suddenly caught his eye. Lifting the fish for a closer look, he saw that the edges of the torn belly were covered with tiny, needle-like puncture marks. More importantly, Gu discovered a glob of slime inside the split belly. The moment he got close, a foul stench hit him. This was undoubtedly that mutated giant earthworm. Not only had it fought him twice for the mutated flesh, but now it dared to wantonly destroy his precious food. Goo's eyes blazed with fury. This was nothing short of suicide. It seems yesterday's lesson wasn't enough. Just because the crocodile hasn't shown its fangs yet, you think you can push me around? I was planning to turn a blind eye and ignore you for a few days, but now there's absolutely no way I can let you live. But before dealing with that mutated giant earthworm, he still had to eat his meal for the day. Goo forced down his nausea and prepared to eat. It was just a matter of being touched by a rotten, stinking giant earthworm, after all. Damn it! He closed his eyes and dug in. That was the plan, but when Goo brought several greenfish each carrying a faint stench to his mouth, he instantly flung them back. It stinks too much. To fill his stomach, Goo had no choice but to pick and choose. Unfortunately, that stinking earthworm was far too toxic. Most of the bluefish had been contaminated. He quickly finished sorting through his half of the territory, then naturally shifted his gaze to the bald eagle across from him. Brother Eagle, let us swap spots. Food was the top priority, so Goo had no choice but to break the rapport he'd just established with the bald eagle. Here, all these bluefish are yours. Goo pushed a large pile of stinking, contaminated bluefish in front of him with his claws, signaling a trade. Look, you're getting a great deal more for less. After gesturing with his claws to express his intent, Goo used his bulk to shove the bald eagle aside and resumed picking out fish fit for eating. The displaced bald eagle fixed Goo with a piercing gaze. It looked at the pile of stinky fish on the ground, then at Goo across from him, who was steadily gathering whole, fresh-looking bluefish, and flapped its wings, flying away. Whoa, it's actually mad. Soon, all the bluefish in the depression that looked good enough to eat had found their way into Goo's belly. The remaining broken pieces were simply inedible. Forget about taking leftovers home. Goo had only eaten until he was 80% full and still wasn't satisfied. This was the first time since taking over the river that Goo had returned empty-handed, all thanks to that mutated giant earthworm. Stealing a crocodile's food was like killing its parents. Stinking earthworm, you'll pay for this, Crocodile Lord. Returning to his lair in a rage, his stomach still not fully filled, left him feeling insecure. Without food, he couldn't get the nutrients he needed, and without nutrients, Goo's growth would be stunted. If this kept up. The more Goo thought about it, the angrier he got. That mutated giant earthworm absolutely couldn't be left unchecked. So what if it relied on its ability to burrow underground to act with impunity, even when facing the terrifying red-eyed squirrel? As long as it burrows deep underground, there is nothing that can be done about it. But now that Goo held a grudge against it, who knows, maybe it's time to teach that arrogant giant earthworm a lesson it'll never forget. No sooner said than done, Goo stood up and sprang into action. Near his dwelling, he quickly found a long vine. He stripped away its thorny branches and leaves, leaving only the slender main stem, as thick as a finger. This vine, known as ground thorn, is famous for its tough, resilient main stem. The one Goo had chosen had already turned completely yellow. It appeared the root had died not long ago. He had deliberately selected it. If a vibrant, living vine could be called tough, then this vine, which had just died, with a yellowed hue but not yet completely withered, was nearly as sturdy as a hand-woven hemp rope. Goo grabbed a section of it, gave it a tug, and was thoroughly satisfied. Dragging the sturdy vine back, he realized he would need a few more tools to deal with the mutated giant earthworm. Chapter 35, Fishing. Upon returning to his dwelling, Goo stopped and dug out the necessary tools from a patch of grass. A blood-stained hook and 2 gray squirrel tails, stripped of their fur. The hook was also made from a mutated gray squirrel, though naturally not from its nimble, spring-like claws. After all, those flexible, jointed claws simply couldn't be fixed in place like a hook. Instead, all the hooks were taken from the gray squirrel's paws. Who would have thought that hidden within the unassuming fur of a mutant gray squirrel's paw lay such ferocious, curved claws? This is what you call making use of waste. In fact, ever since Goo was first ambushed from underground by a giant mutant earthworm, he had already begun paying close attention. Facing this treacherous subterranean foe, he was constantly devising strategies to counter it. Goo picked up a blood-stained hook and thrust its tip forcefully through one end of the vine. The thick periosteum at the hook's base wedged perfectly into the hole. Then he picked up a blood-stained, hairless tail lying on the ground and threaded it onto the hook bit by bit until the hook was completely hidden, making it look like a piece of flesh that had grown directly from the vine. The bare, blood-red tail was over 10 centimeters long. Once stripped of its fur, it looked much like a pig's tail. But the texture was worlds apart, dry and full of bone. How did he know this so clearly? The other, slightly smaller bald tail on the ground still bore traces of gnawing at its tip. This one must belong to Gray family's third. It was the first time Gu had realized that the worst-tasting part of a mutated gray squirrel was actually its tail. So, the two discarded tails were put to good use as bait. After all, this was mutated flesh. He pulled a sturdy vine from a distance, repeated the previous steps, cutting the vine, threading the hook, and attaching the bait. With that, Gu's tools were complete. Armed with his gear, Gu headed straight out to hunt down the treacherous mutant giant earthworm. For this sneaky creature, which always preferred to attack from behind, trying to chase it underground was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even ambushes, lying in wait, or ambushes given its ghostly speed underground had an extremely low chance of success. But Gu still came up with a way to deal with it. Soon, Gu discovered a hole leading straight underground in the grass not far from his habitat. Upon approaching, he confirmed beyond a doubt that it was a hole left by the mutated giant earthworm. He extended his claws and lowered his blood-stained tail, which had a hook attached, inch by inch into the hole. He lowered it straight down 3 or 4 meters, yet still didn't hit solid ground. Who knows how deep this hole actually goes? Gu shook his head, gripping the other end of the vine tightly with his claws. Throughout the entire process, casting the bait and setting the hook, he moved with seamless precision. Combined with his intense, focused expression, he looked every bit the seasoned angler. Except he wasn't fishing for fish, and his fishing spot wasn't in the water. His target was a massive, mutated earthworm over half a meter long, covered in sharp fangs, and utterly treacherous, lurking underground. And the angler above ground was a black caiman, its body clad in black scales and its eyes gleaming with vitality. Having successfully set the bait, Gu tilted his head and surveyed the area for a moment, then tugged on a long vine growing from the ground and made his way to a massive boulder buried deep beneath the earth. The rock was heavy. He tried to push it but couldn't budge it at all. So, he simply tugged the vine and wrapped it around the boulder, loop after loop. With his clumsy claws, he couldn't tie it neatly, but that wasn't necessary anyway. Using his alligator claws, he just kept winding upward, creating a messy tangle until he finally managed to tie a tight knot. Perfect! Gu looked at his masterpiece, thoroughly satisfied. He then tidied up the surrounding grass a bit to cover his tracks before leaving immediately. He had originally considered indulging in a bit of angling, but it felt too conspicuous. It was quite a pity. He'd have to wait until he'd fully matured and no longer feared the dangers of the wild to experience that. Pulling another vine away from the spot, he still had enough strength to set up one more bait. The location was crucial. It definitely couldn't be too close to his first setup. After all, the mutated earthworms had left dozens, if not hundreds, of burrows in the vicinity. How could he hit the mark precisely among all those burrows? Gu had no idea. But by finding the farthest spot and setting the final bait there to avoid the possibility of repetition, his chances of success would be statistically higher. With this in mind, Gu finally chose an underground burrow on the sandy riverbank to the east. After setting the bait, he tied the vine to a low shrub by the river. He had another little trick up his sleeve. This spot was near a low-lying area. If that creature came back to cause trouble, it might just be lured by the scent of mutated flesh. Then it would learn the price of crossing Crocodile Lord. He tapped his claws together. The plan to lure the earth dragon was now in place. After double-checking for any oversights, he simply swished his tail and vanished into the thicket, keeping his achievements hidden. The dense grass swayed from side to side, as if a giant beast were running through it. Hidden insects along the path fluttered frantically back and forth, fleeing the swaying greenery. Gu ran forward with a sense of helplessness. Given his current size, it was simply unrealistic to move as he once did. Standing over 1.6 meters tall, even the slightest movement caused this chaos. It wasn't that he wasn't being careful, it was simply that the pond he was living in was a bit too small. Now that night had fallen, he decided to pick up the pace and stop hiding. Taking advantage of the darkness, he headed straight for scorpion territory to the west. As for his motive, his goal was clear. Traveling under cover of darkness meant it was time for a late-night snack. He'd been so disgusted by those stinking earthworms earlier that day, he'd missed out on most of his meal. On top of that, he'd spent half the day setting up decoys to lure his enemies. By the time he returned to his lair at midnight, his stomach was growling uncontrollably. Skipping a meal wasn't a big deal, but it was certainly unnecessary. Today, the Grey Clan leader vanished unexpectedly, eliminating another rival. Plus, using my wits, I successfully set up the hook-shaped bait. Good things come in pairs, it's only fitting to celebrate. I'll treat myself to a feast of whole scorpions. My dear scorpions, here I come. Goo let out a low growl, instantly unsettling the figures hidden in the ground as the grass blades trembled. A familiar silhouette, graceful movements, a ferocious maw wave of greedy devouring. Big scorpions, small scorpions, venomous or not, all were treated the same, disappearing one by one into Goo's belly. Destroying nests and wiping out entire colonies, dirt flew as even the best hidden burrows were laid bare beneath his massive claws. After eating bluefish for so long, this sudden change of pace was indescribably delicious. Goo's massive jaws crunched with a satisfying gnaw as he chewed slowly and thoroughly, his figure so delighted he simply couldn't stop eating. 100 scorpions slain in a row. Finally, Goo stopped, still wanting more. He tilted his head back, relaxed his throat, and swallowed the 100th scorpion of the day in one go. After cultivating and resting for so long, to be swept clean by Goo in a single day, who knows when he'll be able to feast this heartily again. Suddenly, Goo's body tensed, and the surroundings fell instantly silent. An unfamiliar presence was right at his side. He spun around abruptly to see a pair of green eyes slowly creeping closer from the grass behind him. Chapter 36, Standoff Under the Moon. In the moonlight, an old wolf with pointed ears and a long beard glared at Goo with its vivid green eyes, staring him down intently. In the split second it took him to turn, the wolf's snout was already only 3 or 4 meters away. The old wolf had long, slender limbs and soft pads on its paws. Its footsteps through the grass made only the faintest of sounds. Goo's heart sank instantly. Damn it, another sneaky old bastard. Information about wild wolves immediately popped into his head. This was a wild creature of extreme tenacity, ferocious and cunning. Once it locks onto a target, it's incredibly patient, tracking its prey relentlessly until it's completely worn down. Legend has it that wild, deep mountain wolves will sneak up behind their prey, waiting until they've closed the distance before pouncing to bite the throat and kill in a single strike. Just recalling this, Goo realized just how troublesome wild wolves could be. How could they not be a pain? The creature standing before me is the kind that would switch to a herbivorous diet just for a sliver of crimson light's afterglow. Hey! You aren't actually treating me like prey, are you? Goo's crocodile-like mouth opened slightly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't intimidated. After all, standing before him was a fully grown, prime-condition wild wolf. To have lived so openly among all these mutated species for so long, it must have something special. Maybe it's a mutated beast too. Looking at the wild wolf before him, which seemed much larger than he remembered, Goo speculated. Besides, buddy, don't you usually come here to graze before dusk? What are you doing out wandering in the middle of the night? Facing the warning growl from Goo's crocodile-like jaws, the old wolf paused for a moment after revealing itself, then quickly glared with its green eyes and closed in again. This isn't good. Goo's heart sank. It seemed this fierce battle was unavoidable. He assumed a fighting stance, calmly waiting for the old wolf to approach, and quickly assessed the disparity between them. The old wolf was agile and in the prime of his life, moving with the speed of the wind. If he tried to flee, Goo's mobility offered him not the slightest chance of escape. Besides, he was no pushover anymore. As a black caiman entering the final stage of adulthood, he was far from the greenhorn who had once squabbled with poisonous scorpions when he first arrived here. Having completely conquered this scorpion territory, he now stood over 1.6 meters long, with newly developed scales and a robust, powerful physique. If it couldn't be avoided, he would fight with everything he had. Besides, it wasn't certain who the prey was. Choose the wrong target, and you'll break your own teeth. A murderous intent gradually welled up within Gu, ready to erupt. He lowered his body, adopting a poised stance to counter with stillness when fighting a beast for survival. One must never follow the opponent's rhythm. Gu's mind was clear, his icy crocodile eyes locked onto the old wolf, drawing closer. Growl. Howl. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded in his ears. Eerie, shrill, deliberately drawn out, bizarre syllables screeched, one after another like a tidal wave. The old wolf's fur bristled in terror, and Gu's eyes narrowed in shock. The mutated red-eyed squirrel. Although the cry had changed slightly from before, those strange syllables were unmistakably its own. At the same time, in the southwest corner, the shadows of the rainforest trees swayed as if a figure were running through them. A howling gale swept in, quickly reaching the damp vicinity of scorpion territory. His scalp prickled instantly. Exchanging a glance with the old wolf across from him, who had suddenly fallen silent, he decisively turned and fled without hesitation. Under the moonlight, deep within the wild grasses, a wolf and a crocodile who had been eyeing each other with hostility, ready to fight, brushed past one another and retreated swiftly in perfect unison. The wind howled fiercely. He ran back to his den in one breath, lowered his head, and quickly hid himself. Who knows what had suddenly driven this creature dwelling in the rainforest to go mad again? In the late hours of the night, the biting morning mist condensed, gathering as water on the grass blades. The cold, glistening dewdrops flowed, weighing down the tips of the grass until they bent, gradually revealing a hidden gap beneath. Gu glanced up, then moved the crocodile back into hiding. The sun rose in the east, its warm glow dispelling the mist. Gu cautiously poked his head out from the grass and began to survey the scene from the previous night. His gaze fell due south, toward the territory once dominated by the three brothers of the Grey clan. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with the bodies of blood-soaked birds. Every single one had been gutted, their wings torn from their bodies while still alive. Their deaths were horrifically gruesome. The territory once belonging to the three Grey Squirrel brothers was now covered in blood and the remains of the birds, filling this crimson light domain which Gu had coveted with a heavy stench of blood. It was indeed a wise decision not to meddle with this place. Looking at the gruesome scene on the ground, Gu couldn't help but reflect, after all, the most terrifying creature in this region is still here. The Grey brothers are gone, but the domineering red-eyed squirrel still won't allow any other creature to set foot here. To be so protective of its young, but your three foolish sons are already gone. What's the point of guarding the territory now? It's like occupying a toilet without using it. Gu cursed inwardly. His gaze followed the gruesome bird carcasses, gazing toward the rainforest. The ground, vegetation, and tree trunks all bore signs of destruction along the way. Seeing the scene left behind by the red-eyed squirrel's rampage last night, Gu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Deep claw marks, as if left in a fit of rage, gaping pits, uprooted grass and vegetation, and broken shrubs scattered here and there. This creature's combat prowess is truly terrifying. Gu had uttered such an exclamation more than once. The fact that he managed to escape from its clutches back then was truly down to sheer luck. As his understanding of the red-eyed squirrel deepened, he realized that it was undoubtedly the absolute apex predator in this area. In terms of raw combat power, within this region, the red-eyed squirrel was unquestionably in a league of its own, at the very top of the food chain. Moving down the list, Gu immediately thought of the Keyflower snake, another mutated beast that reigned over the north. His reasoning was simple: that persistent old wolf from last night frequently ventured into the Keyflower snake's territory and still lived a carefree life. Yet, from start to finish, he had never once provoked the family of mutated gray squirrels. Likewise, the Keyflower snake and this old wolf should rank in the second tier of this region. Below them, the three mutated gray squirrel brothers, the bald eagles soaring in the sky, and of course the mutated giant earthworms underground. All of these can be counted as the third tier. And what about himself? Given his current physical development and all other factors, he might just barely scrape into the second tier? Chapter 37, 1.8 meters in length. Putting it that way, there are currently only three creatures that pose a threat to Gu. The mutated red-eyed squirrel is unmatched in combat prowess and holds a deep grudge against Gu for now. He can only avoid it, but sooner or later, they'll have to face off. Then there's the mutated Kaiflower snake and that mysterious old wolf, both active in the same grassland as him, effectively blocking his attempts to expand his territory. As a result, despite his current height of over 1.6 meters, he is still confined to a tiny habitat, his range of movement completely restricted. One is a threat to his survival, the other is a practical obstacle to his growth. I'm still not strong enough, Gu couldn't help but sigh. As for the mutated beasts beneath Gu, not to mention the 3 gray squirrels that had already perished. The mystical bald eagle, aside from feeding by the river, rarely touched the ground with a single spread of its wings. It could cover dozens of meters. It was on a completely different level from Gu. As for the mutated giant earthworm, it was even more sneaky, hiding underground without ever showing its face, making its survival environment virtually invincible. Damn! Thinking it through like this, his position became rather awkward. Much of the good mood he had upon entering adulthood had dissipated. Glancing at the sky, he muttered, "Oh no, it's almost feeding time." As the Amazon's most devoted feeding king, Gu dashed toward the riverbank. He deliberately left a little early today. After all, the mess from yesterday had served as a reminder. There was a sneaky creature underground capable of causing him trouble. Passing by the bait he set up yesterday, he decided to check on it. He made his way straight to the large boulder entwined with vines in the grass. Pulling on the vines, he slowly rose to the surface. Once clear of the underground opening, his bare tail emerged from the ground. Gu picked it up to inspect it and found that the internal hook was well hidden, with no signs of having been touched, so he set the bait back down. After wrapping things up quickly, he hurried to the riverbank. Upon reaching the beach, Gu let out a long sigh. The tide hadn't yet begun to wash over the low-lying area, so this time, no one would be able to ruin his meal. Taking advantage of the time, he quietly made his way to another nearby bait site. Following the tight knot wrapped around the shrub, Gu looked down at the hole in the ground and gently pulled out the vine. 1 meter, 2 meters. The weight felt off. Something was there. Could it be? Gu's eyes lit up as he yanked out the last section of vine in an instant. Strung on the curved hook was a section of a mutated gray squirrel's tail. At the tip of the slender tail, a plump, white figure was yanked directly out of the hole. Even after being pulled from the ground, it continued to wriggle, clinging tightly to the tip of its tail, showing no sign of letting go. Gu reached out with his claws, yanking the white creature off the bait and clutching it in his hand. It was soft and springy. Is this a giant white worm? Gu stared in disbelief. The thing in his hand was 10 centimeters long, with a diameter of about 5 centimeters. This bug is off the charts. A giant white worm, the ancestor of all white worms? He played with it in his hand, feeling slightly disappointed. He thought some sneaky creature had taken the bait, but it turned out to be this thing. Still, it's a good catch, he said, popping it straight into his mouth. The meaty protein was packed with nutrients. After savoring his pre-meal snack and tidying up the bait, he set it back in place. As a fisherman, one must have patience. Just then, ripples began to spread across the river's surface. A dense swarm of bluegill darted in all directions. In their panic, a small group broke away from the school and was swept ashore by the tide. As the tide ebbed and flowed, the narrow, sunken patch of land was left bearing a pile of fresh, gleaming bluegill. To a biologist, this wondrous scene would inevitably inspire endless admiration, perhaps even prompting them to grab a camera and shoot through an entire roll of film. But to Gu, it was simply food, fresh food. As soon as the tide receded, he charged headfirst into the depression, opening his crocodile-like jaws and beginning to devour the catch with frenzied abandon. As the saying goes, if you're not eager to eat, there is something wrong with your brain. With his increasingly massive frame, his rapid devouring can truly be described as a whirlwind. He swallows the live fish whole, and as he eats, his powerful digestive system immediately begins converting the food into energy and growth factors. After a hearty meal, it's time to scavenge and pack up. Once the bald eagle has flown away, Gu takes the entire batch of bluefish for himself. The sunken ground was once littered with bluefish, home to bald eagles, gray squirrels, and a multitude of birds, but now it belongs solely to him, the crocodile. Every last one ended up in his belly. Time passed, and Gu grew rapidly. Along with his size, his appetite expanded until he had fully transformed into a glutton, stuffing the last bluefish on the shore into his mouth, leaving not a trace of fishy odor behind. Recently, the number of birds flying near his territory has noticeably decreased. Gu deserves some credit for this as well. 165 centimeters, upon returning, he left a mark on the ground. Staring at his food, stored right under his nose, he knew this was his most vital resource for growth. Based on his range of activity, Gu had 3 foraging areas. The central area, his own habitat, was scarce in resources. Aside from insects, the bullfrogs that had once thrived there had long since gone extinct after Gu's arrival. There was also the adjacent scorpion territory, where venomous scorpions were the most common sight, though they served only as occasional entertainment and supplementary food. Currently, Gu relies primarily on the riverine depression to the east for food. What began as a small portion has grown to meet ever-increasing demands now. The bluefish gathered in the entire depression barely suffice for Gu's daily consumption. As his body develops, smaller creatures such as scorpions and bullfrogs are being pushed further down Gu's list of preferred prey. Otherwise, how many would he have to devour just to fill his stomach? The same practical problem now loomed before him. The riverbank depression was only so large, and the number of bluefish available was limited. Given Gu's growth rate, he was bound to face an impending dilemma. What if the bluefish on the shore couldn't keep up with his appetite? As his body grew, this was inevitable, and he believed the day wouldn't be too far off. Was he supposed to follow in the footsteps of the missing Grey Clan leader and venture deep into the boundless Amazon rainforest to hunt? He glanced up at the vast, lush forest in the distance and suddenly shook his head. I'd better just keep scraping by for now. The food problem can't be rushed for the time being, I'll just take it one day at a time. 1.7 meters, 1.75 meters. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. In front of the small soda can, the dense markings reached a new high, signaling that he had taken another solid step toward the peak of his adult condition. Black caiman, 1.8 meters in length. This was a milestone after all. For an ordinary caiman, this was the standard size upon reaching adulthood. He recalled that according to field biology records, a black caiman entering its final growth stage would, throughout its long life from hatching onward, remain with an adult female caiman. This continued until the adult female deemed the young caiman no longer in need of her protection. Only then would she actively drive the young caiman away, allowing it to grow independently. And this threshold, in the eyes of the female caiman, is based on a single criterion: the young caiman faces no danger from natural predators while foraging. Gu's current size of 1.8 meters has already reached the standard recorded in popular science books. No natural predators while foraging. What a simple yet domineering principle and the natural aura befitting a dominant species of the Amazon. Chapter 38, The Old Wolf's Unease. Unfortunately, with the emergence of large numbers of mutated beasts, the title of dominant species seems poised to be challenged, and its position at the top of the food chain is beginning to face new threats. Yet it cannot be denied that Gu possesses a naturally powerful genetic lineage. Once fully grown, he will undoubtedly be the most dangerous creature in the Amazon rainforest. In just over 10 days, his size has expanded once again. Its body was covered in tough scales, with a slender frame and a straight, streamlined tail. Its thick limbs were strong and powerful. Standing on the receding floodplain, the dense scales on its back glistened brightly in the sunlight. After the tide went out, facing the delicious bluefish stranded on the shore, not a single bird was tempted to land. Not a single one remained, not even the seemingly mystical bald eagle. Unlike in the past, these past few days the bald eagle had repeatedly circled low overhead, passing directly above the Gu lurking by the shore, yet ultimately chose not to land. At this point, this riverside territory had completely changed hands. The Gu family's banner could now be raised here. And given his current appetite, he would naturally leave not a single scrap for the bald eagle. So what if they bathe in crimson light? Facing the mutated beast, Gu had nothing. Having grown up hiding in a tiny patch of grass, he could still rise from behind to rule this entire area. As his territory expanded, the Ken territory in the center would merge with the sandy riverbank to the east, all his own domain. Naturally, the food produced within his territory was his private property. No other creature was allowed to touch it. The only slight regret was that, despite Gua's high hopes and the 2 bait traps he had set up during this time, the mutated earthworms still hadn't taken the bait. The tails hooked on the lines had already been gnawed away almost entirely. After retrieving them multiple times, they served little purpose beyond providing him with a few plump worms. Putting away the 2 tails now unrecognizable from being gnawed on by the worms, Gu temporarily put his plan to catch giant earthworms on hold. I really don't know if it's the giant earthworms' good luck or if those dry, withered tails just aren't appealing. Gu felt a bit resentful in any case. He didn't believe the other party's intelligence could be that high. Carrying the remaining food, he returned to his dwelling. Over the past 2 days, Gu's appetite had increased, and 3 meals a day were no longer enough to satisfy him. Energy conservation: the more he ate, the faster he grew. As long as Gu's digestive capacity could keep up, he could grow rapidly. This was originally his greatest secret. Now, with a shortage of food, problems were beginning to arise. The first thing affected was his own rapid growth rate. As food intake failed to keep up with consumption, his body's growth rate gradually slowed from 10 times the normal speed to 8 times, then 7 times. Perhaps once Gu transitions to the pattern of a normal crocodile requiring only 1 meal every week or even every 10 days, his growth rate might slow to a normal pace. Under these circumstances, however, he couldn't possibly endure even a 7 or 8-fold growth rate, let alone a normal one. Every day, as he opened his eyes and clenched his claws, calculating how many times his growth rate had slowed that day, it felt as if his heart were bleeding. Tormented by this, the moment he opened his eyes, he would frantically search for food, his keen eyes sparing not even the tiniest insect eggs hidden within blades of grass. The neighboring scorpion territory had been raided by Gu countless times. Now it lay completely devastated, as barren as his own habitat. And this was a deadlock, a knot of contradictions. The territory yields less and less food, yet Gu's appetite grows ever larger. There is no solution. As dusk approaches, when the sun and moon share the sky and the crimson light begins to fall, Gu quietly makes his way to the damp scorpion territory. He pauses for a moment, and soon the grass nearby parts, revealing an old wolf appearing here with stubborn determination. Chasing the crimson light, it grazed on grass, craving the afterglow. Gu certainly wasn't here to watch. He had no time for such idleness. The wild old wolf chewed the grass in great mouthfuls. Though he'd seen this many times before, it still struck him as astonishing. Damn it, how can eating grass taste so good? Gu watched the old wolf ahead with disdain. As the epitome of a carnivore, he must maintain his proud demeanor. How could he possibly bow down to mere grass? Humph. If only eating grass could convert into energy. Gu rubbed his belly, which was already 7/10 full, and shook his head in disdain. Don't ask. If you must know, it was disgusting, so bad it made him want to throw up his gallbladder. What kind of obsession could possibly drive a wild, seasoned wolf to adopt such a posture? A few scattered crimson rays, the fleeting afterglow of twilight, could that really be so alluring? For months on end, without fail, a vast swath of the once lush, grass-covered scorpion territory had been chewed bare. All the work of that creature. Once a region rich in resources, the scorpion territory now sees the old wolf grazing before dusk, while by day, the Gu ravenous and desperate dig up burrows and ransack the land. If this continues, it will truly become a barren wasteland. What exactly is the crimson light? From the moment he was born in this region, everything around him and every encounter he has had seems to be intricately connected to it. Where the sun and moon meet in the sky, at the point where they converge, a strange light illuminates the world. What secrets does it hold? Unfortunately, Gu has never had a chance to encounter the crimson light. In this region where he was born, there are a total of 5 crimson light sites. 2 of them are occupied by mutated gray squirrels, and no other creature can set foot there. The other 2 are in awkward locations, one in the middle of the river, and the other on a large tree on the opposite bank, attracting bald eagles to build their nests. The last remaining one is occupied by an extraordinary giant snake. Despite his longing, Gu has not even touched a single strand of the crimson light's hair. Even this wild, old wolf before him could only sniff the air, a pitiful sight, reduced to a herbivore. This wolf must be an outsider, as healthy, adult wolves rarely find themselves alone. Even if an accident left him the sole survivor of his pack, he would soon find another wolf pack and choose to join it. The wolf before him was clearly drawn here by the crimson light, which is why he has lingered for so long. It's been over 4 months since Gu was born, and he still hasn't succeeded. Having been away from the pack for so long, this old wolf's patience must be nearly exhausted. Moreover, for some time now, Gu has often spotted the wolf's pair of bright green eyes gazing toward the gray squirrel's territory while foraging in the middle of the night. Especially in the last few days, the old wolf has been venturing closer to the northern rapid snake's territory with increasing frequency. Gu waited silently. Soon, the old wolf grazing before him gave chase after crimson light, dashing straight north across the meadow. At least this old wolf isn't stupid, he knows to pick on the weak ones. Gu trailed behind, following at a distance, moving silently without a sound. Just halfway there, before reaching the flowered snake's territory, he saw the old wolf's figure racing back at a speed even faster than before. Unlike when he left, there was blood on his legs. Gu stared at the old wolf's retreating back, saying nothing. But his eyes were sharp. He could clearly see that on one side of the old wolf's shaggy hindquarters, a large patch of bare skin was exposed. The fur had fallen away, revealing 2 finger-sized holes oozing blood. Chapter 39, Setting Foot in the North. That's a snake bite. Gu mused. Having caught a glimpse of the crimson light's supernatural power, he knew any beast would drool at the sight of it. The fact that Gu had managed to hold back until now was a testament to his self-awareness. From the very beginning, he knew he was no match for the several notorious neighbors surrounding him, so regarding the mysterious crimson light, he had simply turned a blind eye. At the same time, there was another crucial factor: his growth rate was 10 times that of others. With this innate talent as his foundation, he could afford to remain calm and composed. Other beasts, lacking his monstrous growth capacity, crave the crimson light all the more intensely. With their simple, animal minds driven solely by a raw desire for conquest, they never consider the consequences. For those surviving in the wilderness, it is enough to know that the crimson light is a valuable resource that can make them stronger. That alone is enough to drive them mad. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. Gu now faced a dilemma as well. His small territory had become increasingly inadequate for his ever-growing physique. It could no longer provide the energy required for his own growth. With water on one side and unfriendly neighbors occupying the other 3, his habitat was geographically sealed off, completely stifling Gu's ambitions to expand outward. When he was small, he was surrounded by powerful enemies. The major mutant beasts served as a natural barrier, helping Gu intercept some of the dangers coming from the wild. Aside from having to be wary of the mutant beasts themselves, Gu did indeed enjoy this potential benefit. But now it's different. As he has grown, this habitat has become increasingly cramped. At the very least, having lived here for over 4 months, his range of movement has remained confined to just 2 locations, the habitat and the riverbank. This is far too restrictive. Compared to the vast expanse of the Amazon, he has not yet truly ventured beyond the habitat to experience the true wilderness. This awkward situation has stifled his development and cut him off from the outside world. So, from every perspective, Gu can no longer remain silent. Especially now, when even basic food has become a problem. If he wants to continue growing and reach the peak of a black caiman as soon as possible, he must find a way to break this deadlock, and he absolutely must break it. In this complex situation, Gu spends a great deal of time each day tailing the old wolf to the west. Through prolonged observation, he believes this is the key to breaking the deadlock. Going hungry is torture. Every day, he watches his growth rate gradually slow down due to the lack of food. From the initial 10-fold speed, it gradually dropped to 8-fold, then 7-fold, and eventually fell to 5-fold. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Watching his growth slow to a crawl, Gu had to endure a massive emotional blow. Every day, he reminded himself to stay calm. The more critical the situation, the more patience he needed. In the end, aside from mealtimes, he practically lived in the scorpion territory to the west. To his surprise, this stakeout lasted 10 days. This old wolf, with its near-obsessive fixation on the crimson light, had actually settled down after its retreat. It either went out hunting or quietly grazed with its head down, showing not a single sign of crossing the boundary during that time. Could it really be this calm? Gua's heart was filled with anxiety, and finally, gritting his teeth, he growled, "By go, who the hell have I ever been afraid of?" As he spoke, he spotted a juvenile scorpion, no bigger than the pad of his thumb, among the grass roots he dug up from the ground. Instantly, he pinned it down with a claw and greedily swallowed it whole. The tiny scorpion wasn't even as big as one of his teeth. After putting it in his mouth, he chewed it gently, fully savoring the delicious flavor before slowly swallowing it. He then cleaned the inside of his mouth, wasting not a single scrap. This was a good sign. Gu lowered his head and continued searching. To his surprise, he discovered several more of these thumb-sized juvenile scorpions in quick succession. There was no doubt about it, with Gu around, even if one were to comb through the entire scorpion territory, it would be difficult to find any scorpions that could survive to adulthood. These occasional small scorpions were nothing more than fish that had slipped through the net. Unfortunately, even after slipping through once, they could not escape. Day after day, he cast his net and swept them up with his claws. During the long wait, Gu completely took over the riverside hollow. After several fruitless attempts, the white-headed eagles on the opposite bank gradually abandoned the area in the face of his threat. At the same time, driven by hunger, the habitat was ravaged as if by thieves, utterly devastated by Gu, and had truly become a barren wasteland. Not a single drop of sustenance could be squeezed out of it. Another 5 days passed. On this day, Gu's crocodile eyes were bloodshot as he crouched in the grass on the western side. Prolonged hunger, combined with the immense energy expended on surveillance, had left his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his mental state was poor as a result. Today, as dusk approached, Gu remained crouched in his usual spot. He had all but given up hope. Was he really going to be forced to venture deep into the rainforest in search of food? Even now, he remained convinced of his judgment, though he hadn't anticipated that this old wolf could endure so much. An opportunity would surely come, but if it took too long, it would lose all meaning for him. Having held out until today, he had no choice but to prepare for two possible outcomes. If things really didn't work out, no matter how reluctant he would have to prepare to venture alone into the depths of the rainforest to hunt on his own. This was a last resort. If he couldn't break the deadlock here, he would have to abandon this familiar territory, break free from this place, and find a new location to settle down. The risks involved, as well as the Amazon's complex terrain, were all factors he had to weigh. Before he had fully matured, he truly did not want to reach this point. This could only be a last resort. To stay or to go. This thought constantly plagued Gu's mind, demanding a decision as soon as possible. 2 more days passed as his mind raced. As usual, Gu sat quietly and listlessly in the grass, waiting. When the light above shifted westward, he knew the old wolf would be arriving soon. Having watched for so long, Gu had practically become a private detective. He knew every habit of this old wolf inside out. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than, sure enough, the grass to the west parted, and the old wolf he'd been longing to see charged toward him with agile strides. Then, it dug at the ground and grazed. Gu had seen this scene so many times that it no longer surprised him. Ever since hatching and mysteriously arriving in the Amazon, he had encountered far too many things that defied common sense. Woof! It wasn't until the wolf's howl rang out that the piercing sound jolted Gu awake. He opened his eyes and instantly pushed himself up to his feet. It's moving! After lying in wait for so many days, this old wolf, on whom Gu had pinned his hopes, was finally on the move again. After letting out a long, drawn-out howl, it charged straight toward the Rappa snake to the north. Gu was instantly filled with excitement. Over the past 2 days, he had pushed his patience to the limit. If it weren't for the danger lurking deep within the rainforest, he would have packed up and left long ago. Following the galloping old wolf, and guided by the crimson light in the sky, Gu soon entered the Chawa snake's territory. In fact, this was the first time Gu had ever set foot here of his own accord. The dense grass stood over a meter tall, far more lush than the grass in his own habitat. The fertile soil, combined with the presence of the Chawa snake, meant that within just a few steps, Gu had already spotted several plump, white worms moving slowly among the blades of grass. Saliva trickled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. The scent of food. The vast grassland before him, more than 10 times larger than his own territory, was, in Gua's eyes, synonymous with an abundance of food necessary for his growth. All of this deeply captivated him. Chapter 40: The Battle Between Wolf and Snake. He swallowed hard, suppressing his desire. Directly ahead, the ground beneath the old wolf's paws began to rumble. Gu quickened his pace, drawing closer to his destination, and parted a clump of grass before him. A towering adult wild wolf leaped high into the air, and directly below, a massive emerald-green snake surged out of the grass in an instant. Facing an intruder that had trespassed into its territory, the great snake hissed and, without hesitation, launched a direct attack to defend its sovereignty. The thick serpent's body coiled, its flattened head rising from the ground. Its icy eyes met the howling wolf's claws, and it opened its jaws to meet the attack head-on. Thud! As claws and fangs collided, the fine emerald scales on the snake's head shattered, stained with traces of inner membrane, and 4 or 5 scales fell away. The old wolf's claws were stained with blood, though most of it came from his own body. The sharp wolf claws pierced the snake's scales, but at the cost of 2 clear, bleeding holes, one above and one below on one of the old wolf's paws. His thick paw had been bitten right through by a pair of long fangs. With every step he took, he left a bloody footprint behind. The old wolf crouched low, constantly adjusting his position as he faced the giant snake on the ground. Such injuries were nothing to a fully grown beast. Wolf and snake faced off, neither yielding, each brewing a murderous intent. The quiet grassland fell instantly silent. Gu held his breath, silently observing this extraordinary battle. Less than 2 meters behind the giant snake stood the mysterious crimson light. As dusk fell, the alluring crimson light touched the ground, emitting a dazzling glow. Finally, the intruding old wolf could no longer hold back and launched a preemptive strike. Raising its other intact paw, it launched a claw tip about an inch long from its fur, slamming it down viciously as it charged. Blood spattered as the claw scraped against the snake's scales before falling back into its jaws, pierced by a pair of massive fangs. The wolf's head winced in pain, and it let out a low howl. Suddenly, the injured paw clamped tightly around the snake's mouth and pressed down with all its might. Seizing the opening, the wolf's jaws snapped at the writhing body before it. Risking the loss of its paw, the old wolf's ferocity flared. Blood streamed from both paws, yet it still fought desperately to sink its teeth into the giant snake. Suddenly, its fur bristled, its pointed ears pricked up, and the lame old wolf leaped backward with all its might. Crack! The thick snake tail lashed out, knocking the wolf's jaws off balance. Several bloodied wolf fangs were flung into the distant grass. Compared to trading blows, the Chawa python's attack was far more ferocious and overwhelming. It turned out that in addition to its massive fangs, it possessed a secret technique, lashing with its tail. The swaying tail rose silently like a steel whip. Only the bloodied wolf fangs in the distance revealed the sheer force behind its strike. The snake's mouth, raised off the ground, opened and closed, swallowing the small, bloodied chunk of flesh still clinging to the fur hole. Having paid the price for dodging the lash, the old wolf's front paw was bitten through as he retreated, the fangs tearing 2 long, bloody gashes. The once intact paw was nearly split in 3. The flesh at the wound had vanished, leaving only white bone stubs exposed. With just a glance, Gu knew that paw was completely ruined. Having gained the upper hand, the great snake swiftly slithered forward. Facing this creature that had been harassing it all along, it intended to finish the job once and for all while the opponent was wounded. Once the emerald-green body was unleashed, its attack speed surged. In contrast, the injured old wolf, hampered in movement and with rapidly declining reaction times, gradually found itself at a disadvantage. After several bloody exchanges, the serpent's head arched upward, its fangs sinking into the old wolf's back. Its tongue hissed sharply as its massive body leapt into the air, coiling and twisting in the air, wrapping itself around the wolf in layer upon layer. The serpent's ancestral skill, blue-silver coil. The serpent's body formed a closed loop, coiling around the wolf several times before tightening with a forceful contract, emitting a series of sharp snaps. Trapped in the coils, the old wolf let out a series of piercing howls. Its rigid body was locked in place by the giant snake. Its skin and flesh were deeply embedded, and it was clearly on the verge of losing the ability to resist. The one-sided nature of the battle was truly unexpected. Gu hid in the grass, staring intently at the battlefield, still as a statue. Even though he knew full well that once the great snake had dealt with the old wolf and freed its hands, it would regain its full fighting strength. Judging by the injuries on the Chaohua great snake before him, none of them fatal. If the battle ended as it stood, it would retain at least 80% of its combat power. Given my own condition, would I stand a chance if I intervened later? What if I launched a surprise attack right now? Gu silently weighed his options. Amid the tense atmosphere, a crocodile's claw extended and retracted nervously, its owner so anxious he was nearly sweating. Ah! Old Wolf's hoarse cry pulled his gaze back to the battlefield. The wolf's body was gradually stiffening, his paws were exposed, frantically clawing at the snake coiled around his body. Through the gaps, trails of blood were left behind, and the emerald green scales on the snake's skin began to fall off one after another. The old wolf tried to stand up several times but failed each time, his body collapsing back to the ground. The Chaohua great snake, having sunk its fangs into the wolf's back, refused to let go, simply tightening its grip. The wolf's head lunged downward repeatedly to bite, but the snake's coiled position was too cunning. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't land a bite. Gradually, the old wolf's jaws slackened, and his crimson tongue dangled out. The wolf's body rolled slowly on the ground, his labored breathing growing weaker by the moment. As he rolled and rolled, the cold snake's body brushed against his nose. The old wolf suddenly snapped his eyes open and, mustering every ounce of strength, managed a faint reaction within his bonds. Fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he opened his jaws and bit down with all his might on the section of the snake's body before him. Instantly, blood spurted from his mouth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake's cries grew frantic, and the moment the sound escaped its mouth, it finally loosened its tight grip for a brief instant. Seizing the opportunity, the old wolf tore at his bonds, temporarily escaping the danger and saving his life. His fur was slightly disheveled, his legs limped, and the skin on his side was sunken, revealing broken bones beneath. Even more terrifying was the wolf's face, covered in blood. When he lowered his head and opened his mouth, large amounts of blood kept spilling out. Some was from the giant snake before him, and some was his own. In the wolf's wild eyes, a greedy gaze still fixed on the crimson light not far behind the great serpent. It also stared at the gash left by its fangs near the serpent's tail, the only severe wound it had managed to inflict with all its might. Facing the undaunted great serpent, the old wolf cast one last glance at the distant crimson light and slowly took a step back, already preparing to flee. Snap! Grass and branches snapped. Beyond the brutal battlefield, other sounds emerged. A muffled cry rang out from the great serpent's rear, and the grass swayed violently, as if some colossal creature were moving. Finally, parting the grass, Gu, clad in black armor, leapt out abruptly, appearing openly on the battlefield. Instantly, the two great beasts in the arena treated him as a formidable enemy. Too bad. I was actually planning to sneak up behind the giant snake, and while I was at it, pass through the crimson light to experience the wonders of that phenomenon. I didn't expect this old wolf to be so useless. Gu felt a twinge of regret. Seeing that the old wolf was about to flee if he didn't show himself, he had no choice but to make his presence known decisively. Why didn't you bite the vital spot? Gu glanced at the ferocious fang marks at the tail end of the Kaiflower great snake and muttered to himself in disappointment. Then he turned his gaze to the old wolf across from him. Brother Wolf, care to team up? Gu kept moving, slowly circling around behind the Chaohua great snake. The emerald green serpent in the middle, with its back to Gu, was nervously flickering its tongue. Chapter 41, A Shift in Tone. The simple-minded old wolf, bewildered, looked at Gu, who had suddenly appeared across from him, then at the increasingly agitated snake caught in the middle. Meeting Gu's friendly gaze, its retreating steps gradually came to a halt. The three beasts that had been roaming this grassland simultaneously had finally gathered in one place. The wounded old wolf fixed Gu with a pair of cold, piercing eyes, then gradually tilted its head. It seemed to recall a brief encounter with Gu in the darkness not long ago. What was this short, long, black monster doing here? The old wolf watched Gu warily, completely at a loss. The wolf's eyes darted back and forth. Faced with Gu's sudden appearance, the snarling and gesturing the wolf's south head froze in place. Its gaze shifted from the oddly shaped Gu to the Kaiflower snake, which was trapped right in the middle, its body twisting uneasily. Gu tilted his head back and blinked. The cold wolf eyes across from him blinked back in response. With the giant snake between them, Gu blinked twice more, and the old wolf blinked twice in return. After a few more blinks in succession, the old wolf kept up with the instant feedback. In an instant, Gu took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the giant snake trapped on the ground between them, and suddenly sprang forward with his hooves. Charge! Kill that giant snake! Woof! The old wolf seized the moment, licking the blood from his face, and roared as he charged forward. He was out for revenge for his broken leg and shattered bones. Go for it, brother wolf! Gu shouted, cheering him on with every fiber of his being. Just as he started to sprint, his raised hooves dropped back into place. Old Wolf howled and charged ferociously, but only after seeing blood did he notice that Gu Hadn't moved an inch. In fact, due to the chaos of the battle, he had even taken a few steps back. Instantly, the wolf's face was filled with confusion. Ignoring the constant questioning signals in the old wolf's eyes, Gu continued to do as he pleased, roaring from a distance, his crocodile-like eyes brimming with encouragement. Had he misinterpreted the situation? The wolf's eyes were simple, betraying a clear-eyed stupidity. The old wolf above wasn't very bright, he could only grasp simple actions. Half guessing, half acting, he had long since lost his senses, driven mad by the sight of blood. Now he had taken the initiative, lunging at the slithering serpent and sinking his teeth in for the kill. His fangs tore open a gruesome wound, ripping a large chunk of flesh and skin from the giant snake's body. A beastly battle, nothing but a bloody clash. Once they closed in, the battle immediately reached a fever pitch. Old grudges and new grievances, coupled with the craving and greed for crimson light, had driven them mad under the stimulation of blood. Until the old wolf was covered in wounds, and its third leg was also torn off by the ferocious giant snake. It was afraid, sensing the scent of death. Dragging its 3 crippled legs, it slowly retreated, trying to get away from the battlefield. Then it froze in shock. At some point, the black-armored monster had appeared behind it. Gu silently stepped forward, blocking its path, his eyes still filled with expectation as he looked at the old wolf, his gaze brimming with encouragement. The old wolf changed direction, determined to escape. Gu silently followed, cutting off its retreat, his gaze gradually hardening and growing sharp. Stabbing from behind, the crocodile was gloating. A simple beast who knew if it could grasp the basic workings of human society? But after Gu shifted his killing intent, the simple old wolf's eyes actually flickered through a series of emotions: bewilderment, astonishment, anger, and disbelief. To witness such a transformation in a simple wild wolf from the Amazon was truly a tale from the Arabian Nights. No way, it's just a couple more blows, that's all. Gu watched the bewildered old wolf and urged him forward. It feels like if this old wolf goes through this a few more times, he might actually grow a brain. Go on, wolf brother, you're the best. Gu silently stepped forward to intimidate the old wolf, urging him to charge, then resumed the fight. The already half-crippled old wolf was covered in blood. He turned back to look at Gu with a pitiful expression, his wolfish eyes shining brightly. He blinked a few times at Gu, then blinked a few more times. Stop playing cute, you bastard. Get on with it, Crocodile Lord. Gu flew into a rage, letting out a chilling, hissing sound from his throat. He shifted his target, positioning himself behind old wolf's rear end while slowly closing in. You're on 3 legs and half dead now. Letting you slip away like this would be a total waste. Gu urged him forward once more. Woo woo. A half-crippled old wolf, tail tucked between his legs, silently returned to the battlefield. The Kaiflower great snake remained where it was even without Gu watching. It couldn't leave. This was its territory, and behind it lay the mysterious crimson light, something every beast craved. Hissing, the snake slithered toward the lingering old wolf. Its tail coiled with blinding speed, its smooth emerald green scales slithered across the ground, wrapping around its opponent and leaving deep gashes in its wake. Blood gradually soaked the grass, and the wolf's howls grew increasingly desperate. It seemed that even within the second tier, there was a clear disparity in combat prowess between them. The old wolf,
already outmatched and severely wounded, was driven from behind by Gu.
In less than a minute, he was once again coiled into a bloody, mangled mass, struggling for his life.
This wouldn't do. Gu couldn't sit idly by any longer. He sprang into action.
"Brother Wolf, I'm here to save you." With that, he opened his massive jaws and charged toward the coiled serpent, growling lowly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake's head reared up, and, startled, it instantly released its deadly grip. Lame and bleeding profusely, Old Wolf struggled to free himself. Once free, he let out a soft, low whine of relief. Just as he was about to retreat, he turned his head and saw a kind face. Gu stepped forward slowly. "Please, Brother Wolf, get back in the fight."
Woo woo woo.
The sound was choked with sorrow, enough to break anyone's heart. With heavy steps, the old wolf returned to the battlefield. Fur torn, snake scales stained with blood, a primal battle that had begun to take a different turn ever since Gu's arrival.
"Stop! Let go of my wolf brother."
Whenever he found himself at a disadvantage, Gu's furious figure would appear. Faced with the threat of a vigorous black caiman, the cauliflower python had no choice but to reluctantly release its dying prey. Each time, he came so close, yet he could never completely finish off his opponent. Forced to retreat time and again, his serpentine body bore numerous wounds of varying depths. Then, the wolf and the snake fought until their brains splattered, growing increasingly frustrated. Even the great snake ceased its offensive, content merely to stand guard before the crimson light. Whenever the atmosphere on the battlefield grew somber, one could see Gu actively stepping forward to supervise the battle. "Please, Brother Wolf, make your way to the afterlife."
The pitiful old wolf trembled all over, shuffling forward on his single remaining good leg to silently approach the great snake before the crimson light.
"Spare the wolf. Brother Wolf, please make your exit." Once, twice, even 3 times, the more, the merrier. Gu had the entire battlefield firmly in his grasp. The scene was bizarre. The old wolf before him seemed like a puppet on a string in his hands, while the cauliflower great serpent was held captive by an irresistible allure. It could be said that while the wolf and the snake fought, the crocodile watched from behind. As for his impromptu stint as a field marshal, his timing was actually quite spot on. Gu shuffled along with his crocodile gait, contentedly drifting along the edge of the battlefield, putting out fires and stirring up trouble wherever he went.
Chapter 42, Radiance. Do beasts have brains?
Yes, but probably not many.
Do beasts have wisdom?
No, they're just not stupid.
More often than not, they're described as ferocious and cunning, but that's a far cry from wisdom.
Thus, the chemical reaction sparked by Gu, this intellectually advanced oddity among crocodiles, was a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon.
Go for it, Brother Wolf. After enduring Gu's encouragement, a relentless barrage of affection, the old wolf's wild instincts were finally broken.
As he shakily stepped onto the battlefield, the glance he cast over his shoulder held a hint of allure. "Damn it, anyone who didn't know better would think you were so wronged." That dreamy little look in his eyes almost made him feel a tiny bit of guilt about his own actions.
"Get the hell up there!" Gu flew into a rage instantly. How could he be wrong?
It was this world that was wrong. As a dominant Amazonian creature, the black caiman was born to be the mightiest being. He was the one who should rule this land. All the resources and benefits that appeared in this region rightfully belonged to him. Now, whether creatures were mutating or evolving, he needed to step in to set things right and bring everything back on track. No matter what, no one was going to lord it over him, the black caiman. He must eat his fill, he must survive and live long enough. He must uncover the secrets behind the cataclysmic changes in the world, and witness more fascinating, unique landscapes. Until then, any obstacle that stands in his way is his enemy. There is no right or wrong, only life and death. Moreover, this new life in the Amazon, living among the beasts, suits him far better. After all, beasts have no need for morality. Gu stared at the old wolf's retreating figure and began to ruthlessly exploit the situation. From the very beginning, he had never ventured onto the battlefield lightly, choosing instead to watch from the sidelines, sitting high above like a fisherman on a fishing platform. When faced with the struggle between the two beasts, his interventions were mostly threats and intimidation, yet they always achieved the effect of catching them off guard. By now, no one could ignore Gu's presence. After enduring so much torment, the old wolf had gradually resigned itself to its fate. Now, the moment it heard Gu's roar, it knew to charge forward without needing constant prodding. It had become nothing more than a mindless lapdog. "Hurry up, bite it to death." Gu hid behind them, watching from a distance to keep them in line, urging the old wolf to keep up the pressure, hoping to wear the Chowwa great snake down to death. Under his relentless pressure, the two beasts had no time to catch their breath, and the stench of blood grew thicker. The half-dead old wolf was on his last legs. In his final moments, he crawled like a walking corpse to the great snake's feet, feebly raising a half-broken claw. It landed limply on the snake's scales and was immediately coiled around and completely immobilized. Gu, standing nearby, let out a howl and charged toward the battlefield in an instant. Its sturdy limbs began to run, charging recklessly. Having grown to a massive 1.9 meters in height, it was already quite imposing. Its crocodile-like jaws snapped open as it closed in on the two combatants. It let out a loud, menacing roar, the wolf borrowing the crocodile's might. He had repeated this tactic many times before. Both beasts in the arena were already battered and exhausted. But this time, as Gu drew near, he suddenly paused, then pushed off the ground with his heavy hooves, sprinting several meters in an instant. His crocodile-like jaws snapped open, snarling as he lunged to tear into the two combatants. The massive jaws were aimed directly at the old wolf on the ground, simultaneously engulfing the serpentine body coiled around it. Crack! Blood spattered, trickling down the corners of Gu's closed jaws. The great serpent's agonized hiss echoed across the grassland. It shot up from the ground in an instant, retreating a good distance, so preoccupied that it could no longer spare a thought for the old wolf, now barely clinging to life and awaiting slaughter. Landing on the ground near the crimson light, the serpent's body quivered. Its massive form, originally over 2.5 meters long, was now missing a section. The tail had snapped off, and the crimson blood beneath it stained the ground like a stream. "Tastes pretty good." Gu chewed on the severed tail, reducing it to a bloody pulp, then tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. He hadn't eaten his fill for several days straight. The fresh flesh and blood stirred his stomach, and his eyes immediately lit up as he set his sights on the mutated serpent's flesh. The flesh of the mutated serpent contained even higher-grade nutrients. Just eating a small section of the tail made his stomach feel warm and full, a sensation almost as satisfying as a feast of bluefish. Resources, treasures, it wasn't just the crimson light. The flesh of this giant snake before him was also a rare and valuable commodity. Bullfrog legs, scorpion feast, old snake soup, Gu murmured to himself. He already had the first two, now all that was left was the snake meat, which he hadn't yet tasted. Glancing at the old wolf lying unconscious on the ground, Gu looked up and ignored it, his eyes fixed greedily on the giant snake before him. The giant snake writhed constantly in the grass. Its fine, emerald-green scales were severely damaged, no longer smooth. Crisscrossing claw marks exposed the reddish subcutaneous fascia. These dense injuries were all caused by the old wolf, though one couldn't exactly say Gu had nothing to do with it. But the most devastating injury was the tail, which had snapped clean off. The raw, crimson flesh, exposed to the air, stung with each breath. Strike while the iron is hot. Gu raised a claw and charged. Facing a black caiman for the first time, the mutated cauliflower python felt immense pressure, even though this was a black caiman that had only recently entered adulthood and was far from its peak condition. Its 1.9-meter streamlined body was still slightly shorter than the mutated giant snake's. But due to their different body structures, Gu's broad frame and thick limbs, he appeared far more imposing than the giant snake. In battle, his presence was even more overwhelming. Whoosh! The snake's form lashed out like a whip. Its crimson forked tongue flickered as its coiled lower body whipped out with ferocious speed. Under pressure, it unleashed its signature tail lashing technique. The emerald green tail lashed against Gu's upper left side, producing a heavy, thunderous sound. This secret move struck Gu squarely. His head was whipped to one side as he moved, but he wasn't the same as before. The tail's strike was heavy, its force far greater than expected. Gu shook his head, his gaze remaining sharp and alert. Blood stained his crocodile jaws, though it wasn't his own. The heavy blow caused the great serpent's severed tail to split open again at the wound from the impact. As for Gu, he had merely grazed the corner of his mouth. "You've lost your tail, what are you trying to pull?" Gu turned around, opened his jaws, and bit down once more on the shattered tail. Crunch! A large chunk of the tail disappeared into his belly. He narrowed his eyes and slowly advanced, chewing contentedly. Having lost its tail for the second time, the cauliflower serpent went completely berserk. As Gu closed in, it let out a furious hiss, then turned and charged into the crimson light behind it. As dusk was falling, the cauliflower serpent bathed in the mysterious crimson light, and a miraculous scene unfolded. After the crimson light touched its body, the severed tail beneath the serpent, which had been bleeding profusely, gradually saw its blood fade, then stop, and solidify. The wound had stopped deteriorating. No, it wasn't just the crimson light. The serpent's head was held high, its eyes tightly shut. Half its body was coiled off the ground, and on its belly directly below the head, facing outward, a strange scale glowed. On the sharply defined scale, a mysterious pattern seemed to faintly emerge. Staring at it intently caused dizziness. The pattern was unfathomable the moment it appeared, it sent Gu's heart racing. Streams of crimson light were drawn down from the sky by the great serpent. As the pattern flickered, a dim glow spread from the luminous scale. Once the faint light appeared, the serpent's injuries were halted, and some minor wounds even showed clear signs of improvement. Chapter 43, Victory. This is just too bizarre. The scene unfolding before him left Gu staring in disbelief. Is this the crimson light, the very light that drives beasts mad? And what are those mysterious, glowing patterns? Gu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and advanced once more, radiating a murderous aura. After all the pressure, ambushes, and relentless attacks, to think the cauliflower serpent still possessed such power at this stage. With matters having reached this point, he quickly assessed the situation before him. He had already pushed it as far as he could. As for the crimson light, resources, and territory, once he eliminated the serpent before him, all problems would be solved. Gu bared his blood-stained, snow-white fangs. Besides, you're not so twisted as to have grown a tail. The patterns were unfathomable. With just a single ring of light spreading out, the wounds on the serpent's body showed marked improvement. But this display of the supernatural occurred only once after some of the injuries had healed. The light vanished abruptly, its power exhausted. Such an instantaneous effect defied the laws of natural science. The Chawa serpent coiled on the ground. Aside from its bitten-off tail, its aura had recovered to about 70 or 80% of its former strength. Die, serpent! Gu let out a low growl, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath as he charged directly at the mutated giant snake. If he missed his chance today, dealing with the giant snake would not be so easy in the future. Under immense survival pressure, if he couldn't break the deadlock, he would have no choice but to move away from here, even if he was reluctant, and venture deep into the rainforest. By then, the situation would be beyond Gu's control, so he had already made his decision the moment he followed the old wolf into this place. Gu closed in on the giant snake with ferocity, coming within a few steps of the crimson light, as his hard, jet-black scales clashed with the serpent's fangs. The massive fangs pierced through the scales, leaving 2 bloody holes, and scalding drops of blood trickled down Gu's limbs. Facing the agile giant snake, the black caiman's bulk made it seem somewhat clumsy. Ignoring the pain, Gu chased after its opponent, biting furiously. Although the crocodile's jaws missed their mark several times, the giant snake's hasty defense caused its lashing tail to shatter completely. The violent collision with Gu even forced out a large gush of pus and blood. Even the power of the mysterious markings could not stem such a severe wound. Facing Gu's relentless assault, the giant snake, forced to evade the massive jaws, had no choice but to raise its shattered lower body once more to collide head-on with Gu. With a single strike, Gu with his thick hide remained unscathed, while the giant snake's lower body was completely crippled. Shaking his dazed head, Gu felt his earlier sneak attack to bite off the snake's tail had been a brilliant move. Even crippled like this, it still made his head throb as if someone were striking him with a sledgehammer. It was truly monstrous. Let us see who gives in first. Gu steeled himself and intensified his assault on the great serpent. Facing this unnatural creature, he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment.
He had to make sure it didn't pull any more tricks. Gu harbored a deep apprehension towards certain unknown forces that defied his understanding.
Surrounded by the crimson light, the atmosphere was tense as they fought fiercely amidst a sea of blood.
Gu remained steadfast in his resolve.
Though his body was riddled with bloody holes from the serpent's elusive fangs, leaving him looking utterly pitiful, he stubbornly continued to chase and grapple with the giant snake.
Finally,
in this bloody, fierce battle, he proved to be the one with the greatest endurance.
After dodging for so long, the Chawa giant snake showed a moment of sluggishness.
Gu seized the opportunity instantly, opening his massive jaws wide and charging forward with unstoppable force.
"You can bite me countless times, but I only need one bite." The two thick fangs, equally bared, struck Gu's body.
The snake's mouth was no bigger than a fist, not even 1/20th the size of Gu's.
Crack! The crocodile's jaws snapped shut right in the middle of the serpent's body. Its terrifying bite force finally found its purpose, grinding the serpent's flesh with all its might.
Stimulated by this, the remaining half of the serpent's body struggled to coil around Gu's form. But it wasn't long before, facing the black caiman's broad, muscular back, it managed to wrap itself around him just over 2 times. Instantly, a terrifying pressure surged through his body.
At this critical moment, the mysterious patterns on the giant snake's abdomen glowed faintly once more. No way, not again.
Gu channeled all his strength into the crocodile's jaws, biting through scales and bones, tearing through tendons and fascia, until the upper and lower crocodile teeth met.
The mutated giant snake was severed into 3 pieces at the mouth.
Gu lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood, as the mutated giant snake fell completely silent.
He had won. He was the ultimate victor, and he had the right to claim everything within the territory.
Resources, territory, the crimson light, including the tempting flesh and blood on the ground.
Ha! Where's old wolf? Gu sprang to his feet instantly, as if he had heard other sounds in the vicinity during his struggle with the mutated giant snake. He quietly approached the spot where old wolf had been lying unconscious.
A long trail of blood stretched from that spot westward, leaving a distinct mark on the grass. At a glance, it seemed as though he could see old wolf at the very end of the trail, dragging his battered body along with a desperate struggle to survive, his will to live palpable.
Judging by the disturbed grass, he hadn't gone far yet. With a little effort, Gu might be able to catch up. Never mind.
The opponent had already exerted considerable effort in this battle. Having just defeated the Chawa snake, there was no need to complicate matters further. Besides, Gu's victory had not come easily. He bore multiple wounds and was seriously injured.
Now that the factors limiting his progress had been eliminated,
since he had successfully broken the deadlock, it was best to keep a low profile for the time being. After all, making a fortune quietly was the way to go. Speaking of gains, Gu decisively gathered the giant snake's carcass from the ground. He gathered the 3 severed sections of the snake's body and placed them all before him. Even in this situation, he hadn't forgotten that a supremely treacherous creature still lurked beneath this area. He had to stay on guard. If, out of carelessness, such precious mutated flesh were to be contaminated by that disgusting creature, it would be a total disaster. Looking at his spoils, Gu felt a surge of excitement. After the mutated giant snake had bathed in the crimson light for so long and digested all that flesh, it would surely be a huge boost to his own growth. He pulled out the severed upper half and examined the snake's head closely. Soon, on the snake's belly, he discovered that patterned scale. Gu reached out with his claw without much effort. The scale came loose, revealing a faint pattern that extended deep into the underlying muscle tissue. It seemed this pattern was the most crucial part. To the naked eye, the faint pattern exuded an air of mystery. At first glance, it resembled a 3-dimensional sketch, a casual horizontal line drawn as if by a child's doodle. But the longer he looked, the more it possessed an indescribable charm, as if it were a rune imprint naturally etched into the flesh. It felt as though it had grown organically, just like the scales on the great serpent's body, as if it were meant to be there, looking perfectly natural no matter how he looked at it. But how could a rune have appeared on the snake's body out of nowhere? And it actually looked natural? That's ridiculous.
Thinking back to the strange transformations that had occurred on the Chaohua Great Serpent's body, Gu's mind raced. A mutated Great Serpent, a single pattern. What connection could there be between them? Gu turned and looked at the crimson light not far behind him. Chapter 44, Bathed in Crimson Light. The hazy crimson light, a wondrous radiance that every beast yearns to touch. A mysterious opportunity born from the convergence of the sun and moon, a phenomenon where celestial forces intertwine, something he had yearned for since birth. After over 100 days of quiet, private cultivation, he had finally reached this point. Having eliminated the mutated giant snake, he now stood alone, claiming the crimson light for himself. As dusk fell, beams of crimson light shone down upon the center of the grassland. Within this area, no larger than half a square meter, the crimson glow radiated with an otherworldly hue. Gu dragged the serpent's corpse, took a slow step forward, and stepped into the crimson light. His head, his shoulders, and now his back. Within the half-meter radius, after tucking his tail, Gu stood sideways so that only half his body was bathed in the crimson light. The moment he entered, it felt as though he were in a greenhouse, quite comfortable, actually. His wounds seemed to have stopped hurting. The gaping wounds on his back, carved by the serpent's fangs, suddenly showed signs of clotting upon contact with the crimson light. Combined with Gu's own formidable vitality, the exhaustion from the previous battle began to ease after just a brief pause. Even his breathing deep within his chest grew a few beats steadier. The moment the crimson light touched his body, it felt as though his internal organs had received a deep, soothing massage, healing some of the hidden injuries within him. Gu lay silently on the ground, his gaze serene, quietly savoring the comfort. Then, it was gone. Is that it? Gu snapped his eyes open. This was the crimson light he'd been longing for, the miraculous phenomenon that sparked celestial wonders. Surely it couldn't be just this, a mere palliative that staves off injury, a useless trifle. What good is comfort, anyway? As he watched the crimson light cascading from the sky, he was about to voice his complaints. A searing pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones struck Gu's brain. Ouch, that really hurts. It was as bad as a cancer flare-up. Gu grimaced, and as the pain intensified, the intense crimson light descended, illuminating the ground around him. Luckily, he was in the middle of a grassy patch, otherwise, such a sudden and obvious change would have attracted a lot of trouble. The intense crimson light entered Gu's body, gradually covering his entire form. Crack, crack. Beneath the black scales, cracking sounds emerged. Individual scales began to overlap, some thin, underdeveloped scales slowly fell off, and new, irregular black scales grew from beneath. The brow ridges, the crossbar, the limbs, the long tail, all underwent changes to varying degrees. In just a few minutes, Gu was already a different creature. His scales were now dense and thick, having received a thorough, perfect rejuvenation under the crimson light. But Gu had also grown darker. His body was jet black and glossy, and his hooves and claws had become broad and powerful. He lifted a claw to test it. Growl, he was hungry. Such miraculous changes seemed to take a heavy toll. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of food. Gu opened his mouth, snatched up a large chunk of mutated snake meat in front of him, and began to devour it voraciously. SSSSH. It tastes so good. SSSSH. His body was shedding scales again, it hurt so much. The first time any living creature is bathed in the crimson light, it undergoes a strange transformation, shedding impurities and mending physical imperfections. The duration varies. But for a top-tier Blackgate crocodile, the transformation seemed to take rather a long time. Soon, over 10 minutes had passed. Gu stared speechlessly at the sky today as crimson light had vanished. The sun began to set, and the moon rose. With the crimson light's end, the boundary between day and night was drawn. I haven't had enough of it yet. Gu desperately wanted to shout at the receding crimson light. He looked down and took a bite of the snake meat. Ha! It seems to be having some effect. He took another bite. It really works. Gu could feel a subtle, mysterious transformation taking place as the flesh entered his stomach. The process was gradual and imperceptible, not as obvious as the crimson light had been moments ago. But there was definitely a change, an unexpected bonus. Even though they were all mutated flesh, there seemed to be a difference. At least with the two mutated gray squirrels before, aside from promoting physical growth, they hadn't had this kind of deep, self-improving effect. Gu thought of that mysterious pattern. That was the only difference between the two. If I eat this mutated flesh regularly, will my body keep getting stronger? Gu wondered silently. He quickly shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic notion. A single mutated giant snake was already so difficult to deal with, to think of eating it every day would be far too greedy. Having provisionally secured this northern grassland, a light rain began to fall in the middle of the night. It was just ordinary rain. The Amazonian soil was fertile and perpetually moist, often resulting in prolonged periods of overcast, drizzly weather. The gentle drizzle fell in a steady patter, washing away the bloodstains left behind from the day's battle. Gu decided to move. Now that he had secured a better territory, he resolutely returned to his previous dwelling, taking his belongings with him. Several hard hooks, polished from the toes of gray squirrels, 2 stumps of bare tail tips, reduced to cartilage by underground insects, a few vines gathered nearby, and a large, hard bone once found at the edge of the rainforest used for sharpening his teeth. Most importantly, a soda can landmark to serve as a reference point. Carrying his meager belongings, he headed straight back to the lush grasslands to the north. The dense undergrowth and towering greenery gave Gu more room to maneuver. Moreover, being far from the southern rainforest border put his mind at ease. He no longer had to live in constant fear. By deliberately avoiding a certain creature in the rainforest that often went berserk, his previous location had been too dangerous. Gu now had a buffer zone, granting him more strategic options. Taking over the mutated giant snake's territory offered countless benefits. At the Crimson Light's impact site, Gu quickly cleared out a simple shelter. Then he began to wait quietly. The 2.5-meter long flower snake didn't look all that big, but its flesh was surprisingly substantial. Consuming just a portion of it each day was enough to meet Gu's growth needs. His body still needed the Crimson Light to continue refining itself, and with no shortage of food for the time being, he decided to stay within his territory, never venturing out. During this time, he bathed continuously in the Crimson Light for 3 straight days. Finally, Gu reached 2 meters in length, setting a new record. And the refinement he had gained from his first encounter with the Crimson Light finally came to an end. By the approaching dusk of the 4th day, Gu, clad in black armor and bathed in the Crimson Light, no longer exhibited the supernatural transformations of before. Yet its effects persisted, albeit in a more subtle form. It was unlikely that the transformation would continue indefinitely, otherwise, the 3 brothers of the Gray family and the Chawa snake would not have possessed such limited power. Perhaps these subtle benefits were the greatest effect of all, accumulating gradually over time until they eventually triggered a qualitative change. This was the true reason behind the mutations appearing in the surrounding creatures. Gu instantly understood many of his doubts. The appearance of the Crimson Light had opened a Pandora's box. The key was right here: any creature that bathed in it for an extended period might undergo biological evolution. Their life forms would rise to a higher level, breaking through innate limitations and gradually growing stronger. As long as there was enough food, just like the mutated Chawa Great Snake, a single pattern. Chapter 45, A Shadowy Figure. The rain had finally stopped. Gu approached a puddle. On the still water's surface, the reflection of a ferocious crocodile loomed. Measuring over 2 meters in length, it had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary caiman. Its thick, black scales formed a seamless, layered armor more robust and resilient than before. On its limbs and hooves, the once stubby claws had grown slightly longer, and its tail moved with great power. Only Gu could sense the strange changes that had taken place within his body in just a few short days. Even with the same physique, his combat prowess was now stronger than before he had encountered the Crimson Light, and his physical coordination had also improved somewhat. This was the effect of life's refinement. It felt like being reborn, an extraordinarily wondrous sensation. Awesome! Gu slowly emerged from the grass, approaching the riverbank hollow. The moment he appeared in the distance, he startled a large flock of birds on the shore. Panicked bird calls rang out one after another, and before Gu could even get close, the riverbank was completely empty. During the few days Gu was gone, quite a few freeloaders had shown up. But when Gu returned, his even more massive frame exuded an overwhelming presence. By the time he reached the riverbank hollow, not a single bird dared to circle overhead. Even the most reckless among them had lost the courage to challenge him. Across the river, a mystical white-headed eagle let out a long cry. Its wings, which had been soaring through the air, turned directly upon seeing Gu and silently flew away. I wonder if this mystical white-headed eagle has evolved patterns, Gu thought silently as he watched the bird's receding figure. Having bathed in the crimson light as well, even if there was still a gap, given enough time, it would surely evolve patterns one day. But what about himself? When would he evolve those mysterious, luminous patterns like the great serpent? An ordinary garden snake, just 30 to 50 centimeters long, could grow to a terrifying length of over 2.5 meters. But what about him? Could he break through the limits set by the black caiman, which reached 4 meters in length at its peak? Gu's mind instantly filled with visions of his future. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to reach maturity first. The leap in life is a strange phenomenon that only appears after a species has reached its own limits. This is why all the mutated species Gu has seen are larger in size than their original counterparts. Because this is a second growth experienced on top of that foundation. Although Gu was exposed to the crimson light at an early age, he still had to follow this rule. The refinement he underwent a few days ago was different from true evolution. Every creature undergoes this kind of baptism when it first comes into contact with the crimson light. Until he has fully reached maturity, Gu remains an ordinary black caiman at most, slightly stronger than other crocodiles. He is not yet a mutated beast, and it is even less likely that he has prematurely evolved those mysterious markings. Even though the cauliflower snake, with its abdominal markings, met its end in his jaws, Gu still belongs to the category of ordinary creatures at best. He has undergone a slight evolution. It was more that, as a black caiman, Gu possessed a naturally powerful bloodline and slightly greater strength. For even the lowliest cauliflower snake to evolve to this level was already absurd enough. No! An Amazonian snake possessing the crimson light is simply too dangerous. I need to grow faster. The murky tidal waters along the riverbank gradually receded, delivering plump bluefish right to his doorstep. Gu opened his jaws and began to eat. Soon, a satisfied sigh escaped his nostrils. He was full. When he stood up, there were barely any bluefish left on the ground. Now that he had grown, his appetite had increased compared to before. The food left behind after the tide receded was now barely enough for a single meal. Having temporarily filled his stomach, Gu did not waste the few remaining bluefish. He collected them one by one and transported them all to his new dwelling for storage. Wasting food is shameful as a descendant of the glorious people. As a glorious black caiman with ideals and aspirations, conserving food is the most basic virtue. After leaving his lair, Gu, having nothing better to do, began patrolling his territory. Walking slowly across the grasslands, he found himself, before he knew it, near the western edge of his territory. Ahead lay the old wolf's territory. A thought crossed Gu's mind. Given the severity of the other's injuries, recovery was nearly impossible without exposure to the crimson light. Now that Gu had his hands free, perhaps. He strode straight ahead, cutting across the damp scorpion territory. Beyond lay a stretch of low-lying grassland. Gu searched cautiously and silently. He made his way westward through the quiet grasses, where there was not a sound. Until the grass grew increasingly sparse and short, barely concealing Gu's figure. His hopes were dashed. The old wolf had fled. Gu stared at a trail of red blood on the ground leading into the distance, a sense of regret welling up within him. Such tempting wolf meat, and yet it flew away. Judging by the hasty trail of blood on the ground, it must have been that very day it had fled through the night, risking death itself. It was as if there were some terrifying demon lurking here. Was it really necessary? Since you've already left, I wish you luck in finding a crimson light soon and getting your wish granted. Gu muttered to himself, gazing into the distance. He actually rather liked this old wolf. To chase after a mere glimmer of crimson light, it had gone so far as to eat grass, a truly heroic feat. Calling it the model worker of the animal kingdom would be no exaggeration. But this is the Amazon. Survival of the fittest. The victor takes all, claiming everything within the territory. Those who lose in the struggle either become prey or must sheath their claws and wander the wilderness as vagabonds. Gu's eyes gradually hardened. After closing them, his pale golden vertical pupils slowly opened, revealing a moist gaze that was both clear and domineering. Now, he looked more feral than any other creature. Suddenly, a strange sound came from ahead. A gray figure, still shedding its fur, quietly appeared in the distance. Gu startled. Red-eyed squirrel, how had it ended up here? After appearing, the gray figure remained silent, walking straight out of the rainforest's edge. With its back to Gu, its legs slightly bent, it moved furtively, as if up to something. Ha! Could I really be this lucky? Instantly, he recalled scenes from movies and novels in his past life. Could this terrifying red-eyed squirrel be hiding some secret? Could it be that I really am the chosen one? A whirlwind of thoughts instantly swept through Gu's mind. The curiosity and excitement in his heart were impossible to suppress. He quietly turned around along the hidden grassy patch, shifting his position slightly outward, and his line of sight now caught the side profile of the red-eyed squirrel. His heart racing with excitement, he moved a little further out, then a little further still. Finally, his line of sight was squared up. The burly red-eyed squirrel crouched slightly, its paws hanging down and pressed against its thighs, and a small, carrot-shaped object came into view. As its slack shoulders trembled, the sound of trickling water filled the air as it relieved itself onto the ground. Peeing? You're making such a big deal out of it? Shocked by the scene, Gu nearly spat out a mouthful of crocodile phlegm. Chapter 46, Breaking New Ground. What a surprise! What an unexpected twist! What a load of crap about the chosen one! Gu had only glanced once, and his crocodile eyes were already stinging. After finishing, the red-eyed squirrel suddenly crouched down and reached its claws toward the wet ground in front of it. Gu felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he watched red-eyed squirrel become more and more outrageous. A thick claw plunged straight into the ground. It was too brutal. Ha! As dust swirled up from the ground, Gu gradually caught on. Peering closely ahead, he saw what appeared to be a round hole leading straight into the earth right in front of the red-eyed squirrel. The red-eyed squirrel had been digging with its head down for a while when suddenly an angry roar erupted. Peeing, digging, roaring. Gu looked puzzled. Wasn't this just revenge for the second son of the Gray family? Instantly, he connected it to a certain incident from a while back, first letting it off the hook, then digging up its nest. Sure enough, it was that overprotective patriarch again. Is he really this hot-tempered? Back then, at the edge of the rainforest, he'd come up with a quick solution before leaving. He never expected it to be so useful. How many days had passed, and he was still fixated on the ground? Watching the red-eyed squirrel raging helplessly in the distance, Gu felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a pity that the eldest of the Gray family had gone missing early on, otherwise, he could have collected the full set of the gray squirrel offspring. But venting was one thing. Wasn't the order of this retaliation a bit backwards? Couldn't he have drained the water last? After all that commotion, the red-eyed squirrel suddenly leaped out of the mud pit, screaming like a madman. Its thick, long claws slammed into the trees beside it, sending leaves flying. A tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist began to lean to one side. It leaped up and struck again with a claw. Crack! The 20 or 30 meter tall tree snapped clean in two. The ground shook, and the massive canopy's collapse startled flocks of birds in the distance. Gu cringed. This mutated red-eyed squirrel was getting more and more terrifying the more he looked at it. The road to revenge was long and arduous. The joy of eliminating the Chawa great snake had faded, and the true archenemy he wanted to take down was still very much alive. In this region, there was still a formidable Emperor Emeritus whose presence kept the beasts in check, leaving them no room to complain. Ever since its 3 offspring vanished without a trace, this mutated red-eyed squirrel had been in a constant state of agitation. After causing a ruckus right in front of Gu, it quickly scampered off toward the distant rainforest. It seemed his dream of living in the sunlight would have to wait. Gu crouched where he was, mulling it over. So what if he had to keep hiding? I love the grass. Not getting any sunlight isn't a big deal, I'm used to sleeping in the far corners anyway. He cast a glance toward the distant rainforest. I'll put up with it. Fuming with indignation, Gu retraced his steps across the grass, his mood growing increasingly gloomy. A pent-up frustration gnawed at him. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He had to vent. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. I can't handle the red-eyed grapevine just yet, but I have absolutely no qualms about other creatures. No sooner said than done, Gu sped back to his lair, pulling out vines, hooks, and fresh bait. From atop a tall rock, he pulled out a makeshift bundle. Unwrapping the layers of broad leaves tightly wrapped around it, he revealed 2 palm-sized pieces of snake meat inside. Breaking from his usual storage habits, he placed the snake meat on the rock, off the ground. As for who he was guarding against, that goes without saying. This was all that remained after eating a mutated giant snake. Gu had deliberately saved it to use as new bait. Gu grabbed his tools and set off without further preparation. He returned to the usual spot, using vines to punch holes and reattach the hooks. The toe bones of the mutated gray squirrel were naturally curved, with long, sharp spikes at the tips, making them the perfect large fishing hooks without needing any careful shaping. He picked up a piece of snake meat. This time, it wasn't just scraps. What Gu had set aside in advance was the most succulent part of the giant mutated snake. Along with the snake's skin and innards, Gu stripped and discarded everything else. The 2 heavy chunks of mutated flesh were a significant investment on his part. This clearly shows just how much the giant mutated earthworms had disgusted him. He decisively threaded the snake meat onto the hook, cast it into the hole, and slowly lowered the vine. Operation Earthworm Fishing 2.0 was back in action. After securing the hook in place, Gu took the last piece of mutated snake meat and headed to the next fishing spot. Casting the bait, setting the feeding ground, letting out the line, his technique was flawless. I hope this doesn't let me down. I'd used up every last bit of my stash. Though the 2 pieces of mutated snake meat weren't large, for Gu, a big eater who was often hungry, it was a painful sacrifice. After setting up the 2 fishing spots, Gu didn't linger. He left the results to time. He had more important matters to attend to. He continued northward, passing his own dwelling, his footsteps never stopping as he pressed on. As the dense grass swayed, a black caiman over 2 meters long emerged, its body hugging the grass as it crawled slowly, occasionally parting the blades to scan the distant horizon. It was searching for food, exploring new hunting grounds. Caimans are cold-blooded creatures, but after undergoing its first crimson light refinement, it had gained many hidden benefits. Through repeated exposure to the crimson light, his pair of caiman eyes had also undergone a transformation. Because they were positioned on top of his head, there had always been some blind spots in his peripheral vision. But now, following the enhancement of his life force, his eyeballs had become more 3-dimensional. Within the deep, protruding eye sockets, his eyes could now move in a full 360-degree range. His field of vision was even wider than that of an ordinary person, and his eyesight was sharper. His innate sense of smell has also been enhanced. He moves forward, gradually following a certain signal wafting through the air. The bullfrogs and insects that occasionally appear in his territory no longer capture his attention. On the lush grassland, a litter of plump rabbits suddenly scurries out, but Gu glances at them and ignores them. They aren't his cup of tea. Though the rabbits were plump, they were still a far cry from his target. This grassland was truly vast. It had indeed been the right decision to eliminate the cocker snake early on. The fertile soil stretching out before him was leagues ahead of his previous tiny Sodakan territory. As he moved further away from the rainforest where the red-eyed squirrel lived, he grew increasingly relaxed. Shedding a trace of caution, he stepped out of his previously confined environment, choosing to embrace the rainforest, embrace nature, and embrace the untamed Amazon. Gu's steps grew lighter ahead. The grasslands were bathed in bright sunlight. Parting the final patch of grass before him, his view suddenly opened up. Just over 10 meters away, a herd of brown antelopes was strolling leisurely by. The grassland in the middle was uneven, with patches of grass of varying heights and even large open spaces appearing among them. It wasn't that the grass wasn't growing well, rather. There were simply too many antelopes, moving in herds. Because the grass was growing so vigorously, many of the antelopes only grazed on the tender, green tips at the very top. Their beautiful calls echoed back and forth. Each one was well fed, robust, and had a glossy coat. Phew! Gu's eyes sparkled. This was the true way to experience the Amazon. Chapter 47, Talent Evolution. The outskirts, the wilderness. In an unremarkable grassland in the Amazon, a peaceful herd of antelopes was suddenly thrown into chaos. Soft, panicked cries rang out from the grassland. Startled, the herd of brown-horned antelopes scattered in all directions, revealing the source of their terror, a massive black caiman. Facing its prey, Gu crawled out of the grass with its jaws wide open. Its powerful limbs and claws flailed as it charged ferociously toward the herd. As a dominant class creature, its jet-black scales gleamed menacingly as it moved. The sheer terror of its presence caused the nearby antelopes to go weak in the knees. The first few antelopes in the herd let out shrill cries, leaping in place before turning on their heels and fleeing for their lives. The caiman strikes. Gu growled lowly and began chasing the large herd of brown-horned antelopes. Hounding them from behind, he pursued nearly 100 antelopes, from east to west, then from west back to east. Back and forth, Gu kept chasing. Directly ahead, the massive herd galloped as a single unit, sending grass blades flying and kicking up dust and sand, a spectacular scene that shook the earth. Gu's tail swished as he chased the herd, letting out excited cries. After chasing them in circles for several laps, he finally had his fill of the chase. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of dust. Though he hadn't caught the antelopes, he certainly swallowed his fair share of mud. By the end of the chase, even the herd had calmed down. They seemed to have figured out that the creature behind them was all bark and no bite. They gradually stopped running, leisurely lowering their heads to graze on the grass. Only when Gu drew near would they pick up their pace and quietly put some distance between themselves. Hey, who do they think they're looking down on? Gu sulkily backed away when it came to ground chases. It certainly wasn't his forte. Crocodiles are amphibious, but under normal circumstances, they live in the water, spending most of their time lurking along riverbanks to hunt. For a crocodile like Gu to live entirely on land was truly bizarre. After stopping the chase, Gu glanced at the herd of antelopes, then quickly turned and vanished into the grass. Noticing Gu's disappearance and the absence of a predator, the antelopes in the clearing grew even more relaxed. A strong male antelope let out a soft call, and soon a female antelope nearby responded. To prove their strength, some energetic male antelopes even challenged each other to duels. With the external threat gone, the herd scattered in all directions. Amid the harmonious atmosphere, an adult antelope gradually broke away from the main group, moving along the edge of the grassland. The adult antelope walked forward, chewing on fresh, tender grass. Just as it lowered its head, a massive, fanged mouth suddenly lunged out. Without the slightest reaction, the blood-red body collapsed into a pool of blood, instantly throwing the herd into chaos. You little punks, I've got you all figured out. Gu's jaws clamped down on the adult antelope's neck, violently pinning the prey to the ground. No matter how the prey struggled, he remained utterly still. Experience had proven that ambushes and surprise attacks were the key to survival in the wild. This was the lesson he learned from his encounters with Grey Family's third son and the mutated giant earthworm. He wasn't a bad guy, he was just a quick learner. The prey in Gu's jaws soon went completely still, its life extinguished. Hey! Don't panic, Crocodile Lord is really leaving this time. Gu let out a low growl at the herd of antelopes before him, offering a friendly greeting, then clamped down on his prey and began making his way back along the same path. Startled, the herd fell into a brief panic, but after 10 or so minutes, they dispersed and went about their business as usual. Only the fading scent of blood could bear witness to the cruelty of the wilderness. A single adult antelope, once deboned, yields at least 100 pounds of fresh meat. With just this one, today's meal is taken care of. Green fish for breakfast, fresh antelope meat for lunch, this kind of life. Gu stretched his body lazily. Although he has been living on land, a rather odd choice, and hasn't yet ventured into the water, his diet still aligns with the habits of an amphibious creature. As dusk approached, Gu finished his antelope feast and walked over to a nearby puddle. He opened his wide mouth to suck in a mouthful of rainwater, using it to rinse away the blood. He washed the fresh blood from his face, keeping his appearance neat and tidy. He gazed intently at the water's surface for a moment. How handsome! He rose slowly, took a few steps backward, and the hazy crimson light had already arrived. Since he couldn't sunbathe before reaching adulthood, a crimson light bath would do just fine. Stepping into the embrace of the crimson light, Gu closed his eyes in comfort. A tingling sensation spread through his body as he absorbed the ethereal glow, allowing it to subtly and imperceptibly refine and transform him. If he bathed in the crimson light regularly, perhaps by the time Gu reached full maturity, he would have already adapted to its presence. Then he could directly shatter the limits of the black caiman and successfully achieve a second evolution. With ample food and the crimson light's blessing, Gu re-entered a phase of rapid growth. The next day, just as dawn broke, he grew, and grew some more. Gu was overjoyed. Comparing his growth to the markings on the ground, he discovered that his growth rate had changed once again. His body was growing even faster. The markings had doubled in just one day, and he had grown 2 centimeters today. Could it be that, under the influence of the crimson light, his already absurd growth potential had evolved as well? 10 times faster, 20 times faster? If such a good thing were possible, Gu adopted a cautious approach, fixing his eyes on the soda can on the ground and measuring again. Not a millimeter more or less, it was indeed 2 centimeters. He steadied his nerves. He needed to observe further. What if it's just the effect of the mutated giant snake's flesh? Getting excited too soon would be a false alarm. Gu needed to determine whether this was sustained, steady growth or merely a temporary change from devouring the giant snake just a few days ago. After all, consuming mutated flesh does indeed trigger a growth-boosting effect of varying duration. To find out if his innate talent had also improved, he just needed to wait a few more days. 10 days have flown by. Gu's body length has reached 2.3 meters. The strange effects from devouring the mutated giant snake have gradually faded, and now is the time to test his true capabilities. After devouring a brown-horned antelope hunted on the northern grasslands, Gu drifted off to sleep, bathed in crimson light. At dawn the next day, he quickly made his way to the soda can to begin measuring. His tail stretched out, leaving a faint mark on the ground. The clear scratch on the ground, compared to the extra length from yesterday, had successfully exceeded 1 centimeter but stopped just short of 2 centimeters. 15x growth rate. Gu observed it carefully for a moment before finally letting out a sigh of relief. A surge of joy welled up inside him. He had finally confirmed beyond a doubt that his talent had indeed grown. The next day, 1.6 centimeters. On the third day, 1.7 centimeters. On the fourth day, 1.4 centimeters. It was now completely confirmed. With ample food, his growth potential had stabilized within the normal 15x speed range. The numbers would fluctuate to some extent, influenced by various factors. After all, he wasn't a machine. How could his growth be exactly the same every single day? It must have something to do with food, Gu quickly surmised. With ordinary flesh-based food, once he was full, his growth rate would plateau at 15x. That was the ceiling. But with mutated flesh-based food, he should be able to reach a flexible 20x rate. Gu's heart leapt with joy. This meant the time required for him to reach the peak of adulthood had suddenly been cut significantly short. The crimson light enhanced talent, one hand breaking through evolutionary limits, the other enabling super growth. This was nothing short of a game changer. Chapter 48, Biting the Bait. Crimson light was truly a remarkable phenomenon. If only he could bathe in crimson light every day. Unfortunately, the spectacle of the sun and moon sharing the sky lasted only about half an hour each day. Unless the sun remained stationary and the moon hung perpetually high in the sky. But that was clearly unrealistic. After realizing that the food he consumed might affect his daily growth, Gu began to take it seriously. Every day when he went hunting in the northern grasslands, he would deliberately keep an eye out for the stronger-looking individuals among the antelope herds. He started being selective. And he discovered that the stronger and larger the individual, the higher the nutritional value of the nutrients converted. Naturally, he had to pick the best ones to eat. As a crocodile with ideals and ambitions, he had to ensure his daily growth rate remained at 15 times or higher. This was both a driving force and a resolution. With this mindset, Gu had a sudden thought: if growth rate was linked to the nutrients converted each day, could quantity make up for the lack of quality? Not only was he quick-witted, but his physical prowess was also top-notch. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. My small intestine is about to burst. Gu's bloated body crawled slowly across the grassland, pausing to rest every few moments. Who would have thought that even a glutton could overeat one day? This croc's belly is about to burst. Gu's swollen belly pressed against the grass. His movements were sluggish, making him look even more clumsy. In the newly claimed territory to the north, the endless herds of antelopes meant food was simply too plentiful. Gu just ate a little more, and then a little more. What malicious intent could he possibly have? He just wanted to improve so badly. It was only because he was now far from red-eyed squirrel and had a thorough grasp of the immediate surroundings that he dared to take such a risky, ill-advised gamble. By the time the crimson light fell, Gu had already been waiting for quite some time. His bloated body struggled to make its way back. He had been ruthless with himself, forcing down far too much food, leaving his stomach in agony. Gu lay listlessly on the ground, bathed in the crimson light, undergoing this strange baptism, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Half an hour later, dusk fell and the crimson light vanished. Damn it, there really is no loophole. Gu cursed inwardly. The rate at which food was digested Han Ti changed at Wun Ti suddenly increased just because he degorged himself. It was like a balloon being inflated with a leak. The rate at which air escaped was constant. No matter how much water you poured into it, it would eventually burst. Clearly, given Gu's current physique, his growth rate had reached its limit. To improve further, he would have to focus on quality. The idea that quantity alone could trigger a qualitative change was clearly wishful thinking. Through this experiment, Gu gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. There was no reason to be disappointed. It had merely been a small experiment in Gu's growth process. Since moving to his new home, he had no shortage of food or drink. Living alone in the pristine Amazon rainforest, amidst the wild grasslands, he had far too much time to kill when he wasn't too busy. Failure isn't scary, but... Gah! Gu snapped his jaws shut instantly. He'd eaten way too much today. He reached out a claw to pat his swollen belly. His churning stomach was already working at full capacity. But it was still too slow. Gu took a few light steps, hoping to get some exercise and shake off the heavy, bloated feeling in his stomach. It was likely that he'd overeaten, causing indigestion. A robust black caiman, having swallowed too much blood-soaked prey, had actually developed indigestion. Gu felt he might have set yet another new record. After taking just a couple of steps, he felt stomach acid rising, making him feel nauseous. Gu sniffed through his nostrils and clamped his mouth shut. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and slowly expanded his chest. Gu stood motionless with his eyes closed for over 10 minutes, calming down, relaxing, and relaxing some more. But. Standing tall and steady on all four hooves in the grass, a series of gas releases flowed continuously from the base of his tail. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted up from his nostrils, and his stomach began to rumble in a continuous chorus. Opening his eyes, Gu decisively charged deep into the grass. He could hold it in up top, but once the urge hit from below, not even the King of Heaven could stop him. After quite some time, Gu returned leisurely from afar, feeling completely relieved. Having thoroughly cleansed his system, he now felt much more at ease. After all that commotion, the sky had grown completely dark. Gu lay down in a patch of soft grass, relaxed his mind and body, and began counting the bright stars in the night sky. Gradually, his gaze drifted, and he drifted into a blissful state. Creak, creak. A faint scraping sound quietly rose from the grass. Gu snapped his eyes open, his icy vertical pupils scanning the darkness. Creak, creak. The sound continued unceasingly. Gu tilted his head down toward the ground to listen closely. Based on the direction of the sound, he slowly formed a hypothesis, and his eyes lit up instantly. He turned, parted the grass in front of him, and ran straight out. The light was dim in the grassy field under the night sky, but Gu's vision was not affected in the slightest. The scene in the distant meadow gradually came into view. A sturdy main vine wound itself around a heavy boulder on the ground. The other end of the vine stretched along the ground, disappearing into a circular hole in the grass. As he drew closer, the vine began to tremble rapidly. Its taut body coiled around the boulder, slowly rubbing against its edges and producing a continuous sound. This was the fishing spot Gu had set up in the grass not far from his lair. He had neglected it entirely since setting it up, leaving it untouched for many days. With food in ample supply, Gu's focus had shifted to establishing new feeding routes after moving. Had the sudden commotion not startled him awake, he would have nearly forgotten that he still had a hidden trick up his sleeve. He quickly moved forward, approaching the opening in the ground. Inside the deep cavern, he could see nothing but darkness. The vine falling before him signaled that prey had taken the bait. Gu clamped down on the vine and gently tugged it toward the surface. Instantly, the commotion underground grew louder. The vine on the surface shook violently, and Gu felt a distinct weight as he pulled. He continued to pull upward with all his might. The taut vine pulsed wildly along Gu's jaws as it plunged deeper into the earth. This commotion. It certainly wasn't caused by a mere insect, Gu thought, his spirits lifting. He kept pulling. As section after section of vine was forcibly dragged out, the sounds of struggle grew louder. Gu clamped down on the vine and pulled backward, as if he were in a tug of war. However, once Gu took the initiative, he quickly gained the upper hand. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it was utterly useless against his brute strength. As he dragged it along, nearing the end, the vine suddenly jolted as if stuck underground. He got it, the target was hooked. Even before reeling in the hook, Gu was already certain. Because as most of the vine was pulled from the ground, a foul stench spread before the creature had even appeared. Rotten, nauseating, and incredibly pungent. Come out, you. Gu clamped down on the sturdy vine and yanked it violently. Chapter 49, Absurd Thoughts. The vine was attached to a large hook, and in the darkness, a half-meter-long creature was flung out with great force. Its smooth skin was coated with a layer of rotting soil, its wrist-thick body wriggled, and atop its head was a strange, spiked-ringed mouth. The moment it appeared, its overpowering stench stung Gu's eyes. The mutated giant earthworm, it had taken so long, but it had finally taken the bait. Holding his breath slightly, Gu slowly reeled the earthworm out of the hole, getting a clearer look at it. Using vines as line and mutated snake meat as bait, the massive hook had been swallowed whole by the giant mutated earthworm. Foul-smelling bodily fluids flowed continuously from its grotesque mouth. A ring of sharp, slender fangs lined the inner walls, and as it struggled, it kept gnawing at the vines, leaving behind dense, pinprick-like holes. Gu's heart skipped a beat. If he'd arrived just a moment later, it might have escaped. But now. Gu pushed a large boulder out of the grass, stepped on the struggling vine, and approached the mutated giant earthworm. He raised the boulder and brought it crashing down. Thud, 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 each blow harder than the last. Finally, the grasslands fell silent. He tossed the foul-smelling rock far away. This disgusting, mutated giant earthworm, which had always been at odds with him, had been beaten to death right before his eyes. Awesome! When it came to dealing with this sneaky bastard hiding underground, Gu was ultimately the better fighter. Crossing the Crocodile Lord comes at a price. Gu was in high spirits for a moment, flipping over the limp, stinking corpse in front of him. Half of the giant mutant earthworm's body had already been smashed flat by his violent attack. Flipping it over, he saw the thick, curved hook piercing the earthworm's body from the inside, connected to the end of a vine, tearing a gash upward that nearly ripped its guts out. It was clearly a wound inflicted during its struggle with Gu. No wonder it didn't put up much of a fight after being dragged out of the ground. It let him hammer it to death right away. Truly, every creature has its natural enemy. It had bitten so deeply it must have spotted the precious snake meat and gotten completely salivating. Just by observing the scene before him, Gu had pieced together the situation underground with near-perfect accuracy. But what use is this thing, anyway? When he was done, Gu hoisted the foul-smelling, mutated giant earthworm, gave it a disdainful glance, and tossed it onto the ground. Opening his crocodile-like mouth, he yawned, "Forget it. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep." Gu grabbed the vine, hauled the mutated earthworm-esque corpse, and slowly walked away. The next day, Gu's body length had firmly surpassed 2.4 meters. His newly found good mood was interrupted by a sudden wave of foul stench. Although he was already a good distance away from where he'd been sleeping, the stench wafting from the corpse as he opened his eyes was still unbearable. As time passed, the dead body seemed to get even more putrid. "No way, I can't keep this thing around." "It's pure torture," Gu said, staring helplessly at the mutated corpse as it freely emitted toxic fumes. This thing seemed completely useless other than making him dizzy and nauseous. It was nothing more than a walking poison gas canister. Even as a mutated beast, it was a total waste. As for mutated beasts, while they contained high nutritional value after being consumed, Gu, after all, had his limits. If all else failed, he'd just find a spot on the ground, dig a hole, and bury it. Gu dragged the vine, pulling the corpse awaiting disposal, and appeared on the sandy ground on the eastern side of his territory. Before that, he planned to first check the other fishing hook he'd set up by the river. The 2 pieces of snake meat he'd left behind had taken care of the target. With just one, he wondered if the remaining fishing spot had yielded anything. He walked straight toward a bush at the edge of the sandy area. The vine wrapped around it was still firmly in place, showing no signs of movement. He approached directly, began pulling the vine, lifting the hook, reeling in the line, and inspecting the bait. The process went smoothly, with no surprises. Until the very last section of vine was pulled out of the ground, and Gu's eyes narrowed. There was only the vine, the hook was gone. Could there be another giant mutant earthworm? He grabbed the end of the vine and examined it closely. The cross-section of the broken vine was as clean as if cut by a knife, with smooth edges and no signs of gnawing. Gu's eyelid twitched. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This was the Amazon, a wildlife paradise teeming with diverse species. With the arrival of the crimson light, Gu had no idea what kind of monsters might emerge. Species evolution isn't limited to Gu alone. It's a wondrous phenomenon accessible to all life. Wherever the crimson light appears, irrational phenomena are bound to follow. Defying science and breaking the rules of common sense, this is a massive upheaval that affects the world's order of life and the food chain. Better safe than sorry. Whatever lurks beneath the ground, as long as it doesn't interfere with him, he has no desire to investigate. The missing snake meat gone is gone. After all, when you're fishing, there is always a time when the fish slips off the hook. Besides, the underground world has nothing to do with Gu. If it weren't for that mutated earthworm constantly grossing him out, he wouldn't bother with such a thankless task. Leaving the broken vine behind, Gu dragged the foul-smelling mutated corpse, preparing to find a suitable spot to bury it. His gaze happened to sweep across the nearby river surface, and Gu froze in place. The mutated giant earthworm, the hook, the vine. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. How could such a thought have crossed his mind? He was a level-headed crocodile, after all. Gu shook his head decisively, determined to banish the absurd notion from his mind. Walking to a low-lying area exposed by the receding tide, he casually selected 2 plump bluefish to sample, then left without lingering. He rarely ate fish these days. His primary food source came more from the grasslands to the north. Consequently, the area had returned to its former state, becoming a battleground for large birds and hawks. Gu left the riverbank immediately, taking the giant mutated earthworm which he had originally intended to process on the spot back with him, still intact. During this time, he remained within his territory, staying put and going nowhere. Yet that bizarre thought from earlier continued to echo in his mind. It tugged at his heartstrings more and more. Not long after returning, as if driven by some unseen force, he crept back toward the riverbank. After startling a flock of birds, he stared blankly at the deep river surface, his gaze fixed. He was the amphibious ruler. As a pure-blooded black caiman, under normal circumstances, the water was where he belonged. His hunting grounds indeed, his very habitat should have been within the wide river channels. Yet it seemed he had never once entered the water since the day he was born. Gu gazed at the open river before him, his heartbeat gradually quickening. After staring for a long while, he finally turned and walked away. As dusk approached, 5 visible beams of crimson light fell around his territory. The rainforest, the grasslands, the river's surface, the ethereal light illuminated them punctually. Gu thrived, bathed in the crimson light. Rustle. A sound came from the eastern riverbank. Chapter 50, The Giant in the River. Hooves and claws trampled the grass and leaves. Taking advantage of the twilight, Gu's steady figure appeared on the sandy ground. I'll do this just this once. At worst, I'll simply abandon the riverbank hollows from now on. After all, he already has better feeding routes. As he approached the river's surface, Gu's resolve solidified instantly. Once he decided to do something, he was never one to hesitate. Besides, exploring the riverbed was necessary. In certain unexpected situations, it could serve as a good escape route, but all of this hinged on one condition: that he could enter the water without worry, rather than creating a greater risk. He walked to the hollow where he often fed, just a step away from the riverbank. He gazed at the river's surface with a complex expression at this moment. The crimson light had not yet faded, and a vast, strange glow fell right in the center of the river. Gu had deliberately chosen this moment. He gazed intently at the river. The surface was calm and deep, growing darker the further down he looked, until it plunged into total darkness. Beneath the still water, nothing could be seen, only a layer of crimson light displayed on the surface. Let us begin. Gu set down his tools. He had brought his entire arsenal with him. Counting the one swallowed by the mutated giant earthworm, he still had 7 large hooks left. Gu gathered over a dozen vines in one go, selected the most resilient ones, carefully prepared them, and attached them to the hooks one by one. With line and hooks, bait was naturally required. Pulling one of the vines from the ground, the putrid corpse of the mutated giant earthworm slowly drifted closer. The foul stench lingering in his nostrils only grew more pungent as time passed. Would this thing actually work? But then he remembered that when he was a kid, fishing with the neighborhood kids, this was exactly the kind of thing they used. Tied to a line and cast into the river, it would often lure plenty of small fish to the surface, where they chase each other as he reeled them in, bringing a lot of joy to his childhood. After all, it was mutated flesh and a half-meter-long giant earthworm as bait, so it shouldn't be too shabby. With the 6 remaining hooks, Gu hooked them side by side along the strange mouth on the mutated earthworm's head. He attached the polished, thick hooks all the way down to the flattened tail end, securing the bait firmly in place. With a gentle tug, Gu's homemade super-explosive hook was finally complete. Thick vines served as the line, the mutated earthworm as the bait, and hidden within its half-meter-long body were 7 thick, curved hooks. This insane explosive hook held Gu's deepest hopes. An angler never goes into battle unprepared. Before taking action, Gu pulled the 7 thick vines and wrapped them all around a large tree near the riverbank. All preparations were complete. Gu rubbed his pair of alligator paws together, raised his head high with a sincere gaze, looking almost sacred. Then he bit down on the end of the vine and cast it forcefully toward the river ahead. Whipping the rod, casting the line. Even as a bona fide black caiman and thus, to some extent, related to fish, his angler's ambition remained unwavering. Cast. Gu cast the giant mutated earthworm straight out from the bank. It arced through the air and touched the water's surface, sending out ripples. The flying hook landed squarely within the crimson light's range. The bait floated in the middle of the river for a few seconds before quickly beginning to sink. Gu nodded with satisfaction. His skills were as sharp as ever. He lowered his head and opened his crocodile-like jaws, snapping all 7 vines into his mouth at once. Today, he was determined to be the angler. He gazed expectantly at the distant river surface, his eyes following the bait as it sank inch by inch. Strings of bubbles rose from the murky riverbed, but Gu didn't even blink. More bubbles emerged, and a torrent of murky water surged upward, churning up a cloud of silt from the riverbed. The calm surface of the river was gradually disrupted. Gurgle, gurgle. The entire river began to bubble with large clusters of air, the dense bubbling sound resembling a spring gushing forth from the riverbed. This is... Boom! A heavy blow nearly sent Gu flying. A tremendous force surged from the vine in his mouth, shaking him so violently he nearly lost his grip. Boom! Another massive force surged forth. Half of Gu's 2-meter-long body was lifted into the air. Only his rear 2 crocodile claws remained clamped tightly to the ground. A section of his crocodile tail was beyond his control, dragged by the immense force toward the river's surface. His jaws were clamped tightly around the thick vine, creaking with the strain, but in an instant, Gu could no longer hold on. He hadn't even seen the target on the hook yet this sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard. Another powerful surge struck, numbing Gu's jaws. Holy shit! He cursed inwardly, then decisively released the crocodile's jaws. He had no choice. He knew that if he didn't let go, he wouldn't be the one fishing anymore. Driven by inertia, the corner of his mouth lightly brushed the edge of the river. Covered in cold sweat, Gu quickly retreated. Splash! Waves rose on the river's surface, and the surging water splashed Gu from head to toe. The tide was coming in turbulent waves rushed through the shallow waters, carrying fish, shrimp, and large schools of greenfish. Gu stared in shock at the center of the river. Under the hazy crimson light, a massive black shadow leaped out of the water, sending a spectacular spray of water that sent the entire river into a frenzy. Leaping up into the crimson light, its massive dark gray head, gills flaring as it gulped river water, and its pale belly far thicker than Gu himself. As it moved sideways, the riverbed, 7 or 8 meters wide, seemed narrow. A catfish, an Amazonian giant catfish. Gu's eyes widened. He had actually caught a colossal catfish nearly 5 meters long, whose weight was impossible to estimate. 5 meters long, a catfish? If it weren't for the fact that its appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary catfish, and since this one the ocean, Gu would have suspected he'd hooked a great white shark. Even ordinary sharks don't reach this size. After leaping out of the water, the massive creature began to swim, and even the originally wide river channel seemed too narrow for it to maneuver. The long whiskers growing on either side of its gills were over a meter long, and the massive tail slapped the water, creating a small tidal wave. Its massive, flattened head was far thicker than the rest of its body, as if it were bearing a heavy gray turtle shell. As the catfish's mouth opened wide, 7 vines sank deep into its gaping jaws. The hooks were all set, and the line was pulled taut. Gu instantly abandoned any thought of wrestling with the aquatic monster, feeling somewhat relieved that he had tied the vines to a large tree on the riverbank beforehand. The giant catfish, having swallowed a foreign object, leaped out of the water in pain and continued to struggle. The river's surface grew increasingly turbulent, and many blue carp, startled, kept leaping onto the bank. The tree's crown swayed from side to side, shaking violently without ceasing, and the straight trunk gradually began to tilt toward the river. This isn't good, Gu thought, his heart sinking. Snap, snap, snap. The taut vines snapped one after another, already stretched to their limit under the catfish's force. They snapped one by one. Snap, snap, they're all broken. The deep gray giant catfish lashed its tail, circled the river's surface once, then slowly sank until it vanished completely. With a thunderous crash, the massive tree on the bank finally toppled over due to inertia, its enormous canopy crashing into the river and sending a spray of water flying. Chapter 51, The Mutant Flower Deer. The giant catfish's form sank to the riverbed. The bubbles on the river's surface gradually diminished. In just a moment, the water returned to its previous calm, with only a patch of crimson glowing in the center of the river. Gu had succeeded. He'd successfully caught a monster. The mutated earthworm hadn't been wasted. But he'd also failed. The monster that had taken the bait was truly colossal. Even with Gu's current size, he could only gaze at the river in despair. 5 meters. This was a 5-meter-long giant catfish. Even when fully grown, as the rainforest's ruler, the black caiman, he would only reach 4 meters in length. The weight of this giant catfish would certainly be measured in tons. Indeed, where the crimson light shines, the supernatural is sure to follow. He had been cautious all along. It was the right decision not to enter the water. Who could have imagined that beneath the still river surface lay such a terrifying giant catfish? This creature might just be the most highly evolved organism in this place. Amphibious head old croc just prefers living on land. It's just a shame about my gear. All my fishing equipment has been confiscated by that giant catfish. This is a 5-meter-long monster. Gu curled the corners of his mouth. He'd brought shame upon all anglers. But it really was thrilling fishing for a giant in the wilderness, battling heaven and earth, fighting the fiercest beasts, conquering every mutated beast. Smack! He raised his claw and gave himself a slap. I'm getting carried away, really carried away. He was a level-headed crocodile. Survival was the ultimate rule, and striking from the shadows was the true way. A mere fishing trip wasn't going to rattle him. Still, it had been a thrill. He needed to keep a low profile and mature quickly. At just 2.4 meters long, nearly being dragged into the water by a catfish was a disgrace. Gu began making his way back along the shallow pool, leaping over the heads of the lively bluefish. Now he finally understood what had been causing the river's surface to rise all this time. After all, without the massive catfish churning the riverbed, where would the daily supply of bluefish in the shallow pool come from? Before leaving, he casually picked up 2 large bluefish from the ground. He couldn't very well come away from a fishing trip empty-handed, could he? After that night, Gu retreated obediently to his own territory, completely abandoning any thoughts of going into the water. Although he seemed clumsy on land, the risks seemed more manageable, and besides, the food on land was better suited to his huge appetite. He looked down, bit into a large chunk of antelope meat, and swallowed it with relish. Now that he had no worries about food or drink, only a fool would go into the water. In these comfortable days, Gu surpassed 2.5 meters, then 2.6 meters, and 2.7 meters. His size changed every 4 or 5 days. With an abundant food supply and daily exposure to the crimson light, his weight began to surge rapidly. After some time had passed, Gu reached 3 meters in length and weighed over 500 kilograms, drawing ever closer to adulthood. Roar! The deep, rumbling roar of the crocodile scattered a large herd of brown-horned antelopes in the distance. A stray adult antelope nearby leaped high into the air in fright, but it was already too late. The moment the roar echoed, the colossal beast crushed through the grass. Gu's massive jaws snapped open as he lunged upward. His teeth clamped onto the adult antelope, and with a violent shake, blood spurted as the antelope was flung into the air before crashing back to the ground. The unfortunate antelope's body was pierced clean through by Gu's bite, and it went limp instantly, killed in a single blow. At that moment, the herd on the grassland immediately fell into chaos. Over 100 antelopes fled in panic, fleeing the bloodshed in the clearing. Watching the panicked herd, Gu remained expressionless. Having lain in wait in the grass for so long, he felt nothing after the successful kill. Gu lowered his head and coldly bit into his prey, dragging it directly into the grass behind him to begin feeding. One more brown-horned antelope today would be enough. As his body grew, so did his appetite. Whereas he used to consume 1 adult antelope a day, he now needed 1.5. The feeding process was primitive and bloody. After finishing the remaining half of the antelope, he found a nearby patch of grass and stuffed it down casually for a quick disposal. Upon returning to his territory, he rinses his mouth with fresh water to wash away the scent of blood, restoring his dashing and domineering demeanor. Timing it just right, he waits until dusk approaches to bathe in the crimson light. Lately, Gu has noticed a strange phenomenon. The range of the crimson light within his territory seems to be gradually shrinking. He has been observing this for several days now. It is not his imagination. The crimson light has indeed grown smaller. In the 2 months since he took over the territory, the area of the crimson light in the grass had shrunk from half a meter in diameter when he first took over to about 40 centimeters, now a loss of nearly 10 centimeters. The crimson light wasn't constant after all. It, too, changed with the passage of time, even gradually fading. What effect would the fading of the crimson light have on him? He didn't know. He hadn't noticed any difference. He still ate the same amount every day, and his growth rate remained steady at 15 times the normal speed. Since it didn't affect his own growth, Gu put his mind at ease and continued to bathe in the crimson light every day without fail, looking forward to embarking on the path of evolution as soon as he reached adulthood. A few more days passed, and Gu grew to 3.1 meters. Waking up at dawn, Gu found a spot and waited in advance on the northern grassland for prey to come to him. His calm figure radiated patience. After more than 10 minutes, the soft bleating of brown-horned antelopes could already be heard in the distance. His gaze pierced through the grass, gazing toward the tranquil rainforest in the distance. The early morning light gradually brightened, and creatures had already begun to emerge. Scattered figures moved about. The vanguard gradually came into view, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A group of towering figures appeared in his field of vision, their long antlers blooming atop their heads. They were strikingly handsome, with dense white spots dotting their pale yellow coats. Spotted deer, tropical spotted deer, not the Chinese spotted deer one might imagine. Though differing by just one character, and despite their similar appearance, they belong to different species native to different regions. The tropical spotted deer before him were a species unique to the Amazon. But this herd of tropical spotted deer looked far too robust. Their massive frames far exceeded the norm, and their well-developed antlers were much larger than those of their typical counterparts. Mutated beast. Gu's mind raced. The herd of spotted deer appearing before his eyes were all mutated beasts. Just how much fresh meat would one kill yield? 200 pounds? 300 pounds? Hunting one would be equivalent to at least 2 adult antelopes, and more importantly, this was mutated flesh. Consuming it would allow Gu to maintain a growth rate 20 times faster. As the herd of spotted deer drew near, Gu couldn't help but let a trickle of saliva escape the corner of his mouth. He suddenly decided to change things up a bit. Chapter 52, The Intruder. He stared at the spotted deer in the distance until they successfully approached the grassland. Gu swiftly moved to a new position, completely ignoring the brown-horned antelopes that had already come within striking distance. Now that he had a better option, he suddenly found them unappealing. He crouched in the grass, chose a spot close by, and began to lie in wait silently. It was the same old trick, his only crude method, but Gu had plenty of patience. Lying in silent ambush, the wait dragged on because the number of spotted deer was limited. More than half an hour later, a spotted deer finally appeared, happily grazing as it ran past. It inadvertently passed by the grass where Gu was hiding. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward with a ferocious crocodile-like bite. A chokehold, blood spattering. Even the towering spotted deer couldn't react in time under Gu's jaws. The only difference was that the mutated spotted deer seemed to possess a more tenacious will to live. Even after being knocked to the ground by the surprise attack, it still struggled to get back up. You think you can run away from a meal that has been served right to you? Gu opened his jaws, lowered his head, and delivered another vicious blow. Even the most tenacious life force would fall before him. Success! Gu clamped down on the fallen prey and returned to his lair in a frenzy. A single, heavy spotted deer was more than enough to satisfy his entire day's energy expenditure, and this was the flesh and blood of a mutated beast. He drank the deer's blood to his heart's content and devoured the fresh meat. Gu efficiently absorbed all the nutrients from the transformation. The remaining value was stored within Gu's rapidly growing body under the glow of the crimson light. By the next day, he had successfully grown 2 centimeters in just one day. 20 times his innate talent had once again pushed him to the limit. After measuring his size, Gu joyfully raised his paw and began scratching at the grass, writing a row of crooked, large characters. Ordinary creatures. Spotted deer, mutated gray squirrel. Great serpent. Then he crossed out the last 2 lines and rewrote them. Ordinary creatures, mutated beasts, pattern evolved creatures. Looking at the twisted characters, Gu finally nodded. This time, his summary should be fairly comprehensive. Creatures like Gu who were still immature and had never been exposed to the crimson light all fell under the category of ordinary creatures. Above that, those who had undergone the baptism of the crimson light and exhibited persistent special changes, such as the 3 brothers of the gray family, the white-headed eagle, and the flower deer he had hunted, had already embarked on the path of mutation, though they had not yet fully succeeded in their evolution. Until the cauliflower serpent, a mysterious pattern began to grow within its body. The serpent's level of evolution was clearly much higher, and it was far more powerful. A beast's vitality gradually increases as its evolution deepens, and its combat ability experiences explosive growth. But this only applies to the species' inherent tier. When comparing different creatures, the standards for measuring combat power become difficult to define. Gu himself is a prime example. He was merely an ordinary creature before reaching maturity, yet he had already claimed the lives of numerous mutated beasts, not to mention the cauliflower serpent, which had evolved to an extremely high degree. This made perfect sense. After all, he was a ferocious black caiman. It would be absurd if just any creature could threaten him after undergoing mutation. Unless the creature has evolved to an extremely high level, higher even than the cauliflower snake, or is a naturally powerful species that becomes even more terrifying after undergoing a transformation. Gu thought of the red-eyed squirrel and the giant catfish at the bottom of the river. These were originally at the bottom of the food chain, but after undergoing profound transformations, they now leave him completely helpless. Surely there won't be a situation in the future where even an ordinary salted fish can chase after a caiman. Gu wiped away the writing on the ground, feeling a bit resentful. He could have grown steadily and naturally. He was born to be the ruler of the Amazon. No way. He had to grow too, he had to evolve. No one could take the black caiman's throne of dominance from him. The next day, he devoured 2 antelopes. Gu ignored the mutant spotted deer lying nearby. That was his wisdom. After all, he was still operating at 20x speed that day. Just as with the mutant gray squirrel and the cauliflower snake, the value contained within the flesh and blood of creatures that had undergone the crimson light transformation was too much for an ordinary being to fully consume in a single day. Such flesh was hard-won and of immense value. Consuming more would be pointless. Only a strategic approach like his was the optimal choice. Gu was determined to extract the maximum value from this batch of mutated spotted deer. Then came the 3rd and 4th days. The following day, Gu hunted down another mutated spotted deer. He discovered that a single adult spotted deer could sustain his current 3-day period of hyper-accelerated growth any longer, and the effects would begin to diminish. It didn't last as long as when he had previously consumed mutated beasts, which might have something to do with his increasingly larger physique. But this result was already excellent. Maintaining a 20-fold growth rate, consuming 1 mutated spotted deer allowed him to grow 6 centimeters continuously. 10 deer meant 60 centimeters. 1, 2, 31, 32, a full 32 mutated spotted deer. I've struck gold. Gu counted the spotted deer appearing on the grassland, his heart racing with excitement. His current height was already approaching 3.2 meters. The gap between him and a fully mature black caiman was narrowing. Over 30 mutated spotted deer, that's enough, more than enough. His excitement stemmed from the fact that he could reach his peak much faster. The time originally estimated had been shortened once again. With a 3-day cycle, Gu maintained his spiritual synergy, ensuring every piece of mutated flesh he consumed was put to the best possible use. 1 day later, Gu successfully surpassed 3.2 meters. As he passed through the grassland and traversed the undulating terrain, it was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal his massive form. Fortunately, he had moved to a new territory. Had he remained in that low-lying grassland, his rapidly expanding body would likely have forced him to lie flat on the ground. Crawling through the green meadow with his thick, pitch-black scales, he headed north toward his usual hunting grounds, gradually slowing his pace. No sooner had he approached than a commotion erupted ahead, faint cries of unfamiliar beasts echoing through the thicket. Herds of antelopes scattered in all directions, and most importantly, the shrill cries of spotted deer rang out continuously. An intruder. Gu could no longer contain himself. Without bothering to seek out a vantage point for an ambush, he crawled straight out of the grass. Parting the grass and looking past the herd of antelopes, he witnessed an unusual battle between creatures. A black leopard, over 2 meters long, was single-handedly chasing a mutated roe deer in the distance. A black leopard was indeed a rare sight. Before Gu could finish his thought, the black leopard, moving with blinding speed, had already caught up to the herd. When the herd was forced to a halt, several sturdy stags at the front charged forward, their antlers bristling with fury. True to their mutated nature, even the flower deer's typically docile and timid disposition had undergone a transformation. The aggressive herd took the black leopard by surprise. It spun its body abruptly to dodge the charging antlers. After a moment of bewilderment, it let out a roar and gave chase once more after the fleeing herd. As a top-tier predator in the rainforest renowned for its sprinting ability, once the leopard unleashed its fury, no ordinary creature could stand against it. At the very least, this herd of spotted deer was not yet evolved enough. In just a few seconds, circling the frenzied mutant spotted deer, the Black Panther used its superior speed to constantly harass them, toying with the agitated herd at will. Soon, a large adult spotted deer was bitten on the neck and pinned beneath it. At this point, there was no turning back. The mutant spotted deer was destined to meet its end in the beast's jaws. Having lost a companion, the herd gradually scattered into the distance. With the hunt successful, the Black Panther released the lifeless spotted deer and licked the blood from its face. A crocodile stealing its kill. Daring to scavenge on its territory, Gu had already been closing in on the scene during the chase. Chapter 53, Stealing the Prey. Roar! The Black Panther let out a fierce, animalistic roar. Gu advanced steadily, head down, but was ultimately exposed. He charged straight toward his target without slowing. The Black Panther leaped instantly from the lifeless spotted deer. Facing Croc's onslaught, it was so startled that its tail bristled upward. Upon landing, its two powerful forelimbs spread apart, its wild head drooping slightly, while it let out a series of restless growls. Gu approached and first hauled the prey in front of him forcefully behind him. Seeing the Black Panther before him still daring to bare its teeth at him, he lifted his foot and lunged forward. After chasing it only a few steps, Gu turned and headed back. He had originally intended to drive the other animal out of this grassland, but the moment the Black Panther's agile figure began to move, he instantly gave up. The panther didn't even need to try hard to leave Gu far behind. He could only marvel, a panther is a panther. A crocodile racing a panther on land. Gu wasn't that stupid. However, in the brief moment he'd been delayed, the herd of mutant sika deer had already fled in panic. Gu sank his teeth into the prey on the ground and dragged it steadily into the thicket. Behind him, the Black Panther paced back and forth in frustration, utterly helpless as Gu's figure vanished from sight. Once he completely disappeared into the grass and filled his belly, he began making his way back to his lair. As he walked along the path, Gu was in a foul mood. The appearance of an intruder in his usual hunting grounds gave him a bad feeling. Although he happened to stumble upon the Black Panther's hunt today and even had his prey stolen from him, this territory was rightfully his, and the game within it was naturally his for the taking. Besides, it's hard to guard against a traitor from within. Gu couldn't possibly stay on guard in this grassland forever. Facing the swift Black Panther, his own safety wasn't much of a concern, but the food in his territory was about to suffer. Especially the limited number of mutant spotted deer. This could determine whether he would reach maturity soon. When Gu returned the next day, he indeed found a carcass on the ground with its innards completely devoured. A spotted deer had died. It was undoubtedly the Black Panther's handiwork. His heart sank. Ignoring the nearby herd of antelopes, the panther had clearly come for these mutant spotted deer. For beasts, the allure of mutant blood prey was second only to the crimson light. Damn it, another competitor has shown up. Gu seethed inwardly, hoping he could hold out until he reached full maturity. Burning with that frustration, Gu struck with explosive force, taking down two brown-horned antelopes in one go. He devoured one on the spot and dragged the other back for dinner. One mutated spotted deer, plus 4 brown-horned antelopes in 3 days, Gu's body would grow by 6 centimeters. Maintaining a growth rate 20 times faster than his peers, Gu was brimming with energy every day. The only fly in the ointment was the Black Panther that frequently roamed near his territory. Ever since tasting the mutated flesh, it had settled in for good, acting as if it intended to make this its permanent home. Whenever Gu foraged in the grasslands, he would invariably spot signs of the panther's presence. Damn it! It stole another one of Croc Lord's kills, Gu muttered under his breath, glaring at the blood-stained remains of a spotted deer on the ground. You eat so much, yet you never seem to get full. With nothing to do afternoon that day, Gu quietly returned to the grassland where he used to dwell. It had been a while since he'd been there, so he decided to pay a visit to an old friend. Near the southern edge of the rainforest, he could hear red-eyed squirrel shouting from a distance. The other's build hadn't changed, but a new coat of fur had grown in soft, thick, and glossy, looking lustrous. Just as Gu arrived, he spotted red-eyed squirrel leaping about on the ground, chasing a flock of birds in the sky. It seemed as though he had undergone a transformation lately. Red-eyed squirrel had become increasingly active. Gu had moved as far north as possible toward the grasslands, but he still often heard the creature's furious cries in the middle of the night. On the barren patch directly to the south, the ground was littered with rotting corpses, foxes, rabbits, but mostly birds. Gu could almost picture the scene. As dusk approached and the crimson light shone, countless creatures would draw near, only to be targeted by the enraged red-eyed squirrel, which would hunt them down and exterminate them. Having lost its offspring, the red-eyed squirrel's bloodthirstiness has truly grown ever more intense. Huff. Gore. Gulp. The drawn-out, strange syllables sounded jarring to Goo. Wait, weren't those sounds somewhat familiar? After a while, though the red-eyed squirrel's vocalizations remained peculiar, they finally took on a faint melody. More importantly, he had heard this sound before. Uncertain for the moment, he listened more closely. The deliberately drawn-out syllables rang out again. Wolf, leopard. Goo instantly recognized the source of the first two syllables. Old wolf, black panther. These sounds were all too familiar. They were all old acquaintances of Goo's. Now that he compared them and recalled them carefully, everything clicked into place instantly. As for the last syllable, after listening intently for a while, it seemed to be a dog's bark. He instantly thought of a creature found in the Amazon, the jackal. Jackals, wolves, and leopards. The sounds were imitating these three creatures. He had originally thought that this strange tone was a vocal mutation resulting from the red-eyed squirrel's evolutionary process. He never expected it to be mere mimicry. Why imitate only these three? Goo was initially puzzled, but after a moment's thought, he considered what they had in common. Jackals, wolves, and leopards all seemed to be land-dwelling creatures with exceptional tracking abilities. Moreover, they aren't picky eaters. As long as there's meat, they'll eat it, including the usually frail, small gray squirrels. Could it be that before coming into contact with the crimson light, it was frequently bullied by these three creatures? And now that it has evolved into a powerful being, it mimics the creatures it remembers as the strongest? Thinking about it that way, it seems quite reasonable. Huff. Gore. Gulp. A wolf's howl, a leopard's roar, a jackal's bark. Goo gazed at the distant figure with a strange look in his eyes. Now that's what I call a clever one. If that logic holds, shouldn't there still be a jackal roaming this area as well? Goo suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Beasts were beasts after all. No matter how powerful they became, they still had fundamental flaws when it came to intelligence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps began to grow louder as they approached the grass where Goo was hiding. The red-eyed squirrel, having finished its rampage, turned and wandered toward this spot. Goo put his thoughts aside and decisively turned away from the trouble. Although the red-eyed squirrel had changed slightly, everything was still within his expectations. Goo's gaze was somber. He was still growing stronger, and time was entirely on his side. He would occasionally come here to take a look, using the stimulation to spur himself on. It serves as a reminder that, even in this small territory where he merely survives, there remains a formidable enemy yet to be dealt with. Chapter 54, The Tyrant of the Grasslands. He was about to break the 3.3-meter mark. Today was once again the day to hunt the mutated cicadere. Early in the morning, Goo took up a position in the northern meadow, waiting in advance. Hunting these mutant species required immense patience. As for ambushes in the grass, Goo had mastered the art to perfection. Selecting a spot to conceal his form, anticipating their route to secure a vantage point in advance. Goo had exploited every inch of this grassland within his territory to the fullest. Though he couldn't operate underwater, he still displayed his top-tier assassin skills amidst the lush grass. Listening to the sound of galloping hooves gradually drawing nearer, Goo scanned the horizon carefully. Based on the direction the flower deer were approaching from, he moved calmly and quietly adjusted to the optimal ambush spot. Sliding swiftly along the ground, driven by a craving for mutant flesh, Goo soon found the perfect position. The straight-line distance to the flower deer's path wasn't far, but most importantly, the dense, tall grass blades in front of him provided excellent cover for his current size. A perfect ambush spot. Goo moved forward swiftly, decisively closing in on the area. In high spirits at the prospect of hunting the flower deer, he plunged into the thicket, pushing aside the dense foliage, and then spotted a shadowy figure lurking there. A black leopard's head crouched on the ground, its fur as dark as the bottom of a pot. On either side of its muscular cheeks, a few long whiskers stood symmetrically. A pair of alert, leopard eyes with distinct black and white markings stared at Goo, their pupils gradually widening. Clearly, the sudden encounter had startled the black leopard as well. Goo was completely dumbfounded. He'd already slipped halfway in and hadn't even considered that another creature might be lurking inside. He was so close to the Black Panther that he nearly made physical contact. He looked at the spot he'd chosen as the perfect location, then at the Black Panther that had arrived even before him, the thicket, the ambush, the lie in wait. Damn it, it was one thing to come scrounging in his territory, but to actually copy his signature routine so perfectly? Sneaky, shameful, downright cheeky. The moment they met, Gu's crocodile jaws snapped shut, greeting the panther with a friendly bite. The Black Panther's long whiskers twitched, and he raised a paw to strike. Ouch, he actually dared to strike first. The adult Black Panther's reaction was too fast. Leaping from the spot, one of his paws struck Gu's upper jaw, and as he attacked, he effortlessly used the momentum to leap backward. In such a sudden encounter, where the test was their reaction speed, the Black Caiman was bound to be at a disadvantage. Gu felt frustrated. He wasn't afraid of the Black Caiman's mental reaction speed. In fact, his own was even sharper. But when it came to translating that awareness into physical movement and real-world action, the Black Caiman's innate sluggishness was magnified. Especially when contrasted with a fully grown Black Panther, the disparity became instantly apparent. Having successfully struck its target, Gu's massive frame shifted into motion. To the panther's still eyes, every movement was predictable, allowing it to effortlessly dodge the Caiman's bite. The agile panther's wild gaze swept back and forth over Gu. Suddenly, it leaped forward on all fours, closing in of its own accord. It's really pushing its luck. I'm the Black Caiman of force. Even lions and tigers won't dare provoke. A murderous glint flashed in Gu's eyes. The leopard's claws struck once more, landing on Gu's upper body. The leopard tried the same trick again, hoping to continue toying with its opponent. The ferocious claws collided with the pitch-black crocodile's body. Gu maintained his forward momentum. His thick hooves dug into the ground, bringing him to an instant halt, and he slammed his head viciously into the Black Panther's claws. Harnessing its full strength, the ferocious crocodile's head snapped back violently upon contact, and with a brute force, it flung the Black Panther over and tossed it out of the grass. Dare to compete with Black Caiman in strength? I'll let you borrow my momentum until you've had your fill. Gu glared with his crocodile eyes. While he had only suffered a minor scratch on his forehead, the Black Panther in front of him had been sent flying several meters away, landing hard on its back with all four legs in the air, paying the price for its arrogance. After landing, the Black Panther scrambled to its feet in panic. Seeing Gu still closing in, it instantly bolted 10 meters away. That brief skirmish had made the Black Panther face a harsh reality. There were creatures it could toy with using its speed, but sometimes, that very speed was what it needed to save its own life. As Gu advanced, the Black Panther retreated decisively, step by step, closing its mouth and ceasing to bare its teeth or let out threatening roars. Now you should know who the real boss of this grassland is. Gu's cold, vertical pupils fixed on the Black Panther. Over 3 meters long, he exuded an overwhelming presence as he stepped out of the grass. Swishing his crocodile tail as if to charge forward, the Black Panther let out a whimper and slunk away from this contested ambush spot. You little punk, trying to steal my territory. Gu turned around, his gaze scanning the area for his prey. The barren grassland bore only the tracks left by fleeing creatures. Even the foolish brown antelopes had retreated to a safe distance, and as for the herd of mutated roe deer, they had long since vanished without a trace. They run. After the skirmish between Gu and the Black Panther gave away their position, the startled herd of mutant sika deer had bolted from the area without a moment's hesitation. He won the turf, but lost the prey he'd been lying in wait for. A furious roar startled the Black Panther, who glanced warily in Gu's direction before silently backing away a bit further. Glaring fiercely at the Black Panther, Gu seethed inwardly. What a waste of effort! Once he left the vicinity of the grassland, Gu found himself in complete darkness. How was he supposed to track the mutant spotted deer now? Besides, he couldn't just abandon his secure lair so easily. If I'd known, I should just let the Black Panther have it, Gu muttered to himself as he retreated back into cover. Given the situation, he had no choice but to wait. The mutant spotted deer had only been temporarily startled away. Once things quieted down, it would inevitably return to graze here. Several dozen minutes passed. The brown-horned antelopes in the distance had already forgotten the recent clash between the two beasts and had returned to the grassland to feed contentedly. Wild animals have such short memories, or perhaps it has nothing to do with memory at all. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. Accepting nature's bounty inevitably means following the laws of the natural world. Life is precious, and the cruelty of survival in the wild is also part of life. Gu waited and waited, staying crouched in ambush until noon, but still saw no sign of the spotted deer coming to feed. Could it be that it won't come back at all? Gu began to feel a growing sense of anxiety. Glancing at the grassland, he saw a few scattered antelopes still moving about, which temporarily eased his mind. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. Gu strained his eyes, remaining hidden in the grass. As the sun gradually moved westward overhead, Gu finally spotted a familiar figure. Here it comes, fresh, mutated flesh running toward this meadow. Gu moved swiftly, creeping closer while keeping his form concealed, continuing to wait patiently, until a cautious sika deer inadvertently approached and lowered its head to graze. A piercing cry. Desperate struggles were now futile. At point-blank range, where the prepared met the unprepared, Gu successfully brought down his prey. Hunt successful. Today was yet another day of peak prowess. Before he could bite into his prey and leave, a lightning-fast black shadow beyond the distant grasslands had already set off in pursuit, following the roe deer's path. As for what happened next, Gu didn't dwell on it. After all, his task was complete. As for why the Black Panther waited until Gu had successfully hunted before suddenly launching its pursuit, one could only say it was a case of being scared of having its prey snatched away. Only what's in your mouth is real. Chapter 55, Adulthood. Gu, the black caiman, had successfully surpassed 3.3 meters in length. Facing the morning sun, his jet-black form lay quietly in ambush on the grassland. Only the sharp-eyed hawks soaring low in the sky could catch a fleeting glimpse of him as they passed overhead. Then, flapping its wings frantically, it flew away from the grassland in panic. Gu calmly tilted its head back, opening its jaws to greet the hawk passing overhead. Its increasingly menacing fangs sent the hawks into a panic, causing them to let out sharp, frantic screeches as they soared higher and higher until they were soon out of sight. The area around its grassland became an instant no-fly zone for birds. Gu gazed toward the horizon and shook his head expressionlessly. Eating, drinking, and relieving himself once stripped of the trivialities of human society, Gu's life was no different. Like a hermit living apart from the world, when one is alone for too long, one ceases to feel the passage of time. Being cut off from civilization for so long might have driven anyone else to the brink of collapse, but he felt fine. Aside from occasionally finding his crocodile body a bit inconvenient, there was nothing else. Take now, for instance. When Gu deliberately strayed far from his dwelling and had happily relieved himself, he always liked to pick up a couple of leaves after doing his business. Unfortunately, his claws were too short to reach them, so he could only take 2 steps forward and rub against the grass instead. He didn't resist the life of a beast, but the last remnants of civilization were his final stubborn hold. If only I could take a bath. Gu cried out in his heart, tilting his head back. The wide river was close by, but he didn't entertain such a reckless notion. In the face of greater survival pressures, his last vestiges of civilization seemed utterly insignificant. It seemed his cry had been heard, for soon after, a gloomy rain began to fall. The steady downpour showed no sign of letting up. Gu walked through the darkness, letting the torrential rain wash over his body. It washed away the blood, and it washed away the grime covering him. He loved this kind of weather. Lying on the grass, listening to the occasional dripping of rain, even his sleep felt more peaceful. At first, he had some concerns. Would the gloomy weather affect the crimson light? But on that day, despite the thick, dark clouds, the sun and moon appeared in the sky together, and the spectacle of their convergence remained the most dazzling sight in the heavens. In a world shrouded in darkness, the fading light seemed even more dreamlike. Bathing in the crimson light on rainy days, he persisted in hunting despite the downpour, strictly following the plan he had set for himself. Gu counted the days the rain had lasted for over 30 days. After the dark clouds dispersed, the sky was clear and vast. Gu shook the rain from his body, stretching his limbs to their fullest. Today, he had reached 3.9 meters. Adulthood finally, the final countdown had begun. Following the rainwater pooled in the grass, Goo headed north once more, preparing to wait quietly for the arrival of his prime. But sometimes, the unexpected strikes without warning. The mutant sika deer had vanished. By the next day, Goo knew that the remaining herd of sika deer must have abandoned this place for good. Thinking it through rationally, this wasn't all that surprising. Perhaps the presence of Goo and the Black Panther posed too great a threat, and the deer herd had simply found a safer place. From 3.2 meters to the current 3.9 meters, since discovering the mutated spotted deer, Goo had killed roughly 12 of them. The Black Panther's toll was smaller, amounting to about a third of Goo's. In just over a month, 16 of their kind had been lost in these grasslands. Goo recalled that when they first arrived, the herd had numbered exactly 33. With a mortality rate nearing 50%, it was no wonder the others had simply fled. Goo shot the Black Panther a fierce glare from afar. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for that freeloader invading our territory, we'd have had enough to sustain ourselves until we reached maturity." The ferocious, murderous look on his face instantly put the Black Panther on high alert. He had no time to deal with him. With the loss of the mutant flower deer and the brown-horned antelopes, this creature had been feasting for so long without the herd showing any signs of dwindling. Before this grassland was completely stripped bare, it could have sustained not just one Black Panther, but 10 more. Goo decisively took down an adult antelope, bit through its windpipe, and dragged it away. The Black Panther behind him couldn't wait to charge into the herd, throwing the area into chaos. Having lost the precious mutated flesh, the rivalry between the two had vanished. 2 days later, Goo had grown a steady 3 centimeters. Although his growth rate had slowed, it was still tolerable. He remained the fastest growing cub in the Amazon. Then 393, 394, 395. 4 days passed, and Goo successfully reached 399 centimeters, just a hair's breadth away from the long-awaited peak of the Black Cayman. At dusk, after devouring a brown-horned antelope, Goo remained quietly in his territory, biding his time. Since his rebirth, nearly half a year had passed since he hatched. Every single day, Goo had strived toward this one goal, diligently honing his steady, methodical style to its fullest potential. He might not have done everything perfectly, but he had given it his all. Countless days and nights, enduring countless sleepless nights, had finally led him to this day. Goo closed his vertical pupils, recalling every moment, his heart filled with serenity. At dawn, as the hazy mist dissipated, Goo opened his eyes, feeling surprisingly alert. His long tail swayed gently, radiating a sense of power. He had reached adulthood. He had completed the long developmental period that typically takes an ordinary caiman 10 years to pass through. From a caiman hatchling, through the juvenile and growth stages, and finally the longest phase, adulthood, he had now fully reached his peak. The Black Cayman, 4 meters long, could weigh up to 800 kilograms. Its scales were thick and sturdy, its pale golden vertical pupils glinting in the light, and its streamlined, long tail curved slightly upward, its youthful body brimming with boundless energy. If he hadn't still been within his habitat, Goo would have let out a mighty roar to express his joy. Having grown from a young cub and endured countless hardships to reach the peak of a Black Cayman's life, this Amazonian apex predator had finally come of age. It could be said that, barring disaster or illness, Goo would live to be at least 80 years old. And that was before the crimson light appeared. Now that he had reached adulthood, Goo was overcome by a distinct sensation. He felt he could continue to grow, that he had not yet reached his limit. This filled him with deep surprise. The crimson light hadn't shone in vain all these days. If even a green tree snake could evolve, why couldn't he? Goo was determined to become stronger, shatter his limits, and continue evolving to undergo a second growth. Chapter 56, Mutation. Driven by higher aspirations, Goo maintained his steady feeding and resting schedule. As dusk approached, he walked toward the crimson light with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. This was the moment Goo looked forward to most since reaching maturity. Bathing in the crimson light, Goo began his first experience since reaching adulthood. The pitch-black scales on his back touched the strange glow, and then the crimson light on his body vanished. The hazy crimson light entered directly into his body. He had absorbed the crimson light. Unlike the simple illumination of before, the moment they came into contact, the mystical crimson light was actively absorbed by Gu's physical form. A wisp of strange energy began to course through Gu's massive body until it vanished. Then another strand of crimson light was absorbed, circulating once more. The 4-meter-long black-mouthed crocodile, which had previously reached the natural limit of its growth, underwent a physical transformation after being infused with this mysterious energy. The theoretical 4-meter limit on its body length was suddenly shattered. Gu showed signs of breaking through his limits. Just like the mutant gray squirrel and the cauliflower python, he successfully triggered this miraculous transformation upon his first contact with the crimson light right after reaching adulthood. The hidden benefits of having been exposed to the crimson light early on were now evident, saving Gu a significant amount of time. Because his body had already been perfected by the crimson light. The only thing holding him back had always been his lack of maturity. Now that this hurdle had finally been cleared, Gu's continued growth seemed only natural. The crimson light could actually be swallowed. Gu's alligator eyes widened in utter astonishment. Unlike the passive exposure he experienced before, he could now actively absorb it under certain conditions. Gu could clearly feel the crimson light seeping into his body, nourishing his flesh thread by thread. The wandering crimson light possessed a magical power that seemed to break down an invisible barrier, raising the black caiman's potential to new heights. His body craved more crimson light gradually, his skin began to itch. Starting from the front of Gu's head and creeping up along the corners of his mouth, a faint layer of periosteum began to grow over his jet-black scales. The bone membrane appeared as a patch no larger than the palm of a hand, feeling like a thin layer to the touch. Looking at his reflection in the water, what had once been a flat head now seemed to have a blotch growing on it, looking rather odd. Gu knew he had succeeded. Following the evolutionary path of the mutated beasts around his territory, he too had set foot on an unknown path. Ordinary creature, mutated beast, a single pattern. Though the layer of periosteum on his forehead was still inconspicuous, he had already broken free from the ranks of ordinary creatures. Gu was thrilled with this step taken. His future had become even more unpredictable. As a black caiman who had shattered his physiological limits, he was filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Moreover, he was filled with curiosity about the golden downpour, the wonders of heaven and earth, and the crimson light that shone upon the world, all the mysteries hidden behind these phenomena. To unravel these mysteries, he must grow stronger and venture further. Growl. A distinct rumbling sound snapped Gu back to reality. Gu looked down and rubbed his protesting stomach. Strange it hasn't even been that long since I ate. Why am I hungry again? After absorbing the last ray of crimson light overhead, and before nightfall had fully set in, he decisively headed north to try his luck. He didn't have to wait long. Just as the sun was setting, Gu hunted down a lone antelope, dragged it into the grass, devoured it quickly, and then returned safely to his lair. From that day on, absorbing the crimson light became Gu's top priority. After breaking through his limits, his body's craving for the crimson light became unstoppable. Gu made the most of his daily half-hour crimson light bath, not wasting a single moment. The palm-sized patch of periosteum on Gu's head gradually expanded, covering a larger and larger area as he continued to absorb the crimson light. Gu's transformation was visible to the naked eye every single day. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger. Ever since these changes began, Gu had been overcome by an intense sense of hunger. In reality, his appetite hadn't changed much. Eating his fill each day amounted to no more than 2 adult brown-horned antelopes. But after his stomach expanded, this hunger subsided only slightly, and a persistent craving for food lingered in Gu's mind. It felt as if his digestive system were weak and ungrounded, as though he'd gone too long without sustenance. Yet he was clearly stuffed to the brim. He moved with boundless energy and possessed a strong, powerful physique, so why would he feel this sense of weakness? Could it be that he was growing too fast? Thinking about his abnormal eating habits and his extraordinary growth potential. Could there be aspects of his absorption of crimson light that he didn't yet understand? The thought flashed through his mind, but during that time, Gu continued to absorb crimson light at full capacity every day. Absorbing crimson light clearly had significant benefits for his body, and he wasn't about to hesitate over a minor issue. A dozen days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Gu surpassed 4.2 meters in length and walked to a waterlogged depression. Standing in the grass by the water's edge was a ferocious crocodile, its massive frame far exceeding the limits of an ordinary crocodile. The calm water surface was like a mirror. In the scene, Gu's broad crocodile head was covered by a layer of uneven black periosteum. The thick osseous membrane exuded a primal aura. In just over 10 days, it had completely encased his entire head. The membrane appeared as a single, solid layer, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a layer of even finer crocodile scales beneath the dense, heavy osseous membrane. With this thick osseous membrane encasing it, Gu's entire head had grown a full size larger. Reflected in the water's surface, it looked even more ferocious. With his already hard skull now encased in this thick periosteum, wouldn't he become even more thick-headed? The image of a massive crocodile using its iron-hard head to attack enemies during a battle with wild beasts was simply too gruesome to bear. Fortunately, the changes to the periosteum weren't over yet. After covering the crocodile's head, it began to gradually spread down his back toward the rest of his body. Gu briefly left his habitat, and the hunger gnawing at his insides grew increasingly intense, defying the norm. Even though his body was growing rapidly, a sense of emptiness was gradually creeping into his flesh and blood, as if his potential were being drained. The longer he grew, the heavier the fatigue surging from deep within his body became. Eventually, it began to affect Gu's normal daily life. Something's not right. Gu began to take this issue seriously. Absorbing crimson light seemed to take a heavy toll on his body. Ordinary food might not be able to keep up with the rate at which he absorbed it. The energy he consumed was not proportional to the crimson light he absorbed. Once the energy in his stomach was depleted, his body began to draw on its own reserves. This had been going on for over 10 days now, and Gu felt utterly exhausted. His body needed a rest. He could slow down his absorption of crimson light for the time being. Behind the hunting grounds, Gu was devouring his blood meal in huge bites. Looking at the ordinary brown antelopes on the ground, he found himself unconsciously missing that herd of mutated flower deer. Mutated flower deer. Suddenly, his mind froze. If ordinary blood meal couldn't satisfy his absorption of crimson light, what about the even more precious mutated flesh? He slammed his fist into the ground, realizing he'd fallen into a mental trap. If he lacked energy, he should seek it from the outside, relying solely on his own slow recovery. When would he ever become strong? But looking outward was a different story. He was already a voracious eater. If he could secure a steady supply of mutated beast blood, wouldn't this problem simply cease to exist? Rapid consumption, the unstoppable transformation talent, combined with continuous absorption of crimson light equals constant evolution. Chapter 57, 500 Gene of blood meat. Mutated flesh. Now he desperately wanted to know if this was the key to absorbing the crimson light. This question was crucial, deeply tied to his future growth. But, damn it, the mutated flower deer had long since been driven away by the joint pressure he and the Black Panther had applied. On this grassland now, where were there any mutated beasts left for him to hunt and devour? Perhaps only the great river to the east remained, along with the terrifying red-eyed squirrels in the rainforest. Ugh. I've only just mutated. I'd better keep a low profile for now. He had the desire, but no mutated beasts to devour. His body was too exhausted, so Gu lay hidden in the grass and rested soundly for 2 days. During that time, he watched the crimson light in his territory fade away, his eyes filled with anguish. When would the periosteum on his body finally be fully restored? Just 2 days later, as his fatigue began to subside, Gu could no longer hold back. Absorb, keep absorbing. Streams of crimson light pierced through his scales and entered his body. Gu let out a contented sigh. The strange crimson light stimulated his body, and the thick bone membrane on his head began to develop, gradually spreading toward his back. After maintaining this state for several days, he needed to rest again. Gu's body wandered aimlessly through the grass. Only by maintaining a rapid rate of growth could he find inner peace. Now he frequently patrolled the grasslands where he lived. Walking from south to north across the meadow, he hid quietly among the grass, his eyes fixed on passing creatures. Gu's purpose was obvious. He was searching for traces of mutated beasts. As an ambitious black caiman, diligence is a fundamental trait. Crawling slowly through the grass until he reached the edge of the meadow, he found nothing again today. Gu exhaled a puff of warm breath and turned to go hunt antelopes. Just as he took a step, the ground behind him suddenly began to shake violently. He whipped his head around and witnessed a shocking sight. Hooves thundered as thousands of towering creatures charged from the distant edge of the rainforest. These were elands, though they are more commonly known by another name, wildebeest. Resembling cattle in build, they have a horse-like face and broad shoulders, with a pair of long, crescent-shaped horns on their heads. As they run, the brown mane on their necks flows in the wind. The distinctive markings on the lower front of their thick necks, a pattern of spots of varying sizes, are their hallmark. Adult wildebeests typically stand about 1.3 meters tall and weigh 200 kilograms. As thousands of wildebeests charged forward in unison, it felt as though he were in the midst of an earthquake. The deafening roar of the stampede swept over him, causing Gu to turn and run. The charging herd stretched dozens of meters across. As they passed through the grassland where Gu had just been standing, their iron hooves trampled the ground, producing a thunderous roar that sounded like a clap of thunder to Gu's ears. Dust swirled, the earth roared at this moment. Any wild beast would flee in panic before such overwhelming force. The sound of hooves continued unabated as they charged forward, and Gu witnessed up close the spectacular sight of the massive herd of wildebeests charging through the landscape. His gaze followed the herd as it moved among the galloping figures. A group of wildebeests in the center caught Gu's attention. Their massive frames towered over ordinary wildebeests standing over 1.5 meters tall, with gleaming curved horns on their heads, and they were much heavier, weighing up to 250 kilograms, or a full 500 gene. Mutant wildebeests. Gu stared in disbelief. Amidst the herd of thousands of galloping zebras, these mutants were everywhere at a glance. Their numbers easily exceeded 100, accounting for nearly 1/10 of the herd. Over 100 mutant zebras, what did that even mean? The grassland before him lay trampled and in disarray. The clatter of hooves never ceased as the herd briefly crossed his path, racing off toward the wilderness further north. Gu stared blankly at the mutated zebra's plump hindquarters. The swaying tufts of their tails wildly tugged at his heartstrings. With a whinny, hooves kicked up and a zebra tumbled to the ground at the rear of the charging herd. A cloud of dust instantly billowed up. The isolated zebra lay on the ground for a long time without struggling to rise. Its piercing cries elicited no reaction from the herd. The herd grew increasingly distant. The main group did not pause for a single individual. A black figure darted out like lightning. Gu was not the only predator lurking nearby. The black panther charged with blinding speed, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Upon reaching the struggling zebra, it greedily lunged forward, biting into its throat, then frantically dragged it backward. The heavy zebra, clamped in the black panther's jaws, left a 10-meter-long trail across the ground before Gu managed to bring it to a halt. With its short legs straining, he gave chase and finally caught up. He raised his tail, giving a nod to the anxious black panther across from him. The massive, curved horns dragging across the ground, a frame over 1.5 meters tall, and a weight exceeding 500 gene, it was a mutant wildebeest. After confirming this, Gu felt a surge of secret delight. He let out a low, crocodile-like growl. "Little Black, you can't handle this. Let Crocodile Grandpa take care of this wildebeest." The black panther stood before the zebra's carcass, letting out a series of frantic roars, but in the face of Gu's ever-growing bulk, they sounded somewhat feeble. "You dare resist? Everything in this grassland belongs to Uncle Croc." Gu grew impatient. He moved his hooves and charged straight at the black panther guarding the kill. Facing the now more powerful black caiman, the black panther grew anxious. Before Gu could fully close in, he tucked his tail between his legs and fled 20 meters away. "If I don't teach him a lesson every few days, I'll forget who's the boss around here." Gu exhaled a puff of hot air. Having driven away the rival black panther, he began to examine the mutated wildebeest on the ground. Apart from the brief bite marks left by the black panther, he discovered a massive laceration on the wildebeest's underside. He didn't know when it had been inflicted, but its intestines were spilling out. Strands of fresh blood were oozing steadily from the wound. This also solved Gu's puzzlement over why the zebra had mysteriously collapsed while galloping. With an injury like this, it would have bled to death if it had kept running. The fact that it managed to run this far in one go was a testament to the mutant zebra's formidable vitality. But the stronger, the better. Regardless of its past, it would now become Gu's meal. Precious mutant blood meat of 500 gene super zebra. Gu sank his teeth into the zebra's body, then headed straight back to his territory. He was already growing impatient. A 500 gene mutant zebra looked massive, a weight a black panther would struggle to carry. But for Gu, 500 gene was only about a quarter of his own body weight. Carrying the 500 gene load, Gu returned with ease. Mutant flesh was a precious commodity, so he took it directly to the place where he bathed in the crimson light. The truth behind his earlier speculation was finally about to be revealed. Opening his gaping maw, Gu lunged at the mutant zebra before him and tore into it. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and after swallowing a large amount of flesh, something has changed. Like a withered cactus in the desert, the moment the mutated flesh entered his stomach, Gu felt his spirits soar. The fatigue that had built up in his body from absorbing the crimson light was instantly relieved. "I've found the right approach." After devouring dozens of pounds of flesh in one go, Gu felt completely rejuvenated, both mentally and physically. His body seemed to possess boundless energy, and that hollow, insubstantial feeling was gone. By the time dusk fell, streams of dense crimson light actively flowed into Gu's body. He had discovered the correct way to harness it. To absorb the crimson light, one must consume the mutated flesh as a vessel. The more mutated flesh he consumed, the longer his ability to absorb the crimson light would last. And this aligned perfectly with Gu's truly monstrous talent. I ask you, have you ever seen a black caiman that eats 3 meals a day? As he absorbed the crimson light in an endless stream, the bone membrane on Gu's back grew visibly. Chapter 58, Facing a Major Enemy. A 500 gene mutated zebra was enough to sustain Gu for over 10 days. With a higher grade blood supply, he no longer had to worry about the limitations of the crimson light, and his body began to develop once more. By the time he had consumed half the flesh, Gu's height had reached 4.4 meters. Then his physical growth stalled, but his absorption of the crimson light remained unceasing, even appearing to expand gradually. As streams of crimson light entered his body, they fused with his flesh and began to accumulate and slowly store within him. Though his size no longer increased, Gu sensed a more wondrous transformation quietly unfolding within his body. This accumulation was all in preparation for a momentary burst of power. Gu devoured and consumed the final half of the flesh as well. The crimson light and the mutated flesh combined, becoming a latent energy within his body that began to gestate. However, the mutated flesh was gone again. The 500 gene mutated zebra had been devoured clean, with hardly a bone left. Without the mutated flesh, relying solely on his own regeneration, Gu's absorption of the crimson light instantly reverted to its original state. Especially after growing to 4.4 meters, it seemed to have reached a certain tipping point. The effectiveness of absorbing crimson light from ordinary food suddenly slowed by dozens of times. It felt like going from a 4-wheel drive vehicle speeding down the highway to a unicycle on a muddy road, a situation that left Gu utterly miserable. With a strange sense of foreboding, he continued patrolling the perimeter of his territory, but luck couldn't possibly favor him forever. The passing herd of wildebeests had been a fluke. After losing that batch of flower deer, Gu's habitat was nothing more than an ordinary grassland. Creatures like the brown antelope were the common sight in these pastures. As dusk approached, Gu crouched within the range of the crimson light, swallowing the last morsel of antelope flesh in his mouth. Threads of flowing light touched Gu's body. The periosteum on his back had already spread to cover a third of his entire body. "This is way too slow," Gu thought to himself. The faint crimson light within his body was a world apart from what it had been before. Though frustrated, feeling the strange changes continuing within him, Gu managed to keep his temper in check. Little by little, time is the best medicine for growth. During this time, something else happened that was entirely within his expectations. He had already noticed that the range of the crimson light would shrink over time. Following the last change, some time had passed, and the crimson light in the grass had shrunk another circle. Now it was only about 30 centimeters in diameter. The area, which wasn't large to begin with, was now even smaller. With Gu's 4.4 meter frame, it could now only cover a small portion of his back. It was no longer a full bath in the crimson light now, it was little more than a shower. So what? After all, once the supply of mutated flesh had been cut off, he had already come to terms with it. A loss of this magnitude was hardly significant to him. With a full stomach every day and the gradual absorption of the crimson light, the periosteum on his back slowly matured, and Gua's mind remained as still as a well. This state persisted for about 10 days, and he intended to remain just as he was until the physical changes were complete. He had no desire whatsoever to deal with the black panther that frequently roamed his territory. Although the panther often darted back and forth around the grasslands, as long as it didn't disturb his absorption of the crimson light, Gu generally couldn't be bothered to take issue with its agile running speed. Amid these uneventful days, the periosteum covering his body had gradually expanded from 1/3 of his surface area to half. One day, after taking down a gazelle, Gu was preparing to return from the northern grasslands. He had taken only 2 steps when he heard the piercing roar of a beast in the distance. Gu glanced in the direction of the sound, immediately dropped the brown horned antelope he had just caught, and ran toward his lair. Something's wrong. That was the location of the crimson light. Gua's heart racing, he ran as fast as he could, his massive body charging recklessly through the grass toward his den. The beast's roar grew clearer to Gua's ears, the familiar sound belonged to that black panther. A few minutes later, Gu neared his den. From a distance, he could see the grass swaying violently ahead, with figures struggling within. The chase was taking place right at the spot where he usually made his home. Gua's blood boiled. This patch of crimson light in the grassland was his last line of defense. He charged straight ahead. The black panther's roar was now only a dozen meters away, and he could vaguely make out its moving silhouette. Suddenly, the grass parted, and a figure tumbled to the ground. The black panther struggled to leap out, crimson blood dripping continuously down its body. A short distance away, a gray creature stood upright, gradually closing in. Rumble! Gua's body froze instantly. The black panther had barely managed to struggle to its feet and hadn't gotten far before it was quickly caught up by the red-eyed squirrel with a series of leaps. A glowing paw, accompanied by a whistling rush of air, slammed directly into the panther's side with a heavy thud. The adult black panther, over 2 meters long, was sent flying through the air. A stream of blood flowed down its body, soaking the grassy ground. The severely wounded black panther hadn't given up yet. It tried several times to struggle to its feet, but failed each time. Behind it, the terrifying red-eyed squirrel licked the blood from its claws as it leaped forward. Another beast was about to become its prey. Crunch! Heavy footsteps crushed the grass. The moment the black panther lifted its head, a massive hoof appeared before it, crushing down hard on its face. Blood spattered everywhere. The skull couldn't withstand the force and cracked audibly. Gu rubbed his crocodile claws against the grass to wipe away the bloodstains. Gazing at the lifeless, wide-open eyes of the panther on the ground, he muttered to himself, "It's true that this grassland belongs to this old croc, but there are terrifying creatures lurking beyond its borders." He never considered himself invincible. He always kept a low profile, even going so far as to live a somewhat timid existence in the area. Even when he simply wanted to come out and bask in the sun, he'd hesitate and second-guess himself. Ever since birth, a certain figure had constantly reminded and driven him, serving as the fuel for his continuous growth. Well then, red-eyed squirrel, the supreme ruler of this territory, you've overstepped your bounds, you know that, don't you? A deep, rumbling crocodile roar erupted from Gua's gaping maw, its sound reverberating across the entire meadow. The black caiman, over 4 meters long, stood atop the black panther's corpse and roared toward the sky. Its long tail swept out, instantly snapping every blade of grass around it, fully exposing Gua's figure. With a hard bony membrane covering its skull, the black caiman unleashed its domineering roar to its heart's content. This long overdue roar had been too long in coming. Gu finally let out a roar, unhesitatingly, right in front of his opponent. Chapter 59, The Battle of the Overlords. This day had finally come. In the same territory, the coexistence of 2 dominant beasts was absolutely forbidden. The moment Gua's figure was fully exposed, the red-eyed squirrel before him grew wary.
As the long-standing overlord of this territory, the red-eyed squirrel was accustomed to ruling with an iron fist. No beast within its domain could threaten it, even other mutated beasts would retreat at its presence. Yet now, it sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Gu. Circling the center of the meadow, the two colossal beasts moved slowly. Gu's icy vertical pupils fixed on its opponent. Having broken through its limits, it now stood at a height of 80 centimeters even when standing normally. With a body length of 4.4 meters and a weight exceeding 800 kilograms. The red-eyed squirrel, standing at just 1.6 meters, looked rather unimpressive by comparison. But he dared not let his guard down. As an adult, it would reach 4 meters, while the red-eyed squirrel's true form was merely a cute, 3 or 4 decimeter long juvenile. Ordinary creature, mutated beast, a single rune. Gu stared at the red-eyed squirrel. On its furry chest, hidden beneath a thick coat of fur, a mysterious rune glowed. It didn't seem to require much effort, nor did it need the crimson light to trigger it. As the rune on its chest lit up, the two forelimbs on the red-eyed squirrel's sides, its arms visibly thickening, emitted a faint glow from their tips. The power of the crimson light, when evolved to a high level, can produce miraculous effects. The great serpent had been the same. The supernatural power it unleashed on the brink of death had once caused Gu no small amount of trouble. And the opponent before him, the rune glowing with such intensity on its chest, exuded an aura even more formidable than that of the great serpent. Red-eyed squirrel had evolved far beyond Gu, the great serpent, beyond all the creatures around them. A faint glow emerged from the surface of its claws, and the red-eyed squirrel moved in an instant. Roar! Gu's massive body sprang into action as well. The crocodile's mouth exhaled hot breath, causing the red-eyed squirrel's fur to bristle. Facing the giant jaw's surprise attack, the red-eyed squirrel was forced to pull back one claw mid-air. It leaped high into the air, and its other glowing claw struck Gu's forehead with ferocious force. The same claw strike that had sent the black panther flying earlier successfully struck Gu. Like a chainsaw cutting through hard material, a scratch over 10 centimeters long appeared on the top of Gu's head. The gash was nearly 2 fingers deep, violently tearing open the jet black periosteum, yet beneath the jagged wound, the thick black periosteum remained intact. Gu shook his head slightly, showing no reaction. The slanted gash on his head, combined with his gaping jaws, made him look even more ferocious as he lunged to bite the red-eyed squirrel, who had just landed. Empowered by a mystical blow, the claws didn't even break Gu's scalp. The red-eyed squirrel stared at its own claws, eyes wide, and let out a shriek. The rune on its chest continued to glow brightly. The screaming red-eyed squirrel leaped over 2 meters into the air in an instant. This terrifying jumping ability made Gu look up in awe. But it had to land eventually. Opening its crocodile-like jaws, Gu lunged forward with ferocious speed. While this red-eyed squirrel's straight-line speed might fall slightly short of a black panther's, its close-range reaction speed, combined with its extraordinary jumping ability, made it by far the fastest creature Gu had ever encountered. Instantly, it reminded him of the days when he'd been toyed with by Grey family as third by the river. But back then, he'd been the one being chased and tickled. Now, he was the one actively chasing and biting his opponent. Gu's ferocious momentum and relentless pursuit forced the red-eyed squirrel to retreat step by step. As he squeezed the opponent's space, Gu's thick periosteum sustained only a few superficial scratches. His massive body crushed the grass, and his hooves and claws left rows of heavy footprints in the ground. Closing in, Gu executed a crocodile-style head snap. As his fangs snapped shut, they tore off a patch of grayish-red fur. Enraged, the gray squirrel swung its claws with all its might, grazing the lower half of Gu's back and finally striking the ordinary scales, their areas where the periosteum had not yet formed. Spit! So close. Gu spat out blood-stained fur from the corner of his mouth. The stinging pain on his back made him crack his crocodile jaws. When he saw the red-eyed squirrel's eyes fixed on the scales beyond his periosteum, scrutinizing them. Trouble! Gu's heart sank. His evolution had been too recent. Facing those glowing claws, he had developed periosteum to defend himself, but his body was simply too massive. Even after more than 20 days, it had only covered half of him. Staring at the gaping wound on Gu's back, the red-eyed squirrel let out its characteristic chirp. It was practically barking with excitement.
But he was no longer the little alligator he once was. He had grown into the Amazonian overlord, the king of the caimans. It had been a long time since he'd been injured. The faint stinging sensation on his back and the flow of fresh blood stirred Gu's suppressed, icy instincts into a frenzy. This slight pain was hardly enough to make Gu back down easily. His body sprang into action, determined not to rest until his opponent was completely crushed. Filled with savagery, red-eyed squirrel, seeing his attacks were effective, became utterly feral, focusing his strikes solely on Gu's vulnerabilities. Blood, fur, the grassland was ravaged beyond recognition, a large clearing carved out in the center. This habitat was essentially ruined. Crimson bloodstains soaked the ground, trickling slowly down Gu's shattered black armor. The amount of blood spilled was estimated to be a full basin. Most of the blood was his, yet as Gu charged forward, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His massive size was his greatest natural advantage. The battle was brutal, yet Gu grew increasingly exhilarated. As the bloodshed intensified, the mysterious transformation, that accumulation of energy deep within his body that had been dormant for so long, was stimulated and began to stir. He was instantly overjoyed. After accumulating this energy for so long, had he finally reached the final stage? Gu immediately gave chase after red-eyed squirrel. Don't stop. Today, a winner must be decided. In this exhilarating battle, facing an opponent who had evolved mysterious patterns, Gu charged forward through the bloodshed without a shred of fear. Gradually, he began to feel a strange energy flowing through his body. The transformation grew increasingly active, causing Gu's body to grow restless as well. His body craved this change, growing bolder with every blow. The heavy crocodile tail, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, finally struck its target after countless attempts. Red-eyed squirrel leaped backward. One of its long arms was grazed and twisted into a grotesque shape, the faint glow on its claws gradually fading. Under Gu's gaze, fixed through his pale golden vertical pupils, it suddenly took a step back. Ha! Gu's eyes flashed. This was the decisive moment. Still brimming with fighting spirit, he pressed forward. Red-eyed squirrel retreated, then retreated again, spinning to leap into the rainforest. Roar! In an instant, Gu was enraged. Forced to unleash his final move, he searched the grassy ground and quickly unearthed a bundle of leaves. Upon opening it, he found only 2 pieces of cartilage left after being gnawed by insects. Having been stored for a long time, they had rotted beyond recognition. Watching the red-eyed squirrel, which had already stopped ahead, he exhaled a puff of air through his nostrils. Humph! You think you can just walk away? Let us see if this little thing can catch your attention. He pushed the open leaf straight out in front of him. Chapter 60, Born Rune. No more pretending he was the one who killed both third son of the Grey family and second son of the Grey family. Gu laid all his cards on the table. Red-eyed squirrel stared at the cartilage scattered on the ground, momentarily dazed. Gradually, it walked forward, picked up 2 severely damaged pieces of cartilage, and sniffed them with its nose. Its eyes began to redden, taking on a blood-red hue. Its pair of red eyes lived up to their name. It raised its head, and its ferocious gaze locked onto Gu, as if it were about to tear him to pieces. A piercing shriek erupted from the corners of its furry mouth, and red-eyed squirrel instantly lost all reason. Mysterious patterns on its chest burst into brilliant light as it leaped toward the culprit. Red-eyed squirrel had gone mad. Just what I needed. Gu rejoiced inwardly. He hadn't misjudged it. This was indeed a creature that would go to any lengths to protect its own. Just like that mutated giant earthworm framed underground, it could keep fighting relentlessly, unable to let go. Now that Gu had deliberately self-destructed, did it really think it could escape after being provoked by the stump of its offspring's tail? Gu swung his crocodile-like jaws as he charged at his opponent, a chill running through him. Do you even understand the value of having your entire lineage wiped out? Shaking his head, swishing his tail, devouring, bracing his periosteum to withstand the impact, this was exactly the effect Gu was after. Power was already surging within him, his blood boiling with frenzy. His head, mouth, long tail, hooves and claws, his entire body became a weapon in Gu's arsenal. Whether it was effective or not, he mobilized every part of himself. This would better stimulate his body's vitality. Of course, in the heat of battle, he hadn't forgotten his signature move, the trash roar.
Gray squirrels belong in cages.
Even if you've mutated, you're still at the bottom of the food chain. Anyone who has tasted the blood of a little crocodile is as good as dead.
You and your offspring are nothing but food for other beasts to replenish their energy.
No matter how much you evolve, you're still just nutrients. Gu roared again and again, frantically drawing aggro.
Facing the bloodshot gaze of the red-eyed squirrel, he raised his claws high and slammed them down with all his might, violently crushing 2 pieces of cartilage on the ground. With several bleeding wounds on his body, Gu calmly raised a claw at the red-eyed squirrel.
Bring it on!
Huff, purr, squeak. His opponent had completely lost it, emitting a string of incomprehensible, strange syllables. Gray squirrel tails are the worst to eat, tough and meaty.
Letting you mutate is a waste of crimson light.
Gu muttered on and on, not caring whether it made sense or not. He just wanted to provoke and enrage his opponent. Suddenly, a gash on his back split open. The moment his claws withdrew, he had also bitten into red-eyed squirrel's tail, and he spat out the fluffy, blood-stained fur from his mouth in disgust. In an instant, only half the tail remained. The stinging pain in its rear drove the red-eyed squirrel into a frenzy. With only one intact claw left, it emitted a faint glow, lashing out at Gu repeatedly, determined to tear his crocodile scale armor to shreds. It seemed the mysterious patterns weren't all-powerful, they had different effects, and at least this one had no healing properties.
All its energy was channeled into that single claw.
The battle raged on for a while longer as the light in the grass gradually dimmed and dusk approached.
The time had come. Gu had been waiting for this moment.
Halting its aggressive claws, Gu shifted its body lightly and stood in the center of the meadow. The red-eyed squirrel above him remained relentless, shrieking and attacking Gu ceaselessly, but Gu had already begun to lose focus. The clouds above were pierced, and beams of crimson light appeared right on cue. Within a radius of just 30 centimeters, Gu tilted his head back and opened his crocodile jaws wide, swallowing the crimson light in a single gulp. The changes within his body had reached their limit, but now, replenished by the crimson light, the balance was finally broken. A terrifying suction force erupted from his body, craving more of this mysterious substance after shattering the limits. His crocodile-like jaws devoured the sky. The crimson light refracted from Gu's mouth, casting fantastical hues. Mystical energy began to surge from every part of his body, converging.
Gu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Crack!
The sound of shackles snapping echoed in his mind. Ignoring the red-eyed squirrel's attacks, Gu pressed on. In a moment, he was finally completely sated. He lowered his head, revealing a pitch-black forehead.
On the surface of the hard, flat bone, a primitive, ancient pattern gradually emerged, appearing and disappearing, until it stabilized, the lines intertwining to form an unfathomable mark.
As his body absorbed the crimson light, it began to manifest a mysterious rune.
Gu's mouth split into a grin, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. He had succeeded.
More importantly, as the rune on his head lit up, he felt explosive power surge through his body. His speed, reaction time, and physical control had all received a massive boost. As a fellow creature that had evolved a rune, Gu watched as the red-eyed squirrel charged at him once more. He took the initiative to strike first. The gray figure narrowly leaped out of the way, grazing the corner of his mouth.
It didn't matter.
With the pitch-black bone membrane on his head swaying, he locked onto the opponent's landing spot, reacted swiftly, and slammed into it with all his might.
Boom!
A bone-crunching sound echoed from the red-eyed squirrel's body as Gu sent it flying with a single headbutt. Now, as he ran, his speed finally underwent a transformation. Though he still lagged behind purely terrestrial creatures, he had finally shed his sluggish pace and moved beyond the realm of mere walking. Pounding the ground with all 4 hooves, he closed in on his half-crippled opponent.
Boom! Another strike.
Thud, thud, thud. With a glow radiating from his head, Gu reveled in this newfound power. After several rounds, red-eyed squirrel lay limp on the ground, twitching only out of instinct, his once vibrant fur now drenched in blood. Gu stepped right up, glanced at the mangled form, and snapped open its crocodile jaws.
Red-eyed squirrel trembled and extended a claw.
Whoosh! Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The immense bite force crushed everything, and the reluctant gaze on the ground plunged into darkness. Etched into his memory, leopards, wolves, and jackals had all been models he once imitated. If he could do it all over again, he wondered if he might add a low, crocodilian growl. The red-eyed squirrel's corpse lay cold before him. Goo stared blankly at the scene. How many days had it been? The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart since birth was now shattered by his own force. All grudges and grievances were gone. Covered in blood, Goo looked at the grasslands around him, now ravaged beyond recognition, and finally let himself relax completely. The last creature in this region that could threaten him had become a thing of the past. The grasslands belonged to him, the sandy riverbanks belonged to him. From this moment on, the southern territory belonged to him, stretching all the way to the western edge of the rainforest. All of it was Goo's domain. With the violent Emperor Emeritus slain in battle, the new ruler of the rainforest, Black Caiman, had successfully ascended to power. Goo's roar echoed across the surrounding area, proclaiming the territory's new master. Then he began to methodically clean up the battlefield, his favorite part of the process. Goo dragged red-eyed squirrel's corpse by its hind legs and placed it side by side with the Black Panther. Precious blood and ample meat were his favorites. Nothing was more satisfying than feasting on exquisite, rare meat bathed in crimson light after a battle. The blood that had been spilled could only be replenished by devouring it in great gulps. Chapter 61, Leisure. The next day, a massive black caiman awoke naturally amidst the chaotic grasslands. His heavy body lay directly on the ravaged battlefield, his ferocious form now fully exposed. From this day forward, he no longer needed to constantly hide. Breathing in the crisp air, Goo lazily opened his eyes. Upon waking, he first fed on the creature before him, rising to leave a trail of fur behind. The red-eyed squirrel was small, and every bit of its flesh and blood had already found its way into his belly. Goo stood where he was, following the inexplicable sensation from the previous day, connecting with the latent power within his body. In just a moment, the mysterious primal rune above his head quietly emerged. His spirit jolted instantly. That sense of power had returned. This was the power of his transformation. Goo rubbed one of his alligator claws. Wielding this power placed him on an entirely different level from ordinary beasts. Crimson light, breaking limits, a single rune. This was why a creature at the bottom of the food chain, originally weak, could defy the natural order and even threaten a fully grown black caiman. Goo picked up a hard, half-eaten skull from the ground. With a slight squeeze of his claws, the smooth skull was instantly crushed into fragments. If a weak creature could become this powerful after absorbing the crimson light and evolving, then what heights could an adult black caiman, a natural rainforest apex predator, reach if it evolved once more? Goo maintained this peculiar state for 10 minutes, after which the light above his head gradually dimmed. He was not yet able to sustain this state indefinitely, likely because he had only recently broken through and his evolution was not yet complete. The rune above his head would sometimes flicker briefly when activated. Compared to the red-eyed squirrel, it was still unstable. Perhaps it was due to the premature stimulation. Originally, this rune was supposed to continue developing within his body for some time before naturally manifesting. It was simply triggered by Goo during the battle, causing it to emerge early. However, none of this was a problem. Goo had already won, and he had plenty of time to refine his evolutionary process. Goo looked down at the water's surface and noticed that in just one night, the periosteum that had previously covered only half his body had begun to expand again. He was confident that the periosteum covering his body would soon be fully developed. It was time to find a new place. Goo surveyed his old lair, now destroyed and reeking of blood, and made up his mind. For the first time since his birth, he could bask in the sun without restraint. As Goo stepped out of the grass, the warm sunlight felt so wonderful. Free from all pressure, he was finally experiencing true freedom. Searching for a new lair, he openly patrolled his territory. In reality, he had only 3 locations to choose from. The most important thing in his territory was the crimson light. It was his sole criterion. Goo had truly had enough of the grasslands, and the 30-centimeter crimson light was so small it was barely enough to fill a tooth gap. After eliminating the red-eyed squirrel, 2 new spots suddenly became available. Goo first approached the southwestern edge of the rainforest. Entering the rainforest for the first time, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. A sea of towering trees stretched as far as the eye could see. After the sun rose, light struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, barely reaching the ground below. On the thorn-covered ground, thick vines intertwined. Under the patchy shade, low-growing grasses and green foliage sprouted, with occasional signs of life within. As Gu approached, the creatures dwelling at the rainforest's edge, rabbits, long-tailed foxes, and a den of ferocious-looking wild dogs immediately bolted from the nearby foliage. Gu's terrifying bulk caused a massive commotion the moment he drew near. These creatures inhabiting the rainforest's edge, upon seeing Gu, fled en masse without hesitation. Having always cowered in the grass, Gu had never truly grasped the concept, but now he finally experienced the sheer might of the Amazon's dominant species. But when he saw a few sneaky-looking rats on the ground also taking flight at the first sign of danger, Gu was instantly speechless. "I'm a crocodile, a badass black caiman. For a bunch of petty thieves like you to run away to, that's just disrespecting the crocodile." Gu deliberately let out a low growl straight ahead, scaring the rats so much their legs went weak with trembling. He raised his crocodile tail, scooped up some stones from the ground, and flung them forward. The hard pebbles scattered like flowers, and upon hitting the ground, they pelted the rats, making them squeal in panic before they quickly scurried into the foliage and vanished. Driven by curiosity, Gu took a thorough tour of the rainforest's edge. Of course, he stayed within the immediate vicinity. He had no intention of venturing deep into the jungle. Chaos reigned wherever he passed. After stirring up quite a commotion, Gu finally approached the spot where Red-Eyed Squirrel had once made his home. Animal bones and broken vines littered the ground, and right in the center was the spot where the Red-Eyed Squirrel had once been sound asleep. Stepping into his opponent's lair, Gu looked up at the sky. The once dense canopy of trees had a gap in the middle, allowing the crimson light to shine through at dusk. Several fallen trees lay scattered around him. On the ground beneath his feet lay snapped tree roots, and he immediately realized this was all the Red-Eyed Squirrel's handiwork. Gu circled the area, observing it for a while, then returned to the southernmost section of the grassland. There wasn't too much to say about this southern section. It abutted the grassland where Gu lived, and further south lay the underground cave where he was born. In the middle lay a barren patch several dozen meters wide. The ground was relatively flat and well lit, littered with the stinking remains of dead birds. "This is the spot." With the crimson light not far off, Gu chose to embrace the light. Having spent too long in the stifling grass, he now detested any dark environment. With the location chosen, it was time to get to work. First, he cleared away the animal remains from the ground, tossing the larger pieces into the rainforest and burying the broken, hard-to-handle bits right there. Soon, Gu had cleared out a 10-meter square area. Then he dragged in his bed dozens of simple woolen rugs pieced together from brown antelope hides. He had deliberately saved these scraps while feeding. A pile of bones from all sorts of wild creatures, every kind imaginable, had been washed spotless by the rain and served as his teeth-grinding stones. Finally, he even plucked a bunch of bright wildflowers and stuck them into the empty eye sockets of a wildebeest skull, using it as a vase to mask the odor. Now that he had become the ruler of this land, he was determined to enjoy life to the fullest when the time came. Who could possibly understand the romance of the black caiman? As dusk approached, beams of crimson light illuminated the 10-meter-long sheepskin bed. Gu set down the bone he'd been gnawing on, stood up, and tugged at the black panther beside him. "Let us have panther meat for dinner tonight." Chapter 62, Visitors from Upstream. Only 2 days had passed since that great battle on the grasslands, yet Gu's injuries had already fully healed. With the blessing of the crimson light, it was simply that miraculous. Within his territory, he was now the undisputed ruler. Returning directly from a hunt in the northern grasslands, he added 2 more blankets to his grand bed. Without the precious supply of mutated flesh, his absorption of the crimson light had returned to its previous sluggish pace. Now, he could only rely on the intensity of his own instincts to absorb and digest this mysterious power bit by bit. Ordinary brown antelopes were merely enough to fill his stomach. After Gu surpassed the limits of the black caiman, they no longer provided the same boost to his growth as before. Or rather, Gu's innate ability to rapidly absorb, convert, and grow was now constrained by the food supply, temporarily rendering it ineffective. Signs of this had already appeared some time ago, and it was within his expectations. For an evolved creature to continue growing, it must rely on the crimson light, and the prerequisite for absorbing the crimson light is consuming vast quantities of the flesh and blood of other evolved creatures as an energy source. The two are closely intertwined and mutually reinforcing, and this is especially true for Gu. He now possesses the talent and has claimed a territory with crimson light, but he lacks the precious blood offerings. Where am I supposed to find a steady supply of blood offerings? Gu felt utterly helpless. In this region, the few evolved creatures that existed had essentially all perished at his hands, leaving only a group of ordinary creatures. His territory also lacked the conditions necessary to breed large numbers of evolved creatures. The location was remote, the environment monotonous, and the corresponding species even more limited. If it weren't for a lush meadow growing here, given his current size, he would struggle to even get enough to eat. However, Gu had no other plans for the time being. He had just coalesced a rune above his head. His body was at a critical juncture of transformation, and Gu needed a period of stability to weather this metamorphosis. With this in mind, Gu settled into a state of complete leisure. Every day, he would stroll along the edge of the rainforest, savoring the feeling of being a lord, or lie in the sun within his territory while the periosteum of his body continued to refine itself. As for the rune coalesced above his head, the more he used it, the closer the connection became. That day, he leisurely patrolled his territory. After making a wide loop, he slowly wandered over to the sandy area in the east. This was also the place where Gu had gradually risen from a young crocodile his most difficult days, but all that was in the past now. Walking slowly along the beach, he gazed at the calm river surface in the distance, taking in the wilderness scenery. Suddenly, Gu's eyes flashed as he fixed his gaze on the far end of the river. He blinked hard and looked closely. A figure clad in scales, with a long tail and a massive mouth full of fangs, was drifting downstream along the river. A caiman. Nearly 2 meters long, it resembled a smaller version of Gu. An adult caiman, gliding slowly along the river's surface. The caiman's eyes, peering from the water's surface, radiated a cold, keep your distance aura. Gu instantly took 2 steps forward and let out a low, deep growl toward the river. After the commotion, the caiman underwater also spotted Gu's figure on the bank. The previously calm water suddenly stirred. The caiman underwater responded with a crocodile-like roar of its own and began moving rapidly toward Gu's position from a distance. Before its evolution, an adult caiman was not even half the size of Gu. It looked just like Gu did shortly after it had finished growing. Seeing a similar member of its own species, Gu felt a slight stir of emotion. Watching the caiman approach from across the river, it let out a series of roars toward the water's surface. As a result, the caiman swimming in the river began to thrash its tail even more forcefully toward Gu. At some point, strings of bubbling air began to rise from the deep river's surface. The still waters began to ripple, and a massive figure emerged amidst the splashing. A flat, round head leaped out of the water. The giant catfish's gills flared as it gulped in river water, its mouth opening wide like a shark's. After leaping out of the water, 2 distinct roars rang out in succession. The giant catfish had bitten into the caiman's lower body, and it began to sink instantly. The adult caiman was not far from the riverbank. After being attacked by the giant catfish, it struggled frantically, but to no avail. Soon, the river's surface calmed down, with only occasional patches of blood appearing on the water. "Don't come over here!" Gu's shout finally ceased as he watched the rapid sequence of events unfold before him, the crocodile's jaws slowly closing. From the moment they spotted each other to the caiman being dragged underwater, less than a minute had passed. An adult caiman had vanished right before his eyes. Was this really one of the top-ranked, formidable crocodiles of the Amazon basin? Gu stared at the blood-stained river surface before him, feeling utterly speechless. He had already signaled to the other party, yet this caiman still walked right into the trap. Seeing him this handsome, powerful king of the black caimans, it had simply lost its mind. It wasn't his fault. He let out a roar toward the blood-stained river. "To this brother who met his heroic end on our first encounter, rest in peace." The still water rippled, and he saw a pitch-black figure below, swimming restlessly, driven by the scent of blood. Gu decisively turned around and swam away from the area. A month later, Gu lay sprawled on a sheepskin bed, blissfully napping in broad daylight. The pitch-black periosteum had spread from the top of his head all the way to his tail and limbs, forming a single, seamless layer. He had reached the final stage of his transformation. As the new ruler of the territory, he had been living a carefree life lately. But he hadn't forgotten the most important thing, his daily absorption of the crimson light, which he never missed for a single moment. Little by little, bit by bit, the thick layer of bone membrane covering his body was proof of his progress. He was sleeping soundly, playing chess with the god of dreams in his slumber, when he suddenly heard a faint sound on the ground. Gu instantly opened his eyes and lifted his head to stare at a slender figure in the distance. A flat head, a pair of sharp fangs, and a tail that scraped against the ground as it moved, emitting a distinctive sound. Gu's interest was instantly piqued, and he leaped straight up from his sheepskin bed. The creature had just emerged from its underground den when the previously bright sky suddenly darkened. Gu's massive form cast a shadow, enveloping the trembling little rattlesnake below. Perhaps little wasn't quite accurate compared to the 10-centimeter long rattlesnake he shared a room with in the underground den last time. This one was now over half a meter long. It was clear that since taking over the underground cave, it had shed its skin multiple times and grown significantly. Trying to run away from an old friend? Gu Jiang grabbed the rattlesnake as it crawled out of the cave entrance. I didn't expect that after growing up, the first one you'd face would be Uncle Croc. Caught by Gu, the rattlesnake lashed out with its pair of venomous fangs, biting wildly at Gu's claws. But on his pitch-black periosteum, he felt nothing at all, let alone any marks. It would be rude not to return the favor. Gu opened his crocodile-like jaws and swallowed the half-meter-long rattlesnake whole, as if slurping up noodles. After all this time growing, the rattlesnake was just the right size to fill his teeth. Chapter 63, Spanning Territories. Suddenly, another score was settled. Gu lifted the sheepskin bed covering the ground and erased the words rattlesnake from the spot where they had been etched into the earth. Before this, he had followed a similar procedure, gradually crossing off scorpions, bullfrogs all the way up to the red-eyed squirrel from his ledger. Luckily, this was the last one. Gu lay silently on the soft sheepskin, waiting for the crimson light to descend from above, slowly absorbing the special energy. Finally, a tingling sensation ran through his tail. The last piece of bone membrane had fully developed. An ancient rune on the top of his head lit up instantly, and his body surged with immense power. The metamorphosis following this breakthrough was finally complete. The distribution of the bone membrane was carefully designed. On the top of his head and across his broad back, the jet-black membrane shimmered under the crimson light, appearing exceptionally thick and bony. On his hooves and tail, the same membrane became lighter and thinner, resembling his original black, scaly hide. This not only enhanced his resistance to impact but also preserved his agility without the slightest compromise. As for the crocodile's most vulnerable area, its belly, a layer of soft membrane has grown over its white underbelly, greatly compensating for Gu's previous weakness. Gu now measures 4.5 meters in length. While the increase in size may seem modest, his capabilities have undergone a dramatic transformation. With the black periosteum fully developed, his survival skills in the wild have received a massive boost. Having finally completed his metamorphosis, it is time to set new goals. If he continues to simply hold on to this remote territory, his potential will remain limited to his current state. Having discovered the power of the crimson light, he would not be content to remain a minor overlord content to rule a small corner of the world. He had greater aspirations and goals. From that day forward, Gu began making preparations. Essentially, this meant sorting through the items he was about to abandon. First, he tore apart his sheepskin bed and buried it, along with the beast bones covered in bite marks, deep beneath the ground. He intended to erase all traces of his life here. The growth marks etched into the ground, along with some twisted handwriting, sometimes just casual doodles like diary entries, revealed the emotional journey he'd taken as he grew. He had to erase all of this bit by bit. As a beast, he shouldn't possess such traits unique to humans. He buried these records of his existence deep within the low grass where he'd first taken refuge after his escape. He dug a deep pit with his hooves and buried all the items he couldn't carry, including, of course, a pile of battered soda cans. One of the cans had even been crushed during his battle with the red-eyed squirrel, but Gu chose to leave it right where it was. That tiny kin territory, now that he'd grown, it could no longer satisfy Gu's ambitions. A much broader world lay outside, waiting for him to explore. After one last, lingering glance at the rainforest, Gu set out that very night, carrying his supplies as he headed north. He had no intention of staying in that gloomy rainforest. He twisted the tip of a thick vine into a loop, draping one over Gu's hind leg while using the other to secure 5 brown horned antelopes he'd hunted earlier. There were 2 vines, perfectly symmetrical, with one hanging from each hind leg. Under cover of night, Gu tugged from behind, and the 10 antelopes set off into the distance. These were all supplies for his journey. As a mature crocodile, he had to plan everything thoroughly. If he hadn't been worried that carrying too much would slow him down, he certainly wouldn't have been so merciful. As they gradually passed the northern pasture where he fed, Gu gazed at the endless horizon in the distance. Mysterious Amazon, here I come. Gu swished his tail, dragging the 10 brown horned antelopes with vines, and charged forward at breakneck speed. His pitch-black silhouette faded into the darkness, gradually leaving the territory of the cans behind to embrace a wider world. Traveling across the Amazon's vast expanse in the dark requires immense courage. When the night grows deepest, in the shadowy realms beyond the moonlight's reach, a pair of eyes always appears silently and suddenly. Only when that cold gaze draws close to his body does he suddenly realize. Passing a low shrub, Gu stops to rest, tears a leg of mutton from behind him, and begins to replenish his strength. A dark cloud drifted across the pitch-black sky. Several wild owls flew overhead, their shrill cries piercing the silence and echoing through the quiet night, filled with loneliness. An old, solitary vulture, its wings worn and ragged, seemed to have caught the scent of raw meat and flew unsteadily along the edge of the forest. The old bird hadn't flown far when the towering canopy above suddenly jolted and shook violently. A piercing scream rang out, and the old vulture plummeted into the treetops, vanishing from sight. Gu calmly averted his gaze and continued to replenish his energy. Suddenly, the leaves of the shrubs overhead began to tremble slightly. In the darkness, he thought he glimpsed a shadow moving stealthily. Gu crouched beneath the tree, ignoring it, but the commotion above grew louder by the moment. Looking for death. Gu spat out the remains in his mouth and lashed out with a claw at the shrub behind him. The trunk shook, sending a shower of leaves cascading down. After a few minutes of silence, the canopy stirred once more. Gu slowly stood up, stared at the bush before him, clenched his jaws, took a few steps back, and charged headfirst into it. With a thud, the bush's roots and stems were violently snapped in two. Gu shook his head. Since growing his periosteum, he had truly become a thick-headed black caiman. Moving forward along the trunk, he parted the fallen leaves and sank into the quiet underbrush. Below, a yellow-brown venomous snake was preparing to slip away under cover of darkness. Gu approached, raised a paw, and smashed the snake's head flat. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth, adding a late-night snack to the lonely night. After resting for half an hour, Gu dragged the packed antelope and continued on his way. Crossing vast territories is no easy feat, but with Gu's current 4.5-meter frame enhanced by the crimson light evolution, few truly dared to provoke him. The main issue, however, was the antelope he was dragging behind him. The scent of blood and flesh served as a beacon in the night, drawing ravenous beasts. As dawn approached, Gu encountered a small pack of wolves out foraging. The pack emerged from the forest, consisting of 7 or 8 wolves of various sizes. Upon spotting the antelope being dragged along the ground, the wolves' eyes widened in excitement. Drooling, they pounced en masse. Gu had hoped to rely on his speed to snatch the prey from their jaws. Under the cover of night, a mysterious rune glowed above Gu's head. Mistaking Gu for an ordinary crocodile, the pack had clearly targeted the wrong prey. A few minutes later, Gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and 2 more wolves lay dead on the ground behind him, serving as fresh blood meal. Once daylight arrived, Gu would harness the power of the rune above his head and begin to travel at breakneck speed. With its short, sturdy limbs, even a crocodile can cover vast distances on land at a rapid pace. On the second day of the journey, as Gu passed through a certain area, he encountered another troublesome group. A swarm of giant bats, startled by Gu in the darkness, descended hundreds of blood-sucking bats the size of pigeons, their blood-red eyes fixed on Gu's prey. Facing the surging swarm, Gu raised his tail. A single flick was enough to knock down more than a dozen. But more giant bats took flight in the distance, drawn by the scent of blood and rushing toward him at breakneck speed. The dense, dark swarm made his scalp crawl, so he unleashed his rune power and sprinted headlong. Countless blood-sucking bats followed close behind, chasing him for several miles before finally giving up. As the bat horde retreated, Gu looked back at the shattered skeletons left on the vines and was at a loss for words. He discarded the vines and had no choice but to travel light. By the time dawn broke, to ensure he had enough stamina, he would head to the edge of the rainforest for a quick meal. Chapter 64: The Wetlands. The Amazon was truly vast. Even traveling at his speed and using crimson light for extended periods, after 2 days and 2 nights, he was still surrounded by the same ancient sea of forest. The terrain was ruggedly primal, and the river to the east remained as vast as ever, its banks nowhere in sight. He passed through patches of rampant greenery and all manner of unnamed flowers and plants. Everything looked much like the region where he had previously dwelled. Despite having traveled such a long distance, he had not yet left this remote little corner. Gu kept his eyes fixed on his direction and pressed on, his mind completely at peace. He knew he had chosen the right path. On the ground, clumps of wildebeest dung had already marked out the route ahead. Yes, Gu was following the trail left by the herd of wildebeests that had passed through, migrating northward along their tracks. It wasn't until the 4th day that Gu, in a daze, stepped into a vast expanse of grassland. He entered during the day and continued until late into the night, yet he had not yet left the confines of the grassland. Traces of standing water began to appear on the ground. As he pressed forward, more and more pools formed, and the riverbed to the east gradually widened, seeming to merge with the land. Gu continued on his way, charging recklessly, and as dawn broke, he finally burst out of the grassland. The view before him was unobstructed. Gu had arrived at a strange place where land and water intertwined. To the east, the river's waters had overflowed onto the land, spreading out to both sides and forming numerous ponds of varying sizes. In the rain-rich Amazon, these ponds never dry up, and vast swaths of lotus leaves float and grow on their surfaces. On the patches of land bordering the ponds, there were signs of abundant wildlife activity. Further in the distance, Gu could already see the silhouettes of a herd of mutant zebras galloping. It was early morning, and a mist began to rise from the marshes and the land. As the hazy mist passed over the marshes, it shimmered with strange colors. When the light refracted, Gu saw streaks of rainbow emerging. As the mist spread and drifted to the grassland where Gu stood, he took a light breath, and instantly, his blood and flesh began to boil. The fatigue from his journey vanished instantly. A strange energy flowed into his body with each breath, nourishing his flesh. This actually bore a resemblance to the divine effects of bathing in the crimson light. The crimson light is the origin of evolution for all living beings. From the very beginning, only a select few beasts, those blessed with both luck and strength, have been able to enjoy this benefit. The mist filled with crimson light in the marshland before him shattered Gu's understanding. In a sense, the wondrous fog shrouding the entire region also lifted the limitations that crimson light usually imposes on individuals. Gu gazed out at the vast marshland stretching before him. Amid the grass and foliage spreading across the land, as the morning mist dissipated, countless creatures silently emerged. They quietly chose their spots, then tilted their heads to inhale and exhale wisps of the mist. Gu could see ferocious wolves and timid, cowardly antelopes, separated by mere meters on the grassland. Both inhaled and exhaled the mist, coexisting peacefully in the same space. A ferocious wildcat, abandoning a fox that was within its grasp. A plump wild rabbit, daring to run in the presence of a fierce beast. On the water's surface, here and there, lotus leaves were quietly pushed aside by shadows beneath the water. As the mist touched the surface, it released a string of bubbles. The mist arrives suddenly and vanishes without a trace. When the morning light breaks, beasts roar, antelopes run, wild foxes climb trees, and rabbits bleed. Chaos reigns not only on land but also in the marshes. Having absorbed the crimson light, it is time to replenish with flesh and blood. This is where beasts truly belong. Gu took a deep breath, spread its hooves, and charged straight toward the bustling marsh before it. Measuring 4.5 meters in length, it glided effortlessly through the water. Its jet-black scales parted the surface after swimming for only a short while, Gu had already fully adapted to the aquatic environment. A pair of icy vertical pupils emerged just below the surface, and as its massive body moved, the water remained completely still. As a black caiman, this was a skill he possessed by nature. Moving along the surface, Gu quickly locked onto a target. At the edge of the marsh, a tall stag in the midst of metamorphosis was drinking at the water's edge. Gu sank beneath the surface and crept closer. Even when he was just half a meter from the surface, the stag showed no sign of alarm. With a loud splash, the ferocious jaws of the caiman snapped out of the water. It bit down on the stag and dragged it into the water. The tremendous commotion instantly sent the other creatures drinking at the shore scattering. Large chunks of the stag's flesh and blood filled its mouth, instantly stimulating Gu's appetite. Mutated flesh. It had been far too long since he savored this taste. I must make my home here. After filling his belly, Gu made this decision on the spot. A casual grab and the marsh yielded mutated flesh. The sensation was simply exquisite. Moreover, with the marsh at his disposal, he no longer had to sit idly in the grass, passively waiting for prey to come to him every day. This marsh was clearly a much better fit for him. Gu swam silently along the water's surface. When he neared the shore, he would swim to the end of the intermittent waterways, then step onto land. After walking a short distance, he would dive back in whenever he encountered another stretch of water. The closer the marsh approached the central river channel, the deeper the water became. Until it finally merged with the river, the entire marsh became a single, connected body of water. If he simply headed toward the river channel, Gu could have avoided constantly coming ashore, but he preferred to go back and forth like this. Because he had spotted, in the distance, the colossal creatures dominating the river channel, a large herd of lazy hippos floating in the water. In the Amazon basin, there is another freshwater creature no less formidable than the crocodile, with a terrifying weight averaging over 2 tons per individual and reaching nearly 3 meters in length as adults. It is a creature capable of going head-to-head with many ferocious crocodiles solely by virtue of its size. Observing the large herd of hippos occupying the river channel, Gu wisely chose to walk along the shore. As he crossed the marshes bordering the land, Gu surveyed his surroundings. Since he decided to make this his home, it was best to have a clear understanding of the local conditions. Glancing at the various mutated beasts that occasionally appeared on land, he found his horizons broadened along the way. Wherever there's water in the wild, there's life. Here, the interconnected marshes formed a unique wilderness environment, attracting countless animal populations from the surrounding areas. With diverse species inhabiting the water, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a miniature animal kingdom. A paradise for beasts. Gu thought, his heart racing with excitement. Moving here was the smartest decision he could have made. As he wandered through the various marshes, time flew by, and before he knew it, dusk had fallen. Gu's body emerged from the calm water's surface, his gaze fixed on the scene above. Sun and moon shared the sky as the alluring crimson light raced toward him. Gu's eyes widened as a massive beam of light suddenly pierced through the clouds above him. The intense crimson light plummeted like a meteor, descending upon the marshy land. The blinding light nearly blinded his crocodile eyes. The beam's reach was vast, far too vast. Chapter 65, 7 Island Tyrants. Judging by the direction of the crimson light's descent, it was not far from Gu's position. He had to go take a look. His tail swished as he moved toward the blinding pillar of light ahead. After crossing 2 or 3 marshes, a small island suddenly appeared ahead. The island was barren, surrounded by water on all sides, and still dozens of meters from the mainland. The island, roughly a few hundred meters in diameter, was dotted with sparse shrubs. It was roughly semicircular in shape, rising over a meter above the water's surface. Where the island's edge met the water, dense aquatic plants grew. As he drew closer to the island, the surroundings grew restless. One by one, strange creatures began to appear near the island. To Gu's surprise, he saw many beasts just like himself, each bearing a rune. And there were quite a few of them. The closer he got to the island, the more mutated beasts he encountered. There were even some that made him feel he needed to keep a low profile. As he stepped onto the island, a massive beam of crimson light struck the very center of the island. The beam spanned at least 50 meters, and merely coming within its range made his flesh tingle with excitement. Gu stopped about 20 or 30 meters from the center of the island. As the 50-meter-wide crimson light descended, ripples spread across the water surrounding the island, and several powerful beasts began rushing toward it. The multitude of mutated beasts around the island fell instantly silent. The first to approach was a 2-meter-tall tiger with yellow and white markings. It actually had 2 runes. Gu watched the figure walk onto the island, utterly astonished. Just 4 or 5 meters from the island, 2 runes appeared on the tigeress forehead, and it leaped effortlessly onto the island. It then walked straight into the crimson light at the center, closed its eyes, and began absorbing the light. One after another, figures began charging into the central crimson light. A massive giant boar strode straight in. Immediately following were a pair of kangaroos traveling together. Gu watched with a puzzled look. Did the Amazon even have kangaroos? But considering the mysterious nature of the Amazon where even the crimson light had appeared, this wasn't all that surprising. In the sky, a large crow with a wingspan of nearly a meter approached, 2 runes having similarly formed on its head. After the crow landed, a large hole opened up in the ground, and a silver pangolin crawled out. In the water, a massive python over 5 meters long emerged from the marsh, crawling onto the island to absorb the crimson light. Finally, buzz, buzz, a dense chorus of chirping erupted as hundreds of terrifying killer bees swarmed out. The 50-meter-wide crimson light was completely claimed by 7 different creatures. Like the 7 great rulers of the island, they divided the crimson light that had fallen right in the center among themselves. Aside from the very center, a few scattered patches of crimson light had fallen across the island, instantly becoming targets of contention for the other creatures. But no matter how fiercely they fought around the edges, not a single creature dared to run amok in the central area. It wasn't until several minutes later that Gu spotted a strange-looking grayish-white wild wolf, bearing a gleaming rune on its head, approaching the center of the island. The Tiger King, lying in wait in the center, pounced the moment the wolf drew near. The wolf, coveting the more concentrated crimson light in the center, dared to challenge the tigeress' ferocity, a sign that it was no ordinary creature. As a wolf's howl rang out, the mottled fur on the wild wolf's paws turned pure white. Its figure shot forward in an instant, its pure white claws pounded the ground, and its speed multiplied exponentially. Runes appeared on the wild wolf's body, suggesting it had activated some sort of talent skill. Empowered by the runes, its burst of speed surpassed even that of the swiftest cheetah. It wasn't until the Tiger King also activated his talent skill that a rune glowed above his head, and a cold, piercing light shone from his massive tiger claws. In the midst of the struggle, the tigeress' massive body suddenly surged forward, closing in on the wild wolf. His glowing claws swept across the wolf's body, sending it flying through the air. The wild wolf could only rely on the extraordinary speed it had evolved to narrowly escape with its life. Get lost! A roar filled with dominance left Gu frozen in place. The Tiger King had spoken, or rather, the sound resonated through his mind via the roar, allowing him to seem to understand the Tiger King's meaning. This discovery left Gu stunned in his tracks. It signaled that communication was possible between beasts. The Tiger King's single word sent a jolt of realization through Gu. He instantly charged toward the Tiger King, his body moving toward the other creature of its own accord. The Tiger King turned and let out a domineering roar. "Little big crocodile, are you challenging me too?" They really could communicate. Excited, Gu opened his crocodile jaws and let out an emotional roar directed at Tiger King. Staring straight at him, Tiger King's eyes showed not a flicker of emotion. To his ears, the sound was just the roar of a real crocodile. It had absolutely no communicative effect. His jaws snapped open, radiating murderous intent. "Unless you defeat this Tiger King, you have no right to enter the Crimson Light. Do you understand? I mean no harm." Hey, Gu still held out hope for a response. "How dare you shout at the Tiger King?" The Tiger King roared as he closed in on Gu, just as he had with the defiant wild wolf moments before. Realizing the other party couldn't understand him at all, Gu temporarily gave up on communication. After calming down, he looked toward the crimson light opposite him. For a beast to grow stronger, it must continuously absorb the crimson light. His sole purpose in moving here was to become more powerful. Such a concentrated source of crimson light power would be of great use to him as well. But Gu had no intention of challenging the Tiger King right off the bat. He had already chosen a suitable target. Watching Gu depart, the rune above the Tiger King's head instantly faded. Realizing the giant caiman had chosen another target, a hint of relief flashed in the tiger's eyes. Although the creature before him bore only a single rune, its 4.5-meter frame looked utterly ferocious. As Gu walked outward along the pillar of light, the beasts within began to stir one after another. Unlike the wild wolves, the massive black caiman was clad in pitch-black scales. The moment it appeared, the overwhelming presence of a dominant class creature washed over the area. Had it not been for the absorption of the crimson light, which had driven the evolution of many lifeforms, Gu's mere appearance would have left few creatures on the island capable of remaining. But now everything was different. Even kangaroos could share the crimson light with tigers. Gu had only recently embarked on the path of evolution and had just developed a single rune. The creatures before him all possessed at least 2 runes, clearly indicating a higher level of life. Under the watchful eyes of the island's mutated beasts, Gu finally came to a halt. Gazing at the figure before him with equally thick, stubby limbs and a plump neck adorned with dark gray whiskers, Gu bared his crocodile-like jaws. "Giant boar, you're the one I've chosen." This was the only creature in the crimson light capable of claiming a territory with just a single rune. Besides, with its clumsy build, the giant boar couldn't possibly be a speedster. Gu's skin was covered in dark, rugged scales. He'd never feared a head-on clash since he first set foot in this world. Chapter 66, Challenging the Mutated Beast. As Gu approached, the giant boar's eyes brimmed with hostility. Once Gu stood before it and clearly stated his intent, the creature emitted a series of grunting noises from its hideous snout. Tier 1 beast versus Tier 1 beast. The giant boar has met its match. The Tiger King's roar rang out once more, echoing in Gu's mind and quickly translating into words he could understand. Tier 1 beast. Mutated beast. Was this the new term used for beasts after they had evolved? And the beasts watching from close by, they were all Tier 2 beasts. Gu instantly processed the information from the Tiger King's words. However, the giant boar, it seemed the boar across from him didn't understand that name either. After the Tiger King's voice faded, the giant boar showed no reaction whatsoever. Was it a lack of intelligence, or was it because it possessed only a single rune? As he pondered this, the Tier 1 beast giant boar had already stepped out of the crimson light. Facing Gu, it was one of the few beings in the arena whose sheer bulk could match his own. Giant boar let out a ferocious bellow, stepped out of the crimson light's range, and immediately launched an attack on Gu. Its 2 massive hind legs slammed into the ground. Its heavy bulk churned up gouges in the earth as it charged forward. The boar's massive head was hideous, with 2 protruding, outward curving tusks jutting from its mouth, growing diagonally forward. As it ran, its figure charged forward like a tank, its 2 tusks resembling 2 spearheads thrusting forward. As a fellow Tier 1 beast, Gu wasn't the least bit intimidated. In terms of physical prowess, even before he had grown his rune, he had dared to go head-to-head with the red-eyed squirrel. After absorbing the crimson light, this boar had evolved into a formidable creature, undoubtedly a super boar. Facing the charging boar's 2 tusks, Gu momentarily closed his crocodile jaws. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding mutated beasts, he charged head-on toward the giant boar, launching his massive crocodile hooves in a straight-on collision. After evolving, Gu had long since broken through the limits of the black-mouthed crocodile. Standing over 80 centimeters tall, with his long snout slightly retracted and lowered, his powerful physique leaped upward, and his jet-black head instantly rose to over a meter in height. Thud! 2 massive tanks collided in a brutal clash. Hiss! As expected of the giant boar, that brute strength is truly formidable. Gu shook his slightly dazed head. His body, pushed back by the massive impact, retreated a few steps along the island's ground. His thick periosteum was Gu's most powerful weapon at the moment, now taking precedence even over his crocodile jaws. After colliding with the giant boar, he merely felt a bit dazed. But when the giant boar slammed into Gu's iron-hard head, its massive body was sent flying straight back to where it had come from, leaving the crowd of mutated beasts on the island utterly dumbfounded. The chatty Tiger King was particularly startled. The big dumb pig it had been mocking nearly landed on top of it as it hit the ground. The giant boar landed on its back, completely dazed after being sent flying by Gu's headbutt. Since its evolution, it had never encountered such a tough opponent. No creature had ever dared to challenge it like this. Even the Tiger King would step back to avoid its full force. With its simple mind, the giant boar refused to accept defeat. It stood up and charged forward a few steps. Thud! A shallow crater was left in the ground. The boar's head was spinning, its mouth full of blood. As soon as it stood up, one of its tusks snapped clean off. The brutal collision between these colossal beasts had literally knocked its front teeth right out. When the giant boar got back on its feet, it saw double when looking at Gu. When Gu drew closer, it let out a shriek and instantly panicked, as if suddenly recalling the terror of the rainforest's ruler. This black-skinned monster isn't just ugly, it's incredibly strong too. It can even knock the giant boar flying. But the giant boar has thick, tough skin. There's no way it can claim the crimson light. As expected, the Tiger King's roar echoed clearly in Gu's mind. I can understand him. Gu desperately wanted to grab the Tiger King by the ear and bellow back at him. The terrified giant boar, caught and knocked down once more by Gu, finally had its piggy brain cooled by the blood gushing from its mouth. With a muffled grunt, a rune appeared on the boar's hide. Its dark fur bristled, and layers of fat bulged beneath its thick hide, forming a super defensive barrier with no blind spots. After a mutated beast grows a rune, it gains certain talent skills. Just like the cauliflower serpent's healing ability or the red-eyed squirrel's razor-sharp claws, even the Tiger King had used these talent skills during his recent battle against the wild wolves. They seemed more like innate specialties, amplified several times over after evolving through the crimson light. With evolution, could this also be a talent skill? Once the giant boar had summoned its thick, rugged hide and layers of fat, it regained its confidence in the face of enemies capable of knocking it back. Iron Wall skill, Gu thought, gazing at the thick layer of fat, and gave this stupid pig a fitting nickname. At the same time, the ancient rune atop Gu's head began to glow faintly. Only now did he finally draw upon the power of his rune. Facing the Tier 1 beast mentioned by the Tiger King, he had been relying solely on the most basic physical attributes of the evolved black caiman. Strange as it may seem, why didn't he possess supernatural abilities like his opponent? Logically, his bone membrane should be imbued with mystical power, yet it had never produced any magical synergy with the rune atop his head. Instead, it seemed more like a natural growth of tissue on Gu's body. Moreover, the bone membrane had appeared when he first encountered the crimson light a long time before the rune on his head manifested. Since the bone membrane appeared before his physical transformation, could it be that his talent skill hasn't fully developed yet? Still, relying solely on the basic physical prowess granted by the rune was more than enough. A rune materialized atop Gu's head, and an explosive surge of power instantly began coursing through his body. Gu stepped forward, gazing at the giant boar, which had regained its confidence thanks to its restored flesh and hide. Now that the giant boar had lost its tusks, it was nothing more than a moving target in Gu's eyes. Gu leaped forward from the ground, harnessing the power of the rune, his ferocity instantly escalating to a level far beyond what it had been moments before. The ferocious crocodile-like jaws snapped open the giant boar, its head still battered from the earlier collision, hadn't even had time to react. Rip! The boar's hide split open, and the dense row of fangs, cutting through the air with no resistance, struck the giant boar's thickest, most stubborn layer of fat. Gu shook his head lightly, and a massive chunk of fat weighing dozens of pounds along with the lean muscle beneath the skin was torn away. A blood-curdling scream, deafening and earth-shaking. The wound where the crocodile's jaws had bitten into its lower back was deep enough to expose the bone. After evolving, the giant boar had been able to rely on its Tier 1 beast strength to claim a territory all to itself in the center of the island. Now, having encountered Gu, it had suffered a direct defeat. It couldn't match his strength, and its attacks were utterly ineffective against Gu's bone-hard skin. Even its once mighty layer of protective fat was completely useless against that massive maw. It wasn't entirely useless, though. As Gu savored the blood in his mouth, he noted that even after being bitten head-on, this giant boar was still leaping about, still having the energy to bellow. Before this, no creature had ever survived a direct bite from Gu unscathed. It seemed there were advantages to being massive. Gu looked at the giant boar, its muscular, blood-soaked body, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. If he kept this mutated beast giant boar, it would take him ages to eat it all. Chapter 67, Ascension. As goo, blood staining the corners of his mouth, began to close in on the giant boar, this former member of the 7 island tyrants of the marshes was completely panicked. The intense pain had utterly terrified it in the face of goo. The boar turned its head, ready to abandon the crimson light on the island. "You stupid pig, don't run." As another creature with sluggish mobility, goo had long anticipated this move. The moment he sensed the slightest sign of escape, he swiftly gave chase, closing in behind the giant boar and snapping his jaws shut. The frenzied giant boar let out a blood-curdling scream and charged toward the edge of the island with all 4 hooves. Having been mercilessly beaten by goo, another Tier 1 beast, it had already lost its nerve. In its frenzy, goo's eyes widened in shock. The giant boar was actually dragging its own body as it ran. Damn it! With only a few dozen meters left to the edge of the island, the giant boar finally collapsed in defeat. Goo lifted its head, spitting out a boar leg it had bitten clean off, and couldn't he help but marvel inwardly, what a handful. It lowered its head to bite into the giant boar's other thick leg and began walking toward the center of the island. Now that it had successfully dealt with the giant boar, the vacated territory was naturally its to claim. Among beasts, strength speaks for itself. Even after evolving into higher-tier mutated beasts, these fundamental rules remain unchanged. The giant boar's massive carcass was dragged slowly along, the pungent stench of blood wafting through the air and stirring the restlessness of some mutated beasts on the island. Just as goo approached the crimson light, a voice accompanied by a tigress roar echoed across the surrounding area. "How brutal! That big dumb pig actually got bitten to death. The uglier they are, the stronger they get. Hey, what's that black-skinned monster staring at the Tiger King for?" The Tiger King glared at goo, who had taken the giant boar's place and now occupied territory adjacent to his own, his tiger eyes widening with hostility. "How dare you shout at this king?" Goo opened its crocodile-like jaws, emitting a series of muffled sounds. "You're the one who's a black-skinned monster. Your whole family are black-skinned monsters." "Huh, looks like your brain's a lot better than that big dumb boar's. Seems you can actually understand some of what I'm saying." Tiger King suddenly took an interest, circling goo halfway. Then he let out another roar, "But you're not much better. Don't you know that Tier 1 beasts can't communicate with other creatures?" "How amusing. Another big dummy." Was he being mocked by a beast? Goo tossed the giant boar aside and launched into a stream of curses at the Tiger King. "An idiot is an idiot. I told you we can't communicate." Just as goo's anger was reaching a boiling point, another voice rang out from across the way. "Big Flower, you're too loud. Keep it down." A cold, hissing voice emerged from the mouth of the 5-meter-long python opposite him. Goo heard it just as clearly. It seemed he could only communicate with other creatures to a limited extent. Why did he say that? Because he could only understand. And it wasn't as simple as just catching a few words from the Tiger King's mouth. He could fully grasp the meaning of these mutated beasts' words exactly as they were spoken. But he could only understand. He couldn't convey his own voice the way the Tiger King did. Perhaps communication between mutated beasts wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. After the giant python spoke, it took a moment for the Tiger King to suddenly snap out of it. "Bullshit, Big Flower. I'm a tiger, the mightiest Tiger King in these waters, and you're just a stinking snake that can only hide underwater." So Goo watched as the lively Tiger King beside him started chattering away again with the giant python across from him. Of course, most of the time, it was the Tiger King doing the roaring, and only after a long wait would a cold hiss be heard in response. After goo's victory, no further challengers appeared on the island. Surrounded by a group of Tier 2 beasts, Goo settled down with a sense of satisfaction, preparing to absorb the crimson light. Among mutated beasts, strength reigns supreme. Although there were still many Tier 1 beasts similar to Goo on the island and in the marshes, the moment he successfully set foot in the center of the island, he had already joined the ranks as one of the new 7 island tyrants. Goo quietly activated the ancient rune fused with his body. Enveloped in a pillar of light, the potent power of the crimson light instantly began surging into his body in vast quantities. purify the physical body and nourish the vital energy in blood. As the body grows stronger, the rune, which shares the same roots, rises in power alongside it, gradually raising the body's limits and silently storing deeper energy. The rune is both a key and a symbol. Perhaps when the energy of this symbiotic rune is developed to its limit, it will signify that Gu's evolution has reached a profound stage. At that point, a second rune will emerge, transforming him into a more powerful Tier 2 beast. As he merged with the crimson light from the outside world, Gu clearly sensed changes within his body. Closing his eyes, the rune atop his head also appeared within his body, standing alone unlike when it manifested on the outside. The rune that appeared within his body was minuscule, as if it were a tangible manifestation of the external world. This mysterious, primordial rune floated within his body, shrouded in dimness. When the crimson light drawn from the outside world successfully merged with his body, a streak of color would also be infused into the dim rune, causing it to glow faintly. Colorless energy spread upward, gradually rising from the base of the rune. At this moment, the rune floating within his body resembled a vessel. The absorbed crimson light served as a growth substance. Once this substance successfully filled the rune, it would mark the moment Gu broke through to Tier 2 beast. Now, upon close observation, this innate rune within his body. Along its lower edge, more than 1/5 of it has already been successfully filled. It's a pity that before this, without the nourishment of mutated beast blood, he had to endure such a long, arduous struggle. But now, lacking nothing, and having immediately claimed the prime spot at the center of the island, Gu began to voraciously absorb energy. Opening his crocodile-like jaws to swallow and expel crimson light, the dense crimson light above his head roared directly toward the direction Gu was channeling it. Within a 50-meter radius, it even caused the crimson light to erupt violently. The dense crimson light flowed ceaselessly around his body, forming a swirling vortex that gathered and refused to disperse. This sudden spectacle drew strange glances from the other Tier 2 beasts beneath the crimson light. Humph! What a hulking brute cropped up from some backwater! He has probably never experienced the crimson light before. Doesn't he know that absorbing it drains his body's energy? The Tiger King's voice rang out, echoing the consensus of all Tier 2 beasts on the island. Many mutated beasts were capable of triggering such a massive phenomenon. But aside from rapidly depleting their internal energy, compared to absorbing the crimson light at a reasonable pace and then infusing it into their runes, the latter was the most effective method. As for what constituted a reasonable pace, that depended on the physical condition of each mutated beast. The speed varied from fast to slow. Only the runes floating within their bodies could gauge the mutated beast's actual intake. That massive beast is so huge, if it absorbs it with all its might, it might last a minute. A simple thought flashed through the minds of the mutated beasts. It was a completely instinctive reaction. A minute passed, and the Tiger King was the first to lose patience, quietly opening its tiger eyes. It discovered that the whirlwind of crimson light surrounding it had not yet dissipated. The dense crimson light surrounded its opponent, showing no sign of diminishing. Sure enough, a creature from beyond the marshes. It seemed its body had rarely been exposed to crimson light. Its flesh must have been parched for far too long. Another minute passed. The tiger's eyes opened again, only to find the crimson light whirlwind at its side still raging. How was this possible? Didn't he need to replenish his energy? Chapter 68, Abnormal Talent. Then Tiger King watched as Gu, while absorbing the crimson light, bent down and tore a chunk of mutated beast flesh from the giant boar's body, swallowing it whole. What good is this little boost? It'll just let him hang on a bit longer before he dies. Once his strength is exhausted, I might even be able to snatch a chunk of that big, stupid pig's meat. Tiger King quietly surveyed the mutated beasts around him. He sensed he wasn't the only one with this idea. They would all be his competitors soon. Then he set his sights on the giant python across from him. His tiger eyes had already detected something unusual. This was going to be a tough opponent. Hiss! The moment it locked eyes with it, a cold, serpentine hiss rang out. Another minute passed. Watching the crimson light whirlwind, which hadn't moved an inch, Tiger King's eyes gradually widened. The crimson light flowing overhead passed right in front of him and gathered around him. Gu lowered his head to take a bite of the mutated beast's flesh, but suddenly found it unsatisfying. Since he hadn't eaten dinner yet, he simply bent down and began devouring it in huge mouthfuls. He swallowed one large chunk of meat after another, each weighing over 10 pounds. As the blood-soaked meat entered his stomach, the attraction of the surrounding crimson light grew faintly stronger. At that moment, the giant python across from him also cast a cold, watchful gaze his way. He lowered his head and devoured the mutated beast's flesh with relish, digesting the crimson light entering his body. Every strand of flesh and blood was nourished, and every so often, a surge of energy representing growth would be injected into the floating runes. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes had passed. All the mutated beasts in the center of the island had paused. They were already fully sated. The potential they stored each day had been exhausted. Forcing further absorption would harm them. This was the Amazon, where mutated beasts ran rampant. With an endless supply of crimson light available daily, they had long since undergone the transformation from ordinary creatures into Tier 2 beasts. Of the 7 distinct territories claimed by the major mutated beasts, 6 had already ceased their activity. Only the final one remains. All eyes turned to the center of the arena. So satisfying, this is what absorbing crimson light is all about. Gu's innate growth talent, which had been dormant until encountering mutated beast flesh, finally unleashed its extraordinary power. Previously, at the last location, he had struggled due to a lack of blood offerings. Now, he was truly beginning to exert his full strength. The mutated beast's flesh, once ingested, was swiftly converted into nutrients and stored within his body. These reserves were then consumed during the process of channeling and refining the crimson light. Ultimately, with the replenishment of abundant blood offerings, a delicate balance was maintained. The dim runes floating within his body were continuously infused with energy, indicating that Gu's physical constitution was steadily improving. The rich crimson light was far beyond anything he'd encountered in that small place before. He felt as though he'd suddenly arrived in a paradise for mutated beasts. He threw himself wholeheartedly into the process of channeling the crimson light, and before he knew it, nearly 10 minutes had passed. Combined with the time wasted fighting the giant boar earlier, after about half an hour, the crimson light shrouding the sky above him vanished. Gu reluctantly opened his eyes. He had been enjoying the absorption so much. "What are you doing?" The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a crowd of mutated beasts in front of him, all tilting their heads and staring at him in unison. Being stared at by a group of Tier 2 beasts at once, he instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Don't any of you need to absorb the crimson light?" Just as he roared, Gu realized the mutated beasts couldn't understand his voice. Adhering to the principle of "if they don't move, I won't move," Gu stood his ground, locking eyes with the group of Tier 2 beasts. After the crimson light vanished, several minutes passed, yet there was still no movement in the center of the island. "Freak!" Tiger King's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Gu shot a sideways glance at the Tiger King beside him, wondering if the other had a bone to pick with him. Then he noticed that the other Tier 2 beasts were also staring at him with looks of astonishment. What, have they never seen such a handsome black caiman before? By the time the area fell silent again, these mutated beasts had already expended a great deal of energy channeling the crimson light. The meat of the giant boar mutated beast on the ground gave off a tempting scent. The giant python was the first to let out a hiss. Tiger King licked his claws, and the surrounding mutated beasts, stimulated by the scent of blood, began to show signs of restlessness. Roar! Gu flew into a rage instantly. Food was his Achilles heel. His massive form leaped from the giant boar's side, and facing the group of Tier 2 beasts that were subtly revealing their hostility, Gu bared his fangs. The overwhelming aura that surged forth instantly calmed the mutated beasts. After all, this was the newly crowned member of the 7 Island Tyrants, standing atop the giant boar's corpse. The silver pangolin on the ground was the first to leave. After stepping out of the island's center, it burrowed back into the earth, deciding there was nothing to gain and simply slinking away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Also departing were the swarm of killer bees in the air, emitting a constant din. A pair of super kangaroos leaped into the marsh and hopped toward the nearby land. Facing Gu's fierce presence, the giant python across from him hissed for a moment before finally retreating back into the water. Freak! As Tiger King departed, another tigress roar echoed from the distance. Finally, only the last mutated beast remained. Gu turned to face the large black raven approaching him. Having become a Tier 2 beast, this ordinary crow had grown to the size of a full-grown male eagle. "What, you're trying to steal my prey too?" Gu roared at the giant crow. He wasn't even afraid of the Tier 2 beast Tiger King. Why would he fear a mere Tier 2 beast crow? The mutated beast raven flapped its wings and came to a halt 10 meters away from Gu. "I don't understand a Tier 1 beast, won't he understand?" A disjointed voice suddenly echoed in Gu's mind. Gu froze for a moment. Was the creature giving him a hint? Tier 2 beasts can understand. After leaving those two simple sentences, the crow flew directly away from the island. Did this mean that after a Tier 1 beast's metamorphosis, it hadn't yet evolved enough intelligence to communicate across species? Gu reflected on his recent encounter with the group of Tier 2 beasts. Could it be that only creatures that have reached the Tier 2 beast stage are capable of effective communication? After all, ordinary mutated beasts, having just successfully evolved, grow their bodies first and develop their brains later. This aligns with the nature of beasts and doesn't seem problematic in itself. But when it came to Gu's own body? Brain? Did his brain still need to develop? Moreover, compared to the mutated beasts, whose communication skills were somewhat sluggish even among themselves, Gu could translate anything he heard verbatim. So he came to a conclusion: what he lacked wasn't his brain, but likely his physical ability to express himself. Gu looked up at the sky in exasperation. Was he, perhaps, a black caiman that was simply bad at expressing itself? Among a pack of beasts, to be outshone in linguistic ability would be nothing short of a disgrace. With that thought, Gu quickly set his goal. His immediate priority was to train his communication skills as soon as possible. Even as a Tier 1 beast, as one of the island's newly crowned 7 island tyrants, he had to not only match them in strength but also catch up in every other aspect. Chapter 69, Feasting on the Giant Boar. With the crimson light gone, the Tier 2 beasts in the island's south center departed one after another. But there were still many Tier 1 beasts on the island and even mutated beasts that didn't quite qualify as Tier 1 waiting quietly. Their eyes fixed greedily on the plump giant boar in the center of the field, they didn't leave immediately. Gu paid this no mind. Mutated beast meat was invaluable for growth, not just anyone was qualified to devour it. Looking at the mutated beast giant boar before him, which was still in relatively good condition, he estimated that even after he had his fill, the remaining skeleton alone would weigh over a ton. Given Gu's current appetite and the rate at which he was consuming the crimson light, this would be enough to sustain him for over 20 days. This was truly a massive haul. He was lucky indeed. In terms of size, this mutated beast giant boar was already among the top-tier creatures in the marshes. Covered in fat, it had managed to secure a spot in the center of the island, relying solely on the strength of a Tier 1 beast. If it hadn't run into Gu, it would likely have continued to run rampant in the marshes, relying on its thick layer of fat. But now, it was all going to become fuel for his growth. Since this island was public territory, settling down here was out of the question. Gu prepared to move on. As he dragged the giant boar away, he noticed the surrounding mutated beasts still staring at him intently. "What are you looking at?" "All this mutated beast meat belongs to Crocodile Lord." Facing the stairs, Gu let out a series of crocodile growls, a perfect opportunity to practice his linguistic skills. "Dare to glare at me? Do you want Crocodile Lord to switch up his menu for a change?" Unfortunately, the mutated beasts couldn't possibly understand Gu's meaning. Faced with his terrifying bulk, a commotion would break out every time he made a sound. Just as Gu was pulling the giant boar along, ready to leave the island, a dark swarm of strange birds suddenly flew in from the sky. They were herons. Hundreds of them descended from the heavens with a clear objective, swarming down from all directions to attack the giant boar on the ground. The herons were white-gray in color, with crane-like beaks, standing over 80 centimeters tall. However, half of their height was accounted for by their 2 long legs. Among the hundreds of herons, most were ordinary creatures, but there were over a dozen that could be classified as mutated beasts, led by 4 or 5 Tier 1 beast herons at the very front. The flock of herons descended, their long legs repeatedly striking the giant boar's body on the ground. They successfully tore off chunks of mutated beast flesh, then flew overhead, some even carrying pieces of meat in their beaks before diving back down to vie for more of the mutated beast's flesh. When they encountered looters, Gu immediately stepped forward to drive them away. Opening his crocodile jaws, he lunged at the flock of herons in the sky, biting and killing several in quick succession. But the flock of herons continued undeterred, full of aggression. Facing the dense mass of giant boars behind Gu, they paid no heed to their comrades being knocked away by Gu, but simply tore and fought frantically for the mutated beast's flesh. When it came to evolutionary resources, they were willing to fight to the death for a single bite. Visibly, the giant boar was rapidly wasting away. This is madness, Gu thought to himself, swinging his crocodile claws decisively to smash another heron on its head. It seemed the giant boar was beyond saving. He made a quick decision, bellowing, "So what if there are more of you? It would be such a waste to just give up this mutated beast meat like this." Gu abandoned the idea of continuing to educate the heron flock. He stared at the giant boar being torn apart, then his gaze fell on the thick boar leg. He opened his crocodile jaws and bit right in. This was the very essence of the giant boar. Beneath the thin layer of fat on the thick boar leg lay solid, lean meat. Once in his mouth, not only was the nutritional value rich, but more importantly, the texture was superb. Two of the severed boar legs instantly filled Gu's jaws, leaving just one remaining. He simply pierced it with his claws and dragged it into the water. He couldn't carry away the entire mutated beast giant boar, but taking 3 large trotters was a decent alternative. These 3 trotters alone weighed nearly 200 pounds, enough to sustain him for several days. After Gu departed, with the threat on land gone, the island's mutated beasts, which had been waiting for a long time, instantly swarmed into the clearing and joined the fray. They weren't picky eaters. The giant boar being torn apart in the arena was their target. In the scramble, other mutated beasts killed in the fray also served as a rare source of nourishment. Gu stared blankly at the bloody feast unfolding on the island, finally remarking, "Now that's what I call ferocious." Armed with a bountiful haul, Gu set out to find a suitable place for long-term settlement. Ideally, he would choose a marshy area not too far from land. The longer the stretch where the marsh met the land, the better this would make it easier for him to hunt more substantial mutated beasts for food on a daily basis. Of course, the chosen location should be as close as possible to the central island. With this goal in mind, Gu began moving forward along the island. Carrying 3 intact peg legs, some torn, some clawed, as he swam along the water's surface, the blood he left in his wake attracted several powerful mutated beasts from the marsh to approach. However, upon seeing Gu's massive frame, these underwater mutated beasts quickly fled. In the marshes near the shore, it was already difficult to find creatures more terrifying than Gu. After passing through 2 marshes in succession, a vast expanse of water appeared before Gu. The extremely long stretch bordering the shore was constantly bustling with land-dwelling creatures along its edges. Among them were several mutated beasts, their heads lowered as they drank water. This location was simply perfect. Upon entering the marsh, Gu swam freely across the wide expanse of water. Swimming further into the marsh, a massive figure beneath the water in the distance caught Gu's attention. He sank deeper, his gaze piercing through the current. The dim light of the marsh did nothing to hinder Gu's vision. A 5-meter-long serpent loomed ahead, its coiled body covered in cloud-like golden patterns. An anomaly among pythons, it is known internationally as the imperial python and is also called the golden-flowered python. Isn't this the very same giant python from the island that shared the crimson light with him? Maybe they could even be neighbors, Gu thought, just as he was about to step forward to say hello. But the massive serpent's body had already lunged toward Gu beneath the water. "It's out to kill." Gu immediately dropped the large pig-esque trotter he was carrying and reacted swiftly, swiping out with a claw to violently shake off the python's coiling body. The immense force sent a spray of water erupting between the 2 massive creatures underwater. Gu shook his numb crocodile claws, his gaze deep and ominous. The python's attempt to coil around him had stirred up some unpleasant memories. "Get lost!" The python's icy voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Accompanied by a hissing sound, a pair of sinister eyes glared at Gu from beneath the surface, brimming with murderous intent. Facing the python's threat, Gu gathered his provisions to leave, biting two large pig's hooves from beneath him. There was another fresh pig's hoof that had been swept some distance away by the current during the recent clash with the python. Gu had just taken a stroke when he stopped abruptly. The murky water ahead rippled, and a 5-meter-long python emerged silently. Its thick, long body had already coiled itself over the large pig's trotter. The python's intentions were now crystal clear. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" The icy voice continued to echo in his mind. Gu felt a surge of anger, but he kept it to himself. He wasn't about to let his temper get the better of him and do something reckless. Carrying the remaining 2 giant pig hooves, he made his way far away from this place. As he left, the giant python behind him continued to trail after him. A serpentine hiss rang out, signaling its intent to claim this vast, lush marsh for itself. It would neither welcome nor tolerate any intruding mutated beasts, including the newly arrived Gu. Chapter 70, The Language of Mutated Beasts. Gu remained silent. Driven by the great python, he swam all the way to the edge of the marsh and then decisively climbed ashore. Once he left the water, the domineering python finally ceased its pursuit of Gu and quickly retreated back into the marsh. Turning to look at the marsh, Gu watched as the python's form, coiled around the wild boar's hoof it had snatched, gradually vanished. He thought to himself, "A tier 2 beast, is it?" He shook his head, clenched the large pig's hoof in his mouth, and continued onward in search of a place to settle down. Passing by an adjacent marsh, Gu soon found another suitable spot. This marsh certainly couldn't compare to the giant python's territory, but it was about a quarter of its size. Gu lay in wait on the water's surface, observing silently for a moment. At the edge where the land met the marsh, Gu noticed creatures approaching from time to time to drink water. It seemed he'd have no trouble finding blood for sustenance either. "This is the spot." Gu decisively chose this area, submerged himself into the marsh, and first circled the seemingly calm waters to survey the surroundings. This was a lesson learned from the giant python earlier. After sweeping the area, Gu ignored the mutated beasts and various demons and monsters hiding in the marsh. As long as they were sensible enough to stay well hidden, he couldn't be bothered with them. A pitch-black bone membrane floated in the center of the marsh, and a deep, thunderous roar announced his presence. Then Gu left this place and went to another marsh to begin practicing his linguistic talent. He felt he couldn't communicate with the mutated beasts, not because he was only a tier 1 beast in terms of development. Rather, it was because he had never considered this possibility, that mutated beasts would actually develop the ability to communicate with different species as their life force evolved. Gu was deeply frustrated. After all, he was the one who had single-handedly developed the trash roar. He used his roar to express his emotions, transforming his chaotic thoughts into concrete mutated beast language. His mind was incredibly rich. The only issue was conveying it through his own roar. Having left his newly chosen habitat and arrived elsewhere, he could now experiment to his heart's content. Gu floated silently on the water's surface, swimming slowly as he searched for a suitable target. Soon, amidst the lush aquatic plants, he spotted a large fish, one that could even be classified as a mutated beast. Big fish, are you eating?" Gu controlled the crocodile's roar, toning down its usual ferocity. To facilitate smooth communication, he emitted a soft sound in the friendliest possible tone. Since the primary goal was communication, there was no need to strain his vocal cords with a loud roar. "Hello, big fish. Can you understand me? I'm your good neighbor." The fish, which had been active moments before, suddenly shuddered. Its round eyes on either side of its forehead stared blankly at Gu's dark silhouette. "Hey, big fish, don't go." Watching the fish swim frantically forward and dive deep into the aquatic plants, Gu's voice grew louder without him realizing it. As a result, the terrified big fish swam even more frantically to escape. Though his first attempt at communication failed, Gu didn't lose heart. Swimming along the marsh, he tried to communicate with every living creature that seemed capable of it. The fearsome black caiman chattered away, approaching every creature he saw to greet them warmly. As for the results, faced with Gu's excessive enthusiasm, the tranquil atmosphere of the marsh was instantly shattered. Countless aquatic creatures leaped out of the water in fright, and the churning silt clouded vast swaths of the marsh. Even the creatures on the shore that had come to drink sensed something was wrong and began to cautiously detour. But since this small marsh wasn't his home, Goo didn't care. "I'm really not mean, you know. Once I've had my fill, I'm just a good-natured crocodile." Goo persisted, determined to hone his linguistic talent. Ever since leaving the island, he'd been eager to master this mysterious mutated beast language. Finally, after scaring off hundreds of aquatic creatures, he was able to control his tone with ease. But as for the mutated beast language he wanted to master, he still had no clue. The main reason was that as soon as any creature saw him, it would run away in terror, leaving him no chance to continue communicating. Just constantly searching the marshes for active creatures wasted a huge amount of his time. As a result, whenever he finally found a suitable target and issued an invitation to communicate, the creatures would completely ignore him and turn to run. After being shunned yet again by the creatures of the marsh as if he were the plague, Goo's eyes began to glow with a sinister light. It was now late into the night. In the quiet marsh, only his massive form remained, persistently circling beneath the water's surface. Suddenly noticing a ripple in the water plants in the distance, Goo swam over instantly. As he approached the thicket of water plants, Goo's eyes lit up and he opened his crocodile-like jaws. Big fish, you're such a glutton, your meat must be delicious. Do you taste better swallowed whole, or deboned?" With the same dazed expression, the greedy big fish appeared before Goo once again. But this time, before the fish could dive into the reeds, Goo had already closed in, opening his massive jaws. Crunch! A crimson spray erupted from the water's surface. "Never mind, I'll just swallow it whole." After devouring the big fish, Goo splashed about in the marsh for a moment before returning to his lair to settle down. He had a habit of sleeping on land. Besides, compared to the complex underwater environment, he felt safer on land. When awake, he could swim freely in the water and hunt along the riverbanks during the day. But when it came time to rest, if his body were floating on the surface, facing the complex underwater environment, he felt much safer with his feet firmly on the ground. In his previous life, Goo had watched some wildlife documentaries. As the dominant amphibious predator, there were many records of crocodiles being strangled to death underwater by pythons. In every case, they were killed by a sudden ambush from beneath the water while they were dozing. Although Goo was no longer an ordinary crocodile, in these wetlands teeming with mutated beasts, he had only one life to lose, so a degree of caution was still necessary. Besides, having already encountered a host of Tier 2 beasts on land during the day, he could afford to take the risk of spending the night on dry land. While risks in the wild cannot be entirely avoided, one can choose to minimize them. He lay down not far from the edge of the marsh, beneath a steep slope where the raised earth formed a natural barrier in front of him from a distance. It perfectly concealed his conspicuous figure. Positioned diagonally to the water's surface, Goo felt temporarily at ease. Lying on the cool ground, he found himself missing his sheepskin bed. Still, the environment here was superior, he lacked for nothing. As long as he took steady, methodical steps, he was certain he could create even better living conditions. With the water's edge to his side and the earthen slope at his back, using the natural world as his bed and the dazzling starry sky above him, Goo relaxed his body and mind, and his breathing soon grew steady and deep. The hazy morning mist drifted out from the primeval rainforest. The moment the mist appeared, the entire marshland was instantly roused from its slumber. Across the vast grasslands, whether carnivorous or herbivorous, mutated beasts or ordinary creatures, all emerged quietly from their hiding places, greedily inhaling and exhaling the crimson light drifting through the air. Near the marsh, crackle, one by one, swollen lips quietly broke the surface of the water. As they chewed on aquatic plants, the dense chorus of sounds was like the opening of a concert. Goo crawled up the steep slope, opened its crocodile-like jaws, and began to inhale and exhale the mist as well. To maintain its title as the dominant ruler, it could not afford to miss any opportunity for growth. Chapter 71, Speaking Like a Human. The mist did not last long, and its effects were far less immediate than absorbing the crimson light. But it treated all creatures equally, much like a stripped-down version of the crimson light one with no barriers to entry, and its impact on the entire marshland was far-reaching. Goo gradually closed his jaws, extracting a few strands of crimson light from the morning mist and infusing them into the rune within his body. This meager amount of energy was hardly worth it compared to simply swallowing a few more mouthfuls of crimson light. Yet for the countless ordinary creatures in the wetlands, the vast majority who have absolutely no access to crimson light, it is their only chance for transformation. Ordinary creatures yearn to transform and grow into mutated beasts. Those who have just become mutated beasts hope to generate runes, while some mutated beasts that already possess runes must grow even stronger to protect their resources. Transform to your heart's content. The more mutated beasts, the better, Gu muttered to himself, staring at the dissipating morning mist. As the mist faded, no matter which direction one looked in the marsh, one could see vast numbers of extraordinary creatures moving about. Their physical forms hadn't changed much yet, but their level of existence was gradually slipping beyond the bounds of scientific classification, undergoing a silent transformation at the very source of life. Gu watched the thriving scene all around him, his heart filled with exhilaration. He knew that the days of scrimping and saving for a single piece of mutated beast meat were over. In this marsh, mutated beasts were born every day. Gu could almost see an endless supply of food and resources for growth. He reached down and pulled out a large pig trotter, devouring it in big bites. After filling his stomach, he left his dwelling to continue honing his linguistic talent. He felt he was on the verge of mastering the art. Entering another nearby marsh, Gu successfully transformed into a chatty crocodile. He greeted every fish he encountered and warmly approached any mutated beasts he saw. Of course, when he came across those who didn't know their place, Gu could only satisfy his appetite. "Don't run, leave some for Croc Lord." Gu's voice was hoarse, prolonged practice had left his mouth parched. Accompanied by a low growl, Gu cornered a turtle the size of a wash basin in the shallow water near the shore. This turtle was clearly in the midst of a life-changing transformation. Upon discovering it, Gu decided to have a good long chat with it. Gu's claws advanced step by step, driving the giant turtle onto the shore. Once on land, it had no chance of escaping. Finally, he had a subject he could use for extended practice. He looked down at the slow-moving giant turtle, a look of amusement in his eyes. "Turtle, turtle, just give in to this crocodile lord, cackle. Cackle." Gu widened his crocodile eyes, listening in disbelief to the voice coming from his own mouth. He gently opened his crocodile jaws, cackle. The pronunciation was flawless, proper Mandarin coming from his own mouth. He was just practicing the language of the mutated beasts. How had he suddenly managed to speak human language? Seeing the look of shock in the giant water turtle's eyes, he tried to make a sound, his tone menacing. "Don't run. Run any further and I'll swallow you whole." Not only could he speak human language, but the syllables he uttered seemed to penetrate the other's mind. The giant turtle trembled and stopped on the shore, retracting its entire body into its shell. The giant turtle seemed to understand, so Gu tried to communicate with it. However, all he could sense from the bewildered giant turtle was a wave of fear. The turtle's underdeveloped brain was not yet capable of understanding what communication meant. "Get up and keep moving forward, or I'll swallow you whole." Gu switched to a different method of communication. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw the giant turtle extend its limbs and scramble frantically a few steps along the shore, then tuck its neck back in, crouching on the ground and playing dead. It really could understand. Gu was instantly thrilled. What is the crown of creation? In his past life, as a top student under the exam-oriented education system, he had never feared anything when it came to learning ability. Now, the species communication ability that only Tier 2 beasts can awaken, he had mastered it ahead of schedule in just one day. More importantly, he could actually speak human language. This world is getting crazier and crazier. Gu crawled out of the marsh, moving back and forth along the shore. Once he de-adjusted, he spoke fluent Mandarin. "Gu, Black Cayman, Gu, Black Cayman, haha. Gu is called Black Cayman." After babbling on for a while, he calmed down. Looking down, he saw the giant turtle on the ground. Amazingly, it hadn't fled despite the aura of power surrounding him. Staring at the turtle's shell, Gu felt a tingling urge to bite. However, considering today's good fortune, he decided to show some mercy. He extended his tail, aiming it at the turtle's hard shell. "Go on then." In the distance, a heavy object splashed into the water with a thud. Having achieved his goal, Gu's body submerged once more, gradually vanishing into the calm water until he was long gone. Only then did signs of life begin to appear around him. As dusk approached, Gu gazed at the full moon rising above him and began to make his way toward the island. Swimming leisurely to the edge of the island, he had barely stepped ashore when a tigress roar met him head-on. "Good morning, big flower." To keep a low profile, he refrained from speaking human language, a truly startling act. But the impact on Tiger King was still significant even after Gu had walked far into the center of the island. The tigress' eyes remained wide with astonishment. It didn't even have time to take offense at the nickname that had suddenly appeared. "Good morning, Brother Crow. Thanks for the heads up." Gu first nodded in greeting to the crow in the sky. Then, spotting a pair of kangaroos approaching, he greeted them on his own initiative. "Hey, Brother Kangaroo, you bring your wife everywhere you go. You're a truly responsible kangaroo." The pair of Tier 2 beast kangaroos stared blankly at Gu. It wasn't until they were right in front of him that the one with the glossy fur extended its furry paw and pointed to the other Tier 2 beast kangaroo behind it. Only then did Gu realize that the one behind him was the brother. Not the least bit embarrassed, he immediately turned to the kangaroo behind him with a serious expression. "Brother Kangaroo, you've saved the best spot for your wife, truly a role model for the kangaroo community." Then he walked straight over and greeted the killer bees in the distance. "Brother Bee, your squad is getting stronger and stronger." The swarm of killer bees in the distance immediately responded with a buzzing roar. When Tiger King entered the center of the island, this was the scene he witnessed. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he walked up to stand not far from Gu's side, opened his tigress mouth, and asked, "Are you already a Tier 2 beast?" "No," Gu replied softly. Hearing this, Tiger King was even more astonished. "If not, how could you?" "Calm down, big flower. We'll talk after the crimson light arrives." Gu looked up, staring at the beam of light streaking overhead. He couldn't wait any longer. As the auroras of the sun and moon merged, the crimson beam arrived right on schedule. The mutated beasts gathered in the center of the island fell instantly silent, each occupying their own territory to receive the baptism. It wasn't until the crimson light touched down that Tiger King suddenly realized, "Wait, did he just call me Big Flower again?" Chapter 72, Talent. Gu channeled the crimson light to fuse with his physical body, then infused it into his life rune, forming a unique growth system. Throughout this process, as the mutated beasts absorbed the light, they continuously depleted the energy stored within their bodies. But for Gu, there were no such limitations. The more stringent the conditions for absorbing the crimson light, the greater the value of his 3 daily meals. The dense crimson light formed a swirling vortex, circulating ceaselessly around Gu's body. With its extraordinary conversion efficiency, the commotion he creates alone is more than 3 times that of the Tier 2 beast Tiger King beside him. As for ordinary raven kangaroos, these originally more mundane creatures, he absorbs them at a rate 6 or 7 times that of his opponent. The Tiger King is already considered one of the more powerful individuals among the Tier 2 beasts on the island. There are inherent disparities among living beings, and even after evolving into mutated beasts, such gaps are difficult to bridge in the early stages. Within Gu's body, strands of energy sprang forth and rapidly infused the rune. More than a fifth of the dim rune had already been illuminated, and now, as Gu continued to absorb the crimson light, energy tenaciously climbed upward along the rune. Half an hour passed, and he had made a small improvement compared to yesterday. Gu opened his eyes to see the envious expressions on the faces of the other mutated beasts. Not a single one of them could absorb crimson light for more than 15 minutes. The entire group of Tier 2 beasts was thoroughly stunned by Gu. "You really aren't a Tier 2 beast yet?" Tiger King couldn't help but ask first. "No," Gu replied softly. "Then how can you absorb so much crimson light? And how were you able to communicate with me ahead of time?" The Tiger King pressed further. Since this touched on the secrets of his own growth, Gu didn't want to dwell on the topic, but he felt it necessary to address the last question. "Because I'm pretty sharp, I guess. I was born with a natural ability to understand the language of mutated beasts." "What do you mean by sharp?" Gu patiently explained, "It means I'm pretty smart and speak clearly." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tiger King's eyes widened instantly. With a look of defiance, he roared, "Impossible! I am the one who speaks the clearest, and my mind is the sharpest." Gu hadn't expected that a simple question like this would provoke such a strong reaction from the Tiger King. However, it was best to keep the upper hand in the conversation. So, he had no choice but to demonstrate to the assembled mutated beasts what top-tier linguistic ability looked like. Red carp, green carp, and a donkey. Gu recited a tongue twister that had been extremely difficult even in his previous life. So, is the donkey of the red carp greener than that of the green carp? Or is the donkey of the green carp redder than that of the red carp? After Gu posed the question, all that remained before him was a group of baffled Tier 2 beasts. Donkey, fish, donkey riding a fish. Tiger King stared at Gu, completely dumbfounded. After stammering for a while, he finally accepted the reality that he wasn't as smart as a crocodile. But his regal pride as Tiger King wouldn't let him admit defeat, so he opened his tiger mouth and declared haughtily, "Fine, you've earned this king's approval. Like this king, you're the most smart." Gu added at just the right moment, "That's right. Just like me, you're the smartest mutated beast." Faced with Tiger King's sudden display of pride, Gu seemed to have figured out a bit of his temperament. He decisively cut short this pointless conversation and asked Tiger King in return, "Big flower ahem, great Tiger King, may I ask what that light was that flashed from your claws during the battle yesterday?" Gu's title clearly struck a chord with the Tiger King, who instantly exclaimed in surprise, "You don't even know that? Have you never encountered a mutated beast before? Great Tiger King, please enlighten me." Gu, with no sense of restraint, showered the Tiger King with praise. And so he learned the secret behind the mutated beast's evolution. Talent awakening. Great Tiger King, are you certain that physical talent evolution only occurs after growing into a Tier 1 beast? When the Tiger King nodded, Gu froze. That didn't make sense. Physical talent evolution only appeared after becoming a mutated beast? His mind immediately began racing. What Gu really wanted to ask about was the giant boar's fat-based defense similar to the Iron Wall skill enhanced by runes, as well as the tangible icy glow that emanated from the Tiger King's claws during combat. These were all powerful means by which mutated beasts boosted their combat prowess. The Kaiflower snake and the red-eyed squirrel had similar abilities back then. But after he became a mutated beast, aside from a massive increase in strength and a more robust physique, he didn't seem to possess any obvious supernatural abilities. The only thing that could be considered such was the layer of bone membrane covering his body, but it felt more like a naturally developed part of his physique. Moreover, it had no special connection to the runes within him, not to mention that the bone membrane had formed before the runes even appeared. If a mutated beast evolves to the Tier 1 beast realm, it is said to acquire all sorts of strange and wondrous abilities. So what about this particular talent of his? Unless... Gu stared at the Tiger King and pressed further, "Great Tiger King, may I ask how long after becoming a mutated beast did the glow on your claws first appear?" Gu didn't know if the other party even had a concept of time. The Tiger King had a proud yet playful personality and loved to interact. He was the most active mutated beast on the island. Before Gu arrived, no one had paid him any mind. Now that he had an enthusiastic conversation partner who seemed so perceptive, the Tiger King didn't mind the probing questions at all. He thought carefully about Gu's question, trying to grasp its meaning. After a moment, Tiger King slowly pointed toward a pair of kangaroos still lingering in the arena. Gu was a bit confused. He realized that when communicating with mutated beasts, he had to keep up with their way of thinking. "I'm asking about time, the number of days, got it?" Gu repeated himself, but Tiger King stubbornly kept pointing at the pair of kangaroos, even gesturing back and forth impatiently. 2 kangaroos, 20 crimson lights? Gu asked to confirm. Tiger King shook his head immediately. Gu made a few more guesses, but Tiger King rejected them all. Following Tiger King's paw, Gu stared intently at the pair of kangaroos. After pondering for a long time, he hesitantly asked, "Baby kangaroos?" Tiger King suddenly let out a roar and nodded frantically. Gu had guessed right, so Tiger King's concept of time was actually based on this pair of kangaroos mating. Seeing the look on Tiger King's face that seemed to say, "So that's all you've got," Gu could only concede defeat. "How many times?" Gu asked softly. Tiger King first held up 3 claws, then shook his head and held up 4. Whoa, that long. If he remembered correctly, kangaroos reproduce once or twice a year. So whether it was 3 or 4 times, that would already exceed a year's time frame. It had been less than 2 months since he became a Tier 1 beast by Tiger King's standards. He'd have to wait until the cows come home. At his current growth rate, he could have broken through again by then. Then Gu pressed him again. "Great Tiger King, under what circumstances did you awaken your talent skill?" This question was just as crucial to him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw the Tiger King raise the paw he'd just lowered, once again pointing it at a pair of kangaroos. Ha! Chapter 73, The Crocodile Borrows the Tiger's Might. The Tiger King's paw still pointed at the pair of kangaroos as he glared at Gu with an air of dominance. Get it? Gu nodded instantly. The Tiger King is mighty. Having caught up with the Tiger King's train of thought, Gu had basically figured out some of his reasoning. He didn't hold back his admiration for the Tiger King, showering him with flattery and praise. And it wasn't all lies. This Tiger King had actually awakened a talent skill after being stimulated during the process of creating baby tigers. Gu was truly impressed. Do you really get it? Watching Tiger King arrogantly point at a pair of kangaroo mates, preparing to demonstrate again. Gu nodded frantically to show he understood. I get it. The great Tiger King is truly so majestic. While conversing with the Tiger King, Gu deliberately raised his voice. The mutated beasts nearby could hear these topics, so he turned to look only to find them all wearing expressions of utter nonchalance. It seemed that for the mutated beasts, a situation like the Tiger King's was likely just a common occurrence. Moreover, Gu noticed that, as fellow Tier 2 beasts, the kangaroo couple actually outnumbered him by 1. Yet, faced with Tiger King's provocative behavior, they simply pretended not to notice, almost as if they were backing down. As he conversed with Tiger King, he gained some basic understanding of what it meant to be a mutated beast. Although he still had many questions bottled up inside, he didn't expect a group of primitive beasts to solve all his mysteries. He considered it a pleasant surprise just to be able to communicate with Tiger King. So, after receiving an answer, he went even further in flattering the Tiger King. Idiot! A cold voice rang out from the golden flower python. Gu instantly took offense, glaring at the creature and retorting, "You stinking snake, why don't you just get lost? Hiding in the mud underwater all day, waiting to ambush people, it's just bad luck to look at you." The golden flower python coiled its body, its crimson tongue flickering at Gu, exuding a chilling aura. Facing the golden flower python, Gu showed not a shred of fear, firing off a string of harsh insults without holding back. As for this underwater neighbor, he'd known since yesterday that peaceful coexistence was out of the question. Since they couldn't be friends, why bother putting on a friendly face? Gu had come to these marshes to secure more resources and grow stronger, not simply to make friends. Of course, he was still pleased that the mutated beasts could communicate with one another after their transformation. It would add many interesting twists to his otherwise monotonous life in the wild. But he absolutely could not afford to back down. Besides, he had already entered the very heart of the island. Merely yielding would only make the mutated beasts think he was an easy target. To establish himself among the Tier 2 beasts with just a single rune, Gu needed both the strength to defend his territory and a temperament that brooked no infringement. The giant boar earlier had already temporarily proven that Gu possessed the strength to venture into the island's core. And this massive python before him, one with which peaceful coexistence was impossible, provided the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his resolve. Feeling humiliated, the golden flower python's eyes blazed with murderous intent as it lowered its head toward Gu. From the dense golden cloud patterns covering its scales, 2 runes suddenly emerged, and the overwhelming aura of a Tier 2 beast washed over him. Even at this moment, Gu remained remarkably calm. As a natural dominator class creature who had evolved into a Tier 1 beast, he possessed a certain degree of confidence. The fact that he had taken the giant boar's place proved his superior strength. If any overconfident Tier 2 beast believed its evolutionary tier was higher and sought to pick a fight with him, he wouldn't mind letting it know that was a naive notion. However, he had no interest in fighting the golden flower python to the death under the watchful eyes of the other mutated beasts. Gu turned and spoke, "Brother Tiger, there's a snake who is very unhappy with us brothers. He is jealous that we're the smartest duo on the island. What do you think we should do?" The moment he spoke, his true intentions were revealed. After all that boasting, he wasn't going to let all those compliments go to waste. Tiger King was momentarily taken aback. When had he acquired a crocodile brother? His tiger eyes fixed on the golden spotted python moving ahead, yet his expression wasn't as casual as when facing the kangaroo couple. Under the python's menacing aura, Tiger King appeared cautious for the first time. "Fool," the golden spotted python sneered. As one of the earliest creatures to appear in the island's center after the Crimson Light, it didn't even bother with ordinary Tier 2 beasts, let alone a mere Tier 1 beast. Although this Tier 1 beast seemed to have a somewhat different aura. Its snake-like eyes fixed coldly on Gu, it was growing increasingly displeased with this crocodile. "Great Tiger King, a snake has dared to interrupt your conversation and bully your best friend. This is a challenge to your dignity as the mightiest Tiger King of the marshes. All the mutated beasts on the island are watching." As Gu spoke, he silently intensified his guidance once more. "Roar!" The moment the Tiger King's roar echoed, the golden flower python's body froze. Its icy gaze fixed on the Tiger King. "Big Flower, do you have a problem?" The instant those words left his mouth, Gu smiled. Without any unnecessary chatter, he simply offered a sincere compliment, "Great Tiger King." Thud! A sharp, icy glint flashed from the Tiger King's claws as they struck the ground, leaving a shallow crater. The Tiger King glared furiously at the golden flowered python. "Say that again. I am the Tiger King, not Big Flower." As these two top-tier Tier 2 mutated beasts faced off, the surrounding mutated beasts grew restless. After a long standoff, the golden flower python shot Gu a vicious glare and retreated into the marsh. "Stinking snake under the water!" Gu shouted, completely unconcerned with the other's intentions. Turning back, he addressed the Tiger King warmly, "Brother Tiger, the stinking snake has really lost face for us brothers. I don't think this island can tolerate it much longer." Gu tentatively began to provoke the giant python. Upon hearing this, Tiger King did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he slowly opened his jaws. The giant python is no easy opponent. Gu knew when to stop and immediately changed his tone. "Good thing Tiger King is here. It's clearly looking down on us, the smartest duo on the island, and picking a fight on purpose. Don't worry, as long as Tiger King is here on the island, that stinking snake won't dare do anything to you." "Great," cough, "Tiger King is mighty, Tiger King is awesome." Gu quickly reined in his words and lavished praise on Tiger King's chivalrous act. After bidding farewell to the chatty Tiger King, Gu's mind was still mulling over the earlier question. Now that he had become a Tier 1 beast, how could he awaken his talent skill? If he hadn't come to the wetlands and had continued dealing with ordinary beasts, it would likely have taken him a very long time before his talent skill naturally awakened by chance one day. But now that he knew about it in advance, he couldn't just ignore it. If he could also awaken a special ability to fight enemies, he wouldn't have to clumsily charge at them with his body every time, as he did now. That tactic was far too one-dimensional. If only he could be like the Tiger King, with a layer of crimson light power imbued with runes wrapping around his crocodile claws. A light swing of those claws would slice enemies into pieces, instantly elevating his style. Only a transformed mutated beast like the Tiger King could do that. In comparison, Gu's combat methods were more like those of a primitive beast. Even a clumsy giant boar can use its own fat to form a special defense. Gu couldn't hold back any longer. He had become a Tier 1 beast, he was going to awaken his powers too. As for the 1-year deadline Tiger King mentioned, Gu dismissed it with contempt. That was just under normal circumstances, and there were bound to be differences between individuals. If he could master the mutated beast language ahead of schedule, Why couldn't he try to awaken his talents early as well? Chapter 74, Speaking Up for Justice. After leaving the island, Gu first filled his stomach, then began pondering the question of how to awaken. He certainly couldn't imitate the Tiger King and go find a female crocodile to test himself on. Resolutely quashing that dark thought from his mind, Gu began floating on the water's surface, racking his brain. To accelerate his growth, he couldn't afford to be too complacent. Now that food was no longer a concern, he only needed to absorb crimson light for half an hour each day. He had to make use of the remaining time he couldn't just laze around sleeping all day. To stimulate his physical form, he couldn't allow himself too much comfort. Perhaps he needed to train it just like he had his linguistic talent. And so, the nearby marshes began to stir once more. A massive black caiman swam frantically across the surface, its shadow terrifying the underwater creatures into trembling. Maintaining top speed, it swam back and forth more than 10 times in one go, churning the marsh into a murky mess. But forget about training. With the abundant stamina he gained after his transformation, he didn't feel the slightest drain on his energy. As for stimulating his body, that wasn't even close. He was merely moving at a relatively slow pace. His naturally abundant stamina had become even more terrifying after becoming a mutated beast. Gu felt that even if he turned this marsh upside down, it wouldn't achieve much. Not only would it be a waste of time, but if it attracted creatures from the river far away, that wouldn't be good. Gu was suddenly reminded of the experience he had when the rune first appeared above his head. His ability to advance to a Tier 1 beast ahead of schedule was largely due to the life and death struggle with the red-eyed squirrel, a battle that had provided a massive stimulus. Floating on the water's surface, his crocodile eyes flickered. Since stimulating the physical body through simple training alone wasn't working, what about engaging in combat? Gu preferred to grow quietly, build his strength in secret, and finally make a stunning breakthrough. But if fighting could aid his growth, he didn't mind transforming into a battle-hungry crocodile. The key was that the combat had to provide a stimulating effect. Ordinary mutated beasts might not be up to the task. Was he supposed to challenge Tier 2 beasts one by one? By then, it wouldn't be about stimulation anymore. It would require him to fight for his life. This was yet another headache. Gu let out a low growl on the water's surface, leaving a trail of destruction behind as he headed back to his lair, his mind racing. Under the dark sky, the giant crocodile rested at the edge of the marsh, pondering growth, crimson light, runes, evolution, and talent awakening. One question after another flowed through his mind. Several days passed, in the center of the island. "Good morning, Brother Tiger," Gu greeted the Tiger King with practiced ease. Upon seeing it was Gu, the Tiger King's aloof expression instantly melted away, and he responded with a broad smile. "You're a bit late today. That stinking snake is almost here, but don't worry, with this king here, it won't dare give you any trouble." As the days went by, the Tiger King had grown increasingly fond of him. So Gu played along, opening with exactly what the Tiger King wanted to hear: "The Tiger King is mighty. Only with you here can that treacherous, stinking snake be kept in check." Sure enough, a satisfied grin spread across the Tiger King's proud face, revealing a row of sharp fangs. "Bullshit, Golden Flower. This snake isn't afraid of you." The chilling voice of the Golden Flower python came from not far behind. "Hey! How dare you show disrespect to the Tiger King? Roar!" No sooner had Gu finished his angry rebuke than the Tiger King leaped up from the ground, brimming with fury. The two mutated beasts faced off the moment they met, a scene that played out daily. Of course, as the puppet master behind the scenes, Gu had played his part. For whatever reason, with his assistance, the two beasts were always drawn into conflict. Both being top-tier mutated beasts within Tier 2, the battle would not cease until the crimson light faded. Gu, as a die-hard supporter, stood firmly behind Tiger King, cheering him on. This loyal gesture filled Tiger King's eyes with such satisfaction they nearly overflowed. He and Gu both lamented that they hadn't met sooner. The commotion continued until the beam of light above them faded, and the island fell instantly silent. All grudges and conflicts pale in comparison to the growth of life. Even the weakest of ants yearns for transformation, grasping at this hard-won miracle. Gu absorbed the endless crimson light, his immense presence drawing envious glances from the other mutated beasts. As the strange energy merged with him, it quickly illuminated the rune within his body, and he became utterly absorbed in this growth. As time passed, Gu watched the runes within him. A third of them had already lit up. Nourished by the blood of the mutated beasts, he began to grow once more. Opening his eyes, the ancient rune above his head slowly faded away. "You seem a bit different," Tiger King said, his eyes wide as he stared at Gu beside him. "Not at all, it must be that stinking snake who just got you all worked up." Gu didn't want to discuss the topic, so he decisively shifted his gaze toward the golden flower python across from him. Having suddenly found a good excuse, he shouted at the creature in front of him, "You stinking snake, you've gone too far. How dare you encroach on my territory?" The golden flower python raised its head, looking at Gu with utter bewilderment, wondering why this annoying creature had started yelling again. "Even though you haven't actually taken over my territory, your behavior is still intolerable." Gu was furious as he shouted, "We're all mutated beasts that grew up here first, and we've always shared the crimson light together. Why are you being so selfish and taking up such a huge space?" Gu pointed straight ahead at the spot where the golden flowered python was coiled, adopting the posture of a righteous defender of justice. In the center of the island, the crimson light column spanned roughly 50 meters, and the 7 island tyrants were clearly divided, each occupying a distinct sector. These positions had been firmly established long before Gu arrived. The 7 territories were not all the same size. The giant python directly opposite him occupied one of the largest territories here, aggressively squeezing the space of the giant raven beside it. As a result, the territory of the Tier 2 beast raven in the center of the island appeared to be the smallest. As for Gu, he had taken over the giant boar's former position. As the only Tier 1 beast among them, his territory was equally unimpressive, only marginally larger than that of the pitiful-looking raven. Faced with Gu's sudden outburst of righteousness, the black crow suddenly cast a friendly glance his way. But in the presence of the golden flowered python, it dared not voice a single objection, much less side with Gu at this moment. "This is outrageous. We are all mutated beasts. As the most powerful beings in the center of the island, we should set an example for all mutated beasts and work together to maintain order across the entire island." After Gu finished speaking, he waited for a long time but still heard no support from Tiger King. He turned his head to glance at him and immediately understood the situation. Pointing at the vast territory Tiger King also occupied, he said in a righteous tone, "Territory belongs to those with the ability to claim it, and only a being as great as Tiger King is worthy of such a vast domain." Roar! "That's right. You stinking snake, you've gone too far." The Tiger King instantly unleashed his full fury. Chapter 75, On the Importance of a Voice. How outrageous! Even the Tiger King can't stand it anymore. With the Tiger King's backing, Gu instantly felt confident. That giant python had often been sneaking sly glances at him as if he hadn't noticed. Gu continued to speak up for the raven, scolding the giant python angrily, "We're all here to absorb the crimson light, and we'll be growing together in this place for a long time. It'd be so nice to just chat and soak up the sun together. Why are you being so cruel to the big raven?" Instantly, the raven, which had mutated into a Tier 2 beast, looked at Gu with a completely different expression. Faced with the accusation, the giant python was completely dumbfounded. Isn't it only natural that among mutated beasts, the strongest one claims the largest territory? The golden flower python stared blankly at Gu's indignant expression. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, you're in the wrong." Gu gave the giant python not a single friendly glance. "It's wrong for you to selfishly claim territory. If you don't believe me, ask the other mutated beasts. Right, kangaroo brother?" Gu turned to call out to the kangaroo. As soon as the words fell, the golden flowered python's cold, menacing head instantly shifted its focus. The kangaroo couple, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, previously crouched on the ground showing off their affection, suddenly couldn't sit still anymore. The two of them had barely managed to secure a spot here by working together. Though they weren't as quick-witted as Gu, they still possessed basic common sense. They, too, didn't want to provoke this ferocious python. But Gu clearly wasn't going to let it go like that. Don't just stand there, kangaroo brother. Speak up and tell us what's fair. Right, hurry up and say that this king's perspective is the correct one. Tiger King was growing increasingly fond of this feeling of being the center of attention. He found ordinary mutated beasts utterly boring. The smartest duo on their island was the most formidable. As soon as he spoke, he became the focal point for all the mutated beasts. That was the true Tiger King style. Of course, it would be even better if he were the only one on stage. Gu understood this mindset all too well in the language of his past life. It was a performer's personality. Kangaroo brothers, Gu said, his gaze deep and warm as he looked kindly at the kangaroo couple, waiting for their response. Beside him, Tiger King's sharp gaze, those tiger eyes, was fixed on them as well. They had merely watched the spectacle for a moment, yet these simple mutated beasts had inexplicably been drawn into the dispute. Not far away, the great python's icy glare sent shivers down the spines of the kangaroo couple. Meanwhile, the drama wasn't over yet. As Gu continued his act, the great raven, who had remained silent until then, silently fixed its gaze on them. The silver pangolin had a very low presence. As the crimson light faded, it simply burrowed underground and vanished. As for the golden flower python's side, a swarm of icy killer bees stood by, equally inconspicuous. The current situation on the field: Tiger King is the staunch supporter, the large raven is the oppressed, and the golden flower python is the object of shared contempt. Gu grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. What do you think, kangaroo brother? Outnumbered 3-1 and caught in the middle, the kangaroo couple instantly nodded at Gu, decisively joining the anti-snake alliance. You're right, everyone, let us all absorb the red light together. Their stuttering voice was far less articulate than the chatty Tiger King's. Under the intense gaze of the three-headed mutated beast, their two heads nodded frantically in agreement. Hiss. You think you can bully the kangaroo brothers? I'll be the first to say no. Before the golden flower python could speak, Gu cut him off. No need for the other to speak. The giant python must have thought the kangaroo brothers were easy prey. When it came to verbal sparring, even if the number of these newly sentient mutated beasts around them increased tenfold, they still wouldn't be a match for him. So when Gu shouted once more, in the center of this island, we will not tolerate the kangaroo brothers being bullied by the giant python. As soon as those words were spoken, the kangaroo couple moved away from the golden flower python and stood a little closer to Gu. You stinking snake, do you give in or not? Gu glared at the giant python in front of him with his crocodile eyes. Roar! The Tiger King chimed in from behind. The kangaroo couple and Gu stood in a line, while the Tier 2 beast, the great crow, cawed loudly from the sky. When facing a powerful enemy, it isn't always necessary to charge in and fight to the death. A great man once said, war is about making as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. When a mutated beast employs military strategy, Gu wonders how the giant python will counter it. So, with the silver pangolin having left early and the killer bees keeping to themselves, of the 7 island tyrants on the island, more than half had inexplicably banded together. Facing the 4 mutated beasts, no matter how ferocious the golden flower python might be, it dared not remain arrogant. A cold snort escaped the snake's mouth, and it turned and left, its serpentine body slowly sinking into the water. In the brief moment after absorbing the crimson light, it didn't even know why it had been on the island, arguing with that detestable Crocodile King. The other mutated beasts on the island were equally clueless as to why they had been dragged into this mess. But regardless of how it happened, the end result was that they had actually driven away the usually ferocious giant python. As long as I, Crocodile King, am here, I will not allow a single mutated beast on this island to be bullied by that giant python, Gu declared sternly. As those words fell, the Tiger King behind him's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Tier 2 beast, the raven, flapped its wings and repeatedly thanked Gu. Even the kangaroo couple felt, for some reason, that it was a good thing Gu was there, allowing them to successfully resist the vicious golden flower python. Standing in the center of the island, Gu calmly looked up at the sky. Fighting a powerful enemy with his life on the line? No way. All it takes is a little trickery to outwit an opponent, why not? Gu sighed inwardly, fully savoring the thrill of intellectual superiority, then decisively turned around, adopting a tone of admiration. Great Tiger King, thank you for your righteous deed. You are the true king of the marshes. We are friends, Tiger King said, feeling even more smug upon hearing the praise. The more he looked at Gu, the more he liked him. Then he opened his jaws wide. Be careful. That stinking snake is treacherous. Though it selfishly claims territory and has no shame, it's a real handful if you provoke it. Gu glanced at Tiger King in surprise. The other was actually warning him. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Tiger King, could it be that even the great Tiger King can't defeat this stinking snake? How could that be? I, Tiger King, am the strongest mutated beast. Tiger King roared, locking eyes with Gu for a long moment before slowly replying, this stinking snake is just a bit more treacherous. After that, Tiger King lost interest in chatting and leaped directly off the island. Yes, yes, yes. Tiger King is mighty. Gu shouted at the departing Tiger King. Staring at his receding figure, he thought to himself, it seems this Tiger King has also suffered a loss at the hands of that giant python. Could it be that he was ambushed while drinking water at the edge of the marsh? Chapter 76, Luring the Green Giant Mantis. After leaving the island, Gu continued to ponder the issue of his own talent awakening. Having lived in the marshes for some time, he had successfully integrated into this environment. Even the rune within his body was more than 1/3 full, yet he was still nowhere near awakening his talent. He couldn't very well be expected to risk his life fighting a Tier 2 beast. Leaving the island, Gu waded through the shallow water and gradually made his way ashore. Before dusk fell, he wandered endlessly along the marshlands. As one of the 7 island tyrants at the island's center, the crocodile overlord's aura spread out, causing numerous mutated beasts on land to panic and flee into the distance. Ignoring the commotion, Gu silently pondered his own affairs. He kept walking, with marshes spreading out from the riverbanks on either side. 100 meters ahead of where he had come ashore, the ground gradually began to sprout with a teeming mass of green shoots. Continuing forward lay an unbroken expanse of vast plains. The plains contained grasslands, basins, and hillsides, teeming with land-dwelling creatures. At the very farthest horizon, the view stretched endlessly into the distance, revealing nothing but a dense, endless sea of forest. Vast, boundless, and primeval, these are the hallmarks of the Amazon, where the constant struggle for survival among beasts is the dominant theme. As he wandered aimlessly, he saw herds of wildebeest galloping past in the distance, and witnessed a mystical flower deer darting out of the grass, pursued by several gray wolves closing in behind. There were also agile wild leopards, crouched on the plains, darting forward the moment they spotted their prey. Among them were ordinary beasts, mutated beasts in the midst of transformation, and even ferocious creatures like the Tiger King. Gu stood on the shore, gazing at the distant landscape to ease the gloom in his heart. As far as the eye could see across the nearby grasslands, there were also a multitude of creatures, mutated small snakes, red-eyed rabbits, squeaking giant rats, and 2 giant mantises piling on top of each other on a rock. Gu walked silently past, but suddenly jolted awake, realizing something. He spun around quickly and sprinted toward the edge of the grassland. On a patch of ground piled with shattered stones, near the outer edge, lay a flat rock. On this rock, 2 Amazonian super green giant mantis had just successfully mated when a black caiman, over 4 meters long, dropped straight down from the sky. Gu's alligator-like eyes fixed on the rock, causing the giant green mantises to tremble in fear. He certainly wasn't here out of idle curiosity to watch 2 mantises mate. Even if these were 2 mutated giant green mantises, they wouldn't normally have caught Gu's attention. Lowering his gaze, he saw that the hard surface of this flat rock was weathered by nature. Along the rugged edges of the stone, not far from the 2 giant green mantises, were several marks resembling knife scars. The scars cut into the rock nearly a finger's depth, crisscrossing the surface. The giant green mantis is the largest known species of mantis in the world. A typical individual can grow up to 15 centimeters in length and even preys on small birds, mice, and snakes. The pair of giant green mantises on the rock had both undergone molting, and their bodies now measured 30 centimeters in length. Legs as thin as bamboo poles supported their emerald green bodies. In front of their pointed little heads, 2 powerful scissor-like claws were raised when slightly extended. They resembled a pair of large cleavers. Were the marks on the rock caused by this pair of mantises? Gu looked up at the pair of mutated giant green mantises. Good grief, what's the matter with you two? Still clinging to each other like this? He decisively reached out, grabbed the two giant green mantises, and forcibly pulled them apart, examining the male in his hand. This one was slightly larger, with a slender body holding it in his palm. He didn't sense much strength. He applied a slight amount of pressure. Stimulated, the giant mantis raised the broadsword on its head, then struck Gu's claw at lightning speed. The strongest periosteum, renowned for its durability since its development, cracked as the broadsword-like foreleg came down. As a faint rune glowed on the green giant mantis's body, it raised its massive scythe and brought it down, causing the crack in the bone membrane on the surface of Gu's claw to widen. Gu held the green giant mantis in his hand and brought it close to a rock to test it. Sure enough, the scythe left a deep gash where it struck. By now, dusk had fallen. Gu stared at the gash on the boulder, his heart suddenly racing with excitement. In his excitement, he lost control of his grip. With just a slight squeeze, the once lively green giant mantis went limp. The moment he released his claws, the Tier 1 mutated beast in insectoid was crushed to death. Gu was speechless for a moment. Sure enough, it was high attack, low defense, naturally suited to be a bush assassin, but it was far too fragile. Leaving the other giant green mantis behind, Gu committed the location to memory. By now, it was completely dark, so he decided to return to his lair first. As he wandered through the marshes, the gloom in his heart had dissipated. He had found a way to awaken his talent. As the morning mist began to lift, Gu made his way straight past the island and quickly came ashore. After walking along the edge of the grassland for a short while, he successfully reached the same spot as yesterday. Fragments of broken stone lay scattered across the grass, stretching far into the distance. He had no idea how they deformed. But he wasn't an archaeologist. He'd come here for one thing only, to find the green giant mantis. And he had only one goal, to get hacked to pieces. The sheer ferocity of the green giant mantis's attacks startled even Gu. Suddenly, he felt he no longer needed to risk his life fighting Tier 2 beasts. These green giant mantises, hidden in the grass, seemed more than enough to satisfy his craving. Wasn't he at all about stimulating his flesh? Lying on the ground and letting them hack away, wasn't he that thrilling enough? As long as they kept slicing through the periosteum on his skin, wouldn't he that provide the stimulation he needed? Gu walked straight into the gravelly grassland before him, certain that green giant mantis must be lurking there. For wherever his gaze fell, many of the stones mixed in with the grass bore the marks of having been slashed. As Gu's massive body approached, the entire gravelly area fell instantly silent. He waited for quite some time, but not a single green giant mantis came forward. This wouldn't do, so Gu quickly adjusted his strategy. He temporarily left the area, and in the blink of an eye, his colossal form returned with a blood-soaked meal in his jaws. The tall antelope was tossed onto the ground. It was a creature that had undergone a metamorphosis, falling within the category of a mutated beast. Gu tore into it with his claws, and the antelope's fur gave off a tantalizing scent of blood. No sooner had he torn open the fur than a commotion arose around him. One by one, giant green mantises over 10 centimeters long poked their heads out from between the rocks, eyeing the bloodied flesh before Gu with greed. But intimidated by the black caiman's imposing presence, they hesitated from a distance. So Gu tore off chunks of flesh and tossed them toward the distant mantises. Instantly, the giant green mantises in the crevices grew restless, scrambling to stick their heads out and devour the flesh. Bit by bit, following the trail of blood and flesh Gu tossed, the two sides gradually drew closer. Finally, a few giant green mantises tentatively reached out to touch the flesh. When they realized the colossal creature on the ground showed no reaction, they swarmed forward in an instant. Gu let the giant green mantises tear at the flesh. These little creatures weren't his target anyway. Soon, the swarming green giant mantises paused slightly as a group of even more powerful individuals appeared in the distance. Led by a super green giant mantis over 40 centimeters long, followed by a group of green giant mantises generally over 20 centimeters in size, the moment they appeared, Gu's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 77, The Right to Speak. Upon the super green giant mantis's arrival, some of the ordinary green giant mantises were directly driven away by its domineering presence. Over 20 mutated individuals, sensing the scent of blood, approached the large chunks of mutated beast meat lying on the ground. Although many of these green giant mantises had already evolved runes, they had certainly never eaten a mutated beast the size of an antelope before. Unable to resist the temptation, a group of super green mantises approached the fallen giant antelope. Their massive scythe-like claws flashed rapidly, quickly slicing off large chunks of flesh, which they clutched to their chests and began to devour. In the blink of an eye, nearly half the antelope had vanished. Then, the super green giant mantis, now hooked on the feast, watched as the large antelope was pinned down by a black figure, growing restless with anticipation. Until a frenzied green giant mantis swung its massive scythe at the black bone membrane. Gu, satisfied, tore off a chunk of flesh and tossed it to the creature. Instantly, the entire group of green giant mantises erupted in excitement. After Gu rolled over and crushed a few troublemakers who hadn't grasped the situation, the combination of carrot and stick made the remaining giant green mantises understand the rules. No rush. One squad at a time. As long as you obey, you'll all get your share. At Gu's command, groups of 3 or 5 super green giant mantises formed squads to fight for the mutated beast's flesh, using the bone membrane on Gu's body as a whetstone. Since both were equally hard, chopping stone or bone membrane made no difference to them. The large cleavers are the green giant mantis's most powerful offensive weapon, especially after they've developed runes. The pair of cleavers on their heads are essentially their talent skill. These thin cleavers, empowered by rune energy, allow these unassuming insects to repeatedly slice through the Gu's hard periosteum. The miracle of life after metamorphosis, it's truly full of wonder. Thankfully, they're only this small high attack, low defense. If they were the size of ordinary creatures, the scene would be too horrifying to imagine. Facing Gu's bone membrane, which stretches over 4 meters long, relying on a single giant green mantis for stimulation clearly wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, this rocky area seems to be the giant green mantis's nest. As time passed, more and more super green giant mantis gathered, and Gu's body began to be covered with scars of varying depths. Stimulated by the external pressure, the dormant physical instincts within Gu reacted. Gu lowered his head and took a bite of mutated beast flesh to replenish his vitality, and his body began to slowly repair the periosteum on its OWN.ASA Dominator class Black Cayman. His physique, having evolved, far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Destruction, slow repair, stimulating the awakening of his innate talents. The only drawback was the significant consumption of the mutated beast's flesh. In addition to absorbing the crimson light, he now had an extra expense requiring a constant supply of mutated beast meat. Soon, Gu rose from the pile of debris. A massive mutated beast antelope, reduced to nothing but scraps on the ground after the battle. Gu needed to return to the marshes for a while, hunting down another mutated beast along the river's edge, a necessary cost of his growth. Fortunately, the vast marshes here, unlike the land he had traversed before, allowed his hunting prowess to skyrocket. A pitch-black figure lurked beneath the water's surface. A layer of moist amniotic membrane coated the surface of his pale golden vertical pupils, allowing his vision to remain completely undisturbed underwater. It wasn't long before he spotted his target. The calm water suddenly churned as he revealed his true nature as a riverbank predator, claiming a mutated beast that had been drinking. Gu sank his fangs into the prey, landed once more, and settled among the rubble. The bloodstains on the ground were still fresh. No signal was needed to tear into the mutated beastess, for these super green mantises knew exactly what to do. Gu used the mutated beastess flesh and blood as a form of bribe, enlisting a swarm of green mantises to help him trigger his talent's awakening, thereby minimizing the risk. As long as you're willing to take action, there's always a way. As dusk approached, Gu hurried back to the center of the island. Bro, did a pack of wolves tear you apart? Tiger King looked at Gu in astonishment. The unhealed gashes on his periosteum did indeed make him look rather battered. Loser! Even the giant python that had just come ashore let out a mocking laugh. Ever since Gu had settled here, his influence had been subtly taking root. Even the cold-blooded giant python now spoke up from time to time, though most of the time, it wasn't anything nice. No big deal. Gu smiled, not wanting to say much more. His injuries looked rather gruesome, But considering he was facing a group of green giant mantis with only tier 1 beast abilities, the fact that they managed to leave any marks at all was impressive enough. Though there were many marks, they only damaged half the thickness of his bone membrane. It was practically nothing. He was merely stimulating his flesh, he wasn't actually trying to harm himself. Shut your filthy mouth, snake. Before Gu could even retaliate against the giant python, Tiger King had already stepped forward to take matters into his own hands and restore justice. Deeply influenced by Gu, he was gradually coming to realize that, as the strongest Tiger King at the center of the island, his responsibilities were growing ever greater. Then, after the tier 2 beast Raven and the kangaroo couple arrived, they both nodded at Gu in a friendly greeting. The Tiger King immediately let out a cold snort. Gu understood instantly and spoke up right away, "My brother, great Tiger King, you are truly a man of honor." Hearing the praise, the Tiger King flashed a pair of large front teeth, feeling quite pleased. That's right, they're brothers, the smartest duo on the island. So, opening his jaws wide while maintaining the dignity befitting the Tiger King, he addressed Gu in a haughty tone, "Go ahead and absorb the crimson light without worry. This stinking snake is under my watch, I'll make sure it doesn't cause you any trouble." Long live the mighty Tiger King. As soon as the crimson light descended, a terrifying suction force surged from Gu's body, and a dense crimson vortex swirled around him. The bone membrane, previously shattered by the green giant mantis, began to heal at an astonishing speed. In just about 10 minutes, the thick bone membrane had become brand new and glossy. At this moment, Tiger King, the great python, the killer bees, and the other 6 mutated beasts at the center of the island had all reached their absorption limits one after another. Only Gu remained, still fully immersed in absorbing the crimson light. The terrifying absorption rate showed no signs of slowing down. Half an hour was the limit for the crimson light, but it seemed not to be Gu's limit. This scene filled the other mutated beasts with envy. Across from him, the golden flower python flickered its tongue, showing the slightest sign of movement. The Tiger King at his side roared, sending flashes of cold light shooting from his tiger paws. Not only that, but the large raven perched above him let out a strange cry, and the kangaroo couple on the other side leaped up from the ground simultaneously. The golden flowered python fell instantly silent. After glancing around in all directions, it snapped its jaws shut and silently coiled its body back onto the ground. After more than 20 minutes, Gu opened his eyes, still not quite ready to call it a day. Facing the haughty Tiger King at his side, Gu, having heard the full account of events, immediately launched into a string of flattery that made the Tiger King's heart swell with delight. Of course, he didn't forget the large raven who had lent a hand, nor the kangaroo couple who had offered their silent support. To express his respect, Gu decided to find some entertainment for the bored mutated beasts in the watery marshes. The mutated beasts on the island, having spent a long time with Gu, had collectively made varying degrees of progress in mental communication, a feat that was undoubtedly his doing. As their level of consciousness rose, the mutated beasts retained their wild nature, yet other aspects of their minds began to gradually diverge from those of ordinary beasts. Gu searched his memory, intending to dig up a few classic tales from his past lives to share with these mutated beasts. He planned to entertain them with these stories while simultaneously solidifying his authority on the island. Chapter 78, Ostracism. Upon careful reflection through his vast memories of past lives, he realized that despite having lived this long, he had never actually told a story to anyone. Now he was about to tell one to a group of mutated beasts. Would they even be able to understand it with their intelligence? The time had come to test Gu's abilities. What should he tell them? Finally, Gu clapped his crocodile claws together. Got it! Water margin. The 3 classic characters slowly rolled off Gu's tongue. This was one of the 4 great classical novels of his past life. If he was going to tell a story, it had to be a classic. He feed some intellectual fodder to this bunch of roughnecks, whose intelligence varied wildly as they only just emerged from their evolutionary leap. Where should he begin? When it came to this classic of his past life, what stuck with him most were the fragments of the TV series he watched as a child. He carefully recalled the plot that had left the deepest impression on his mind. Once upon a time, there was a wicked old woman named Wangpa. In Wangpa's domain lived a couple as harmonious as kangaroo brothers. Gu spoke eloquently, then continued, one of them was named Wude, and the other was Pan Jinlian. Wude was short and stocky, with an ugly appearance.
What does ugly mean?
At that moment, the kangaroo couple, hearing that there were creatures in the story just like them, looked curious and immediately asked in confusion. Gu looked at the crowd of mutated beasts around him, all intently listening like curious children in a classroom.
Feeling more confident, he began to explain, it's easy to understand it means looking hideous and smelling foul. It looks just like this stinky snake. Gu pointed at the golden spotted python in front of him.
Instantly, the mutated beasts around him began nodding in unison.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Quiet. Do you want to hear the rest of the story or not? Gu suddenly shouted.
As a later evolved creature and the only Tier 1 beast, he had always maintained a humble and friendly demeanor in the presence of these higher tier mutated beasts, never once raising his voice like this before. But now, after his sudden outburst, watching this group of Tier 2 beasts fall silent one by one, Guam nodded with satisfaction. And so, he resolved to explain the story with even greater enthusiasm. Wude is as ugly as a giant python, while Pan Jinlian is the exact opposite. She is like a celestial beast dancing in the crimson light. She has eyes like the moon, the most radiant skin in the world, and a scent even sweeter than the blood of the finest mutated beast. As Gu spoke, the crowd of mutated beasts on the island immediately erupted into a frenzy. Not a single one of the 7 island tyrants was missing. Even the silver pangolin, usually the most inconspicuous of them all, did not leave immediately today. It poked its head out of a hole in the ground, its small ears twitching slightly. As for the Tiger King standing beside him, listening to Gu's description, he unconsciously opened his jaws, a trickle of clear saliva dripping from his mouth.
Leaving the mutated beasts no room for imagination, Gu's story had only just begun.
He opened his crocodile-like jaws and continued.
In the peaceful territory, one day, another creature came to visit the old witch. His name was Shiman de Guanren, and he was 100 times more handsome than that stinking snake. Then,
in old lady Wang's domain, Shiman de Guanren met Pan Jinlian, and then he abandoned and cruelly murdered Wude.
Gu wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Translating this stuff was no easy task. Then what? Then what?
No sooner had he paused than Tiger King, speaking for the entire group of mutated beasts, began to press him for more.
Then, Gu racked his brain.
Then Wude's brothers showed up, a formidable creature named Wu Song. After hearing what had happened, he decided to avenge his brother.
Then Wu Song beat the despicable old woman Wang and Lord Shiman and the rest of them to a pulp. What else? What else? Faced with Tiger King's relentless questioning, Gu was at a loss for words. He silently wondered to himself, is this not immersive enough? Should I throw in another classic scene? No sooner said than done.
After the mighty Wu Song avenged his brother, he was in a terrible mood. As he left the territory in the dead of night, he passed through Tiger Mountain. To help the mutated beasts feel even more immersed, he decided to bring the characters right into the scene, directly borrowing another classic plotline, Wu Song's drunken capture of the ferocious tiger.
Though he'd have to tweak the details a bit.
In truth, everything that had happened up to this point was just Gu making things up on the spot based on vague memories, his own crocodile-style version of the story. But for this group of mutated beasts, it was still incredibly captivating. Gu began to speak slowly. The mighty Wu Song, while passing through Tiger Mountain, encountered a powerful tiger.
They fought to a standstill. Even with Wu Song's abilities, he couldn't easily get past it. No, no. Tiger King immediately began shaking his head. Wasn't he even that good enough?
Gu silently offered a silent apology to the classic of his past life, then spoke again, praising the scene.
In the end, this tiger was extraordinarily powerful and fierce. It leaped from a high mountain and drove Wu Song away.
No, that is not it, the Tiger King in front of him said impatiently. Divine beast, where did Pan Jinlian go?
Gu was completely baffled. Tiger Mountain, Tiger King. At such a critical moment, what does Pan Jinlian have to do with anything? Hurry up and tell me, where did the divine beast go?
The sudden burst of enthusiasm from the Tiger King startled Gu. So Gu naturally recounted the original ending of the story, Pan Jinlian and Shiman Daoguan were beaten to a pulp by the formidable Wu Song. Roar! Tiger King's voice was filled with rage. Even the expressions of the mutated beasts surrounding him began to look a bit off after hearing the story. He hesitated for a moment, then instantly realized. No way? A suspicion began to form in his mind. He immediately corrected himself. Wait, it was old Wang and Shiman Daoguan who got beaten. How could the most beautiful Pan Jinlian possibly be beaten? She is still living peacefully in her original territory. Good. Instantly, the expressions in the eyes of the mutated beasts began to soften. Tiger King was so excited he did a somersault on the ground. So, all this time, from start to finish, the mutated beasts had been focused on Pan Jinlian the whole time. Gu was stunned himself. Anything else? Facing the expectant gazes of the mutated beasts around him, Gu cleared his throat. Of course there is, but... He turned to look at the golden flower python, which was staring at him with a cold glare. There is this ugly creature staring at me right now, and it's ruining my mood. The moment those words fell, the giant python flew into a rage and was about to lash out. But then, Gu and the other 6 major mutated beasts on the island all turned their gaze toward the golden flowered python. Its body, which had been raised high, silently dropped back down, all its ferocity gone. The giant python had absolutely no idea what had just happened. It had been a while since it had been seen. As the fiercest tier 2 beast in the marshes, a presence that nearly every mutated beast feared, how had its situation grown so dire? Hey, you annoying Wu Dino, you annoying stinking snake, don't interrupt our story. As another powerful mutated beast on the island, the Tiger King stepped forward to challenge it directly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before the giant python could even speak, several other mutated beasts banded together, casting a collective, unfriendly glare his way. Faced with this scene, Gu remained silent, merely muttering, "I'm not in the best of moods right now." Moments later, the sinister giant python slunk back into the marshes, tail between its legs. Chapter 79, Crimson Light. The Divine Beast Pan Jinlian. Gu watched coldly as the giant python's silhouette vanished. This creature had always harbored ill will toward him, and he had no intention of groveling to mend their relationship. Hurry up and tell us. Hurry up. After the giant python departed, the mutated beasts gathered around Gu, bombarding him with questions like a gaggle of curious children. Of course, mutated beasts were still mutated beasts. Though they formed a circle, each kept a safe distance from the others. Even without hostility, certain primal boundaries remained. This wasn't something that could be broken through simple conversation, and Gu had no intention of breaking it. Even without hostility, he could never feel at ease letting a Tiger King walk arm in arm with him. After all, a mutated beast is still a mutated beast. And then, Pan Jinlian bathed in the crimson light, dancing in the moonlight, until, long afterward, she vanished along with the crimson light. And that's the end of the story. Gu was practically gasping for breath. A classic literary masterpiece had been completely reimagined into a biography of Pan Jinlian, the celestial beast. It wasn't that the translator had intentionally set a trap, there was simply no helping it. He couldn't resist the preferences of this group of mutated beasts. The listeners are the ones who call the shots. So when Gu finished telling the story and looked at the group of mutated beasts, each wearing an expression of pure satisfaction, and saw that the hostility in their gazes had softened, he felt a sense of relief. He had made a contribution to the peace of the waterlands. Until a voice from among the mutated beasts suddenly rang out, "What kind of mutated beast is Pan Jinlian, exactly?" Instantly, Tiger King fixed his gaze on Gu, and the pangolin, the tier 2 beast Great Crow, and the super kangaroo, all looked at Gu with expectant eyes. Tigers, ravens, kangaroos, pangolins, and even a swarm of killer bees, each species was different. So after all this time, what exactly was Pan Jinlian's species? This. Gu was completely stumped. He swore to himself that he would never tell such a complicated story again. The angle these mutated beasts were approaching this from was simply too tricky. He couldn't very well just say at this point that Pan Jinlian had several sisters, one of every species, could he? A wildly reimagined version of the 7 fairies. It wasn't entirely out of the question. But he feared that even if he managed to spin a plausible story, if someone followed up with, since there's one of every species, which one is the prettiest, it might spark a full-scale brawl on the island. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gu immediately snapped, Pan-Jinlian is a divine beast. Do you understand what a divine beast is? She is an entity just like the Crimson Light. She belongs to every race. Pan-Jinlian has no fixed form. Wherever the Crimson Light is, there she is. And so, under the banner of divine beast, Gu bestowed upon her another resounding title, Pan-Jinlian, the Crimson Light Divine Beast. Instantly, the crowd of mutated beasts was completely intimidated by this resounding title. Where can we find the Crimson Light Divine Beast Pan-Jinlian? Tiger King pressed urgently. Gu replied enigmatically, the Crimson Light Divine Beast is everywhere. Only the mightiest mutated beasts have the fortune to encounter her. I understand. Tiger King let out a roar, startling Gu. The Crimson Light Immortal Beast Pan-Jinlian, the Crimson Light Immortal Beast Pan-Jinlian, only the mightiest Tiger King can encounter her. Tiger King leaped swiftly into the marsh, then suddenly turned and shouted at the mutated beasts on the island, Pan-Jinlian belongs to this Tiger King. Gu was speechless. Mutated beasts really couldn't handle subtleties. Was his storytelling really that bad? Gu tried to make one last attempt. Kangaroo brother, do you think Wu De's death was tragic? Weak fool. Damn it. The kangaroo's reply was brief and to the point. Even the female kangaroo standing nearby nodded in agreement. Gu suddenly fell silent. This was the greatest difference between humans and beasts. After a moment, Gu exhaled a faint puff of warm breath from the crocodile's mouth, then looked up with a friendly expression and asked, what do you think, Brother Crow? Caw caw caw, the large crow fluttered its feathers, saying nothing, but merely letting out a series of strange caws. As Gu watched, he gradually began to laugh as well. His deep, croaking chuckle was even more unsettling. He wanted to say hello to the silver pangolin on the ground too, but the moment he took 2 steps closer, it vanished into the earth. Oh well, it had been a long time since he had such a good time. Even though it was just Gu's solo performance, and the topic was utterly meaningless. He was simply happy. Floating quietly on the water's surface, he was suddenly drawn to a scene at the edge of the marsh. Not far from him, a rabbit drinking water was suddenly clamped by a pair of claws, and a crab the size of a soccer ball emerged from beneath the surface. With its pale blue shell, it was originally just an ordinary blue crab. But in today's Amazon, such bizarre scenes play out almost daily. The food chain is being reshuffled. The wild rabbit struggled frantically, but it was no use against the giant blue crab's powerful claws. Amid the struggle, a dark shadow leaped from the still water's edge, opened its jaws wide, and bit down on the giant blue crab, dragging both it and the rabbit on the shore into the water. A grass carp over 1.5 meters in diameter, swaying its massive head, slowly crushed the blue crab's shell with each opening and closing of its jaws. Thud! Gu flicked its tail, flinging the grass carp onto the shore. Then, clamping down on the succulent fish, it leisurely returned to its own marsh habitat. A grass carp that is transformed to this extent is quite rare. I've decided on the spot that she'll be my late-night snack tonight. Returning to its habitat, Gu climbed onto land. After crouching down, it saw the ground covered with dense rows of text. Gu extended its claws and moved them slowly, leaving a new line of text behind. Tier 1 Beast, Talent Awakening, Green Giant Mantis. Then he placed a checkmark next to the text, indicating the mission was underway. Right below that was another entry. The Great Python Exclusion Plan. He added several checkmarks in a row, showing that Gu's plan was proceeding smoothly. As for the string of plans below, including gaining a share of the island's influence, they were currently being implemented, revealing Gu's ambition. However, there is still a long way to go before achieving the greater goal of completely controlling the island. He needs to keep working hard, taking it one step at a time. In addition, there are many densely packed trivial matters, merely jotted down casually during his daily life. These include collecting bones for gnawing, which patch of marsh is more comfortable for sunbathing at noon, and which recent shoreline has the highest concentration of mutated beasts, making it easier to ambush them underwater. He also needed to improve his living environment. Now that he was one of the 7 island tyrants, he had to raise his standard of living. he thought back to his old sheepskin bed. That's a great idea, he must put it on his to-do list. Conditions hadn't allowed for it before, but now, he intended to balance both growth and enjoyment. As long as he didn't provoke the wrath of the masses, he was still entitled to a little indulgence. Chapter 80, Awakening of Talents. In the early morning, the air was filled with a strange mist. After the fog cleared, Gu used the green giant mantis to begin attempting to awaken his talents. As dusk approached, he hurried back to absorb the crimson light. On the island, he chatted with the mutated beasts about everything under the sun. While relaxing, he also deepened their bonds, planting a seemingly insignificant seed for the future. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the calm river surface, Gu's figure was diving beneath the water. He had just returned from the rocky area. His dealings with the green giant mantises had always been peaceful, each side getting what they needed, but the consumption of mutated beast flesh was truly immense. Left with no choice, Gu once again entered the marshes midway through his journey to restock. He swam slowly along the water's surface, searching for his target. As time passed, nourished by ample blood and the crimson light, Gu's physique continued to grow. Compared to when he first entered the marsh, he had grown by over 10 centimeters. His body length was now nearly 4.7 meters. Since evolving into a mutated beast, his growth had followed a completely different set of standards compared to when he was still a juvenile. Fortunately, his terrifying ability to absorb and transform energy remained a tremendous asset. Among mutated beasts, the level of an individual's evolutionary strength is determined by their ability to absorb crimson light to empower themselves and by the rune skola seated on their bodies. Now, Gu is taking advantage of this period of stability to quietly work hard, striving to reach Tier 2 beast as soon as possible. Beneath the calm water's surface, a pair of eyes lurks. Gu swims along the endless marsh and soon spots his target. A mutated beast elk, on the verge of manifesting a rune, appears at the water's edge. Gu's eyes lit up, and he swam decisively forward. Stealthily approaching the water's edge, Gu submerged his body and slowly closed in on his target. With only a dozen meters left to the shore, Gu's figure suddenly halted. Before him, a massive python adorned with golden cloud patterns suddenly burst from the water, biting down on the elk's neck. Instantly, the python coiled around the moose, tightening its grip until it was choked to death. For a Tier 2 beast like the golden flowered python, dealing with this kind of prey was a piece of cake. Still wrapped around its prey, the golden flowered python turned directly on the water's surface. "Get out! From now on, only this snake is allowed to roam here." The chilling voice traveled through the ripples, echoing in Gu's mind. Gu didn't utter a single word in reply. His cold, vertical pupils like those of a crocodile stared down at the domineering golden-flowered python. After a brief pause, he turned and walked away without hesitation. It was merely a meal. Awakening his innate talent was the most important thing right now. The golden-spotted python on the shore felt an inexplicable surge of excitement after driving Gu away. Coiled around the elk it had strangled beneath the water's surface, the python lowered its head to taste a drop of blood before discarding the carcass to the bottom of the pond without a second thought. It had long occupied the most expansive marsh in this region and was by no means short of food. But with its domineering nature, faced with the suddenly emerging Gu, it had to prove that it was the true overlord of the shoreside waters. Moving to another body of water, Gu continued to lie in wait and finally caught another wild boar that had already undergone mutation. After the successful hunt, Gu climbed directly onto the shore, clamped down on the fresh mutated beast, and retreated into the pile of rubble. Then he summoned the green giant mantis to continue the hacking. The green giant mantis's pair of sharp cleavers dealt little damage to Gu when they struck. But as they repeatedly embedded themselves into the periosteum, it was still quite uncomfortable, a faint stinging sensation, as if a fine needle were being pricked into the skin bit by bit. This was the price of growth. Even for the slightest progress, Gu was still willing to strive for it. His endurance was stronger than that of any other creature. Lately, he had noticed that the mutated beasts were becoming increasingly common in the marshes. It wasn't just powerful creatures, even ordinary herbivores were mutating at an ever higher rate. One day they might be mindlessly munching on grass, and the next, they'd dare to chase after beasts, letting out strange screams. In the process of life's transformation, anomalies are bound to emerge, no one can predict them. This instills a sense of urgency in Gu.
Beneath him, countless creatures are growing and evolving as they fight, flee, and roam.
As time goes on, the dynamic between prey and predator remains undecided.
Don't be fooled by the apparent harmony between the group of Tier 2 beasts on the island in Guam. In reality, to grow into a Tier 2 beast and stand out from the crowd, one must devour the remains of countless mutated beasts.
The same goes for that pair of timid kangaroos. How else could they have both advanced to Tier 2 beasts?
And they have the energy to absorb crimson light across the island every day, just like the Tiger King. In the island's center, where the crimson light is most intense, countless creatures yearning for transformation keep their eyes fixed on it. Even the large crows frequently chase after giant birds in the sky to devour their flesh. In unseen corners, many creatures are quietly striving. Gu tossed a piece of mutated beast meat, drawing a line of giant green mantises to scramble for it.
More.
2 days later, Gua's surprised cry rang out from the pile of rubble. Lying on the ground, he excitedly shooed away the giant green mantises.
Above his head, an ancient rune was emitting a brilliant glow.
The rune had 2 sides inside his body, an identical rune pulsed rhythmically. A strange sensation emerged within Gu. The awakening of his innate talent had begun. A clear radiance suddenly burst forth from the dimly glowing rune, and Gu tensed instantly.
His innate talent was about to manifest. Would it be like the Tiger King, awakening razor-sharp claws to strike down enemies? Or like the Chao Great Serpent, gaining the ability to heal his body?
Perhaps he could be like that Tier 1 beast, the wild wolf that had escaped from the Tiger King's jaws on the island earlier, and awaken a talent in his limbs to compensate for his long-standing lack of agility.
Gu's eyes widened.
Amid the tense atmosphere, the clear light emanating from the rune shot straight downward and landed on his tail.
His tail? That wouldn't be so bad.
Just as Gu was thinking this, he suddenly realized that the light didn't stop at his tail in an instant. It spread to cover other parts of his body. His hind legs, limbs, and then it spread to the periosteum covering his body. From the floating rune, a brilliant beam of light fell, its radiance linking flesh and bone from the inside out, shooting straight from the tip of his tail to his brain. Even his eyes and jaws, which had opened instinctively, began to glow, their rows of fangs radiating light.
What exactly has awakened here?
A cool, clear glow emanated from Gu's entire body, inside and out, leaving him completely dumbfounded.
Does awakening usually involve your whole body glowing?
Throughout his growth, he had always groped his way forward alone. The only basic information he'd ever encountered came from the Tiger King. Occasional snippets of information had reached Gu's ears, which he pieced together. He only knew that after a mutated beast evolved a rune, through natural growth and reaching a certain stage of transformation, it would awaken a talent skill. He had never heard of a phenomenon where the entire body glowed like this. After Gu connected with the rune, his already formidable physical prowess seemed to grow even stronger. His energy surged instantly, and his aura and stamina became profoundly deeper.
Was this a sign that he was meant to continue developing into a mobile meat shield? The changes didn't stop there.
Gu sensed that his body's coordination had undergone a massive transformation when using this talent skill. So Gu conducted a simple test. As he dug his hind legs into the ground and slowly lifted his forelimbs off the ground, he was actually able to maintain his balance without the slightest disruption. Lifting his claws, he found the joints thick and powerful. As they flexed, extended, and contracted, they could actually perform a variety of agile movements. His tail could also be raised high and even gradually curled, appearing to evolve toward a more flexible, soft tissue structure.
What was this? An agile mobile shield? Chapter 81, Physical Enhancement.
After all this hard work, his talent had finally awakened.
Physical enhancement. Gu gave it a rather unremarkable name.
When he activated this talent, his massive black caiman physique saw a dramatic increase in physical strength, stamina, and the vitality of his flesh and blood.
It also enhanced his body's agility.
This talent was hard to evaluate. It was a well-balanced ability that would significantly aid Gu's growth. With this talent, Gu's survival skills in the wild would improve dramatically, and he would be able to adapt well to harsh environments.
The added physical coordination will make his future life considerably easier. Come to think of it, physical enhancement actually complements him quite well. However, he currently lacks a direct combat method capable of effectively fighting mutated beasts. Especially after leaving the water, when facing land-based creatures, aside from his massive size, he possesses no decisive ability to secure victory. The super speed he hoped for, or the claw strikes imbued with rune power, any one of these, taken individually, could instantly provide formidable combat prowess. But now that his innate skills had awakened, there was no need for regret. Besides, his physical enhancement abilities were no slouch either. Gu channeled the rune power within his body, carefully sensing this wondrous transformation. The ancient, mysterious runes silently channeled energy, sustaining his enhanced physical state. Beasts absorb the crimson light, gradually developing supernatural qualities until their physical forms undergo a complete metamorphosis, giving rise to a heaven and earth rune. After becoming a Tier 1 beast, as time passes, the ancient rune fuses with their flesh and blood. Once a certain threshold is reached, the talent skill will awaken. Upon reaching this stage, one is generally no longer considered weak among Tier 1 beasts. Of course, this excludes certain races that are too weak. A single metamorphosis is insufficient to completely bridge the vast innate gap. Gu narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the talent skill. The mysterious power flowed continuously, gradually branching off. Most of the energy was directed toward maintaining his physical enhancement, but a small portion branched off and seemed to connect to the periosteum of his bones. Ha! Gu's heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, the connection was extremely faint and intermittent, but it was indeed linked to his periosteum. A strange thought suddenly crossed Gu's mind, and his heart began to race. Only after a talent awakens can one channel rune power. And now, his thick periosteum was actually reacting to the runes. Gu dug out the remaining scraps of mutated beast meat from beneath him. Using the same method, he quickly gathered a swarm of super green giant mantis. After being fed, these little creatures proved quite cooperative, exerting all their strength to leave gashes on the pitch-black periosteum. Gu maintained the miraculous changes within his body. As the stimulation intensified, the connection between the rune and the bone membrane on his skin became momentarily clear. It works! He suppressed his excitement, nearly letting out a cry of delight. Once the mutated beast meat was completely digested, Gu stood up and immediately sensed that the connection between the rune and the bone membrane had grown slightly stronger. This was truly a huge surprise. Time to absorb the crimson light, Gu glanced at the sky and hurried toward the center of the island, his heart brimming with joy. Shortly after stepping onto the island, he spotted the Tiger King wading through the water toward him. "I found Pan Jinlian," were the first words out of his mouth, which left Gu thoroughly stunned. The Tiger King, standing over 2 meters tall, approached, accompanied by a sleek female tiger. The female tiger was just an ordinary creature, not yet transformed into a mutated beast. Seeing Gu's ferocious appearance, she was a bit afraid at first, but once she got close to the Tiger King, she immediately snuggled up beside him. "Pan Jinlian, the Crimson Light Divine Beast?" Seeing the Tiger King nod, Gu almost burst out laughing. "Pan Jinlian belongs to this king." The Tiger King boasted to Gu with a smug expression. Yes, your wife is Pan Jinlian," Gu flattered him with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Only Pan Jinlian is worthy of the great Tiger King." This made the Tiger King even more smug. He even kindly encouraged Gu, "If you absorb more crimson light and get a little fairer, you might meet the divine beast Pan Jinlian too." "Please, no. I'm not worthy." Gu's voice changed instantly. It had taken a great deal of effort to convince the great Tiger King that only he and the divine beast Pan Jinlian were a perfect match. "You're not exactly pale yourself, and besides, Crocodile Lord isn't just dark, he is strong." Gu sneered inwardly at Tiger King. "You're actually quite self-aware," the Tiger King spoke, using a phrase he'd been stealing from Gu from time to time lately. "You're certainly polite." Gu blurted out another term, prompting the Tiger King to ponder deeply. But soon, the Tiger King had no time to pretend to be profound, as several major Tier 2 beasts began arriving on the island one after another. "The Crimson Light Immortal Beast Pan Jinlian belongs to this king."
When facing other mutated beasts, Tiger King didn't possess the same patience he showed toward Gu. At the very least, he wouldn't have suggested sharing the immortal beast Pan Jinlian. The moment the words left his mouth, a commotion erupted. This clearly showed just how deeply Gu's story had resonated with the beasts. However, faced with Tiger King's imposing presence, ordinary creatures dared not resist. After all, among mutated beasts, strength was the ultimate arbiter. Fool! A chilling voice spat from the giant python's mouth. Stinking snake, this is our story. What business is it of yours? Do you intend to challenge all of us yourself? At the Tiger King's words, all the beasts turned their gaze toward him, and the golden flower python fell instantly silent. This scene nearly made Gu spit out his drink. Wasn't he picking things up a bit too fast? The sight of the Tiger King displaying his might caused the female tiger behind him to gaze at him with sparkling eyes. The commotion on the island continued until the crimson light descended. Instantly, all the mutated beasts, unable to contain their thirst for growth, threw themselves into absorbing the crimson light. Half an hour passed. Gu opened his eyes and saw a figure standing guard nearby, glaring intently at the giant python. Gu felt a warm glow in his heart toward Tiger King. Although their interaction had been limited to the others simply hoping to hear a few more words of praise from him. So Gu spoke decisively, "The great Tiger King is truly a man of honor." Roar! The Tiger King raised his head, accepting the licks of the female tiger beside him. After a while, Gu still had questions and prepared to ask the Tiger King for clarification. He then discovered that after absorbing the crimson light, the mutated beasts around him were still lingering on the island, refusing to leave. Gu thought for a moment, then instantly realized, "I haven't figured it out yet today, so I won't tell a story for now." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mutated beasts, who had been quiet on the island, immediately scattered in all directions. Gu turned to face the Tiger King. "Great Tiger King, I have a question that requires your guidance. May I ask, after you became a mutated beast, how many innate skills did you awaken?" Chapter 82, The Green Giant Mantis's Ordeal. Actually, this was a rather sensitive question. Gu only dared to ask because the Tiger King was in high spirits at the moment. To his surprise, the Tiger King didn't even hesitate before blurting out, "One." One? Just one talent skill? This answer truly caught Gu off guard. When dealing with Gu, Tiger King's attitude was always surprisingly friendly. "You said you've only recently become a Tier 1 beast. Don't worry about it yet, you'll get a talent skill sooner or later. Or you could learn from this king." Tiger King seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. Learn? He certainly had no intention of performing acrobatics in the water. Tiger King is mighty. Still, he couldn't afford to skip a single opportunity to flatter him. If Tiger King had only one talent skill, didn't that mean he possessed nothing more than a pair of tiger claws capable of channeling rune power? Enhanced physical prowess was a basic trait shared by every mutated beast that had generated runes. Only certain specialized abilities, those that could actively manipulate rune power, could be considered awakened talent skills. So his own balanced, all-around physical enhancement could actually continue to awaken even after its initial awakening. The truth about the periosteum is undeniable. I had originally thought that, compared to other mutated beasts, I might gain an ability earlier and hold a slight advantage. But learning from Tiger King that he has only awakened a single ability, this might not be just a slight advantage. After becoming a Tier 2 beast, I didn't gain any additional abilities. Soon, Gu learned more secrets from Tiger King. After I became a Tier 1 beast, one day I awakened a talent skill, and my power surged instantly, allowing me to seize control of the central island. When I first awakened it, I could only coat my claws with a layer of light. By the time I became a Tier 2 beast, that light had become substantial enough to leave actual claw marks. If I so choose, I can crush the skull of any mutated beast. The Tiger King is invincible. After seeing off the smug-looking Tiger King, Gu turned and headed back to his lair. Following their conversation, he instantly gained a deeper understanding of the process of becoming a mutated beast and the subsequent stages of growth. Building a relationship with Tiger King early on really does have its benefits.
Otherwise, if Gu had to figure everything out on his own, who knows how much time he would have wasted. If there's anything, just ask Tiger King. Now that he has mastered the language of the mutated beasts, Gu is actually the one who benefits the most. Just how much longer had these mutated beasts on the island been evolving compared to him? Gu couldn't quite figure out exactly when the crimson light first appeared. Not even the mutated beasts themselves could say for sure. But right now, time was of the essence. Deep in the Amazon, Gu not only had to catch up to those ahead of him but also ensure he could suppress the endless stream of latecomers undergoing metamorphosis below. Only by staying at the very forefront of biological transformation at all times can he remain in control, no matter what unexpected events may arise. He must strive to grow and absorb the crimson light, aiming to break through to Tier 2 beast as soon as possible. And once his physical enhancement talent awakens, he must quickly develop another means of combat. In an instant, Gu had a clear plan for his short-term goals. With the island as his base, the marshes as his hunting grounds, and silent trades with the green giant mantis among the gravel piles on the grasslands. Gu's heart was filled with motivation, and he grew steadily, one step at a time. After establishing his authority on the island, his absorption of crimson light remained unimpeded. Although he had several private run-ins with the golden flower python during this time, Gu deliberately avoided confrontation, so no major conflicts ever arose. Gu was making the most of his time to develop. The mutated beasts constantly evolving in the marshes made him feel the urgency of the situation at all times. Relying on just a single rune was still too risky. He was particularly eager to quickly catch up to the standard level of the 7 island tyrants. Diligence, discretion, growth, and strength. Time flowed like water, and before long, another 20-odd days had passed. Gu's height had now reached nearly 4.8 meters. His body had absorbed vast amounts of crimson light. The scale on the rune had long since surpassed the halfway mark, approaching 2/3. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a Tier 2 beast. There was also another, even more significant surprise. After such a prolonged period of stimulation, the connection between his periosteum and the rune, which had previously been tenuous, had now reached a level nearly on par with that achieved during physical enhancement. It was clear that he was about to gain an additional, newly developed means of combat. Gu bit into a mutated beast and skillfully made his way into the pile of rubble. During this time, thanks to Gu's generous feeding, many super green giant mantis had reaped the benefits. In a sense, Gu was practically their reborn parent. Many of the subsequent super green giant mantis were literally forged by Gu using the flesh of mutated beasts. The number of super green giant mantis in the grasslands had at least doubled compared to the beginning. Walking straight into the pile of rubble, Gu soon sensed something was wrong. He let out a low growl, but to his surprise, his call drew no response from the giant mantis colony. Gu had no choice but to tear open the flesh of a mutated beast. Only after the scent of blood and flesh had dissipated did movement finally emerge from the rubble. Half an hour later, one by one, the supergiant mantises emerged from their nests, moving cautiously and looking pitiful. Many of the green giant mantises were injured, some missing limbs, and others had even lost their front great cleavers. Gu instantly flew into a rage. These green giant mantises were crucial to his mission. What kind of creature did this? Soon, Gu spotted a tall, powerful green giant mantis. Big Cleaver, come here. What on earth happened? Big Cleaver was a nickname Gu had casually given him. He was also the leader of this group of giant green mantises. He was the same super-sized giant green mantis that had been over 40 centimeters long before. Now, thanks to Gu's consistent feeding, he had reaped great benefits, and his body length had approached 50 centimeters. At Gu's call, Big Cleaver emerged from a crevice in the rocks and approached him. What exactly happened? Why are there so many fewer mutated giant mantises? Gu looked down at him from above. The giant mantis leader trembled in Gu's presence, a natural instinctive reaction of a mutated beast. Gradually lifting its head, a pair of green mantis eyes gazed blankly at Gu. It kept lifting the large cleaver above its head, as if hoping to receive further rewards from Gu. These giant green mantises were truly foolish. Could it be that after mutation, the brains of insect-type mutated beasts developed even more slowly than those of ordinary creatures? Gu gently tore off a small piece of fresh mutated beast flesh and offered it as a reward. Upon receiving the treat, the giant green mantis leader instantly clutched the flesh and began devouring it with excitement.
After finishing quickly, without needing Gu's command, it immediately turned its attention to his pitch-black bone membrane.
Continue processing. Lured by Gu's flesh, this group of green giant mantises quickly regained their vigor.
They lined up to receive their rewards, working collectively to help Gu polish his armor. As for those green giant mantises that had lost their great cleavers, they could only watch longingly from afar. Having lost their most powerful weapon, they had not only lost their combat effectiveness but were also completely useless. Gu carefully counted the missing giant green mantises, along with some of the worthless stragglers scattered around. In just one day, the loss of supergiant green mantises had actually approached half the total.
If it weren't for Gu actively feeding them, wouldn't he have run out of giant green mantises to use? It was infuriating. What on earth was causing this? While polishing his bone membrane, Gu remained crouched in place, ready to see just who or what dared to interrupt his growth. Chapter 83, Tiger King comes to the rescue.
To find the cause, Gu stayed almost glued to the pile of rubble, not moving an inch.
He waited and waited.
Until dusk approached, he saw hardly any decent creatures besides the green giant mantis. The expected enemy invasion never came, and Gu felt he waited in vain. Climbing up from the pile of rubble, Gu began making his way toward the center of the island. Once inside the island, he continued absorbing the crimson light, a daily ritual he never skipped.
Half an hour passed.
Gu opened his eyes to find a shy Tiger King standing before him. The Tiger King opened his mouth and asked Gu in a bold, tiger-like tone.
"Take another look for me, Your Majesty. Which of these two looks more like Pangelian?"
After speaking, it stepped back slightly, revealing two exceptionally cautious female tigers one after another from behind.
Gu's crocodile eyes widened instantly.
The appearance of an extra female tiger wasn't the issue. What mattered more was that the female tiger he met for the first time a few days ago wasn't among them either.
Gu didn't hold back and asked directly. To his surprise, the Tiger King replied with a completely matter-of-fact expression, "Didn't you say so yourself?" "I did?" Gu was taken aback.
"You said that the crimson light divine beast Pangelian could be of any race, and that only the greatest beings might encounter her under the crimson light." This Tiger King felt the previous one wasn't right, so perhaps finding a few more would do the trick.
"Hurry up and help this king determine which of these two is Pangelian."
The Tiger King spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
And this was a scumbag tiger. Gu was utterly stunned. What kind of story had he actually told all those mutated beasts? Gu suddenly began to reflect. "Hurry up and tell me. Which one is Pangelian?"
"The one who will continue to stay by this king's side," the Tiger King urged haughtily.
Great Tiger King, no one can help you with this.
The crimson light divine beast can only be encountered by the greatest of beings. Only someone as powerful as yourself can slowly seek the answer to this question."
"That's right."
As soon as Gu finished speaking, Tiger King nodded uncontrollably, finding it very reasonable. Opening his tiger's mouth wide, "I understand."
"You don't understand a thing." Gu couldn't help but think to himself.
If it weren't for the fact that he still needed to rely on the Tiger King to secure his authority at the center of the island and create a safe environment for growth, he certainly wouldn't be following the Tiger King around every day, sucking up to him. Seeing the Tiger King leading two female tigers whom he snatched up from who knows where preparing to leave, Gu decisively called out, "Tiger King, wait. Great Tiger King, do you know if one travels forward from this part of the island past 3 consecutive marshes, is there a powerful creature that has recently visited the grassland directly across on the mainland?" When in doubt, ask the Tiger King.
As a local mutated beast, Gu wanted to see if he could find any clues regarding the green giant mantis's unexpected appearance. "Is there a large rock on the grassland directly opposite the 3rd marsh?" "Yes, Tiger King, do you know?" Hearing the other party mention the pile of rubble, Gu perked up instantly. "Great Tiger King, that pile of rubble is my territory. I don't know what creature destroyed it. If you have any leads, please tell me." Gu asked earnestly. "What? daring to bully the smartest duo on our island. Tiger King roared the moment he heard this. What creature dares to disrespect this king? Goo picked up on the thread and pressed further. Could it be that even Tiger King doesn't know? The marshlands are so vast, with countless species of creatures. How could this king possibly know them all? Tiger King shook his head. Hearing this, Goo felt a bit disappointed. If it were just a creature passing by chance, that would be fine. But what if some creature had set its sights on that area? If that were to interfere with his bone membrane polishing, it would be disastrous. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tiger King's voice rang out again. Don't worry about this matter. Leave it to me to handle. Leave it to you? I am the mightiest being on the plains. Everything on land falls under my dominion, the Tiger King declared with authority. Instantly, a thought struck Goo. Right, wasn't he the figure before him the very embodiment of power on land? What trouble could there be on land that the Tiger King couldn't resolve? He hadn't considered this angle before, but since the Tiger King had brought it up directly, why hesitate? Great Tiger King! You are the greatest of rulers, a role model for all of us mutated beasts to emulate. Goo expressed his utmost reverence for the Tiger King's generosity. The Tiger King immediately straightened his mighty frame. His curved whiskers, paired with his haughty expression deeply influenced by Goo, made him look more and more imposing. Opening his tiger's mouth, he spoke with authority. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. I'll handle it right away. Having made this bold declaration, Tiger King led the two female tigers he'd brought along and walked off the island. After reaching land, he headed straight along the edge of the marsh toward the location where Goo had sought his help. Judging by this attitude, after agreeing to help Goo, he actually planned to handle it that very night. True to his reputation as Goo's trusted brother, he never dragged his feet on a promise. With another matter temporarily resolved, Goo took advantage of the remaining daylight to lie in wait at the marsh's edge, planning to hunt several more antelopes. He'd been longing for a thick sheepskin bed for quite some time today. He'd gather enough skins in one go. Pacing along the water's edge, Goo moved with purpose, and by nightfall, he had already bagged several thick hides. Near his camp, following the torn wounds, a pair of crocodile claws deftly began to skin the animals. Now that his natural abilities had awakened, these tasks once nearly impossible were now effortless for him. He tossed the discarded flesh and bones directly into the water to feed the fish. Goo now ate only the nutrient-rich meat of mutated beasts. Since becoming one of the 7 island tyrants, ordinary flesh had been removed from his diet. He rinsed the bloodstains from a few hides with clear water. He casually spread them over a pile of fallen leaves on the shore. By tomorrow, when the sun rose, they would quickly become a natural wool blanket. After this simple preparation, Goo settled down to sleep by the water's edge. When the morning mist cleared, the blazing sun rose from the endless forest of the Amazon. Goo opened his massive jaws wide, facing the morning sun, and exhaled a cloud of murky air through his rows of fangs. He walked gently to the water's edge, closed his jaws, and with a downward plunge, dived into the water. A huge splash erupted, and ripples spread out toward the shore. Small fish and shrimp were swept ashore by the startled waves. Before long, Goo began to exhibit the majesty of a giant catfish. This is what a true aquatic colossus looks like. But Goo would not be satisfied with just this. The great upheaval of the world and the growth of life are filled with countless miracles. In the midst of this transformation, he could not afford the slightest complacency. Besides, in these marshy lands, he is far from invincible. Not to mention the other 6 fiends on the island, each having broken through the Tier 2 beast tier. Even just the moving creatures in the water before him, Goo must do his best to avoid them. In the center of the distant river channel, a herd of massive hippos floats lazily on the water's surface at dawn, playfully chasing one another. Occasionally, they would emerge from the deep river channel and venture into the marshes. Whenever this happened, Goo would quietly submerge himself beneath the water. Haven tea, you heard? Crocodiles and hippos are natural enemies in the water. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had no desire to provoke this terrifying herd of hippos. Chapter 84, Robbed Again. Fortunately, the hippo's main habitat remains centered around the central river channel. These massive creatures, traveling in herds, had no interest in the marshy areas along the shore for the time being. Within their territory, they coexisted peacefully with the creatures of the marshes, free from conflict. This is what allowed solitary shore-dwelling creatures like Gu to find a place to settle down. After the hippos disappeared, Gu swam freely around the marsh where he lived. A day's work is about to begin. Continuing along the water's edge, Gu passed several marshes in succession. Upon reaching the habitat of the giant pythons, he chose to go ashore and take a detour to avoid trouble. He pressed straight ahead, and after passing the central island, Gu submerged himself beneath the surface to search for prey. He hadn't been hidden for long before he executed a flawless ambush. With a fresh mutated beast clenched in his jaws, he came ashore and headed toward the pile of rubble. As he stepped over the weathered rocks, a deep, guttural roar suddenly erupted from the grass, a sound brimming with uncontrollable fury. He roughly tossed the mutated beast from his mouth onto the ground. Gu looked up to see the ground littered with debris, clear signs that another creature had been there. He also spotted the broken limbs of a green giant mantis on the ground. It had been visited by a mutated beast again. The Tiger King had already assured him there was no need to deceive him. But the scene before him was no fabrication. Gu suppressed his rage, tore through the mutated beast's remains on the ground, and began summoning the giant green mantis hidden in the grass. Sensing a familiar presence from outside, one after another, lively figures quickly emerged from the crevices in the rocks. However, in terms of numbers, several more supergiant green mantis had been lost. Instantly, Gu was furious. The green giant mantis he'd worked so hard to raise had been slaughtered in such numbers by some unknown creature he'd never even met. This batch of green giant mantis was all working for him. Without sufficient numbers, it would affect his efficiency in polishing the bone membrane. Just as he was about to succeed, another complication had arisen. Gu crouched in the giant green mantis's lair, seizing every moment to begin the polishing. During the process, the glowing rune gradually established a deep, intrinsic connection with the bone membrane on its surface. Almost. Gu muttered to himself. It continued until dusk was falling, and the time for the crimson light to appear had arrived. With a sigh of regret, Gu rose from the pile of rubble. He still hadn't waited for that troublesome creature to show up. How could it be such a coincidence? Was it a mutated beast that roamed at night? Gu watched as the nearby giant green mantis hid in the crevices of the rocks before setting off to leave. Upon entering the central island, Gu went straight to the Tiger King. "Great Tiger King, have you made any progress regarding that rocky area?" Gu voiced his doubts directly to the Tiger King. The Tiger King, lying on the ground nearby, was being licked by an unfamiliar female tiger, blissfully awaiting the arrival of the crimson light. When he turned his head and noticed Gu, a fleeting look of unease flashed across his tiger eyes. But he quickly opened his mouth and declared with authority, "Since I've promised, I will certainly resolve this for you. I already know who's behind this. Just wait for my word. Tiger King, you're truly majestic. You are indeed the king of mutated beasts." Gu's praise was, as always, immediate. "You're just in time. Come take a look. I didn't think much of the last two, but this one might actually be Pan-Genlian." Time passed. With the Tiger King standing guard nearby, along with the large raven who got along well with Gu, and the kangaroo couple lending a hand, Gu was now the one on the island who could absorb the crimson light with the greatest peace of mind. After a brief chat with the group of mutated beasts, under Gu's leadership, the mutated beasts once again united their strength to drive back the vicious giant python. Instantly, all the participating mutated beasts felt deeply satisfied. The Tiger King proved his might once more, while the timid great crow and the kangaroo couple felt as though they had won a victory. Of course, as the leader, Gu not only earned the Tiger King's friendship but also, once again, the gratitude of the large crow and the kangaroo couple. He enthusiastically greeted the killer bee nearby and the silver pangolin on the ground, regardless of whether they would respond. When dealing with different mutated beasts, Gu employed completely different strategies. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Perhaps it wasn't quite that drastic, but he treated each situation separately, going with the flow. Enemies, risks, rivals, friends? There were no such rigid distinctions. As the power gathering around him grew stronger, the changes in Gu were evident. This authority comes in two forms. On the island, only the Tiger King and the Great Python could rely on their raw strength to do as they pleased essentially. The other mutated beasts dared not speak out, even if they were angry. In a sense, many of the island's rules shifted according to the preferences of these two top-tier mutated beasts. Now that Gu has arrived, he has gradually become a third party through different means. This is the result he has been deliberately cultivating all along. Gaining the recognition of half the mutated beasts is particularly rare when he speaks now. He effectively represents a portion of the rules. However, Gu would not casually exploit this fragile relationship. After all, the first two rely on their own raw power, while he has merely taken a more cunning approach. His original motive for seizing the initiative was simply to secure a stronger foothold at the island's center, shielding himself from outside interference so he could fully absorb the crimson light. Now that his goal has been achieved, the results have exceeded his expectations. If he were to act on a sudden impulse and force the great crow and the kangaroo couple to fight to the death against the golden flower python on his behalf, there is no doubt that the delicate balance he has just established would be completely shattered. The mutated beast might be slow-witted, but it wasn't he actually stupid. Given Gu's usual approach, he would never do something so foolish. In this regard, Gu was indeed still somewhat behind the Tiger King and the golden flower python. Strength, ultimately, strength was the foundation of everything. The rune within his body was infusing him with energy every day, gradually transforming him into a Tier 2 beast. And now, he is about to gain yet another weapon against his enemies. The next day, as soon as Gu awoke from his sheepskin bed, he sensed something unusual on his skin. The periosteum is almost fully formed. Filled with excitement, he bit into an unlucky mutated beast drinking water and made his way into the pile of rubble. Soon, his light footsteps grew heavy, and Gu's mood took a sharp turn for the worse. The green giant mantis territory had been ransacked again. Even some of the rocks showed signs of having been disturbed. It was utterly outrageous someone was repeatedly pushing Gu's buttons. Chapter 85, The Hyena Pack. After feeding them for so long, the number of super green giant mantises had dwindled to just over a dozen. Even for someone with Gu's temperament, he was nearly livid. His pair of pale golden crocodile eyes scanned the grasslands and plains back and forth as he polished the bone membrane, searching for the slightest clue. After losing a large number of giant green mantis, Gu had even hunted one fewer mutated beast today. A dozen or so super green giant mantis were barely enough to meet Gu's needs. Although his efficiency had dropped, the increasingly active rune power made him realize that the metamorphosis would occur within the next few days. As long as he could hold out, the mission would be considered a success. Once the green giant mantis colony had vanished, Gu hurried to the island. He had to ask the Tiger King about the arrangements they made. Was everything being handled as agreed? Driven by urgency, Gu raced across the island. Upon entering, he soon realized he was the first to arrive today. However, he didn't have to wait long. As the crimson light drew near, one mutated beast after another successfully landed on the island. Tier 2 beasts, the great raven, the kangaroo couple, and the giant python gradually emerging from the water. By the time the pangolin broke through the ground, revealing its silvery back, all 6 mutated beasts had gathered, yet there was still no sign of the Tiger King. Could something have gone wrong? Gu quickly shook his head. This was the Tiger King, after all, the island's most powerful creature, reputed to be the top-tier Tier 2 beast. As the undisputed ruler of the wetlands, it would be downright terrifying if he simply vanished without a trace. He decisively dismissed this unrealistic notion from his mind. Where had the Tiger King gone? He always used to arrive ahead of everyone else, making a grand entrance. Last was simply not in this chatty tigress style. Gu stared intently at the mainland until, just as the crimson light was about to appear, he finally spotted a figure emerging in the distance. The Tiger King approached rapidly, leaping onto the island. Great Tiger King, have you been mauled by a pack of wolves too? Gu widened his crocodile eyes and asked the Tiger King standing before him. As the Tiger King drew nearer, the bite marks all over his body became clearly visible. Beneath the clumps of torn fur, bloodstains were still visible, making the Tiger King look utterly bedraggled. The joke he made to Gu not long ago had now come back to haunt him. Faced with Gu's probing questions, the Tiger King's expression grew uneasy. He hadn't expected that his boast would backfire so quickly. This pitiful state was a direct blow to his dignity as the Tiger King. Sensing the Tiger King's inner turmoil, Gu let out a thunderous roar. Who was it? Who dared to make the great Tiger King suffer such a humiliating defeat? Let us go find them and exact our revenge. Instantly, Tiger King fixed Gu with a serious stare, nearly crossing the safety boundary between mutated beasts. He took several steps toward Gu before slowly coming to a halt. Finally, he opened his jaws. No need. What this king promises, this king will deliver. Besides, that pack of old hyenas isn't something you can handle. Hyenas? Aren't those African creatures? How did they end up in the Amazon? At the same time, a thought struck Gu. Could it be that the ones who ruined his plans were actually a pack of hyenas? From Tiger King's words, he had successfully picked up on the word pack. Judging by the scars on Tiger King's body, he clearly had been through a fierce battle. For the sake of a single request from him, not only had Tiger King gone to investigate the truth that very day, but he had also been silently fighting a pack of vicious hyenas behind the scenes all this time. Gu was instantly moved. Great Tiger King, you are truly a man of honor. You promised to solve the problem, and you stuck to it single-handedly, nearly missing your chance to absorb the crimson light. You're overthinking it, Tiger King replied upon hearing Gu's words. How could I possibly skip absorbing the crimson light? The reason I'm late is that I found another Pan-Genlian. Come take a look, isn't this one even more alike? Covered in wounds and looking thoroughly bedraggled, the Tiger King strode into the center of the island, stood beside Gu, and turned his head to let out a mighty, commanding tigress roar. As the sound faded, a female tiger with a loving gaze stepped out from behind the Tiger King. Another new face. Seeing Tiger King's fiercely masculine display, the emotions Gu had painstakingly built up vanished in an instant.